Hey everyone! This novel was already uploaded by someone else, but only half of it was posted. So I decided to complete the full story for you all. Enjoy the full novel, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the fanfiction audiobook channel to get all the parts. Chapter 1 Whale Island. Where dreams begin. The sea and sky are blue, seagulls gather in the sky, and the residents on the island live and work in peace and contentment. A place near the harbor, on a lush tree. A young man in green clothes, green trousers, and a green leafy straw hat is concentrating on fishing. Next to him is a young man of similar age with black hair and black eyes. He has fair skin and an extremely handsome face. He is leaning on a tree branch with his hands folded behind his head. He has his legs crossed and is sunbathing leisurely with a piece of dogtail grass. Son. Chen Yo traveled to the sea area 3 years ago and was rescued by a kind young woman Mito. I thought this was an ordinary seaside town in another world, but until that day Chen Yo saw this green boy, gone. Only then was I convinced that this was the world of Hunter x Hunter. A world where monsters and ruthless people emerge one after another, and the law is not restricted at all. In the later period, chimera ants even appeared, which almost led to the tragic death of all mankind. Fortunately, Chen Yo awakened to a so-called foodie system. However, the prerequisite for system activation is that it needs to be recharged to enjoy perfect sunbathing for 1000 consecutive times. Ding! You are sunbathing, the system charge is plus 50, and the system activation level is increased to 99.99999%. Ding! You are sunbathing, the system charge is plus 50, the gourmet system activation level is increased to 100%, the system starts to activate, the system is being activated. Bound to the only host, Chen Yo. System activation completed. Congratulations on getting the novice gift package and random food hunting in all heavens and dimensions *1. Automatically open a newbie gift package for you. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the God level cooking skill LV Max. You can maximize the deliciousness of any ingredients and create exquisite food, and there is a certain chance that it will come with certain special gains. Ding! Congratulations on getting the exclusive talent Gourmet. Devouring food can increase your attributes, and you can gain additional food points by devouring food. Toxins cannot affect Gourmet. Your property panel has been updated. A voice like the sound of nature sounded in Chen Yo's mind. Is it finally activated? I've been in the sun for more than 3 years and I haven't tanned myself yet. Chen Yo was so excited that he wanted to cry. The benefits of being a time traveler were finally obtained. But this gourmet system doesn't sound so reliable. An attribute panel that only he could see popped up in his field of vision. Name, Chen Yo. Number of crossings, 1. Current world, Hunter x Hunter. Strength, 9, 10 for adults. Dexterity, 14, 10 for adults. Spirit, 33, adult 10. Talent, Gourmet, devouring food to gain attribute increases and even ability evolution, food to gain extra points, immune to toxins. Skills, God level cooking skills LV Max, extraordinary cooking skills in the human world, the food cooked has a certain probability of gaining benefits. Food points, 0. Opportunities to hunt random food from all over the world, 1. Countless memories of gourmet cooking automatically merged into Chen Yo's mind. As if he has been immersed in cooking skills for hundreds of years, he is perfect in frying and cooking. He can bring out the deliciousness of the ingredients to the extreme and grasp every detail. Now, Chen Yo's cooking skills have been directly upgraded to the level of a chef. Wow! That's amazing, even with the skills of this god of cooking, I can be successful in this world. However, in the later stages of this world, chimera ants are almost every human being's nightmare. How can you become stronger? The truth about becoming stronger. Chen Yo was very excited. Especially after seeing the gourmet talent in his attribute panel, he was so excited that every pore opened. Foodie. By devouring food, you can gain attributes and even evolutionary abilities. Earn extra points if you eat delicious food. This is definitely comparable to SSS God level devouring. It's simply gospel for time travelers. Ding! It is detected that the host has a random food hunting opportunity *1 in the world. Do you want to use it? The system prompt sounds. System, what does food hunting mean? And what are food points? Chen Yo calmed down and asked in his heart. Return to the host. 10 food points will get a normal hunting chance *1, 100 points will get an intermediate hunt, 1000 points will get an advanced hunt, 1 W points will get a super hunt, and so on. The higher the hunting level, the higher the probability of hunting God level food big. The first random food hunting reward will randomly obtain the hunting level. This reward will disappear after 24 hours. Do you want to use it now? The system prompted. So, food points can actually be used to hunt for delicacies from all dimensions of heaven? Doesn't that mean that you can hunt for anything from the elixir of immortality to the Nirvana pill in the world of cultivating immortals? Theoretically it can be done. Ha ha ha, that would be so cool. This system is so powerful. Use this hunting opportunity. Chen Yo said excitedly. Ding! Deducting the random hunting opportunity of the heavens and dimensions *1. Congratulations on getting the God level hunting opportunity *1. Ding! Hunting for delicacies from all dimensions. Ding! Hunting success. Congratulations on getting Pirate World Sparkling Fruit. Chapter 2. System Sound Drops. A fruit that emitted golden light, had a strange spiral pattern, and resembled a pineapple appeared in front of Chen Yo. Only Chen Yo himself can see and touch system items. Food, sparkling fruit. Origin, Pirate World Devil Fruit Tree. Ingredient rating, S. Ingredient description, the most top-notch fruit-based light ingredients will taste extremely bad when eaten directly, but after special cooking, an unforgettable top-notch delicious food will emerge. Note, this item is hunted by the system and will not receive additional food points. The gourmet ability is activated and you obtain the hidden information of the food. Hidden information, cooking method, after cutting, exposing it to the sun for 3 minutes will achieve the ultimate delicacy. The best ingredients often only require the simplest cooking, and the rest only needs to be left to sunshine and time. I actually hunted the sparkling fruit. Chen Yo was stunned. Looking dumbfounded at the beautiful golden fruit in front of me. This is the birth fruit of Kizaru, one of the 3 generals of the navy in the pirate world. It is also one of the top natural fruits in the entire pirate world. It can definitely be ranked in the top 3. I thought the system would only hunt for some delicious food, but I didn't expect to get a devil fruit. How about, just eat it? An idea surged in Chen Yo's mind. He understands. As long as he eats it, he can become a user with the ability to move at the speed of light, kick at light speed, light finger gun, elementalization, etc. Everything is a breeze. Even when facing the Chimera Ant King in the later stages of the Hunter world, the shining fruit alone is absolutely worth it. He will become a veritable king of men in the entire world. Gilu, let's wait. I heard that devil fruits are almost as good as show after eating them. Gon can't see system items anyway. After swallowing, Chen Yo suppressed the restlessness in his heart and easily cut the sparkling fruit into 6 pieces. 6 glittering golden fruits automatically floated in mid-air, bathed in the warm sunlight. Finally, 3 minutes later, the originally golden shiny fruit turned a strange golden red color, with a color similar to the sun, and exuded a strange fragrance. Chen Yo stopped being polite and directly ate the 6 pieces of sparkling fruit. Indescribably delicious. It melts in the mouth, and the warm and sunny taste explodes on the taste buds, instantly impacting Chen Yo's mind, as if all his limbs have been integrated into the juice of the sun, and every cell is unprecedentedly hot and energetic, as if something is going on. Kind of transformation. It feels like intracranial GC. At this moment, Chen Yo's understanding of delicious food has reached a new level. Ding! You have eaten the ultimate delicacy in a feast of sparkling fruits. Ding! You have obtained the devil fruit ability, Sparkling Fruit Plus version, which is more perfect than the regular sparkling fruit. Ding! Your measurements attributes have been improved, and the attribute panel has been updated. Name, Chen Yo. Number of crossings, 1. Current world, Hunter x Hunter. Strength, 55. Agility, 107. Spirit, 190. Talent, Gourmet. Skills, God level cooking skills LV max. Special, Sparkling Fruit Plus, branch abilities, Absorbing Sunlight. Absorbing sunlight can restore your physical strength and energy. Perfect fruit, you will not be afraid of Halo Stone. Food points, 0. His holy shit. Super profitable. Even though Chen Yo was born in 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help clenching his fists and shouting excitedly. The depths of his eyes seemed to merge into 2 suns, and a dazzling golden light flashed past. Too exaggerated. The sparkling fruit has been transformed into a plus version after undergoing gourmet treatment. He was directly exempted from the Sea Tower Stone, and also gained the branch ability of absorbing sunlight. This is equivalent to the fact that those guys in the pirate world absolutely waste their resources when eating devil fruits, causing all devil fruits to possess the restraint properties of Sea Tower Stone, turning them into landlubbers. But here at Chen Yo, all the problems were directly solved by just cutting it and exposing it to the sun for 3 minutes, and it was equivalent to directly evolving the fruit from the original basis. The higher the starting point of the fruit, the more terrifying its power will be after awakening. This gourmet system is so powerful that it's a bit abnormal. But I like it. Chen Yo was ecstatic. Moreover, just after swallowing the thunder fruit, his body measurements attributes skyrocketed. Strength 55, 5 times the adult value, Agility 107, 10 times the adult value, Spirit 190, 19 times the adult value. But the actual increase is definitely not a multiple of the value. This is not the algorithm of 1 + 1 = 2 at all. The higher you go, the more you break through the limits of the human body. Even in terms of pure attributes now, Chen Yo can definitely be regarded as a monster in the hunter world. Cool. Chen Yo couldn't help but take a deep breath, with a happy smile on his face. Brother Arnold. Hush, you almost scared away my fish. Chen Yo's laughter made Gon, who was concentrating on fishing, turn around. He still didn't know that Chen Yo had achieved unprecedented wealth in just a few minutes, but he was worried about whether he would catch a kingfish. That was the key to getting Aunt Mito to agree to take the hunter assessment. Sorry, Gon, just. Chen Yo laughed. In this world, he and Gon were considered brothers. Because Gon was 2 days older, Aunt Mito regarded him as Gon's brother. Chen Yo just glanced at the water, and a golden light flashed deep in his black pupils. In an instant, he actually jumped directly across the water and saw a huge monster eating a hook. What amazing eyesight! Is it normal that the improvement of body measurements makes one's vision almost exceed the limits of human beings? Tighten the rod. Gone. Chen Yo stepped forward and suddenly smiled. Hey? Hey! I took the bait. Gon was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. The fish float vibrated violently, and an unprecedented huge pulling force came from underneath the fishing line. It's a kingfish. You can't go wrong. Chapter 3. Wow wow wow. So strong, Brother Arnold, help me quickly. The terrifying force coming from the fishing rod almost pulled Gon away, but his face was filled with unprecedented excitement. Finally took the bait. He fished here for 7 or 8 years and finally encountered the legendary kingfish. But the strength was so terrifying that it felt like it could overturn a fishing boat. Coming! Chen Yo grabbed the fishing rod. The astonishing power brought about by the kingfish's struggle underwater seemed to be that it was welded to death in an instant. 55 strength attribute. It is equivalent to dozens of ordinary adults exerting force in one direction. Get up! Chen Yo's arm muscles suddenly bulged, and Gon's strength was not small. The two of them didn't care about the quality of the fishing rod and pulled it directly behind them. Wow! A gigantic fish of twisted size broke out of the water, shining brightly in the sun, and even roared like a calf. The two of them caught him and flew him to the shore. Coast of Whale Island. A large number of onlookers. Wow! It's so big! Is this the kingfish? I can't believe it. After 20 years, someone actually caught a kingfish. Yes, I remember it was Gon's father at that time, right? It turns out that the father of a tiger has no son. I heard that Arnold also put in a lot of effort. I didn't expect that he was also a fishing genius. So amazing. Countless people marveled, envied, and sighed. Almost all the residents of Whale Island make a living by fishing. Hunting a rare giant fish like kingfish is definitely a pride worth bragging about for a lifetime. I didn't expect that it would be completed by two boys of 11 or 12 years old. Aunt Mito. As promised, I have caught the kingfish. I can go and take the hunter assessment. Right. Gon, dressed in green, looked excitedly at Aunt Mito, who heard the sound not far away. This young and beautiful woman didn't have much happiness on her face, but a faint worry. The original agreement that Gon was asked to take part in the hunter assessment when he caught the kingfish was actually to completely dispel the idea of Gon becoming a hunter to find Dad Jin. But the kingfish, which was almost impossible to hook, was miraculously caught. Is this destiny, or is it? I will work hard and I will definitely become a hunter. Gon looked at Mito with bright eyes and ran excitedly towards home without waiting for her answer. He couldn't wait to pack his bags and hit the road. In order to become a hunter, he has waited for more than 10 years. Well. Mito sighed, the day he least expected to see finally came. Aunt Mito, you don't need to worry too much. Maybe Gon just wants to see the outside world. Besides, I am by his side. Don't worry, I will take good care of him for you. Chen Yo stepped forward. He was a head taller than Gon, although he was about the same age, but he looked much more mature and steady. Arno. Mito looked at Chen Yo with beautiful eyes, and finally let go of his hands. He wanted to gently touch Chen Yo's head, but he seemed to realize that this action seemed to treat the other person as a child, so he stroked his head instead. Very handsome cheeks. Thank you. Mito murmured. You're welcome, Aunt Mito. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the sea. I should be the one thanking you all these years. Everyone. Let's celebrate this kingfish together and have a bonfire party here tonight. Chen Yo turned around and shouted to everyone. He has lived on Whale Island for more than 3 years. During these 3 years, he was just an ordinary person and an outsider, but all the residents on the island were very friendly and enthusiastic to him and helped him a lot. Chen Yo is grateful to these simple residents. Today, after obtaining the system, Gon caught the kingfish, and Chen Yo also understood that it was time for him to set off. With his system, he cannot stay on Whale Island for the rest of his life. There is a broader world waiting for him. The hunter world is just the starting point. The bonfire party started as scheduled. Aunt Mito, who was originally worried, finally agreed to the two of them going to sea after a heart-to-heart communication with Chen Yo and Gon. She understood that the young man's yearning for the stars and the sea was unstoppable. This kingfish is cooked by Chen Yo. The god-level cooking skills shined for the first time, and the entire island residents were shocked and shocked. Those guys who originally stayed at home and didn't want to come out couldn't suppress the greed in their bodies and were attracted. If there weren't dozens of grown men working together to stabilize the scene, it might have turned into a robbery. No way, it's simply too delicious. Mito was so excited that she burst into tears after taking a bite of the kingfish. This was definitely the most delicious fish she had ever eaten. Chen Yo also tasted the kingfish without ceremony. Ding! You ate a derated kingfish, activated your gourmet talent, and gained 32 food points, strength +6, agility +3, and spirit +2. Your physical strength and spirit were replenished. It's only rated D, but the attribute increase is quite good. Chen Yo sang loudly about the cooked golden kingfish. This kind of delicacy can only be obtained with the first bite, and the rest is pure appetite and energy replenishment, but it is definitely delicious. Chapter 4. The unprecedented bonfire party finally came to an end. Chen Yo's cooking skills shined throughout Whale Island and became the object of praise from countless people. Even that night, dozens of young girls and young women had a strong impression of Chen Yo, but Chen Yo declined them one by one. The next day, the Hunter Assessment Ship, which once a year welcomes candidates, is about to arrive. The bright sunshine illuminates the wooden houses on the island. I will definitely pass the exam and become a hunter. Gon, who was carrying his luggage, said to Aunt Mito with a high face and determination. I will also become a hunter. Of course, my ideal is to eat delicious food from all over the world and bring them to Aunt Mito. Chen Yo, who was carrying some simple pots and pans on his back, smiled. Arno, Gon. Aunt Mito stepped forward and took the two of them into her arms. Fragrant and soft. A long time. She reluctantly let go of her arms and looked at the two children in front of her, whom she regarded as a couple, with crystal tears in her beautiful eyes. In front of the hut was a grandma looking at the three of them kindly. You must come back safely. Grandma and I will wait for you at Whale Island. Even if you can't become hunter, this is your forever home. This is our agreement. Aunt Mito said emotionally. This is our agreement. Don't worry, Aunt Mito. Chen Yo and Gon smiled, and they respectively stretched out their hands to make a sign of hooking their little fingers with Aunt Mito. Tick, 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 don't change for 100 years. Whale Island Coast Port. The Hunter research ship with its white mast hanging high has raised its sails and sounded the whistle of the ship setting sail. Chen Yo and Gon stood on the side of the ship and waved. Have a nice trip. Don't forget me. Brother Chen Nuo. You must remember to come back to Whale Island. I made delicious dried fish specially for you. Come on. I'm waiting for you to become hunter. The residents gathered on the shore waved and shouted loudly. Especially after eating Chen Nuo's kingfish feast last night, many residents had tears of reluctance on their lips. Everyone. I will definitely become the #1 hunter in the world. After I become a hunter, I will definitely come back. Arnold, how about you? Bid farewell to everyone loudly. Me, I will become the world's best gourmet. Bring back all kinds of top-notch ingredients. Chen Yo said with a smile. Obtaining the gourmet system means that he will most likely go further and further in the pursuit of delicious food. The Whale Island in the distance gradually becomes smaller in the field of vision. Ha ha ha. Become the #1 hunter in the world. This is too much to underestimate hunter. Every year, millions of masters gather from all over the world, but only very few are chosen in the end. Don't take it lightly. You're talking big words, little brother, ha 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 ha. Don't you think it's more ridiculous to be the world's #1 gourmet? For a gourmet to become hunter, this is definitely the biggest joke I've heard this year. No, ha ha ha, boy, what you are carrying is not a wok and a spoon, is it? Do you think you treat the hunter exam as a trip? Ha 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 ha. Not long after boarding the ship, Chen Yo heard the undisguised ridicule of some muscular men behind him. In the world of hunter, strength is king. What's more, boarding this ship means that you will definitely become a competitor in the future, so there is no such thing as hypocrisy. Here, the more assertive people are, the less likely they are to be offended. Oh? Then what kind of person do you think it takes to pass the test and become a hunter? Chen Yo took a step forward. He was carrying a backpack and looked calmly at the muscular guys just now. Brother Arnold. Gon glanced at the several strong men and said worriedly. Before leaving, Aunt Mito specifically told her not to cause trouble, and Gon tried his best to ignore these harsh words. Gon, the outside is different from Whale Island. The law of survival here is the law of the jungle. Once we choose to avoid, more flies will come around later, so, if you can't even deal with this little trouble, then how can you become a success? Hunter. Chen Yo whispered softly. Having lived in 2 lifetimes, he naturally understands these simple truths. In order to have a comfortable journey, he doesn't want to deal with these annoying flies every day. Oh? Little brat, before you boarded the ship, didn't your elders in your family teach you what it means to respect your seniors? Or do you mean that you don't even have the most basic eyesight? Can't you see the difference between us? Ka ka ka. Several fierce muscular guys made noises with their knuckles, stood up slowly, and stared at the 2 men fiercely. If you want to be a hunter, you don't have small arms and legs like yours. You must at least have muscles like ours, ha 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 ha. One person deliberately showed off his biceps, and the tight hamstrings made those nearby taking the assessment nervous. Oh? With such strong muscles, he must be very powerful. Chen Yo raised his eyes slightly and slowly raised his right index finger. A faint golden light condensed on the fingertips. Buzz. A slight buzzing sound that cannot be heard by the ears, it is the wonderful rhythm of the resonance of light and air. Whoosh! In an instant, a tiny beam of light burst out from Chen Yo's fingertips. Light Finger Gun. Chapter 5. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Golden light flashed past. A shrill howl suddenly erupted. The muscular man who was so arrogant just now was holding his right arm and rolling around in pain. His face was twisted in pain, and beads of sweat were rolling down. A shallow black pit as thick as a thumb appeared on the deck, with wisps of smoke rising. Several of his teammates were completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen Yo in front of them. This monster emits golden beams from its fingers. My mind is completely blank. It's not just him. The other people around who noticed the scene also had horrified expressions, especially when they heard the muscular man's screams. They felt hairs running down their spines. What just happened? Leorio, who was wearing a black suit and tie and upright short hair, was startled for a moment, then slowly took off his sunglasses with an incredible expression. It's light. The guy carrying the walk on his back emitted light with his fingers, and penetrated the man's arm. How is this possible? What kind of ability is this? Standing not far away, Kurapika with short blonde hair was stunned and lost her voice. Light? Are you sure? Leorio couldn't believe it. He didn't even see clearly what happened. After all, he had seen this kind of farce of bullying newcomers many times. The muscular guy was pretty good and had taught several newcomers a lesson before dealing with Chen Yo. I thought it was a familiar plot, but unexpectedly, it was reversed. The muscle guy was instantly beaten? And an attack almost comparable to that of a firearm? Damn it! Did the guy bring a gun on board? This is impossible. Everyone must be searched before boarding the ship. They cannot carry any thermal weapons, and even some dangerous weapons cannot be carried. Sigh. As expected, the control ability is still a bit poor. It seems that even if you have the shining fruit, you still need continuous training to control it better. Chen Yo looked at the faint black mark on the deck and sighed in his heart. He originally planned that the beam would just penetrate the opponent's arm and not damage the hull, but he did not expect that it would still cause some damage to the deck. Certainly. The main reason was that he overestimated the muscle strength of the muscular man, which resulted in the prepared light and finger gun energy exceeding the standard. Do you understand the gap between us now? If there is a next time, I will make a hole in your place. Do you understand? Don't let anyone disturb my brother and I. Chen Yo stepped forward, leaned over the muscular man, and pointed his finger in the middle of his forehead. Obviously, I understand. I was wrong. Sir. The muscular man was indeed very strong. He endured the severe pain of a broken arm and pecked rice for mercy with his face covered in sweat. Okay, let's go, gone. Chen Yo slowly stood up and stretched. The surroundings were already silent. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. They even took the initiative to give way a few meters. This guy, an absolute monster. Too cold-blooded. Too cruel. Just because of one word, the muscle man's arm was almost destroyed. Moreover, no one present could really see the strange attack just now. But no one would think that their brain is stronger than that of a muscle man. Awesome! Brother Arnold! How did you do it? I've never seen you do this before. Gon's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. I don't know exactly how to do it, I just suddenly learned it. Chen Yo laughed and said. Is there such an ability called Nian in this world? In fact, Nian can also achieve effects similar to those of the light finger gun just now, so he does not need to hide his ability too much. What's more, the ability of the shining fruit is too shining. It will shine in the future, so there is no need to hide it. Do you smell it? The smell of the wind has changed. Gon suddenly raised his head, took a deep breath through his nose, and then quickly climbed up the mast of the ship like an ape and stood on the watchtower. Is there a storm coming? You are really sensitive. This ability is really good on the sea. Chen Yo, who knew some of the plot, smiled slightly in his heart. He did not have Gon's ability to hear the news. This was a special talent only possessed by talented Icelanders on Whale Island. It was very practical when going fishing. It's a storm. Captain. And it's a huge storm. On the watchtower, Gon pinched his nose and said loudly. Storm? Haha, are you kidding me? The sun is shining brightly now. Yes. Although the weather at sea is unpredictable, it can't be so fast. This kid, Hey, I'm sorry. Gon's voice immediately made many people below sneer. As masters from all over the world, including some sailing veterans, naturally do not agree with Gon's views. But after being swept by Chen Yo's indifferent eyes, the whole place fell silent. No one dared to question it. This guy is really domineering. Being an enemy with him is definitely the most troublesome thing. Leorio rubbed his temples and sighed. Feel the same. Karapika sighed. Captain, Gon said a storm is coming. Be prepared. Chen Yo glanced at the red rosaceous old captain who walked out of the captain's room when he heard the commotion and said calmly. This kid has such calm eyes. He will definitely be a dangerous guy in the future. And that little guy can actually predict the storm so early? But, okay. The old captain's eyes changed slightly, and finally he nodded slightly towards Chen Yo, and then directly ordered the first mate and sailors to prepare for the storm. What's wrong, Captain? You actually listened to the advice of two brats today. SHH, keep your voice down. Scar was killed by that little guy today. Let's not mess with this monster. Hurry up and get to work. A storm is coming. Hell, how can there be a storm at this time? The captain must have lost his mind. Hey! Many crew members cursed, but not a few seconds had passed. The clouds were thick as lead, and thunder sounded. Boom! A rare huge storm is coming. Chapter 6. A few hours later. The ship passed through the center of the storm. The ship was in a mess, and many passengers fell to the ground in a daze, vomiting. If you can't even withstand this little storm, you won't be able to pass the hunter test at all. After handing over the rudder to the crew, the old captain with rosacea and a pipe in his mouth began to look at each cabin, shaking his head in disappointment. He is not only the captain, but also the hunter assessment audition assessor. Forced through the center of the storm is exactly what this audition is about. But unfortunately, all the passengers in the cabin basically lost consciousness and fainted, or lay on the ground vomiting and moaning in discomfort. Really? It's another year of zero passing, and it's just time for me to go back home. Hey! After opening a hatch, the old captain was stunned. Chen Yo, Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika remained calm and showed no signs of seasickness. Especially since Gon is actually treating other seasick people. Leorio is eating an apple, and Kurapika is lying on the hammock reading a book. Chen Yo, who concerned the old captain the most, was elegantly tasting a bottle of precious tequila wine. Etc. Tequila wine? Damn! Boy! Where did you get that wine from? That's the wine I've been collecting for many years, damn it! Realizing something instantly, the old captain rushed over excitedly. Gulu gulu! Chen Yo took the last sip of wine and put the jug on the table. When the old captain picked it up, he found that he could not pour out 2 drops of wine. Hiccup! Just after the storm, I saw some wine over there and rescued them. The tequila taste was still strong, but the rum was a bit astringent. It must have been brewed in the first place. The month is wrong, fermentation is a little off, hiccup. Chen Yo wiped the drink from the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. When the old captain who rushed over noticed the pile of wine bottles at the foot of the table, his eyes nearly popped out. Rum? Ah! Damn it! All the fine wine I have collected for more than 30 years is gone. Ah! The old captain screamed in pain. Chen Yo still has some unfinished ideas. I drank dozens of bottles of wine from the other party and gained +3 spirit and a dozen food points. The harvest can be considered so-so. Half an hour later. Captain's cabin. The old captain was so heartbroken that he almost convulsed, guarding the dozen or so bottles of wine he had left, staring at Chen Yo hatefully. This little kid who steals wine and drinks. Hiccup! Captain, don't be nervous. The vintage of your wine is too low to be considered gourmet. Don't worry, I'm not interested. Chen Yo smiled. You little brat. I've suffered too much this time. Okay, you 3, tell me why you must be hunters. The old captain took a deep breath, suppressed his desire to go berserk, and ignored Chen Yo. You're not an examiner, why are you asking? Leorio was the first to refuse, but Gon expressed his reasons with excitement. This made Leorio a little unhappy, but he couldn't express it clearly because of Chen Yo's face. I refuse to answer that question here. Kurapika declined. Ahem, let's talk about it. This old man is the audition examiner for this hunter exam. It's the 4 of us who passed the audition this time, right, Captain? Burp. Chen Yo's words immediately shocked both Kurapika and Leorio, and they looked at the captain in disbelief. The assessment has started. Didn't you say you want to land on the island? Hey? Kid, your name is Chen Yo, right? You are really smart. You are definitely the most special candidate I have seen in these years, and I am afraid you will also be a dangerous guy in the future. The old captain was startled for a moment, and he was amazed and even more appreciative. Chen Yo's performance is definitely the best among the 4. His mentality, judgment, and mind are obviously much stronger. As long as this kid doesn't die, I'm afraid he will definitely become a terrifying monster hunter. Can I take that as a compliment? Captain. Chen Yo chuckled. Of course, but when you become famous in the future, you must remember to return some of my good wine to this old guy. You kid drank the wine I had saved for decades. Well, for the sake of this little guy Chen Yo, let me tell you directly, I am the audition officer for the hunter assessment. The old captain confessed directly to the four people. Leorio and Kurapika were shocked when they heard this. If Chen Yo hadn't just spoken, they might have been eliminated directly. To a certain extent, the two of them seemed to directly owe Chen Yo a favor. Next, the three of them each expressed their motivations and purposes for participating in the hunter assessment. Obviously, the captain was quite satisfied with the answers of the three, at least the answers sounded full of fighting spirit. As for Chen Yo, he didn't ask, because in his opinion, this little guy, who is obviously only 12 years old, definitely has the calm state of mind of an adult. He is not a little guy who wants to talk about his goals. He seems to be completely equal to himself. So he didn't need to ask about this. However, what surprised Chen Yo was that there was no incident like the subsequent tornado in the previous life plot that caused the crew to fall into the sea, causing Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio to rescue each other and cherish each other. It seems, my appearance seems to have changed some of the historical trajectory of the hunter world. Chen Yo sighed in his heart. Chapter 7. Port Dory. Hunter's formal assessment place. Ships transporting candidates from all over the world gather here, and candidates who have passed the audition are arriving one after another. Boys. As a small thank you for saving the ship, I'll give you a piece of advice. Have you seen the big cedar tree on the top of the mountain? Go in that direction, that's the shortcut to the venue. The old captain took a puff of his pipe and pointed to the huge cedar road at the top of the mountain that leaned behind Port Dory. Thank you so much, Captain. Gon was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, old captain. Chen Yo also smiled. Don't forget my wine. Boy, I'm waiting for your good news. And you guys are all pretty good too, ha 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 ha. The old captain said goodbye with a smile, and his memory seemed to return to decades ago. After watching a few people walk away, he slowly turned around, but the look on his face was full of memories. Jin, you have a good son. But that little guy named Chen Yo is definitely the most monstrous monster I have ever seen. I'm afraid his reputation will spread across the entire continent soon. The old captain sighed with emotion. In front of the publicity guide board at Port Dory Square, Leorio and Kurapika also temporarily joined Chen Yo and Gon's team. In Leorio's words, I'm very strong, but I definitely don't want to compete with a monster like you, so just to be on the safe side, let's form a team before entering the finals. This was his initiative to invite Gon, and before Chen Yo could say anything, Gon had already excitedly agreed. Because this was the first time he made new friends after leaving Whale Island. Chen Yo could only express that it didn't matter. Leorio and Kurapika finally relaxed each other, and they both saw each other's happiness in their eyes. The four of them reached a surprising consensus on whether to take the winding mountain path to the so-called finishing cedar or take a bus. The reason was just that Chen Yo said, there might be some delicious game on the mountain road. Three people, including Gon, immediately agreed. On the winding mountain road. Boss Chen Yo, hey, let me carry your things for you. You even thoughtfully prepared so many pots and pans. Boss, you are such a refined person. Leorio carried Chen Yo's luggage, Gon's backpack, and his own briefcase with a flattering smile on his face. But in my heart, I was full of curses. Maid. As long as I can get some favor from this monster, the probability of passing the hunter test will skyrocket this time. This is definitely a huge profit. I'm definitely not that stupid, Obviously Leorio is the oldest in the team, but this guy takes the initiative to call Chen Yo the boss. Gon was a little embarrassed, but unfortunately he couldn't resist Leorio's enthusiasm, so all the luggage was naturally packed by Leorio. Leorio becomes a coolie. Then why don't you help me carry my luggage, Leorio? Kurapika rolled her eyes and handed her own over. I have to say that in terms of appearance, Kurapika is probably the only one in the team who can compete with Chen Yo. Of course, he prefers the beauty of girls, while Chen Yo prefers the beauty of boys. They are two types, but it is undeniable that Kurapika is very beautiful. Get out of here. You said you would use honorifics for me, kid. Remember it yourself. Leorio, tired and out of breath, said with disdain. It's not just to please Chen Yo, a duplicitous guy. Kurapika exposed Leorio's little thoughts, and the latter suddenly became angry. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. We are on the same team. Leorio, if you are tired, you can leave it to me. Although my strength is not as strong as Brother Arnold, it is not small. Gon smiled brightly. A group of 4 people were playing and joking on the road, and time passed very quickly. Shortly after, the 4 of them arrived at a deserted and secluded street halfway up the mountain. What the hell kind of place is this? You can't see a single person in sight, hoo. Leorio was so tired that he was out of breath. He didn't expect that the pots and bowls Chen Yo was carrying were so heavy. Would you like to take a break, Leorio? Gon expressed concern. SHH, someone is here. Don't speak until I give you a signal, Gon. Chen Yo suddenly made a silent gesture. Hey? Okay, Arnold. Gon quickly covered his mouth, which made Kurapika on the side look puzzled. For he saw no one coming in the street. Finally, when everyone walked more than 200 meters and passed a dusty street house, the wooden door slowly opened, and several figures pushing carts slowly walked out. Is this guy, just guessing? This is hundreds of meters away. How could he find out so early? Kurapika was extremely frightened and looked at Chen Yo with shocked eyes. Horrible. What level of predictability is this? Hearing? Guess? Then what? In the confused expressions of Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika, many guys wearing white robes and holding musical instruments blocked the middle of the road, pushing something similar to a judge's stand. Sitting there was an old woman with a wrinkled face and a serious look on her face, her chin in her hands. Tense, exciting, choose one of the two. The old woman opened her eyes in vain and looked at everyone and said loudly. Immediately, many people with white robes and haircuts behind them played the musical instruments in their hands. Grievingly funny instrumental sounds. Chen Yo. Gone 3 people. Chapter 8. This Sakura guy's funny side is really stiff. Chen Yo couldn't help but murmur in his heart. The old woman explained her purpose. She was the assessor responsible for the fir tree on the top of the mountain. She must answer her questions correctly within 5 seconds to pass, otherwise she would be directly disqualified from the hunter assessment. Before Gon and the others could speak, a sidekick had already walked over from the darkness of the street behind them. Chen Yo noticed this trap half a day ago, but did not alert him. Really? This guy wanted to answer first, but Chen Yo said it didn't matter. If your mother and lover are caught by bad guys, and you can only save one, mother, 2, lover, which one will you choose first? The old woman's question came out. Hey? What a terrible question is this? Leorio was dumbfounded. Kurapika and Gon were also confused, because this kind of question is too difficult for ordinary people to choose. But this dragon figure pressed the answer button without thinking. Of course it's 1. Passerby said confidently. Why? The old woman narrowed her eyes slightly and said. Because my mother is irreplaceable, my lover can find another one at any time. Passerby said. The scene was silent for a second, and the old woman's expression did not change at all. She pointed to the door on the right behind her. Go over there. TCH. Ha. For this kind of problem, you just need to cater to the old lady's preferences. Just wait and I will set up various traps for you on the road, ha. Passerby turned his head to look at Chen Yo and the others insidiously, and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This BD. He definitely has bad intentions, but how could the result of this question be like this? Leorio suddenly felt very hot and couldn't help shouting loudly. If you don't answer the questions here, you will be eliminated immediately. The old woman said expressionlessly. Leorio was immediately furious. He didn't come to take the hunter assessment just to be angry with this old guy, so he couldn't help but cursed. Kurapika immediately realized something when she heard his curse. When she was about to speak, the old woman stopped her. You are not allowed to talk now. If you continue to talk too much, you will be eliminated immediately. Then, listen carefully, here comes your problem. The old woman waved her hand to stop Kurapika, who had woken up. She glanced around but paused slightly on Chen Yo. This kid. There was no emotional change at all. Could it be that he didn't care about this hunter assessment? Or have you seen through the essence of the problem? Chen Yo was directly listed as a key target by the old woman. Your mother and lover were caught by bad guys, and you can only save one, mother, 2, lover. Which one will you choose first? The old woman held her chin in her hands and narrowed her eyes slightly. Ah! Isn't this the same question as before? But isn't the answer already obvious? Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika were all dumbfounded. Because no one expected that it was the same problem? The key is, didn't that person pass just now? Just copy the homework. But isn't that too simple? Is it equivalent to giving it away for free? I don't know this old woman, so why should others give me the answer for free? Could it be said to be a trap? So what should the answer be? You, little guy, you should be their captain. You answer. Your answer will determine whether the 4 of you can pass. The old woman didn't wait for anyone to think about it, and directly named Chen Yo. This BD. How can the 4 of us ask one person to answer directly? Damn it! This is not a fight. How can there be a standard answer to this kind of question? Leorio suddenly became anxious. He had gone through all the trouble to come here to take the assessment, and he definitely didn't want to come back halfway. Kurapika also began to doubt herself. Could it be that her understanding just now was wrong? Gon, on the other hand, looked confused and had no idea what was going on. Oh? I didn't expect to be assigned. Chen Yo was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he, who was ordinary, would be automatically put in a key position. Maybe it was because he was too good looking, or maybe it was for other reasons. Alas, it was helpless. You have 5 seconds to think. The old woman said. Before I do this, I want to ask you 2 questions. The answers to these questions will be provided later. Chen Yo suddenly said. Hey? Ask me a question? This is the first time in these years that you are a test taker who has turned your back on guests. It's interesting. I'm in a good mood today, you tell me. The old woman was startled for a moment, then smiled. Brother Arnold. Gon was nervous. Don't worry, we will reach the top of the mountain no matter what. Chen Yo smiled slightly. He had already prepared for the worst. As for answering questions, of course it was just for fun. If he lost, he would just go through. First, according to local law, is it illegal to be sentenced if a mother falls into the water and fails to rescue her children? Second, according to local law, is it illegal to be sentenced if a lover falls into the water and fails to rescue her? Chen Yo stepped forward and said. The whole audience was stunned. Gon and Leorio were stunned. Kurapika also looked confused, but then her eyes lit up as if she thought of something. The old woman was silent, her slightly narrowed eyes opened and she looked up and down at Chen Yo. Finally, he slowly stood up and said respectfully, I once heard an old saying, use the spear of the sun to attack the shield of the sun. Today I finally understood it personally. You passed it. The correct way to the top of the mountain is here. She waved her hand and opened the door on the left. A wide doorway appeared. The door on the right opened at the same time, and the passerby who passed through before was unconscious and lost the hunter qualification. Chapter 9. That's awesome. Brother Arnold, how did we pass? What's the final answer? After passing through the gate halfway up the mountain, the group entered the dense jungle. Gon couldn't help but ask Chen Yo. Leorio and Kurapika both leaned over in unison. The fact that the two of them passed was entirely thanks to Chen Yo, especially for questions like Leorio, but he would be wrong in all likelihood, and that was where he failed before. There is no answer. In fact, there is no clear answer to this question. The question I asked is only a universal answer. For ordinary people who are defenseless, choosing mother is the best because they can avoid legal punishment. But for those who have the ability, there are more choices, such as saving two people at the same time, or not letting this situation happen, etc. In fact, this level is just a test of our ability to adapt and bear pressure. Chen Yo smiled slightly. This kind of question had the most reasonable answer in his previous life, so he just asked it in return. He wasn't sure that he would pass, but he didn't expect it to be a perfect solution. I see. Even so, I definitely can't think of the answer. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Arnold. Gon sighed. Leorio and Kurapika also had feelings for each other, and Leorio worked even harder on carrying his luggage. Worth it. Being a coolie this time is definitely worth it. Leorio screamed in his heart without any complaints along the way. It's getting late. Night falls. Along the way, the four of them found many warning signs saying beware of monsters, but they never seemed to reach the end. It's true that Wang Shan is a dead horse. During the day in Port Dory, it seemed that the fir trees were not far away from me, but when I actually climbed up, I found that they were surprisingly far away. Look! There is a house. That should be the place where the navigator was mentioned by the old woman. Let's go quickly. Gyalu gyalu, I've been hungry all day. It would be nice if I could have a full meal. Now is not the time to eat. Gon pointed at the shimmering house in the distance and said excitedly. Leorio and Kurapika were both excited. Chen Yo also became energetic, and the four of them walked up quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Is there anyone? Not at home? Then we're coming in. Leorio put down his luggage and opened the door. The moonlight shines through the window, reflecting the broken furniture on the ground. In front of his eyes, a ferocious monster with golden hair, over 2 meters tall, and a weird laugh suddenly appeared. At its feet was a dying man lying in a pool of blood. Its sharp claws were stuck in the fragile neck of a woman, who showed an expression of struggling in pain. Warcraft. It's a ferocious fox that transforms into a Warcraft. He can transform into a human form. He's a beast with a high IQ. Kurapika took out a stick weapon and shouted in warning. That woman! Gon exclaimed. The ferocious fox had already broken the window with the woman. Those who fall on the ground must be given first aid as soon as possible. Boss Chen Nuo. Leorio rushed forward and helped the man in the pool of blood up. Please, you must save my wife. The man covered in blood struggled to speak, his tone full of pleading. Brother Arnold. I'm going to chase that guy, and he'll leave it to you. I'm not leaving Kurapika. Gon's eyes turned red instantly. He took his backpack and fishing rod, and rushed out with Kurapika before Chen Yo could speak. Looking at the disappearing figures of the two men, Chen Yo sighed helplessly, and his eyes fell on the man. Type: Transformed Warcraft Ferocious Fox. Food rating: E. Description: a kind of transforming monster with extremely high IQ. Their tails are the most delicious ingredients and can reach D level. But cooking monsters in human form requires a strong heart and absolutely superb cooking skills. D-level ingredients, Gyalu. Chen Yo swallowed, his eyes green. Hiss. When the seriously injured man fell to the ground and his eyes touched Chen Yo, his face instantly became extremely ugly and his pupils shrank violently. He felt as if he was being stared at by some natural enemy, and the hairs on his back stood up one by one. This guy. Why are the eyes so scary? No? Aren't you disguised perfectly? Did this guy see through his disguise? Hey, hey, hey! Hold on! Why do you look so bad? Your wife is still in the hands of the monster, you must not die. Damn it, don't you need me to do artificial respiration? Do you want me to be with a man? This is my first kiss, I can't accept it even thinking about it, but if I watch him die here, I will never forgive myself in this life. Seeing the man's expression, which looked so different that he might die at any moment, Leorio struggled fiercely in his heart. But in the end, the justice in his heart defeated everything. He closed his eyes tightly and pouted, slowly facing the man. I give up. Sudden. Leorio woke up from the screams of the man in his arms. This man who was clearly on the verge of death was surprisingly strong. He broke free of his arms and jumped up. His face was pale and his whole body was shaking as if he had seen something terrifying. Aren't you about to die? Leorio was dumbfounded. Especially if he is about to die, there is no problem in participating in the sports meeting in this state. But he noticed that the other party didn't seem to be afraid of himself, but afraid of what was behind him. To be precise, it is a shadow that is gradually lengthening in the moonlight. Leorio slowly turned around and saw Chen Yo, who was shrouded in shadow with a moonlight expression on his back. Those green and strange eyes. Hey, leave your tail for me. Chen Yo's deep voice was like the cold wind blowing through the 9 nether hell. Chapter 10. Hey, leave your tail for me. Chen Yo's deep voice was like the cold wind blowing through the 9 nether hell. The man covered in blood. Boss. Leorio was extremely confused. Don't want to? Then if I come and get it myself, I don't necessarily only need the tail. Chen Yo showed his white teeth and smiled. As a time traveler, he naturally knew that the people he met were actually transformed monsters and ferocious foxes, including the man in front of him who seemed to be seriously injured. They are the test questions. But as a senior gourmet hunter, enjoying the delicious food along the way is also a form of spiritual practice. When did you find out? The man took a few steps back nervously, staring intently at Chen Yo. Leorio was about to ask why, but he was shocked to see the man's figure rapidly growing in height. It suddenly turned into a ferocious fox with golden fur, sharp claws and a very oppressive transforming monster. Oh, the smell of Warcraft, you can smell it from a few kilometers away. Chen Yo rubbed his nose and smiled, have you thought about it? The tail shouldn't be too important to you. I haven't tasted the taste of Warcraft yet. This little brat. You are too deceptive. I can already pass the test for you, and that tail. The ferocious fox had an ugly expression. Judging from his appearance, he would never think that Chen Yo would be his opponent, but as a keen monster, his intuition told him that this guy in front of him was too scary. The whole body exudes a terrifying aura like the devil of hell. He didn't finish his sentence. A faint golden light flashed. Chen Yo has appeared behind him, his fingers as sharp as daggers. Click! Half of the tail fell down. Fierce fox! A few seconds passed before severe pain came. He clutched his PP and screamed as if he had been stepped on. He jumped to the corner of the house, shivering and trembling, staring at Chen Yo with frightened eyes, as if he had seen devil. Leorio was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Lei, bring me the kitchen utensils and the seasonings. Such a beautiful moonlight is perfect for barbecue. Chen Yo weighed the tail in his hand with satisfaction. It weighed a pound or two, which was enough for a midnight snack. The moonlight is quiet. Remove the hair, cut into sections, insert into skewers, apply special seasoning and place on charcoal fire to start grilling. As time goes by, the skewers make a sizzling sound, the fragrant fat drips out, and the meat has become crispy and golden. Perfect. Absolutely top quality barbecue. Name: Grilled Ferocious Foxtail. Food rating: D. Tasty. Chen Yo masturbated twice, showing an expression of enjoyment. Ding! You ate the D-level delicacy charcoal grilled ferocious foxtail, and gained strength +1, agility +5 and spirit +1. Oh haha! It's indeed a D-class gourmet food. This attribute improvement is still very good, it's cool. Chen Yo's mouth was filled with oil and she felt extremely comfortable. Sure enough, the top delicacy was Warcraft. I wonder what chimera ants taste like. Let's have a bunch. Xiao Lei. Chen Yo smiled and threw a bunch to Liu. The latter swallowed hard, but felt extremely frightened in his heart. This was cut off from the man just now. Although it is a demon species, but a demon species in the form of a cannibal, this is psychologically difficult to accept. But, this smells so good. Hiskilagulua. This is simply indescribable, so delicious. Boss Chen Yo, it is absolutely the best. But after taking a bite, Liu felt that the whole world was shining brightly, and the GC in his skull was shaking with excitement. All the limbs and bones seemed to have become warm and comfortable. But he doesn't have the gourmet talent, so naturally he can't get attribute points from it. The saddest thing is the ferocious fox in the corner. The feeling of watching others eat your own tail is definitely a nightmare. Finally, after a full meal, Chen Yo stroked his belly contentedly and burped. Barely half full. As for eating the entire ferocious fox, forget it, this guy was in anthropomorphic form before, and he wasn't hungry enough to eat a human yet. Let's go. Gon and the others should be almost here. Well, Navigator, please take us there. Chen Yo said politely after wiping away the grease stains from the corners of his mouth. Fierce fox. Devil. This guy is an absolute devil. You said that as long as I promise that you are all qualified, you will not attack my parents and my wife. The ferocious fox said bravely. Of course, I am a person who keeps my promises, and you are not considered a treacherous and evil person. There is no need for me to kill you all. Chen Yo smiled. Follow me. I hope it's as you say. The ferocious fox struggled to speak, but his heart was extremely bitter. This was definitely the most dangerous day in these years. He had already decided that as long as this evil star was sent away, the whole family would stay away from here immediately, and he would no longer treat it as a ghost. The leader. Liu was confused the whole time. The ferocious fox had already run out like a gust of wind, and Chen Yo followed leisurely. Ah! Wait for me. There is also this pot. After reacting, Liu quickly picked up all the luggage, yelled and ran after him. Chapter 11. Ha 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 ha! The father of the child, come out quickly, there is something interesting. It has been several years and no one can tell the two of us apart. I am so happy. Yes, this kid is really a genius. The candidates sent here are really good. I wonder how my son is doing. Two ferocious foxes of almost the same size squatted on the ground and laughed strangely. Gon was explaining to Kurapika the differences between the two ferocious foxes with great interest. It's really good. This young man is also very good. He actually discovered the flaw in the wrist tattoo I deliberately made. His observation skills are unexpected. I don't know what's going on with my husband. I hope you can pass it. The young woman who had been taken away under duress smiled. Brother Arnold, there will be no problem, hee. Gon smiled confidently. What he can do, Chen Yo can definitely do better, this is what he must be sure of. Liu's words are up in the air, but it's not surprising that he failed to become a hunter because of money. Kurapika said this while staring back. It was only after he exposed the young woman's disguise that he passed the navigator's assessment. Why hasn't my son come here yet? Is there something wrong? One of the ferocious foxes said with some doubts. According to the situation in previous years, the son is the strongest among the 4 ferocious foxes, and is often the first to determine the outcome. But this time there seemed to be no movement. Maybe there have been some changes when facing 2 candidates at the same time? But before leaving, it also took a look at the 2 candidates. They seemed to be ordinary, right? Husband, it. The young woman also showed a worried look. How about we go there? Ah. They are coming. Far away. 3 figures are approaching quickly. After seeing clearly who was coming, both parties were overjoyed. But the 2 ferocious foxes were stunned when they saw the broken tail of the male ferocious fox. Son? Your tail. What happened? For ferocious foxes, although the tail does not play a big role, it does affect the appearance. Ahem. I accidentally broke it just now. It's not a big deal. Okay. Mom, Dad, and wife, these 2 have passed the test. How is the situation here? The male ferocious fox was about to hint that Gon and Kurapika would also pass, but unexpectedly the result seemed to be like this: these 2 little guys actually passed. Husband, are you okay? How about I go get some medicine first? The young woman was distressed. No need. The assessment is the most important. Everyone, I will take you to the final place of the hunter assessment immediately. I wish you success and success. The male ferocious fox interrupted the woman's words, spread his wings directly, and looked at Chen Yo as if asking for instructions. The assessment passed, let's go first. Chen Yo glanced at Gon and the others and smiled. Okay. Brother Arnold. Gon jumped up excitedly. The female ferocious fox was full of doubts, and the old parents were also confused, but after seeing the male ferocious fox's gaze, they still grabbed the 4 of them and flew high. A long flight. Several times along the way, the male ferocious fox nearly fell, which frightened the female ferocious foxes into exclaims. There was nothing he could do. Holding on to this god of death, the ferocious male fox felt that his heart could hardly bear it. Finally. Who knows how long it took? Breaking through the night, ushering in the dawn. Under the rising sun. The 4 of them arrived at the hunter assessment city Zaban City. Arrive. The ferocious male fox stumbled to the ground and returned to his human form. You guys go back first. I'll just lead a few of them to the assessment site. Wife, please pack our luggage. Hey? Luggage. The woman was stunned. Well, I plan to go on a family trip after completing this mission. For so many years, you have always said that you want to see the outside world. You have never had time before, but after being busy this time, I decided to spend more time with you. There are parents. Husband, you are so kind. I'll go and sort it out right away. The woman was so moved that she left with the other 2 older ferocious foxes. Gon and Kurapika were also eaten by this wave of dog food, but Leorio understood the reason and looked at Chen Yo with eyes full of admiration. The examinee who beat away the examiners is definitely the strongest examinee in the history of hunter assessment. Chen Yo is a great boss. Leorio roared with excitement in his heart. This is it, boss 3 copies. He led several people into an inconspicuous steak shop next to the most majestic tall building in Nazasaka City. The male ferocious fox greeted the boss familiarly. No, 30 portions. It tastes so delicious. This is definitely the most authentic fried steak. You must taste it when you come here. Chen Yo stepped forward and took a breath of enjoyment, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the steak in the boss's pot. Name: top quality Wagyu steak at a century-old restaurant in Zasaka City. Food rating: F. Well. The boss was stunned for a moment and looked at the ferocious fox with some astonishment. Do as he says. 30 portions. You must show off your wealth-finding skills. This distinguished guest is very picky. The rest will be charged to my account. The ferocious fox said nervously. Please wait. The boss realized something and even declined other customers to concentrate on frying steaks for Chen Yo and others. After an hour, 30 pieces of prime Wagyu steak were packed and brought, and the ferocious fox carefully sent a few people to the hidden box. Thank you for the hospitality, go back, we will take the elevator up. Chen Yo pointed to the elevator numbers on the wall of the box. Fierce fox, okay, sir. You will definitely pass the hunter test. Goodbye, no, never see you again. Before Chen Yo and the others could speak, the ferocious fox fled in a hurry. Brother Arnold, he. Gone and others looked confused. Chapter 12. Shortly after. Who knows, the elevator hiding the box rose quickly. When it finally stopped when it reached the 100th floor, the elevator door opened, and what came into view was a dilapidated cave filled with people, and there seemed to be some abandoned facilities inside. These people of all kinds seemed to be here to take the hunter exam, and they all looked solemn and dangerous. Lurio, give me the backpack and the packed steaks. Chen Yo suddenly stood still. Boss. It's okay. Okay, boss, if you get tired, you can leave it to me anytime. Liu obediently handed the things to Chen Yo. He ate roasted ferocious foxtail before, and now he is still very full of strength. Here. Please take your number plate. Suddenly, a short man in a green suit with a bald bean face came over and handed over a white number plate. Liu 663, Karapika 664, Gon 665. Chen Nuo 666. Here, please wear it on your chest and don't lose it, The bean-faced man stopped while handing the number plate to Chen Yo, opened his mouth wide, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. This feeling. Why do you have the illusion of facing President Netero? But this guy in front of me is just a young man. Very good numbers, I like them very much. Thank you, your head is very slippery too. Chen Yo played with the lucky number plate in his hand and touched the bean-faced man's bald head. It felt good. It's a pity that this guy is not a gourmet food, and it may taste a bit awkward. The bean-faced man trembled all over, bowed and left quickly. You guys are new to me. How nice are you guys? Suddenly a passionate call came from a distance. A short, fat, dark man with number 16 wearing a blue coat and a crossbody bag jumped down. Oh haha! Good old man Tonpa, the rat shit in the anime in his previous life. This is my 35th time taking the hunter exam. I can be said to be an exam expert. I can give you some tips for newbies. Tonpa introduced himself enthusiastically, looking at Chen Yogan and others, showing a kind smile. Destroying newcomers' dreams is something he has always been committed to. No interest, we are not interested in you. If you only plan to have fun deliberately making newcomers fail the assessment, you must have found the wrong person, the newcomer killer Tonpa. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chen Yo. What newcomer killer? You are talking nonsense. I have always been enthusiastic about helping newcomers and providing advice on exams. This is obvious to everyone. Just now, a few newcomers accepted my advice, right? Everyone, you are talking nonsense. Deliberately slandering me. Tonpa's expression changed. He looked around in panic. After gaining support from the newcomers who had given him some small favors, he immediately bit back. He is actually notorious, but after all, there are far more newcomers taking the assessment every year than the old ones, so not many people can recognize him. Coupled with his extremely deceptive appearance, he looks more like a short, poor, and honest person like Wu Dalan. Yes. Mr. Tonpa just gave us a lot of valuable advice. He also gave us energy drinks to quench our thirst and refresh ourselves. This guy definitely wants to slander Mr. Tonpa with bad intentions. Get out of here. I hate this insidious guy the most. Don't worry, Mr. Tonpa, we will never let this guy go. Several newcomers who had received some small favors had already gathered around and stared at Chen Yo and the others menacingly. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to become a bit tense and dangerous. Brother Arnold. Gon looked at Chen Yo nervously. Liu frowned and took the initiative to move closer to Chen Yo. Kurapika also quietly tightened the stick in her pocket. Oh, Tonpa is a good person. So, Tonpa, why don't you drink the drink with laxative in the bag? Chen Yo smiled and pointed at Tonpa's satchel. This, I've already drank it, and I'm not thirsty now. I definitely didn't add any laxatives to this. You're talking nonsense. Tonpa's face became extremely nervous, and he covered his bag with a guilty conscience. The newcomers also understood instantly. They are newcomers, but that doesn't mean they have no brains. And those who can reach this point are definitely people with extraordinary strength. Tonpa's face said it all. Okay. Tonpa, so you added laxatives in it. Damn it. No wonder I said why my brother hasn't come back from going to the bathroom. UBD. Fortunately I haven't drank yet. The newcomers who were originally protecting him turned back and glared at him angrily. No, 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 no. You misunderstood, I never. Tonpa explained feebly and stepped back step by step. Then drink a kin yourself and we will believe you. Otherwise. Damn BD, I still thought you were a good person, but you are really blind. Sure enough, you shouldn't trust anyone here. Hit him. Depend on. Several newcomers were already angry and rushed forward with fists clenched. Tonpa didn't have the courage to argue anymore, so he covered his head and tried to escape. Just as Tonpa was being beaten wildly, a shrill scream of terror suddenly came from behind. Only a guy wearing an armor cape and a mohawk who looked like a thin version of a Spartan warrior was seen kneeling on the ground. His hands turned into broken pieces like red cherry blossoms. In front of him was a cold and sly man with short red hair and a clown costume. Chapter 13. It's really magical. The arm turned into petals and disappeared. I didn't do anything. Be careful. You should apologize if you bump into someone. The tall and handsome clown man crossed his arms and looked down at the wailing man at his feet with a strange arc at the corner of his mouth. This guy. I didn't expect this dangerous guy to come too. Next to Chen Yo, a fat man with oily hair and a pink face, a high-class appearance and wearing overalls number 187 suddenly spoke. Is he great? Gon said in shock. Of course, this guy number 44 magician Hisoka clearly passed the test last year, but he was forced to cancel the exam results because he beat an unsatisfied examiner half to death. If you face this guy this time, your entire team they will all be annihilated. The fat man in overalls number 187 glanced at everyone calmly. A hole. Are you looking down on us so much? That guy may not be as powerful as you brag about. Besides, our boss Chen Yo. Liu rolled up his sleeves and was about to punch the conceited fat man twice. Introduce yourself, my name is Nicolou, you are Liu, Kurapika, and J Fuji from Whale Island, Chen Yo. I have collected your data before. The probability of passing the hunter exam this time is high. It will be more than 35%. Okay, I won't disturb you anymore, I have other things to do. Nick Lu, the little fat guy number 187, touched his hairstyle elegantly, closed the notebook he carried with him, and turned to leave. The purpose of what he just said seemed to be just to show off his superiority. UBD who looks down on people. Liu was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wanted to go over and beat the fat man, but Gon and Kurapika held him tightly. Hee. Chen Yo smiled lightly. If he remembered correctly, this little chubby Nicolou should have been eliminated in the first round of long-distance running due to lack of physical strength. What he really cared about was the scene where Hisoka took action just now. The arms turn into cherry blossoms and float away, which is really amazing. With nearly 20 times the abnormal mental power of an ordinary person, Chen Yo was keenly aware that the armored man's arms had actually been cut off before. The petals were just a blindfold, and the cause of everything was the special ability unique to the hunter world. Read. Hisoka's Nen simulated the shape of flower petals, making the opponent's arm look like broken petals. It is a special ability that is unique to the hunter world. Even in the later stages, it is an absolutely core existence. If it can be obtained, it will definitely be a big help to me, and it can even allow the shining fruit to be better developed. Chen Yo's mind moved slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And Chen Yo glanced across. Oh, it came as expected. He noticed a child with silver-white hair in the corner of the crowd, holding a scooter in his pockets. Killua, the famous underground assassination ace, the third young master of the Zoldyck family, is very powerful. In the later period, he was the top combat power in the hunter world, but now he is just a weakling. There are also Killua's brother, the mechanical man with needles, the bald ninja and so on. None of the candidates present are easy to get along with, and any one of them can be regarded as an elite among ordinary people. Finally, after everyone waited for a long time, the sound of jingling bells sounded. The stone wall in front of the cave rumbled upwards. A man with light purple curled hair and an upturned purple mustache appeared with a gentlemanly demeanor. He was holding a frog alarm clock in his hand and looked like an old butler. Examiner Satos. Suddenly everyone's eyes were attracted. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. At this moment, the registration time for the hunter test has officially ended, so the hunter test will be conducted next. It is finally confirmed that if you are unlucky or lack strength in this test, you will be seriously injured and may even lose your life. Even so, you must insist on participating. If you want to, please follow me. If you want to give up, please leave the test site as soon as possible from the elevator at the rear. Sato's voice echoed in the cave, but none of the candidates chose to give up. Now that we have come this far, how can we be sent back just because of the examiner's words? Before we encounter real unsolvable troubles, we should at least try our best. This is the idea held by most people. Okay, all 732 people are participating this time, please come with me. Satos looked at everyone with an expressionless expression, then turned around and took a step forward. Many candidates behind him followed with confused expressions, full of expectations for the content of this exam. But as they walked, everyone realized something was wrong. Examiner Satos actually walked faster and faster. It was obviously just walking, but this guy seemed to be running, no, faster than running. It was like a robot that didn't need to rest at all and never tired. The candidates behind me have already started running to catch up. Brother Arnold, he is walking so fast. Some people are starting to have trouble keeping up. Gon walked easily with his backpack on his back and glanced at the candidates who were gradually being pulled away behind him. The content of this assessment is to catch up with the examiner. Leorio, give me your bag. I will wait for you in front. Gon, Kurapika, you have to keep up. Chen Yo smiled and said softly, and took Leorio's bag directly. Ah? Is it that easy? Just keep up with the examiner. Leorio was a little confused. But before Kurapika and others could speak, Chen Yo was already carrying a backpack, and his figure almost turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the place. Shining fruit light speed movement. This sudden acceleration made Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika stunned. Killua, just now, did Boss Chen Yo boss him? Leorio's eyes widened with a horrified expression. Kurapika's pupils also dilated, and a trace of strange crimson emerged from the depths of her eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone could reach such an exaggerated speed. Just, same as light. Gon looked confused, but when he came to his senses, he was full of fighting spirit and laughed excitedly, "We also have to catch up with Brother Arnold. Let's go." Chen Yo's swift light and shadow quickly passed by the many candidates in front of him. Everyone only felt their eyes light up, an array of light flashed away. What was that just now? I think I saw a figure? Isn't it because I didn't get enough rest last night that my eyesight was dazzled? What the hell is this examiner going to do? He's so exhausted. Why don't he stop and take a rest? Everyone was confused, but most of them thought it was just an illusion. Who? So fast. How can there be such a terrifying speed? Killua, who had his hands in his pockets and looked relaxed, was stunned, feeling a turmoil in his heart. As a top assassination genius, he clearly sensed that someone had definitely passed by him at that moment, but the speed was too terrifying. He had only seen such terrifying speed in one person. My own grandfather, Zeno Zoldyck. The strongest in the family. But this is just the first professional hunter novice assessment. That is. The magician Hisoka, who was strolling in the courtyard with a raised corner of his mouth, was startled for a moment, the smile on his face slowly froze, and his eyes were fixed on the direction where Chen Yo disappeared. His pupils shrank violently, and suddenly, a strange and excited twisted smile bloomed on his face. Hisoka murmured in a voice that was almost breathtaking with excitement, "That's great. I actually discovered such a wonderful prey." The next moment, his body turned into an afterimage and chased after him. Chapter 14. I heard before that hunter was experimenting with crouching tiger, hidden dragon. I thought it was just a boast, but I didn't expect it to be true. I really want to see that light-like monster just now. Seeing the disappearing figures of Chen Yo and Hisoka, the skateboard under Killua's feet became faster. Hisoka and Killua passed Sato's one after another and disappeared from everyone's sight. You don't even care about the examiner? Are these three guys here for the hunter license? Hanzo, the bald ninja with long eyelashes who was jogging happily, was shocked. Just when he was thinking about whether to chase after him, the mechanical man whose face was covered with needles had already chased him out with stiff but extremely fast steps, surpassing the examiner Sato's. Damn it! As a ninja, I will never lose to you in terms of speed. Go ahead! The bald ninja Hanzo blew the sprint horn. All of a sudden, the remaining candidates also accelerated their pace extremely nervously. Everyone knew that this was definitely a sequential elimination round. Unfortunately, most candidates cannot surpass the speed of examiner Sato's. They are really a group of very motivated young people, but the little guy at the front, his speed is really amazing. Examiner Sato's murmured in his heart, he simply slowed down and spoke loudly to the people behind him. The first hunter test is at the end of the passage. Only those who can reach there are qualified for the test, so go ahead. The words fell. Suddenly, roars and shouts like a wave of beasts erupted from behind, and all the players started sprinting like crazy without any care. These bastards, no, no. How could this be? It's completely different from what I calculated. Why haven't you arrived at the location yet? Wait for me, I can't do it anymore, wait for me. Nick Lu, the 187-year-old fat guy who showed off his sense of superiority before, quickly fell behind. His sprint running method was very different from the regular running method he planned. His physical energy was exhausted far beyond expectation, but the animals in front were still running tirelessly. Soon, his fighting spirit was destroyed by the murderous verbal attacks from the three brother players who were specially contacted by the rookie killer Tonpa. His eyes turned white and he fell to the ground. He fainted and went into shock while running. Hee, that's great. This fat pig will never dare to participate in the hunter experiment again. It feels so good to ruin someone's dream. Tonpa smiled excitedly, but his eyes turned cold immediately. That guy number 666, just wait, I will never let you get a hunter license. Chen Nuo's actions caused variables in this long-distance race. Endurance long-distance running suddenly turned into sprint running, and some runners who had a chance to pass the assessment failed due to uneven distribution of physical strength. In the Gon trio, both he and Kurapika performed quite easily, but Leorio was already panting from exhaustion. If Chen Nuo hadn't taken away his handbag in advance, and had tasted the special delicacy of barbecued ferocious fox before coming here to fill up his energy, Leorio would probably have failed. We haven't seen the end yet. Brother Arnold is running so fast. Kurapika, Leorio, we have to work hard too. Gon waved at the front to encourage us. How could I be the weakest? Damn it! Out of breath, Leorio ran with some doubts about life. He didn't think that he would be the weakest person in the team, but reality gave him a hard punch. But wouldn't it be so embarrassing if I failed here? 3 hours later. The end of the cave. What appeared in front of us was a white mist, with extremely low visibility, and we couldn't even see anything 1 meter away. Hisoka, Killua, the bald ninja, and the needle man arrived one after another. Despite their amazing strength, their chests were rising and falling slightly at this time, which seemed to be a considerable physical exertion. Finally we're here, where's that guy? Killua breathed a long sigh of relief and wiped away the beads of sweat on his forehead, but was shocked to find that he didn't see the shadow of the Guang man here. You guys are really fast. I'm Hanzo, everyone. The bald ninja looked at the other 3 people and greeted them with a hint of sympathy. Killua. Killua glanced at Hanzo. But Hisoka and Needle Man turned a deaf ear and showed no reaction. Hanzo. This guy. Killua looked at Hisoka's back, his face gradually changed, and an inexplicable sense of oppression and crisis emerged, making his heart clench violently. There seems to be an illusion of facing a dangerous beast. But at this moment, the weird Needle Man stood in front of him. This sense of oppression and danger instantly receded like a tide, allowing Killua to recover from the inexplicable horror. Hisoka seemed indifferent to all this. He turned his back to everyone, staring intently into the depths of the mist, with the cold light flickering in the corners of his narrow eyes. No one spoke. The atmosphere was inexplicably depressing. A long time. Hisoka walked straight into the mist without saying a word. That place is a bit dangerous. Needle Man suddenly spoke. He and Hisoka seemed to be acquaintances. Haha, don't touch my prey, you guys. Hisoka walked into the fog without looking back, leaving only a voice that was so cold that it chilled people to the very core. Chapter 15. Deep in the Damene wetlands. This is the first foggy swamp in Hunter's experiment. At this time, several huge barbecue grills made of trees lay in front of them, with flames burning underneath. A large number of various types of magical beasts that have been disposed of are piled aside. If the examiner Satos were here, he would be shocked and stunned. Because this pile of monsters includes the most dangerous species in the entire Damene wetland. Strawberry giant turtle, man-faced ape, mine mushroom, sleeping butterfly, lazy frog, and more. Besides, there are also an astonishing number of demon species piled up on the periphery of this area. It seems that they came here to watch the fun and were killed, and they didn't have the energy to deal with it at all. As for the processed monster meat, it is carefully cooked as top-quality ingredients. On the huge grill, the monster meat has been grilled to a golden brown and crispy surface, and the inside is plump and juicy. When paired with some secret seasonings, it exudes a spicy aroma that makes people salivate and whet their appetite. The person handling this was a young man with black hair and dark eyes, a focused face. Candidate number 666 Chen Yo. At this time, he seemed to be mumbling something, and you could hear it clearly if you got closer. As expected of the hunter world, the meat quality of these monsters is far superior to that of ordinary animals. It is simply a paradise for gourmets. He murmured as he basted the barbecue. He arrived here as early as 2 hours ago. Although the light speed of the shining fruit is not the true speed of light, it is definitely abnormal speed. He smelled the delicious food from afar and rushed straight into Damini wetland. Then after easily hunting down some of the ingredients he wanted, Chen Yo directly found a suitable place to start a barbecue. Even as a top gourmet, handling this kind of large-scale gourmet barbecue is still the best choice. Of course, he also simmered some soup in a small pot nearby. The rest of course is to wait patiently. Unexpectedly, while waiting, the aroma of the delicious food attracted a large number of monsters, and Chen Yo had to clean up these monsters who were trying to steal his good fortune. So much so that there was a large circle of monster corpses piled up outside like a wall, and the strong smell of blood could not dissipate for a long time. At this time, the barbecue is sizzling, the wonderful soup is rolling in the pot, exuding an alluring aroma. A long time. Chen Yo finally showed a smile on his face and clasped his hands together. Thank you for the gift of nature. Let's eat. The words fell. He unceremoniously tore off a large piece of various barbecued meats, followed by the delicious soup, and enjoyed it here. Ding! You tasted the E-level gourmet ape barbecue, activated the gourmet talent, and obtained attribute values strength +1, agility +3, and food points +20. Ding! You tasted the D-level gourmet strawberry giant turtle barbecue, activated the gourmet talent, gained strength attribute +5, mental attribute +1, Nian gained 40 food points. Ding! You tasted the D-level gourmet hypnotic butterfly tonic soup, activated the gourmet talent, gained agility attribute +2, mental attribute +3, and gained 20 food points. Sounds like sounds of nature sounded in Chen Yo's mind. And at this time, Examiner Satos appeared at the end of the cave unhurriedly, followed closely by many candidates with Gon and others in the lead, while Killua, Needle Man and the bald ninja stayed in place. Fu. I'm so tired. You perverts. Where are the bosses? Why can't you see it? Leorio took off his shirt and exposed his upper body, panting. Brother Arnold, isn't here. Gon was also puzzled. And the dangerous magician is not here either. Could they? Kurapika said worriedly. They entered the fog. Who is that person of yours who is as fast as light? Killua, who had his hands in his pockets, suddenly came over and looked at Gon and the others curiously. Ah! That's my eldest brother Chen Nuo, my name is Gon, who are you? Killua. Brother, when did he enter the fog? Which direction did he go in? Gon said quickly. Killua shook his head, I don't know. Your elder brother should have already entered the fog when I came, but you don't have to worry. With his speed, nothing in it can hurt him. Hey, that's good. Brother Arnold must be waiting for us in front. Kurapika. Leorio. Gon was immediately relieved. Kurapika looked at Killua and Needle Man warily. These guys were definitely the most dangerous opponents in this experiment. Killua seemed friendly, but the same could not be said for Needle Man. Without waiting for everyone to arrive, Examiner Satos immediately announced the closure of the cave after waiting for a few minutes. The candidates who were running to death in the back fell to their knees in despair and lost the qualification to take the exam. Only less than 300 people have passed the screening. I'm afraid it will be difficult for anyone to get a license this year, except for those few, of course. Satos looked into the depths of the fog and whispered. Then he announced the content of the test, which was to cross the Damini wetlands, the Deceiver's lair, and directly informed everyone that there were a large number of extremely deceptive and dangerous monsters there, and it was even possible to lose one's life. All they had to do was follow them through the plains, and they would not be responsible if they lost track. Everyone once again followed Examiner Sato's pace and rushed into the fog. Shortly after, Chen Yo was stroking his belly contentedly and burping, with a satisfied smile on his face. Indescribable overall comfort. He hunted almost all the nearby monsters, and even the insects were directly made into delicious soup. The only pity is that the gourmet talent cannot be used to increase the attributes obtained after repeated consumption of the same delicacy. Of course, it still has the effect of restoring strength and even repairing wounds. Chen Yo casually checked his attributes. Strength, 78. Agility, 132. Spirit, 221. Points, 247. It has reached a point where the attributes are so exaggerated and astonishing that even calling him a real superboy is definitely not an exaggeration. I'm full. You can come out after watching it for so long. Chen Yo spat out the twig in his mouth with satisfaction, and suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the jungle not far away with a hint of joking. Chapter 16. Pa pa pa. Applause sounded from the dense forest, and a figure walked out slowly. It was Hisoka with a smile on his face. That's not bad, little brother, when did you discover me? From the second you step into this area. Chen Yo spoke expressionlessly. With exaggerated mental attributes that are 20 times more than ordinary people, Chen Yo's 5 senses and 6 senses are all horribly sharp. Even if Hisoka's tracking is silent, the subtle sound changes of nearby vegetation within 100 meters area are extremely clear to Chen Yo. Oh? It seems that I seriously underestimated you. Let's get to know each other, Hisoka. Hisoka walked forward with a smile, looking at Chen Yo up and down with fiery and excited eyes, as if admiring an incomparably perfect work of art. Chen Yo, you are following. Before Chen Yo finished speaking, there was a slight sound of breaking through the air, and playing cards as sharp as razor blades were shot out. Swish, swish, swish. With a dull cutting sound, the playing card cut off many branches and inserted into the trunk behind it. But none of them could successfully hit Chen Yo. He just turned into light and pulled out the afterimage to avoid all attacks. Hey! Hisoka was a little surprised when he saw all the sneak attacks failed. At this time, he seemed to have regarded Chen Yo as his most important prey. As for Gon and Killua, whom he had reluctantly taken a fancy to before, compared with them now, they are far less expected than Chen Yo. Super fast body reaction speed. The kid in front of him was the most monster he had ever seen, both in terms of his nervous reactions and body coordination. If he can grow up, he will definitely become a genius that makes his blood boil with excitement from his very bones. Only killing such a genius is the greatest pleasure in life. It is indeed a beautiful speed that can surpass everyone. Hisoka let out an almost GC-like cry of excitement. Then it's my turn now. Chen Yo looked at Hisoka expressionlessly and slowly raised his hand. Little brother Chen Yo, as long as you can. The smile on Hisoka's face faltered slightly, but the next moment his pupils suddenly contracted. In his field of vision, he seemed to see a giant beast dormant in the darkness, waking up in vain and revealing its fangs. A sense of fatal crisis that he had not felt for a long time emerged, and Hisoka jumped back almost instinctively. Brush! A ray of golden light suddenly shot out from Chen Yo's index finger, almost grazing his cheek and hitting 5 or 6 huge trees behind him, leaving a series of black smoke-filled holes on them. This kind of power! What kind of ability is this? Hisoka was shocked inside, and immediately felt the burning pain on her cheek. Only then did I realize that there was a scorch mark on my left cheek at some point. It was obviously just a scratch, but it looked like it was burned by a soldering iron. This guy is definitely a genius. No. A genius cannot be described, he is a monster. Evildoer. That ability just now. Nian? No, it's definitely not Nian, because I can't feel any Nian-related energy breath from him at all. That is to say, this is most likely a special ability that is completely different from any current combat skills, moves, and thoughts? Really? Sure enough, this kid is the opponent he really desires most, a monster so evil that he can't breathe and feels so oppressive. The god-level seed that is most worth looking forward to growing in your life. A faint trace of blood slipped from Hisoka's cheek, but at this time, he was immersed in the incomparable joy and excitement in his heart. The eyes looking at Chen Yo were full of hysterical enthusiasm and desire. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, it's great. It's wonderful. It's simply unparalleled. Ah! Hisoka was so excited that he almost fainted. He licked the blood that fell on his cheek, and a trace of flush appeared on his face. Chen Yo frowned slightly and stared at Hisoka, then slowly put down his finger. He was not interested in this kind of perversion. Especially the longing look in Chen Yo's heart that made Chen Yo feel disgusted for no reason. I've fallen in love with you, Chen Yo. You're qualified. You should be a good hunter. Hisoka smiled strangely, and then the intercom in his hand rang, as if someone was urging him to hurry up. It's a pity that I can't continue fighting with you, but you are not the strongest now. I am looking forward to seeing how strong you can be when you are the strongest. Chen Yo, I look forward to your growth. Turning off the intercom, Hisoka turned around and left. The fog gradually swallowed Hisoka's back, leaving only Chen Yo standing there. My strongest state. Alas, it's a pity that you are just an NPC in the hunter world. I'm afraid you won't see that scene and don't want to see it. Chen Yo shook his head slightly, packed up his things and left in another direction. Chapter 17. Welcome everyone to Biscayne Forest Park. This is the venue for the second test. So, I will take my leave now. I hope everyone can pass the test smoothly. In front of the gate of Biscayne Forest Park, Examiner Satos counted the people. His eyes fell on Chen Yo many times. Although he didn't say anything, he seemed to want to see through the other person. Hi! Brother Arnold! We are finally here. Finally! In the last few minutes, Gon, Kurapika, Killua, and Leorio arrived belatedly. Hey! I almost died in there, boss, are you okay? Leorio, who was a little bruised and swollen, shouted at Chen Yo. He and Kurapika actually fell into the mouth of the giant frog and were almost killed. Fortunately, they were rescued by Killua. Gon didn't encounter much trouble along the way. This little guy seemed to be a natural hunter and had an unusually keen intuition. Fortunately, Leorio, you look a little miserable. Here is your bag and these things for you. Chen Yo, who had been standing in the crowd for a long time, waved and smiled, and took out some delicacies he made in the misty plain. He can no longer obtain attribute bonuses from these delicacies, but they still have the ability to restore strength and even heal wounds. Wow! Brother Arnold, these look great. Brother Arnold's cooking skills are the best I have ever seen. Killua, you are welcome. Brother Arnold, Killua has helped us before. Gon immediately rushed forward excitedly to enjoy the meal. Kurapika and Leorio are also welcome. They seem to have accepted their status as Chen Yo players by default. Are these really okay? Killua couldn't help but swallowed when he looked at the delicious-looking barbecue and food. Of course, since you are Gon's friend, you are also my friend, Chen Yo, Gon's eldest brother. I know you, you are the fastest I have ever seen. You are strong. Killua. The two reached out and shook hands. At this time, there was a commotion in front of the park, and the examiner Satos had already left. The other candidates are all looking forward to the next exam, but only Chen Yo's team is enjoying the delicious food here, which feels like having an outdoor picnic. Wow! This is definitely the best meat I have ever eaten. It tastes so good. After taking the first bite, Killua was completely impressed by Chen Yo's cooking skills. This cooking skill is incredible. Especially after eating it, I can clearly feel that my physical strength is recovering rapidly, and even some minor wounds sustained in the battle are gradually healing. What kind of heaven-defying delicacy is this? Just when everyone was getting impatient with waiting, the door slowly opened. What came into view was a two-story manor. Directly opposite the gate, sitting on a sofa at the end of the stone road, was a young woman with a hot figure, cool clothes, and green braided hair. Behind her, there was a man with short hair, as big and fat as a hill, with a swollen belly. All candidates who successfully passed the first test, please come in. Welcome. I am the examiner Menchi. The woman crossed her legs and glanced at the people in front of her with a calm expression. I am the examiner Boasi. The fat man behind him made a loud sound. Wow! This is the second level. I don't know what the test content is. Yes, yes. Are you fighting that fat man? It's impossible to win with that kind of body type. The examiner named Menchi is so upright, and his legs are so long and white. I like them so much. SHH, shut up, you'll be dead if you hear it. The crowd was buzzing. Many candidates whispered to each other. Leorio also stared at Menchi with bright eyes. It has to be said that from the perspective of normal people's aesthetics, Menchi, the beautiful examiner, can definitely score 9 points for her appearance and figure. Coupled with her youthful vitality and examiner persona, she is simply the woman that countless men dream of and want to overthrow. Quiet. If you make any noise again, you will immediately declare that the assessment has failed. Menchi's voice silenced the entire audience. Her beautiful eyes quickly scanned the entire audience, intentionally or unintentionally. She paused a little longer in the direction of Chen Yo and others. Gilu gilu. Buletin Ha, the fat male examiner behind him, suddenly growled in his stomach. You're so hungry, aren't you? Menchi asked. I'm so hungry that I've fainted. The fat man said apologetically. It doesn't matter, that's it, the second test, it's cooking. Menchi stood up and shouted. Cooking? Are you kidding? We are here to take the hunter assessment. Yes. Only women can cook. Don't be ridiculous, cooking and hunter are completely different things. As soon as Menchi finished speaking, many players present expressed doubts. Boathorn. Menchi called out. The fat man behind him stood up slowly, and with just a slight stomp of his feet, it actually made the ground tremble. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Only then did everyone realize that the young and overly young girl and the fat man in front of them were the real examiners for the second level of the hunter exam. I am the examiner for the second test, so I decide the topic. There is no conflict between hunter and food, because we are both food hunter. Boera announced the test questions for this time. Menchi put his hands on his hips and scanned the audience with menacing eyes. Chapter 18. The test question for the second level is pig. To be precise, the various types of pigs that live in the Kambi's forest catch these ingredients and cook them. If it can be approved by 2 examiners at the same time, it will be regarded as passed. The exams in the original book where the entire army was wiped out, but these are just child's play to me. Chen Yo watched this scene quietly, thinking in his heart. According to the original plot, everyone will fail here. It's not that the candidates can't catch the pigs, but that the examiner Menchi has extremely high requirements for food. The food cooked by any contestant is not passed, resulting in the annihilation of all contestants. This even alarmed Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, and he had to reselect the test questions. After knowing the test questions, all the contestants rushed into the forest to hunt the so-called pigs. More people think that it is very likely that the number of such pigs is very small, and the outcome may be determined by a culling system. Chen Yo and Gon said hello and followed the crowd. Pigs of any kind, Boasi, you have a really bad personality. Menchi put his hands on his hips and watched everyone leave. There are no pigs of any kind in the Kambi's forest, only a very dangerous, huge, and extremely aggressive monster pig. Not to mention these unprepared candidates, even Menchi and Boasi, who are examiners, are quite troublesome to deal with. Don't expect to hear screams coming from the forest soon. I can't help it, I'm the one who chooses the ingredients, but Menchi, I also looked at the 666 players you mentioned, and they don't seem to be too different from ordinary people. The sound of Bua stabbing the urn stimulates the airway. We have the same opinions, but Sato's speaks very highly of that guy. This is the first time I have heard him give such a high evaluation in so many years of working as a colleague. Menchi lamented that she had received a message from Sato's before, saying that she would focus on player 666, as that guy would most likely become a shining star. This is the first time Menchi has heard Sato's give such an unprecedented comment. Then we'll just have to wait and see, Menchi. The fat Bua stabbed. Inside the Biscayne forest, many contestants have rushed out and plunged into the trees and jungles one by one in search of the so-called ingredients, various types of pigs. There! Brother Arnold! Gon suddenly pointed forward with bright eyes. Chen Yo, Killua, Kurapika, Leorio, and others looked in his direction and suddenly saw elephant-sized Warcraft pigs with round pink fur and huge hard upturned pig noses appearing in front of them. Giant-nosed pig. The situation seems a bit bad. Kurapika suddenly looks strange. Ho 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 ho! The giant beast's low roar sounded, and the ground shook violently. Before Chen Yo and others could take action, the group of giant-nosed pigs had already charged towards them aggressively, like heavy tanks running wildly. Boss! The situation is not good, let's retreat quickly. Leorio said with sweat on his forehead. These guys are too thick-skinned and hard to deal with. Killua also showed a solemn expression. But when everyone saw that Chen Yo had no intention of retreating, they could only suppress their restless hearts. It doesn't matter, just stay back a little. Chen Yo smiled slightly, threw the backpack to Leorio, and moved his shoulders and neck. 78 strength, 132 agility. Along the way, he couldn't find an opponent to test his pure physical strength. Brother Arnold, be careful. Gon looked worried, but he still backed away obediently. Ho ho ho! The giant-nosed pig roared angrily, and instantly focused its gaze on the tiny human blocking the road. The hard and huge pig's snout struck hard. Under the shocked eyes of Gon, Killua, and others. I saw Chen Yo suddenly opening his hands, his fingers like hooks, and his feet stuck to the ground like steel bars. Boom! The giant-nosed pig, which was a full story high, hit Chen Yo's hands hard. But what is extremely surprising is that Chen Yo was not knocked back or had his muscles broken, but instead he lifted the giant-nosed pig up. Then it swung round like a giant hammer, drawing a perfect arc in the air. Bang 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 bang! The giant-nosed pig screamed repeatedly amid the dull, heart-wrenching impact. With Chen Yo as the center, the giant-nosed pigs were smashed all over the place, their muscles and bones were broken, and they all lay on the ground wailing. Hey, it seems that the power of 78 is not weak. Chen Yo exhaled a long breath, let go of the giant-nosed pig in his hand, and finally showed a bright smile on his face. Okay. The ingredients are ready. Let's carry them all back. Chapter 19. A needle drop can be heard in silence. Immediately, excited cheers and shouts broke out. Wow! Brother Arnold! You are so powerful, you can even handle such a big pig. Gon's face flushed with excitement. Incredible! As expected of the boss. Kurapika and Leorio were shocked. Killua also felt a turmoil in his heart, because he clearly saw that Chen Yo had just used his physical strength to fight against the giant-nosed pig, without using any skills. In other words, Chen Yo's power has definitely crushed these monsters. How on earth does this guy exercise? In terms of pure strength, Chen Yo is definitely far ahead of him, his physique is simply inhuman. Each of the 5 people carried a giant-nosed pig with the least injury on their backs to prepare for the return trip. Because according to Chen Yo, the bruised pork tastes bad and is not suitable as an ingredient. Sudden. Some inappropriate sounds sounded deep in the jungle. Ha! Why is there such a big movement? It turns out you have found the pig. It looks really good. It seems we are very lucky, they have found the ingredients for us. Yes, yes, ha ha ha. Kids, put your pigs down, it's ours now, you go pick up the rotten ones. More than a dozen players came over, and the leader was a tall man with blonde hair tied behind his head. His number plate was 255. They were slowly surrounding Chen Yo and others with malicious intentions, with playful smiles on their faces. Damn it, these are the ingredients that Brother Arnold worked so hard to get. Are you guys going to get something for nothing? Gon stared at everyone angrily. Kurapika and Leorio moved closer to Chen Yo and had already taken out their weapons and wooden sticks. Killua still had his hands in his pockets, but there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. There was no clear rule against infighting in the hunter trial. It has always been acquiescing to infighting. What the association needs is not the so-called kind and upright hunter. Even if they are ghosts and monsters, they can obtain a hunter license as long as they can pass the assessment. Fist is the only criterion for measuring strength. Don't be so unwilling. You can continue to come here to take the exam next year. We can only say it's your misfortune if you encounter us. Just hand over the ingredients obediently. The strongest professional wrestler, number 255, took a step forward, his steady and heavy body quite oppressive. It's really annoying. They'll leave it to you to solve it in just 1 minute. Chen Yo put down the giant-nosed pig in his hand and yawned. The words just fell. Killua had turned into an afterimage and rushed out, appearing behind the wrestler in the next moment. Just a simple file raise. Click. The sound of breaking eggs and screams instantly echoed through the sky. 1 minute later. These miscellaneous fish who came to rob had already fallen to the ground, each one wailing and unable to stand up. Are we going too harsh? Brother Arnold. Gon couldn't bear to look at the players with broken arms and legs, and his mother's heart was a little bit violent. Killua had an indifferent look on his face, and Leorio also showed a somewhat frightened expression. If we lose, our result will not be much better than theirs. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to ourselves. Kurapika spoke calmly. His words made Chen Yo appreciate him a little. Gon's heart is too heavy. In other words, she has lived in a paradise since she was a child and has no idea that the world is dangerous. It is precisely because of this that many teammates were injured or even died in the later period and became puppets. If you look at it from the perspective of others, you might even be so angry that you want to go up and give Gon a few big ears, then step on his head and say Nozuanity. But after all, Chen Yo had been favored by Aunt Mito, and to a certain extent, that was why he agreed to protect Gon for a period of time. Kurapika is right. Kindness often only hurts yourself and the people around you. If you hurt them, they will not resent you, but will be grateful. I say yes, everyone. Chen Yo stepped forward, his piercing eyes scanning the players lying on the ground in front of him. Ah! Yes, yes. It's our fault. Dear brothers, please don't remember the faults of others. We are so grateful. We deserve this. Voices sounded one after another, and everyone looked at the group of people with extremely frightened eyes. Gon was sluggish, his brain circuit still unable to understand the specific situation. The lesson Chen Yo taught him was enough for him to digest for a long time. Inside the manor. A front plaza filled with grills. Examiners Menchi and Boera want to see Chen Yo and others return first. So fast. Menchi, who was crossing his legs, was startled for a moment, with a hint of surprise in his beautiful eyes. Boom! Boom! The 5 Chen Yo people placed their respective ingredients, giant-nosed pig, on the ground. Ready to move. Chen Yo clasped his hands together and took out various kitchen utensils from his backpack. Menchi was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. This guy is actually carrying kitchen utensils? Then why does he need a hunter's license? There was a big question mark on Menchi's head. And when she saw Chen Yo's operating techniques, her eyes widened with an incredible expression. Chapter 20. The huge giant-nosed pig was quickly transformed into various neat pieces of meat under Chen Yo's kitchen knife, and his miraculous knife skills were simply dazzling. The pig's trotters, which are obviously extremely hard, were easily dismembered by Chen Yo, and then the top-notch pork belly was also perfectly cut off. Whether it's the knife skills or the handling of ingredients, Chen Yo's techniques give people a great visual enjoyment. Watching an elephant-like giant-nosed pig being cut up and processed into a variety of exquisite top-quality ingredients, and finally turned into a pile of clean pig skeletons, this process is extremely decompressing. It's amazing. This kind of knife skills and this way of handling ingredients. It's simply unheard of. I am more confident in my cooking skills than my fighting skills, but now I realize that I am a frog in the well. Menchi, who is also a gourmet, was extremely shocked. Only those who are immersed in cooking will understand how superb Chen Yo's cooking skills are. Killua and the others who were watching this scene were stunned. I didn't expect the boss to be able to handle so many kinds of ingredients. I thought he only knew barbecue. Leorio scratched his head in embarrassment. Hurry up and deal with ours. It will be troublesome if you use the passing quota. Kurapika reminded. Immediately, several people also took action quickly. As time went by, other contestants gradually captured the giant-nosed pig. But except for Chen Yo, almost all the contestants including Gon chose barbecue. Because the most conspicuous kitchen utensil prepared in this square is the giant grill, and as a professional hunter test player, no one is willing to waste time on irrelevant cooking skills. Some guys even think that speed is the most important, but they keep blowing fire like crazy, not caring that the giant-nosed pig is almost burnt to charcoal. I'm ready. Ha! It seems I'm the fastest. Hehe, even though I'm not the first to arrive, these idiots are still preparing slowly. You will be envious when I become a professional hunter. The contestant, who was holding up a huge dinner plate with an almost charred dish on it and even a giant-nosed pig from Mars, was the first to rush to Menchi. Qualified. Boera, who was munching on the charred giant-nosed pig, raised his pass sign. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, I am the genius. The player was extremely excited. This BD. Damn it, bake it quickly. Oops, that guy got the better of me. Damn it. This player's first passing card immediately made the other players jealous, and they all added fuel to the fire. What kind of rubbish is this? It has completely tainted the name of food. Elimination. But I haven't been happy for 2 seconds yet. The examiner Menchi raised a big red sign with a cross. Ah! How is that possible? I am the fastest at processing ingredients. The candidate covered his face in pain. Try mine. Dear examiner. The candidates behind him smiled happily and couldn't wait to bring their food. Qualified. No one will be rejected if they don't want to be attacked, as long as it's anything, it's up to standard. But when it came to Menchi, she still gave negative cards one after another. Unqualified. 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 None passed. How could this happen? It's too much. After all, this is food I made with my heart. How can you deny it without even taking a bite? One candidate finally couldn't help but asked. Humph. You're too burnt. You can tell at a glance that the next one is next. Menchi said impatiently. The man was about to argue, but was slapped away by Boala. What Menchi said is the result of the exam. Boala said while biting the pig leg. Yes. Although the topic of this assessment is food, the focus of the review also includes originality and observation. Kurapika suddenly said. That's it. Leorio and others suddenly woke up. Soon. Leorio's piglet for children's meal, Gon's roasted pig in a wreath, Kurapika's pork super burger, and Killua's all appeared with confidence. But unfortunately, It took less than 3 seconds to feel confident. Starting from Liu, the Chen Yo team has also been rejected one after another. It tastes so bad. How on earth do you make this kind of food? Menchi was so furious that eating this food was an insult to a gourmet's taste. Boera, on the other hand, refused to accept anyone who came. He opened his mouth wide and ate all the pigs, and gave them a pass card. But it's a pity. Here in Menchi, no one has passed so far. I feel like this guy is just trying to make things difficult for us. Damn woman. It's obviously a hunter assessment, but she insists on having a food competition. Damn it. It failed again this year. I really want to beat this woman to death. No one has passed so far. Does this stupid woman want no one to get a license in this exam? In the future, the Hunter Association will take a bullshit exam. Yes, yes. It smells so good. What does it smell like? Smells? Hey. It smells really good, like the smell of mother. Over there. What is that guy doing? Oh my god. Suddenly. The crowd's complaints and resentment suddenly stopped, and the square was filled with an indescribable fragrance. Even just smelling it can make people want to eat. All eyes were looking in one direction. Chapter 21. Direction of Chen Yo. The giant-nosed pig has disappeared, replaced by dazzling, extremely gorgeous and exquisite pork delicacies that exude the universal taste. Pan-fried pork chops, charcoal-grilled pork tenderloin, braised pork vermicelli. A whole pig feast that can be called a manhan banquet. Wow! Is this guy a monster? He made so many dishes in such a short period of time. It looks delicious. It's better than what the chefs at star hotels cook. Beautiful and delicious. It's over. This guy must not have been born as a chef. Wouldn't that be awesome? Impeccable. The other players nearby were all stunned and opened their mouths in shock, even Hisoka who was in the crowd was also stunned. Cooking skills. He looked at Chen Yo with some incomprehension, and then looked at the giant-nosed pig that he had burned to coke. Even if he is an amateur in cooking, he can be absolutely sure just by looking at the color and appearance of the dishes that Chen Yo's culinary attainments are absolutely at the pinnacle. How could a mere 11 or 12-year-old boy achieve such amazing levels of cooking and fighting skills at the same time? The word genius cannot describe Hisoka's evaluation of Chen Yo. Evildoer. Absolute monster. This is the person I dream of fighting. Simply wonderful. Kilu, it smells so good. Boss can actually cook so many dishes. Liu swallowed his saliva wildly. Killua on the side is not much better. Even though he comes from an assassin family, he has become a die-hard fan of Chen Yo since he tasted the food brought by Chen Yo before the game. It's extremely delicious. Killua's eyes widened. Gon and Kurapika also stared straight-eyed, and their mouths kept secreting saliva. Menchi. I want to try this contestant's dish first. I can't bear it anymore. Boera, the giant man who had swallowed dozens of pigs before, rushed straight towards Chen Yo with his mouth watering. These scents have completely aroused the greed in his stomach. But as soon as he jumped up, figures stepped on his head one after another. Boom! The figure suddenly jumped up using the force, and the astonishing force caused Boera to sit down on the floor. Don't be so anxious, it's all prepared for you. Chen Yo smiled slightly. He had already enjoyed this giant-nosed pig while cooking, and it only added a few points of strength attributes. Repeated consumption will not increase the attributes. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. This smells delicious. Boera, you have eaten so much, this time it is my turn. The figure landed in front of Chen Yo, and it turned out to be the beautiful woman Menchi. She quickly took out a set of gold knives and forks from her arms, then tied her napkin. After being reserved for a second, she could no longer restrain herself and threw herself directly into the whole pig feast prepared by Chen Yo. Wow, wow, wow! Menchi seems to have transformed into a beautiful woman with a big appetite. Her seemingly petite body is like a bottomless pit, and she is swiping away at Chen Yo's delicacies with no image. Dishes were thrown into her mouth like a vacuum cleaner, and her eyes almost turned into the shape of hearts. Don't stop at all. It's so good. The food of my dreams. What on earth have I been eating all these years? It's so delicious that it makes me cry. This is life. In everyone's stunned expressions. Examiner Menchi transformed into a gluttonous beauty, and even drove away the giant Boera who tried to grab the food. She tried her best to put delicious food into her mouth, and her beautiful face showed an expression of great enjoyment every time she took a bite. Wow! Menchi! Leave some for me! Menchi! Boera almost cried and rushed over, but was quickly kicked out by Menchi. He rushed in again and kicked him out again and again, never getting tired of it. All the candidates just watched this strange scene in front of them. Even if they just smelled the aroma of these dishes, these contestants couldn't help but swallow their saliva one by one, and even wanted to swallow their own tongues. At this time, he was on a giant tree outside the forest. Examiner Satos, who observed this scene with a telescope, had a wonderful expression. Menchi and Boera, both of them. Satos was extremely confused. It was understandable that Boera liked to eat, but in his impression, Menchi was an extremely picky woman, and now, she was eating with a greasy face and no image. This Brother Arnold's food is so popular. It's so amazing. I should also learn cooking skills from Brother Arnold. Gon was filled with envy and admiration. The results are self-evident. Boss Chen Nuo will be the only person to pass this assessment. Kurapika called Chen Nuo boss for the first time. I'm not convinced at all after losing to the boss. What an amazing cooking skill. Liorio's face was full of admiration. Killua put his hands in his pockets and his eyes widened, but there were tears of grievance at the corner of his mouth. Finally. It took more than 10 minutes for the wind to turn into clouds. All Chen Nuo's dishes had been swept away by Menchi alone, and some leftovers fell into Boela's arms. This guy held it tightly like he had the treasure, and then licked the bottom of the plate clean. Hiccup. After wiping off the oil stains on her face, Menchi gave a satisfying burp. Her beautiful eyes rested on Chen Nuo for a few seconds, a blush appeared on her pretty face, and then she announced loudly to all the candidates in front of her. This exam. The only person to pass is candidate No 666. Congratulations! Chapter 22. Wow! Brother Arnold passed. So amazing! Congratulations, Boss Chen Nuo. Gon and others sent their heartfelt blessings. But the other players were instantly blown away. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! What we are here to take part in is the hunter assessment, not the selection of chefs. If the association uses this standard for admission, I don't think it should be called the Hunter Association in the future. Let's just call it the Chefs Association. I will never accept this result. It's like a child playing house. Could it be that if you encounter danger in the future, you will let the so-called hunter cook for others? Isn't it the most ridiculous thing in the world? Unfair. Absolutely unfair. I protest. Protest. The square was boiling like a tide, and all the other contestants showed indignant expressions. In order to obtain the hunter license, they underwent very rigorous and arduous training, traveled thousands of miles to come here to test, and some even incurred debts, but now they are sent home because their cooking skills are not up to par? I took the hunter assessment, not a chef. Who can accept this? Only one person passed, and all the contestants were eliminated because of their cooking skills. The assessment that Menchi is responsible for is indeed very dangerous. We must contact the president about this matter. Outside in the dense forest, Sato's called the president of the Hunter Association with a worried look on his face. On an airship emblazoned with the logo of the Hunter Association Review Committee. The old man with white beard and hair, wearing a white wide-sleeved practice uniform, a white bun on his head, and big earlobes, with a calm and kind expression, listened to Sato's report. President of Hunter Association, Netero. Decades ago, he was known as the strongest hunter in mankind, a legendary leader-level existence. Even though he is old and frail now, he is still regarded as the strongest person in the Hunter Association. This old man has almost the highest level of combat power among existing humans. Oh, I understand, don't worry, I happen to be nearby, so just come over in person. Netero hung up the phone, walked to the window of the airship and looked down. But a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that this year will produce one or two very good talents. On the square, it has become a chaotic mess. Several players tried to threaten Menchi with force, but Boera punched him away, shocking many people. But there are still many powerful people who are staring at Menchi with evil intentions. Among the crowd, Hisoka has already picked up the playing cards, slightly squinting his triangular eyes like a poisonous snake, flashing a dangerous light. If this pattern continues, I'm afraid this examination room will soon turn into a big fight. Menchi. Not even half of the candidates passed the test. It's too harsh. Suddenly, a deep, old voice sounded from high in the sky. The sound was not loud, but it seemed to explode in every player's mind, reverberating very clearly. Everyone, including Chen Yo, couldn't help but look up. Suddenly, I saw that the Hunter Association's airship had reached an altitude of several hundred meters overhead. A figure plummeted from the bottom of the airship. This is hundreds of meters in the air? Is that guy crazy? That's the logo of the Hunter Association's inspection committee. Get out of the way quickly, don't stand here if you don't want to die. There was a loud bang. A figure fell to the ground, and smoke and dust were everywhere. It's a very strong feeling, old man. Chen Yo squinted his eyes slightly, and his attributes far beyond ordinary people allowed him to clearly see the figure behind the smoke. Hunter Association President Netero. The highest combat power of mankind. An extraordinary and saintly existence, but unfortunately he died in the hands of the Chimera Ant King in the end. Certainly. An ordinary human like Netero can't catch up to Chen Yo with the shining fruit in terms of potential. Even now, Chen Yo has completely mastered elementalization, and coupled with the speed of light movement, Netero is already invincible even in a head-on duel. The smoke slowly dispersed. The old man walked from there, his eyes swept over everyone and finally stopped on Chen Yo, and said with a smile, "You are an excellent young man. I heard Sato's praise you very much before, but today I discovered that your cooking skills are also so good." Ah? Who is this old man? Gon and other players present looked at the old man in shock. Jumping directly from a height of hundreds of meters without getting hurt, this alone is extremely amazing. He is the chairman of the review committee and the top person in charge of the Hunter experiment, Chairman Netero. Menchi said respectfully. Although he is the person in charge, he is just a staff member. He is probably the person responsible for troubleshooting when problems occur. Netero said. President. I protest. This is obviously a hunter test, but the Menchi examiner used his cooking skills to eliminate him. Some players protested, but before they could say anything, Netero raised their hands to signal for silence. I can understand your mood, that's why I arrived here this time. Menchi, you judged that other players failed in this assessment. Is there any personal emotional reason? Netero communicated with Menchi, and Menchi, the beauty examiner, also expressed her negligence in front of him. It was indeed because these contestants looked down on food that they were biased, thus directly dissuading everyone except Chen Yo. Undeniable. There are indeed many outstanding players among the players present. Whether it is Hisoka, Killua, Gon, Kurapika, Hanzo, etc., in fact, they are all qualified to obtain a hunter license based on their pure strength. Netero's words relaxed the atmosphere at the scene a lot. Hisoka, who was standing in the crowd, had a faint light shining in his narrow eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Well, this player number 666 Chen Yo, I have discussed with the Menchi examiner and want to open an additional competition to screen out more qualified candidates. As compensation for you, you can skip all subsequent assessments and enter directly. Hunter Trial Finals, how was it? Netero turned around and looked at Chen Yo with a smile. Chapter 23. Wow! That's great! Brother Arnold can directly enter the finals. Gon danced excitedly, even happier than he had entered the finals. Thanks to the boss, it seems we don't have to go back home so early this time. Leorio let out a long breath. Kurapika, Killua, and others also looked at Chen Yo. Although the other players were a little reluctant, or looked over with envy or jealousy. But everyone understands. Chen Yo's performance in this level is absolutely beyond reproach, and he has been truly recognized by Menchi. He is the only genuine passer. Only now that the president of the association, Netero, has specifically opened Inco, has others been given a second chance. Everything is subject to the president's arrangements. I have no other opinions. As for directly qualifying for the finals, that's not necessary. I hope to pass the remaining tests step by step and become a real professional hunter. Chen Yo took a step forward and saluted slightly. His answer made Netero stunned for a moment, then he raised his head and burst out laughing, looking at Chen Yo with even more admiration. Neither arrogant nor impetuous, he is really an impressive young man. In this case, I can't treat you badly, otherwise it would be unfair to call me Netero. When this exam is over, you can make a request to me. Then prepare for the next test, Menchi. Netero smiled. Wow! This guy actually got a favor from President Netero. It's simply invincible. I'm so envious. It seems that I will get closer to player number 666 in the future. I'm afraid nothing will happen. In a few years, this kid named Chen Yo will become a high-ranking member of the association. This kid is just lucky. Humph. Countless envious, jealous, and amazed eyes fell on Chen Yo. Chen Yo just smiled lightly and was unfazed. Yes. Mr. President. Menchi quickly agreed, then blushed slightly and leaned into Chen Yo's ear, sounding almost like a gnat. Then, that Chen Yo player, when the test is over, please be sure to leave a contact information for me, please. Almost in a pleading tone, Menchi's face was so red that it almost bled. Although it is in full view of the public, as an examiner, this should not be the case. But Menchi understands that if he misses this opportunity, he may not be able to meet Chen Yo again in the rest of his life. So even though all the players and even the president were looking at her, she still asked. Chen Yo glanced at Menchi with a strange expression. Menchi felt like his face was burning. But after hearing Chen Yo's response, her heart almost burst out of excitement. Thank you, Mr. Chen Yo. Menchi quickly ran out and led many contestants to the new examination room, and many contestants who had regained their chance also followed closely behind in excitement. What a great boss! It only took me a long time to pick up a beauty like Menchi. You are worthy of being the boss. Leorio's rainbow fart output. Brother Arnold, then Sister Menchi likes you. What did she just say to you? Gon was also very excited, as if the soul of Bagua had awakened. Nothing, just asking for my contact information. Chen Yo shrugged helplessly. Awesome. I didn't expect that Brother Chen Yo is also a master at picking up girls. Killua couldn't help but extend his thumb. Do you have any secrets? Boss? Please teach me quickly. Kurapika, aren't you interested? Are you planning to be single for the rest of your life? Leorio came up and said cheekily. Kurapika had a speechless expression on his face. He was not interested in picking up girls at all. His only purpose in life is to kill everyone in the brigade. Chen Yo didn't answer, but looked at Leorio and the others expressionlessly, and all of them immediately changed the subject and went to participate in a new experiment. Toad Tiger Mountain. At Menchie's suggestion, Netero brought all the players over by airship. This is a bare rocky mountain not far from the Biscayne forest. It is grey-brown and looks like a giant toad or a tiger entrenched on the ground from a distance, so it is named Toad Tiger Mountain. The airship finally landed next to the crack in the canyon on the top of the mountain. Many players came down one after another, looking at the bottomless canyon with shocked expressions. The cliff at the edge of the canyon is as smooth as a knife and an axe. The huge airship is as big as a grain of rice in front of the crack, and the many players are more like ants. Everyone is amazed at the miraculous craftsmanship of nature, and the power of human beings seems so insignificant in front of the earth. Why did you bring us here? It's so high. I'm afraid I'll be shattered into pieces if I fall. The wind was so strong, it almost blew me down. Damn it, my legs are actually weak. Just a strong wind blew through the canyon, and several players standing nearby couldn't help but fall to the ground, their legs shaking like chaff. The topic this time is hard-boiled eggs. Look carefully. Below is the nest of the grape spider. Their eggs are one of the most difficult ingredients to obtain in the world. If you want to complete this experiment, the first thing you need to get is the grape spider. Eggs. Menchie calmly introduced the test questions to many contestants. Is it possible? One player said with some surprise and uncertainty. Before he finished speaking, he saw that Menchie had already reached the edge of the canyon cliff, and then jumped down amidst everyone's exclamations. Chapter 24. Ah! Is she crazy? It's over, you'll die if you jump from such a height. Damn it, if you're here to die, I don't want any bullshit hunter license. Wait. Look below. Amidst the exclamations, everyone went to the edge of the cliff and saw that Menchie was not dead, but hanging on the white silk thread of the grape spider below. But, how is she going to get up here? Someone worried. The words just fell. Menchie jumped out, actually let go of the thread in his hand, and grabbed one of the pile of white spider eggs the size of a bowl. Just when all the contestants thought she was going to fall into the abyss and be shattered into pieces, a strong wind blew up from the bottom of the canyon, blowing her straight up. That's it. This is the ingredient you're going to get. Menchie held up the white spider egg, winked at Chen Nuo, spit out his tongue, and made a bye gesture. Wow! That's it. Then we're on board too. Get the ingredients. Rush! After seeing Menchie's demonstration, many candidates rushed forward impatiently. Chen Nuo's team also jumped off, not wanting to lag behind. Got it. Me too. It's easier than expected. That's because of Menchie's demonstration, otherwise not many people would have the courage to jump down. Everyone got the ingredient spider eggs in their hands. Chen Yo also got one. Name: grape spider eggs. Food grade: D. Ingredients description: the ingredients that are quite difficult in the hunter world can make the most delicious food even with the most ordinary cooking. Oh! It's actually a D grade ingredient, very good. Chen Yo was slightly overjoyed. It was a rare D-level ingredient. Unfortunately, he could only activate the gourmet talent when he tasted it for the first time to gain attribute increases. Ha! I'm going up. This time the first place will definitely be mine. The contestant who was the first to get the spider egg not far away imitated Menchie's method, let go of his hand and jumped towards the bottom of the canyon. Leorio is about to take action. Wait! It's not time yet. Gon on the side suddenly spoke. What? What are you waiting for? Leorio was a little confused, and he was eager to go up and grab the ranking. Wait for the wind to come. Killua answered him. Leorio couldn't help but look at Chen Yo, and found that Chen Yo didn't make any move and had to wait obediently. Really? The players who had just let go and jumped soon turned into screams of terror, as the expected wind did not come. Their screams disappeared without even seeing them fly up. There was a 99% chance that they would fall directly to the bottom of the cliff and die. Damn it! That damn woman didn't warn us and she almost let go and died. Then what should we do now? Ah! Why is this spider silk hanging down? A hole, let go of your hand quickly, this spider silk is about to break. Go away, don't get stuck on a spider's thread with me. The previous excitement quickly turned into yelling, vicious fighting, frightened screams, etc. Some vicious people even drew out their knives and cut off the hands of those who were unwilling to let go. Netero, who was standing above the canyon, remained indifferent. Menchi had a look of reluctance on his face and could only look away. On the canyon spider silk. Help, help! My spider silk is about to break. Suddenly, a cry of terror came from above Chen Yo and others. Shockingly, I saw that the fat newcomer killer Tonpa and several supporting players had their webs stretched almost to the limit, and finally broke with a tearing sound. Several people fell screaming. Chen Yo just stared at this scene with a slightly cold expression. Because the history of his appearance has changed in other directions. In the original history, Tonpa and others were not in danger. That guy even made it to the finals and tricked Gon and others, but now, no one will choose to save these competitors. Everyone understands that the most dangerous period is waiting for the wind to come, and the load of the spider silk is limited. But a sharp and harsh sound of rope swinging sounded. Never let go. The Holy Mother Gon actually took action and tied Tonpa with her own fishing line and pulled him. But this also directly caused his original thread to become in danger. Ah! Gon, let go of this guy quickly, our line is about to die. Leorio suddenly became nervous. Tonpa is very heavy, and when he fell, he used gravitational potential energy to bend the spider silk in an instant. There's no need to save this guy, Gon. Killua looked at Tonpa with cold eyes. But I can't just watch him die, Killua, help me quickly. Gon pulled desperately, and Killua had to stretch out his hand to help, but as a result, the spider silk deformed faster and faster. Don't let go, I was wrong before, don't let go, I don't want to die yet. Tonpa cried bitterly and begged for mercy. If this continues, the thread will break. Boss Chen Nuo. Kurapika's expression became extremely solemn, and the wind hadn't come yet. Really? The Holy Mother is difficult to cure. If it were anyone else, they would be killed directly. But if Gon? Chen Yo sighed. It seems that he needs to correct Gon's virgin sentiments. Get up there, Gon! Chen Yo's voice sounded in vain, he suddenly grabbed Gon's collar and threw him out like a cannonball. After eating the giant-nosed pig, the amazing strength attributes reached level 84. Added a little sparkling fruit ability. Gon, Killua and other people were thrown into the sky in a row, and Tonpa was tied up with the fishing line. But Chen Yo's figure suddenly fell downwards like a stone. His face fell away with dissipation. Ah, Brother Arnold! The Holy Mother Gon suddenly woke up and screamed in pain, but she only saw Chen Yo's smile disappearing at the bottom of the valley. Chapter 25. Chairman Netero. Menchi, who was on the edge of the cliff, instantly turned pale with no trace of blood. Chen Yo actually fell into the valley. The entire canyon had no leverage points except for the spider silk there, and the wind hadn't come at all just now. Chen Yo will die. Netero was also startled for a moment, and his eyes under his white eyebrows opened slightly, and then he showed a faint smile. It's okay, Menchi, nothing will happen to Chen Yo. Menchi, who was about to jump down to save Chen Yo, stopped, but she would never be able to stop herself if anyone else told her so. But what's in front of me is President Netero. Recognized as the strongest hunter in the world. Several figures soared into the sky from the canyon and landed on the cliff. "Boss!" Leorio cried with tears streaming down his face. He knelt and hammered the ground, pointed at Tonpa who was removing the fishing line not far away and cursed, "It's all you. Gone, you killed the boss just to save this BD. Boss Chen Nuo." Kurapika also observed a moment of silence. Killua gritted his teeth and looked at Tonpa with murderous intent in his eyes. I killed Brother Arnold." Gon's mind went blank. He sat there blankly, his pupils dilated and his expression lost control. Why? Obviously he just didn't want to see other people die innocently, but because of his kindness, he killed his eldest brother Chen Yo, who was close to him. Killua, After Gon recovered a little, he tried to find comfort in Killua, his friend who recognized him the most. "I killed my elder brother for someone who has nothing to do with you and has even harmed you before. I will never let this happen. So now, let me kill him to avenge Brother Chen Nuo." Killua didn't mean to comfort him. Instead, the veins on his hands bulged and his nails became extremely sharp. The whole person exuded an extremely dangerous aura and walked towards Tonpa who was in a hurry. "Help! Help! Someone is going to kill someone! President, President!" Feeling Killua's terrifying aura, Tonpa quickly screamed. "Killua!" Gon still wanted to stop Killua, but at this moment even Leorio and Kurapika couldn't stand it anymore. "It was you who killed Boss Chen Nuo." "Gon!" Leorio rushed up, grabbed Gon by the collar, and punched him in the face. Boom! Gon felt unprecedented pain approaching, and tears rolled down uncontrollably. It's me who killed Brother Nuo, it's me, it's all my fault." He murmured in great pain, clutching his head and almost collapsed. This moment, Gon finally realized how many people his Holy Mother Heart would kill, especially those close to him. He hated himself and the Holy Mother himself. Recalling everything I had with Chen Yo on Whale Island, those beautiful days. The huge pain was like a monster devouring his heart crazily, and Gon seemed to be showing signs of turning dark. "Ah! Mr. Chen Yo!" Suddenly, Examiner Menchi's surprise call woke Gon and others up. Gon and Killua, who were in a state of confusion, couldn't help but follow the sound. Suddenly, I saw a figure rising from the sky on the edge of the canyon cliff. It was Chen Yo holding the spider egg. He landed steadily next to a few people, with a smile on his face like a reunion. "Mr. Chen Yo." But before Chen Yo could open his mouth, a soft body rushed into his arms and hugged him tightly. It was the Examiner Menchi. Her beautiful eyes were reddish, as if she had found a treasure again. Her chest was rising and falling violently, and she was indescribably excited and happy. "Ah!" Finally realizing his gaffe, Menchi let go of his hand in panic and quickly took a few steps back. His face turned red and hot. "Hey, sorry, I was just too worried about you," she explained in a weak voice, and Netero from a distance looked at her with a smile. "Brother Arnold." "Boss. Boss Chen Nuo. Brother Chen Nuo." Gon and the other four rushed to Chen Nuo one by one. Gon cried bitterly and regretted what he had done. Okay, it's okay, everything is over, Gon, Killua, Kurapika, Leorio." Chen Nuo smiled and stroked Gon's back, comforting the others. But he also clearly saw some changes in Gon's eyes. In the future, Gon will definitely not be so holy again after this lesson. Only when you have experienced loss can you understand how to cherish it. The next step is naturally extremely simple. Spider eggs themselves are top-notch ingredients, and even the simplest methods of boiling and roasting can produce excellent delicacies, so as long as the contestants who got the spider eggs were all passed by Menchi. Chen Yo's spider eggs are just simple cooking, but the chef's skill and blessing made Netero couldn't help but praise it, and Menchi was even more moved by eating it. Ding! You tasted sea-level gourmet hard-boiled eggs, activated the gourmet talent, and gained attribute growth, Strength plus 4, Agility plus 14, Spirit plus 8, and gained 120 gourmet points. The current accumulated points are 367. Your points have reached a certain value. Whether to perform points extraction. Chapter 26. Not yet. Chen Yo responded in his mind that there were many people here and he couldn't guarantee that there would be no surprises during the lottery. It was better to wait until it was quiet at night and draw slowly. In this round of testing, more than 50 people were directly promoted, which can be said to be a happy event for everyone. After leaving Menchie's contact information, receiving a big bear hug and a sip from the other party, Chen Yo boarded the Hunter Association's airship. In Menchie's words, "Please don't misunderstand, that is my gratitude to you for tasting your amazing cooking skills. Mr. Chen Yo, please be sure to keep in touch in the future." Night falls. The Hunter Association airship sails quietly high in the sky. After Netero briefly explained the assessment arrangements, the meeting was adjourned. Tomorrow's assessment location will arrive at 8 in the morning. There are no arrangements for the evening. Accommodation and meals are also provided on the airship, which can be said to be an extremely considerate service. "Chen Yo, come to my office." Netero looked at Chen Yo and smiled. "Wow! Brother Arnold, President Netero invites you." Gon was excited. As expected of the boss, Leorio was extremely envious. Others also cast envious or jealous glances, even Hisoka among the crowd, whose eyes flickered. "Okay, President." Chen Yo nodded and followed President Netero. President's office. The door has been closed. The bean-faced man invited Chen Yo in and then left. Now there are only 2 people left. There are not many people that I can't see through. I have forgotten how long it has been since I saw a genius like you. You are indeed a formidable person. Netero smiled and praised, his eyes couldn't help but look Chen Yo up and down. He recalled what happened in the canyon during the day. If it weren't for the amazing Nian, he might have thought like Menchie that Chen Yo had fallen off the cliff and died. But with Nian's blessing, Netero sensed Chen Yo's heartbeat as calm as lake water at the bottom of the cliff. That means this little guy either has the courage to face death without any worries, or he is already confident enough to deal with that life and death crisis. No matter which one it is, they are all good enough to be called excellent seeds. Thank you, President, for the compliment. Chen Yo is neither arrogant nor impatient. The president of the association in front of him was recognized as the strongest human being, but he eventually died at the hands of the Chimera Ant King. Disappointing. Then, please tell me your request. As long as it does not violate morality and is within my ability, I can satisfy you, whether it is money, fame, fortune, or anything else. Netero smiled, a hidden light flashing in his lowered eyes. He really wanted to see if this young man he had taken a liking to could keep his true heart in the face of temptation. The so-called true strong man, in addition to talent, also needs a strong will and determination that are far beyond ordinary people. Please teach me how to use Nian, President. Chen Yo said calmly. Netero was stunned, thinking he heard wrongly. After a full 2 seconds of silence, he threw back his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect this to be the request. You already know about the existence of Nian. It seems that my evaluation of you is too low. This is not an excessive request. If you want to practice mindfulness with me, this is a very difficult process, but recently I don't have enough time to tutor you for a long time. Netero laughed. It doesn't matter, President Netero, you just need to teach me how to use Nian correctly before the next exam. Chen Yo said. Oh? One night? That would be a disadvantage for you. Netero raised his eyelids, a little surprised. It is almost impossible to learn to say that in one night. Well, being able to get guidance from the president for one night is already a blessing in my life. Chen Yo bowed slightly and saluted. He had no intention of staying with the old man as his apprentice, but just wanted to learn Nian from this human being's highest combat power. In the original work, Gon, Killua, and others learned Nian after entering the Sky Arena. But Wing's thoughts are definitely not as good as the pinnacle of human beings in front of him. And Chen Yo has some guesses about Nian. This thing seems to be very similar to the three-color domineering spirit in his impression, but the changes are even more amazing. If he can master the Nian and Shining Fruit, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Even developing the fruit to a whole new level. Okay, I promise you, before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will give you inspiration and special training on Nian, and I will also teach you all my personal understanding of Nian over the years, Chen Yo. Don't you want to disappoint me? Ha 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 ha. Netero laughed and patted Chen Yo's shoulder gently. Chapter 27. Early morning. Association Airship. President's Training Ground. Nian is a chi that everyone has, but the amount is different for each person. Only those who can discover and use it can be said to have mastered Nian. It can be awakened through long-term training or force, but between the two. Netero was teaching Chen Yo about his understanding of mind, which made Chen Yo feel like he had seen the door to a new world. And he personally demonstrated to Chen Yo what Nian means. The moment Netero stood there and started reading, Chen Yo felt that the old man in front of him had changed. It was as if a gleaming magic weapon had been pulled out of an ancient scabbard, exuding a frightening edge. Feel the chi in your body with your heart, then condense it and guide it out, and apply it to the glass of water in front of you. Through the changes in the tea leaves above, you can determine which special type you belong to. Of course, you don't have to be too impatient. It takes one night to practice just to make you think about it, hey? This is it. Netero explained in detail and guided Chen Yo in the practice of mindfulness. He is fully prepared. If Chen Yo cannot awaken his mind, then he will forcefully open his chi channels to Chen Yo so that he can obtain his mind, which is considered as a reward for him. In fact, the forced awakening of thoughts, especially those obtained by opening up the chi meridians, is weaker than the thoughts of self-awakening and being awakened by a blow, which is equivalent to a premature baby, but it is still better than being unable to awaken the thoughts. Mindfulness is the standard for professional hunters, and it is also the threshold for entering the ranks of the strong. This is also the reason why Hisoka gave up Chen Yo. In Hisoka's opinion, Chen Yo has not yet reached the stage of being truly sweet and delicious. But when Netero put a cup of water with tea leaves floating in front of Chen Yo, his expression became a little exciting. Because in Netero's perception, he was shocked to find that Chen Yo was surrounded by a faint golden light film. Golden energy? How can there be golden energy among humans? Moreover, the quality of this chi is too exaggerated, it is simply a bit stronger and tougher than ordinary Nian. The so-called mind can be understood as the condensed chi. But the ordinary chi in Chen Yo's body has reached the level of other people's enhanced Nian, or even higher, and the quality is surprisingly high. This is completely unbelievable. Even Netero, who has practiced for decades and even specially refined and strengthened his chi, can only reach the golden level of Chen Yo. Incredible, incredible. Netero was surprised. But the next moment, Netero's expression changed slightly. Click. There was a crack in the water glass in front of me. The tea leaves floating on the water slowly collapsed and turned into burnt charcoal, gradually decomposing. The entire glass of water turned into a strange light golden color, and even emitted a hot feeling, akin to molten iron juice. The trait system is actually a rare trait system. Netero's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened. Chen Yo just woke up his Nian directly after a few hours of practice after he finished explaining the training and guidance methods of Nian. Moreover, the quality of the recitation is surprisingly high, and it is the rarest special type besides the 5 types. Genius! This guy is a real genius. If he had been born a few decades earlier, I am afraid that the so-called highest combat power of mankind and the title of the world's #1 hunter might not necessarily fall on him. Ding! Congratulations on successfully understanding Nian. The system prompt sound like the sound of nature sounded in Chen Yo's mind. There is a line of golden words in the Properties panel. Ability, Nian, Gold. I see, is this Nian? Chen Yo slowly opened his eyes. It was as if two blazing suns were burning and extinguishing in his eyes, and the golden light flashed away. A faint golden light film covered the surface of Chen Yo's body. The glass of water had returned to normal, but the water inside had evaporated and disappeared, leaving only the broken tea leaves like coke. What an amazing thought! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that someone could awaken such a powerful thought in one night. Both the quality and quantity are extraordinary. Chen Yo, can you use Nian's advanced skills? Netero marveled. Chen Yo nodded slightly and ran the corresponding ability according to Netero's instructions. Taming. That is the most basic release of mind power. In an instant, Netero's beard and hair were blown up by an invisible momentum, and his eyes suddenly changed, as if he saw a dormant ancient beast slowly standing up. Control your strength. Destroying this airship will be a big problem. Netero exclaimed. Chen Yo's thoughts moved slightly, and the astonishing aura just now disappeared in an instant, turning into a gentle stream flowing by. Absolutely. All thoughts disappeared in an instant. If Chen Yo, who unleashed his telekinesis, was shining like the sun, then with ZE activated, he was as dead as the cold darkness. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even Netero wouldn't have believed that there was a living person in front of him. It's so amazing. Such terrifying control over Jing Nian is equivalent to containing all the thoughts in the body in an instant without even a trace escaping. Then under Netero's shocked gaze, Chen Yo released other non-advanced skills. His exaggerated mental power, which is 23 times higher than that of ordinary people, makes him extremely easy to develop his mind. Zhou, covering other items with telekinesis, has the ability to strengthen items, which makes Chen Yo feel very similar to the effect of armed color domineering. Concealment, a unique high-level skill, further enhances concealment. Ning focused his thoughts on a certain part of his body, and after seeing the power of a golden sun appearing on Chen Yo's fingertips, Netero couldn't sit still. As the president of the association, he clearly felt the terrifying power contained in it. Even my heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This guy. I'm afraid I've awakened a monster. Netero smiled bitterly in his heart and said, Chen Yo, let me see your circle, open it as wide as possible and see how wide it is. Chen Yo's mind moved slightly. Thinking back to the telekinesis method taught by Netero, as well as some of the president's unique skills. The next moment. Buzz. With Chen Yo as the center, a pale golden perfect sphere that cannot be seen by the naked eye expands at the speed of light. 1 meter. 10 meters. 100 meters. Chapter 28. 300 meters. What an exaggeration. This kid actually developed all the advanced Nian skills in one night, and had a 300-meter circle? You know, that old guy Zeno Zoldyck's circle is only 300 meters. But the quality of telekinesis is definitely better than Chen Yo's golden telekinesis. If it were a pure telekinesis competition, the 12-year-old kid in front of him could suppress his little friend Zeno Zoldyck. Unprecedented geniuses, monsters, and monsters. At this moment, Netero suddenly felt sad for Gon, Killua, and Hisoka, the talents he saw with great potential. Born in the same era as Chen Yo. It is their misfortune that the aura of all geniuses is destined to dim. But at the same time, they are lucky, because they can witness the birth of a great powerhouse, and they, Netero, are the real witnesses of this scene. At this time, Netero suddenly had an extremely strong premonition. The rest of Hunter's assessment, and even his other matters, are no longer important. That is, let Chen Yo take the right path. But when thinking about Chen Yo's performance when he fell from the cliff, Netero was very clear that Chen Yo had a will far beyond ordinary people, and even he could never forcefully reverse his will. The only thing that can be done is guidance. In fact, what Netero doesn't know about. At this time, Chen Yo seemed to have opened up a whole new world. A huge circle with a length of 2,000 meters with him as the center enveloped the entire airship. The inner circle of 300 meters is light golden, and the remaining 1,700 meters is transparent. Or rather, Chen Yo released Yin while releasing Yuan, and used Yin's ability to accurately cover the outer circle of 1,700 meters. So much so that even President Netero didn't notice the real circle for a long time. Within the range of 2 kilometers, Chen Yo could clearly feel the birds flying in the night sky, and even the invisible cyclone caused by the tail of the airship was extremely clear. In addition, all the candidates in the airship are as clear as if they had a God's perspective view. And the light spots show different situations according to the amount of energy contained in each. The most dazzling among them is Netero, which is like a small sun, burning blazingly and containing amazing energy. And then there's Hisoka, like a black vortex, extremely dangerous and eerie. Then there are Needleman, Killua, Gon, Kurapika, and so on. When Chen Yo tried to use circle and concealment to feel Netero from a distance, he found that the other party did not notice anything and was still surprised by his 300-meter circle. It feels like opening up the whole map. Netero can't seem to find me as long as I don't get close. The effect of this circle is so outstanding. In addition to its own spiritual attribute of 229, I'm afraid the shining fruit also has a bonus. Chen Yo murmured in his heart. In my memory, as the top natural devil fruit, Enel's thunder fruit and seeing color Haki developed a mental network covering the entire Sky Island, and the range of perception was absolutely exaggerated. The sparkling fruit, which is also a top-notch natural type, not only gives Chen Yo a golden thought of surprisingly high quality. And there is also a hidden increase in circle development. Cool. It feels so good to learn how to read it here at Netero. Different from Wing's teachings to Gon Killua, Netero, as the strongest human being, has reached the pinnacle of development of mind. His guidance was from a high level, and he also imparted many insights to Chen Yo, which was equivalent to saving him many years or even more than 10 years of hard work. If Wing is a famous teacher, then Netero is definitely a grand master, and the teaching effect is definitely not the same. Calm your mind. Chen Yo's 300-meter circle disappeared, and a grateful smile appeared on his face. Thank you, President Netero, for your guidance. What a monster! Chen Yo, just call me Netero. In the near future, you will definitely become the top warrior in Hunter and even the entire human world. It is natural for you to be my equal. I don't have any credit, it's all your own transcendent understanding. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would even want to open your kid's head to see what's inside. Netero was filled with emotion and looked at Chen Yo with eyes filled with unprecedented approval and amazement. He seemed to have seen a superstar rising. Chen Yo, are you interested in becoming the vice president of the association? I will give up my position to you in a few years. With you here, I can rest assured and enjoy life, ha 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 ha. Netero suddenly patted Chen Yo on the shoulder and said jokingly. I have no plans to find a permanent job for the time being, President. Chen Yo said with a smile. Ah, that's really disappointing. Just remember to call me Netero in private. Do you want me to issue you a hunter license directly? Hee. Forget it then. Only after experiencing some things once can you feel satisfied. Ha 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 ha. I think you want to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, you little monster, then do as you wish, but you have to remember that at any time, I will always reserve the seat of the president of the Hunter Association for you. On. Netero laughed heartily. He suddenly looked at Chen Yo seriously for a few seconds and said. Chen Yo, I have some private tricks. Are you interested in learning them? Chapter 29. The sun is shining brightly. It's a sunny day. Good morning everyone, I'm sorry to keep all the candidates waiting for so long. This airship will arrive at our destination soon. The airship will land soon. Please pack your luggage and prepare for arrival. The airship slowly arrived at a towering mountain tower and then lowered everyone down. Wow! It's amazing. This is the third test, isn't it? Brother Arnold, what did President Netero tell you last night? Gon came closer excitedly. Killua, Kurapika, and Leorio were also full of curiosity. Some adult talk. Chen Yo smiled and avoided the question. Last night, after he initially understood the various techniques of Nian, Netero showed him his grateful fist. Or, it was he who developed the original martial arts of Avalokitesvara. It was a palm technique that was pure to the extreme. Compressing the power of thought into a body that breaks the limits of human beings, each palm reaches an extraordinary and terrifying level in terms of strength and speed. Netero just demonstrated the first formula to Chen Yo. Chen Yo clearly felt the power of this martial arts at that moment. Under the 100 styles of Guanyin moves, Netero's speed can barely keep up with his own shining fruit. Break the sound barrier with ease. You must know that the shining fruit is tied for first place among the natural devil fruits. Certainly. If Chen Yo uses telekinesis to empower himself, it will be difficult for Netero's Beishi Guanyin to attack him. And the existence of gourmet talent means not only will Chen Yo's attributes not decline as time goes by, he will grow older. On the contrary, his attributes will still be brutally improved without any upper limit. But as a mortal, Netero's ability to reach this point makes Chen Yo worthy of respect. The first posture of Avalokitesvara inspired Chen Yo a lot. It is a top-notch power move that combines mind and power to the extreme to produce the greatest effect. If Chen Yo can learn it, his combat power will also increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, even now, even if Chen Yo grows wildly and relies solely on brute force, he can easily suppress the entire hunter world. A little bit Brother Anyo still refuses to tell me, so I won't ask. Gon raised his chin proudly. Boss Chen Yo, there is something different. Kurapika suddenly murmured to herself. What nonsense are you talking about? The boss is still the same boss. Leorio gave him a dissatisfied look. So, you feel it too? Brother Chen Yo now feels even more unfathomable than before. Killua sighed softly, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at Chen Yo with doubts in his eyes. Many candidates waited for several minutes. Netero's assistant, a bald bean-faced man wearing a small black suit, came over. Everyone, the starting point of the third hunter test is here. The top of the tower is known as the trap tower. The qualification is to reach the ground from the top of the tower. The time limit is 72 hours. Then, the third assessment will begin now. I wish everyone can pass smoothly. The bean-faced man announced the rules and left directly. Should we be asked to go down from here? This is no different from suicide. Kurapika, standing on the edge of the tower, looked down and said in a daze. Gon, Killua, and Leorio were also extremely shocked. The height of this tower has exceeded 1,000 meters. Not to mention the candidates, even President Netero would be absolutely destroyed if he fell from here. As for the rope, all the candidates' clothes and pants combined are definitely not enough. Haha, it's true that most people can't do it, but it doesn't trouble me. Suddenly, a confident voice sounded from the crowd. While all the contestants were still in shock and confusion, a strong man wearing a tank top and shorts, with eyes full of confidence, walked forward quickly. He looked down with great confidence, and then climbed down the rock with his bare hands in full view of everyone. Awesome! This guy! Actually climbing down the rock? Damn it! I'm not good at rock climbing at all. I weigh more than 300 pounds, let alone rock climbing. I am tired even standing. It seems that I am finished this time. I see, I'm also good at rock climbing. The crowd reacted immediately. Gon and others also looked at the strong rock climber curiously. The other party is obviously a master of rock climbing. His movements are extremely fast, and he doesn't seem to be struggling at all. His arm strength is amazing. Lend me your fishing rod, Gon. Chen Yo suddenly spoke. Ah! Brother Arnold, here it is, what do you use it for? Gon was stunned for a moment and gave Chen Yo the fishing rod he carried with him. Catch something delicious for you. Chen Yo smiled slightly. Gon, Killua, and the others looked around and saw that there was nothing except the players. Below. The rock climber couldn't help but smile excitedly. It seems that the first person to pass the third round of assessment is me. I'm not very good at frontal combat, but I didn't expect to be able to get first place with rock climbing, and to be able to show off in front of everyone. This is definitely a great pleasure in life. Suddenly, the sound of gusts of wind sounded, and the rock climber stopped his movements. A trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked to the side with some premonition. Hurrah! Hurrah! The sound of rapid fleshy wings beating the air. A ferocious-looking flesh-winged monster swooped over to take a look, opening its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth toward him. Don't come over! The climbers screamed in horror. Uh-huh! A slight sound broke through the air. A fishing line shot down like light and directly hooked the meat-winged monster's neck. No matter how it struggled and roared, it could not break free. Then he caught it. Ah, thank God! The rock climber who was in a cold sweat finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, more flesh-winged monsters roared over. His shrill screams echoed from the cliff below. Chapter 30. Wow! The giant baby monster, which looked like a calf, was scarlet in color, and had ferocious flesh spines. Chen Yo pulled him up and smashed it to the ground, causing the surrounding players to marvel. Wow! What kind of monster is this? This guy is so strong. He actually fell off a fishing line. The fishing line didn't break? What brand is this? Hiss, this monster's teeth are so sharp, I'm afraid it can chew even an iron sword. Ingredients: flesh-winged giant baby monster. Food rating: D. Ingredients description: the flesh-winged giant baby monster is a carnivorous flying monster that lives around Trap Island. It is extremely aggressive. Their wings are the top ingredients and are difficult to capture. The characteristics of the monster in front of him clearly appeared in Chen Yo's vision. Tisk tisk tisk. The hunter world is also a world full of delicious food. Chen Yo couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and took out the knife he carried with him. God of cooking, Chef Ding's knife skills. Swish, swish, swish. The light of the knife flashed. The two flesh wings of the flesh-winged giant baby monster were easily cut off, and no blood was even seen flowing out. This was simply incredible. The giant baby monster that had lost its wings screamed and fled desperately. The surrounding players quickly got out of the way, and the guy screamed and fell from the top of the tower as soon as he rushed. Liu Chen Nuo has used a knife to process the two meat wings. The horny and carapace parts have been removed, leaving only the most valuable meat part. Yes. Boss. Liorio's face showed excitement, and he set up the grill and seasonings for Chen Yo with ease. He had already learned this trick when he was dealing with the ferocious fox. I'm here to help. Me too. And me, Brother Arnold. Kurapika, Killua, and Gon also swarmed over to help prepare the ingredients. This scene made the other players around them stare with wide eyes. These guys actually had a barbecue during the assessment. Humph. That kid named Chen Yo is the first in the second level. He's really arrogant. Whatever, if you can catch that monster, this kid is definitely not easy. Let's not mess with him. Hurry up and find a way to go down, it's already been half an hour. While Chen Yo and others were busy grilling, other players were struggling to find a way to get on. Boss Chen Yo, have you noticed that the number of people on the platform has decreased a lot? Could it be that they have already gone down? Kurapika suddenly spoke, and he looked around seriously. It's the ground. There are some bricks on the ground that can be flipped. My Hisoka guy went down from there. Killua pointed in the far distance. Brother Arnold, what about us? Gon couldn't help but feel worried. At this time, the meat wings of the monster have been roasted to a golden color that exudes a rich aroma of barbecue. It is sizzling and oily, and several people are watching and salivating. Don't worry, there are more than 70 hours in total. We still have a lot of time now. Don't be in a hurry. This kind of magical beast can only be found on Trap Island, and you can't eat it outside. It's baked. Eat it while it's hot. Chen Yo concentrated on handling the ingredients, taking out a few pieces of delicious-looking barbecue and giving them to several people. Wow! It smells so good. Gilu, gilu. I'm drooling. No matter what, I must eat the barbecue cooked by the boss first before taking the test. This delicious food must not be missed. Cheers! Brother Chen Nuo. Several guys suddenly forgot all about the assessment and rushed over to get the barbecue. Tears flowed from the corners of their mouths. That. Gilu, I am Hanzo, I am very presumptuous, can I buy a piece of your barbecue? This taste, smell, is simply the best barbecue I have ever smelled. Gilu. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. Hanzo, the bald ninja with long eyelashes, squatted beside the grill like a defeated dog at some point. He couldn't help sniffing the barbecue with his nose, and his saliva flowed directly to the floor. There's no need to buy it. I'll give you this piece. Chen Yo smiled and handed over a piece. Hanzo stretched out his hand and grabbed the iron pick, putting it in his mouth without caring about the hot barbecue. The guy was so hot that he kept jumping around, but his mouth was still biting the side of the barbecue and sending it into his stomach. 2. Gilu, so good. This is the first time Gilu, oh, this is the best time. Hanzo's funny expression made everyone laugh. After a few people finished enjoying the barbecue, there were only a few people left on the entire platform. Ding! You have enjoyed the D-level gourmet meat-winged giant baby barbecue, and the gourmet talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining attribute increases of strength +8, agility +6, spirit +2, and 48 food points. Your physical strength and spirit have been restored. The system prompt sounds. Waves of warmth flowed into Chen Yo's limbs, and every cell in his body moaned in comfort. Property list refresh. Name, Chen Yo. Number of crossings, 1. Current world, Hunter x Hunter. Strength, 96, normal 10. Agility, 152, normal 10. Spirit, 231, 10 for normal people. Talent, gourmet. Skills, cooking of max, god of cooking level. Ability, Nian, gold, circle 23,100 meters. Special, shining fruit plus, branch abilities, absorb sunlight. Absorbing sunlight can restore physical strength and energy. Perfect fruit, will not be restrained by a certain attribute. Food points, 295. Chapter 31. Thank you for your hospitality. I can't repay your kindness. If you need any help from me, just ask. Dear Mr. Chen Nuo, and everyone. Hiccup. The bald ninja Hanzo, who had eaten and drank enough, stood up straight and saluted Chen Yo and others with his hands clasped together. You're welcome. Mr. Hanzo, he. Gon laughed playfully. Hanzo was a funny guy at the dinner party just now. He made everyone laugh and made everyone feel that this guy was actually very easy to get along with. Chen Yo smiled slightly. Then I'll go first. Ninja Hanzo disappeared from the spot. Disappeared? This guy is so powerful. Leorio was stunned. This is a very advanced ninjutsu. It seems that Hanzo's strength is very good. Killua explained. Okay, let's go. It's a pity that there is only one kind of food around this trap tower. Otherwise, it would be good to go down from the outside. Chen Yo felt a little regretful. He searched all around but only found the flesh-winged baby monster. The bonus of the same Warcraft gourmet talent was very weak. A group of people followed Chen Yo to find the stone secret door. This is it. You stand on these stone slabs, and then go down together to surprise. Chen Yo designated stone slabs for several people. Ah, we have to say goodbye so soon? It's so sad to say goodbye. Killua, Kurapika, Leorio, you guys have to work hard. Brother Arnold, you also have to pay attention to your safety. Gon said reluctantly. Don't worry, we'll end up in the same place, let's go. Chen Yo smiled. With Yuan, he could easily sense that there was a small house space under a few stone slabs, and naturally he would not fall into other holes. Really? Along with the soft shouts of several people falling, everyone appeared in a small house. There is a screen in the room that explains the next assessment rules, as well as a selector wristband with a countdown. Chen Yo and the 5 others put on wristbands. The rules of the assessment are very simple. Just follow the guidance on the wristband and go all the way. When encountering doors and forks in the road, the team needs to make a choice. The minority obeys the principle of the majority. Everything will go according to the boss's arrangement. I have no objection. Leorio was the first to express his opinion. Me too. I do not mind. Of course I listen to Brother Arnold. The 4 people directly gave the choice to Chen Yo, which saved Chen Yo a lot of trouble. Because of his appearance, Gon did not encounter the trouble of the new killer Tonpa, but the first level still reached the aerial arena where he dueled with the prisoners. The so-called empty arena is actually a suspended square arena with a pitch-black bottomless abyss below. If it falls, it will most likely fall into pieces. Chen Yo's team and the prisoners' team were at both ends of the ring. What is used is a best-of-5 game system. There are no clear rules of the game. The rules can be customized by both parties. As long as one party declares surrender, it will admit defeat. And these prisoners also received a reminder that if they drag Chen Yo and others for 1 hour, they can get a year's sentence reduced. For the prisoner, it is even possible to consider not winning, as long as it lasts long enough. However, Chen Yo and others have less than 70 hours. Once the time runs out, they will declare that the assessment has failed. Haha, they are actually a bunch of brats. Unfortunately, the first one you meet is me. I am a serial murderer with a 199-year sentence, ha 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 ha. Hurry up and choose one of your people to die. At the other end of the passage, a man wearing a prisoner's vest, with strong muscles and a hideous scar on his bald head, smiled ferociously. He has lived in this trap tower for too long. He has not breathed the outside air for a long time, especially killing some newcomers outside. He was ready to smash the opponent's throat to pieces at the first opportunity, and then slowly twitch and peel off the skin, listening to the opponent's wailing and slowly stretching out time, until he played the opponent to death. It is simply a genius idea to satisfy one's own evil taste and get a reduced sentence at the same time. It looks like Batut is going to have a great time this time. What a BD! If you play with him like this, the other brats may not dare to come up. It will ruin our character. You can only bark like a dog here, and you don't dare to contradict that guy Batut. I'm no match for that monster. Who do you think they would let go? I guess it should be the kid at the front, right? How many minutes do you think that kid can last? How many minutes? Are you talking about being played to death or defeated? If you want to play to death, it depends on the mood of Batut, he. At the other end of the passage, 4 prisoners wearing shackles and low-quality grey cloth hoods were talking to each other. The tallest among them was sitting silently against the wall. The other 3 seemed to be quite afraid of the bald and strong man Batid who stood on the field and took off his shackles. Since no fighting method has been determined, the rules may be extremely risky. This battle is up to me. Kurapika's eyes were solemn. He felt that he had not made any contribution this time, so he must make some contribution this time. But before he finished speaking, Chen Yo raised his hand to stop him. I'll go, you guys stay here well, I don't want to spend more than 70 hours here. Chen Yo yawned and looked at everyone with a smile. Then he slowly stepped onto the stone slab leading to the aerial arena and walked towards the bald man's location. Chapter 32. Trap Tower Prison Control Room. Interesting, I didn't expect that this barbecue team was the first to achieve consensus. This candidate number 666 is really quite capable, but those who can be detained here are not just ordinary people, he. The warden, the bespectacled man Li Bo, was eating potato chips and lying on the boss's chair, monitoring all the teams with great interest. He had noticed this unique barbecue team a long time ago, a very unique team. Aerial Arena. When Chen Yo stood up, the stone steps slowly extended and connected to the ring. When he stepped into the ring, the stone steps automatically retreated. At this time, on the 10-meter wide and 10-meter long aerial arena, only the bald muscular man and Chen Yo stood facing each other. Some red and black traces can be vaguely seen on the mottled floor, which are clearly left by previous contestants. We set the rules for this game. The rules are life and death fight. It won't stop until one party admits defeat. The bald prisoner crossed his arms and smiled grimly. The kid in front of me can knock down a large area with one punch. Oh, wait. Chen Yo suddenly spoke. According to the rules of the game were indeed determined in turn, but his eyes did not look at the bald man, but at the 4 guys behind him. Hey, what's wrong? You don't want to admit defeat now, do you? The bald man's expression suddenly turned ugly. He had calculated everything but failed to predict that the other party would just admit defeat. Wouldn't his time-stretching tactics be ineffective? Damn it, why did you make such a stupid rule just now? But now it can no longer be changed. You, yes, I am talking about you. You must choose to admit defeat directly later. Chen Yo said to the 4 prisoners at the other end of the passage. We? Give up. Ahahaha. Did I hear some joke wrong? Are you asking us to admit defeat before we even start? Did this kid not wake up? Batshit, let this kid wake up. You little brat looking for death, you'd better take care of yourself first. Don't wait until you can't find where the tooth fell. Ha 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 ha. The 3 prisoners laughed wildly, while the tallest prisoner sitting at the end of the passage slowly stood up and tore off the shackles in his hands with a click. The hand as big as a casserole was directly inserted into the wall, with a crashing sound, and the hard blue stone wall was scratched to pieces, leaving traces. His voice was low and hoarse, full of oppression like a bloodthirsty beast. Bald head, give me that boy. I can't help but kill him myself. Johnny. This BD. The bald prisoner Batid stood on the ring with a somewhat confused face. He originally planned to show off his power here, but he was disgraced by that BD. But he admitted that he was no match for the giant Johnny, who was the most brutal mass murderer in the history of Saba City, killing 149 people. In front of that pervert, he was indeed a dwarf. His future sentence would be very long, so he could not offend Johnny for this. Humph, kid, I shouldn't say whether you are lucky or not. You offended Johnny. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find a whole body. That guy is the most notorious perverted murderer in the entire Saba City. He killed none of the human corpses were intact. I can guarantee that Johnny will crush your bones one by one and let you end your miserable life with endless wailing and screaming. Ha 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 ha, Johnny, leave this brat too. The bald man grinned ferociously next to Chen Yo, his smile was like a devil. Gon and the others behind him also looked solemn, especially when they saw Johnny breaking the shackles. Gon and Leorio were so anxious that they couldn't sit still. By then, Kurapika and Killua were calmer. One had a higher combat power than the current Gon Leorio, and the other had a keen intuition as a killer. At least in Killua's opinion, the so-called Johnny seemed to be nothing more than that. But before Johnny could speak, Killua and Kurapika's eyes widened in an instant, their pupils dilated, and their expressions looked as if they had been hit by something, dazed, dull, and horrified. The bald man who had been grinning ferociously before suddenly stiffened and fell straight next to Chen Yo. He still maintained a grinning, dazed expression on his face, and in the middle of his forehead was a transparent, blackened hole the size of a thumb. Light finger gun. No one saw Chen Yo do it. Your breath is so bad. Chen Yo avoided the position where the bald man had just come over to speak, covering his mouth with a look of disgust. This BD. Batshit? Dead. What just happened? Who can tell me? Several prisoners at the end of the passage were also stunned. According to the rules of this life and death battle, I won, right? So, for the remaining games, I hope you won't waste too much time, because my patience is very limited. Chen Yo looked at the prisoners at the end of the passage expressionlessly. He raised his hand, and golden light condensed on his fingertips, as if it had turned into a small sun. The dazzling light almost illuminated the entire aerial arena. Then, what is that? Leorio's eyes widened and he looked dumbfounded at the ball of light at Chen Yo's fingertips. It's amazing. It glows. Gon was surprised. That thing is dangerous. Kurapika frowned and murmured softly. It's not very dangerous, it should be very dangerous. Killua added to his words, his expression extremely solemn. This feeling of danger even surpassed that of his brother, and was only felt by his father and grandfather. Chen Yo finished speaking. A flick of the finger. A golden ball of light as thick as a thumb shot in the direction of several prisoners. This is the shining fruit skill developed by Chen Yo himself. Miniature explosive bomb light. Chapter 33. Boom. 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 The whole prison shook violently. The moment the ball of light hit the wall, a dazzling light exploded, followed by a deafening explosion. Monitoring room. The warden was also the examiner this time. The potato chips in the hands of Li Bo, a man with glasses, fell to the ground. He looked at the monitor with an angry expression that turned completely grey. The sudden earthquake almost made him fall off his chair. What did this BD just do? Li Bo growled lowly. But when the light dissipated and he saw the scene clearly on the surveillance monitor, he was completely dumbfounded. Cold sweat flowed down his back. It was as if his soul had been sucked out and he was so soft that he sat on the chair. The stumbling and resentful prison staff next to them were also stunned, as if they had been petrified, with their mouths wide enough to fit 2 eggs. Inside the tower. The passage in the distance of the aerial arena. A collapsed depression with a diameter of more than 5 meters and a floor deep appeared. The walls next to the originally straight passage were blown away. If the power just now was a little more powerful, not only these extremely hard bluestone bricks, but also the 4 prisoners in the passage would definitely turn into pieces and disappear into the world. The 4 people who were extremely arrogant just now were all trembling with their legs like chaff. The so-called perverted murderer Johnny was even more unbearable. He sat on the ground, his face under the rough cloth was terribly pale, and he was covered in cold sweat. Then, what did that guy just do? The wall was blown up? Gilu. Is he human? Devil. This guy is definitely a devil. The 4 prisoners almost squeezed out a few words through trembling teeth. Oh? Please continue the game, guys, hee hee. Chen Yo smiled at the prisoners, turned and left. But it was this smile that scared the 4 prisoners and screamed on the spot. I lost. I give up. I give up. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm willing to go to jail. I surrender. The 4 prisoners were already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing like mourning concubines, their eyes filled with unprecedented fear. Let's go. Chen Yo waved to several people. Brother Anyo, why did you kill that person directly? He just... When passing by the bald man's body, Gon showed a heartbroken expression. Brother Chen Nuo was kind by not killing them all. Killua put his hands in his pockets with a look of indifference. Gon, have you forgotten about the canyon cliff? Your kindness should not be used on these scum. Leorio said loudly and indignantly. Kurapika remained silent. Chen Nuo suddenly stopped. The entire team also stopped, stopping exactly where the 4 prisoners were. The 4 prisoners were immediately frightened and turned pale. Oh, Gon, do you think they should be let go? Chen Yo tilted his head and looked at Gon calmly. Them. Gon hesitated to speak. Chen Yo just raised his finger a little. A light golden beam flashed. In an instant, it pierced the heart of Johnny, the tallest prisoner, and the 3 prisoners next to him screamed in fright. Killua and others' expressions also changed slightly, and Gon even turned pale with fright. Brother Arnold. His voice trembled, and he looked at Chen Yo in disbelief. It was as if this Chen Yo and the Chen Yo on Whale Island were completely 2 people. Does he deserve to die? Tell us about his crimes. Chen Yo ignored Gon, the virgin BCH, but looked at the 3 prisoners who were kowtowing like garlic with indifferent eyes. Damn it! Damn it! Johnny is a perverted murderer, he absolutely deserves to die. Ah, his crimes, yes. There are many crimes. The 3 prisoners talked about Johnny's crimes like they were pouring beans. Even just listening to this, Kurapika, Leorio, and Killua gritted their teeth in anger. Calling him a scumbag is an insult to scumbag. This kind of person should be cut into pieces. So, Gon, if you still want to be a virgin BCH, let's end it here. If such a scumbag is on Whale Island, he will only kill countless friends and relatives. Because his little compassion will lead to a big mistake, is this what you want to see? Chen Yo turned around in vain and grabbed Gon's collar like an angry beast. His angry and terrifying aura was shocking. I was wrong, Brother Anyo. Gon was frightened. In his previous life, when Chen Yo was watching anime, he would complain about the Holy Virgin BCH Gon. This guy's so-called goodness does not distinguish between good and evil, isn't this the Holy Virgin BCH? Chen Yo was really choked by the so-called unwillingness to admit defeat, allowing the bald ninja Hanzo to surrender voluntarily, and even save the bomb demon. In this life, he was only willing to protect Gon because of his kindness to Aunt Mito for taking him in. But if he continues to be like this, he can only go back and tell Aunt Mito that Gon died on the way. As for his irresponsible father, he probably won't come to trouble him. You are right, Gon, you live in your world. You have no so-called relatives and friends at all, and you are not aware of their existence. You only have what you think is good and evil, and you are yourself. Chen Yo threw Gon back into the aerial arena, then turned around like a tiger and looked at one of the thin prisoners with gloomy eyes. I remember him as the guy who did the candle trick. Chen Yo's voice was terrifyingly cold, like the cold wind blowing in the 9 nether purgatory. In 1 hour, only one of you and Gon can survive in the ring. After 1 hour, if I find 2 people in the ring, you will die. And you, girl, as long as you sit obediently and don't participate, you can survive. Finished. Chen Yo turned around indifferently and walked out of the passage without looking back. Killua and the others looked shocked, but after a few seconds of silence they could only look at Gon worriedly, then turned and left. Gon's painful, sad cry sounded behind him. But the figures of the people led by Chen Yo moved further and further away, and finally disappeared. Chapter 34. Behind the passage is a small stone room. Several people were silent. Then, boss, isn't this a bit too cruel? Gon, after all, he is still very young and ignorant. Leorio, who had scolded Gon the most before, couldn't help but probe. Boss Chen Nuo. Kurapika also wanted to persuade. Let Gon deal with the prisoner alone, especially when only one of two people can survive, which means killing. Can Gon, who is used to being a BCH, really do this? What if you die? Only Killua's expression was much calmer. Brother Chen Nuo has his own arrangements. If Gon continues to be so kind, it will cause disaster sooner or later. Killua spoke calmly. Now he has not become Gon's wife-protecting maniac as before. On the contrary, he showed a faint fanatical admiration for Chen Nuo, and even seemed to imitate Chen Nuo's behavior intentionally or unintentionally. Ruthless and decisive. No sloppiness at all. If he dies here, it means he is not suitable to be a hunter. Since taking the assessment means acquiescing to the risk of death, even without me, does it mean that you, including Gon, do not need to face the risk of death? Chen Nuo spoke expressionlessly. However, his circle still shrouded the surroundings, and he could easily see the situation in the aerial arena. If Gon was pushed down or killed because he was unable to do anything, Chen Nuo would take action and send him out, completely repaying Aunt Mito's kindness. If he could come out alive and change the Virgin's bad habits, they could still be companions on the journey. Time passed bit by bit. Leorio and Kurapika were a little restless, and later Killua also became a little nervous. After all, he became more and more worried about Gon. Finally, the last second of an hour passed. Chen Nuo finally stood up and walked out of the lounge expressionlessly, and Leorio and others quickly followed suit. Gon! Leorio shouted and rushed into the ring. In the arena, Gon had a poisoned dagger stuck in his abdomen and fell in a pool of blood, while the emaciated man's prisoner had disappeared. Bloody scratches could be seen from the edge of the ring. It seems that both sides have been struggling with each other on the edge for a long time. Sorry, Brother Arnold, I was. Gon, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, apologized to Chen Nuo with tears in his eyes. Just that hour ago, Gon experienced the darkest time in his life. The prisoner attacked him like crazy regardless of everything. With his excellent blood inheritance, Gon dodged the opponent, but in the end he was directly injured. As a last resort, Gon also launched an offensive. He defeated the opponent several times, but the prisoner who was ordered to die by Chen Nuo refused to surrender and still resisted desperately. Gon broke the opponent's legs in great pain, feeling extremely tormented inside. The seriously injured prisoner began to repent in front of him and wanted to commit suicide. Gon rushed to stop him, and then the dagger pierced his chest. The prisoner grinned and wanted to kill him. Like a wolf with a broken leg, it still wants to bite the opponent to death. A cold dagger was thrust into his chest. Gon finally understood the 4 words "human heart is sinister," and finally understood that everything Chen Nuo did in the past, all the cruelty and indifference towards the enemy, was to protect himself and his cherished friends. Holy BCH! Gon died at that moment. The desire to survive made Gon as angry as a little tiger, biting off the opponent's windpipe with his mouth and pushing him off the aerial ring. That moment, the real warrior Gon wakes up. But now, he will be greeted by death. Gon felt extremely regretful in his heart, hating himself for not understanding this until now. He looked at Chen Nuo with eyes full of regret, apology, and reluctance. Eat it and welcome back, Gon. Chen Nuo finally smiled and stuffed a boiled egg sea-level delicacy cooked in his backpack into Gon's mouth. The dagger is poisonous. I can force the poison out for Gon. Killua's expression changed slightly and he was about to take action. It doesn't matter, leave it to me. Chen Nuo directly pulled out the dagger, and the mental circle suddenly opened, instantly covering Gon. It was only 2 meters in size, but became more delicate and perfect than ever before. All the situations inside Gon's body appeared in Chen Yo's vision. Phototherapy. This is a simple healing ability developed by Chen Yo himself using the sparkling fruit. It is similar to the priest's holy light technique and has dispersing and healing effects. The existence of the circle allows these lights to shine accurately on those parts that are infected by toxins and seriously injured. With the blessing of restorative food and light therapy, the injuries and toxins in Gon's body were rapidly recovering. The therapeutic effect is astonishing, like a miracle. Killua, Leorio, Kurapika, and the trembling female prisoner in the corner standing nearby were stunned and shocked. Chapter 35. Trap Tower Prison. In a secret room, Hisoka was fighting a man holding a flying blade. The opponent was Suzuki, the instructor he injured last time. He was specifically looking for trouble with him out of hatred and revenge. It's a pity that the opponent's flying blade is like a joke in his eyes. Apart from the novelty of this boomerang-like throwing method at the beginning, there is not much that makes people shine. It's not over yet. Ha ha ha, above, below, left, right. The blades from all directions will cut you into pieces. Fall to the ground despite the pain, and just scream and struggle. Suzuki, who had a scar on his cheek, was laughing wildly while controlling the flying blade. The magician Hisoka had a bloody mark on his shoulder, but no movement could be seen on his face, and he avoided the opponent's attack expressionlessly. Sudden. Hisoka was startled for a moment. A flying blade flew past his cheek, and the wild airflow instantly opened a shallow wound. But his narrow eyes were slightly squinted towards the top of the tower, not caring at all about Suzuki, who was laughing arrogantly in front of him. Nian, one of the candidates this time actually has Nian? Is it him? A figure appeared in Hisoka's mind, but he shook his head immediately. Not realistic. No one can awaken such a powerful mind in one night, not even Chen Yo. Previously on the airship, Chen Yo had the effect of isolating telepathy because he was in the president's dedicated training room, so even Hisoka did not notice Chen Yo's explosive telepathy. It's really getting more and more exciting. This assessment. Hisoka suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely excited arc, like a poisonous snake that had found its prey. Damn it! You are distracted during the battle, you are so disrespectful. Then go to hell. Suzuki was furious, and the flying blade suddenly came out at an even faster speed. Swish, swish, swish. Reflected on the ground, you can see that the flying blade accurately landed on Hisoka's neck and heart. But Suzuki's face showed fear and disbelief. Suzuki, who had been training hard for a year with a desire for revenge, could not believe that he was proud of the ultimate skill of flying blade control and defeated many masters with it. The 2 core flying blades. It actually fell into Hisoka's hands. Ah! Hisoka played with the flying blade in his hand extremely skillfully and uttered a contemptuous word. The light of the knife flashed. Suzuki's head flew into the air. Close to the ground floor area. Gon had regained consciousness, with all his injuries healed. If it weren't for the tattered clothes still stained with blood, no one would have been able to tell that Gon had gone through a life and death struggle. In front of him is a bust of a giant goddess in a prostrate posture. On the left and right are 2 doors with a red cross and a red O. It's time to choose one of 2 happiness options again. Which road do you want to choose? The original road that can accommodate 5 people but is a difficult journey, and the other is a shortcut that can only be used by 3 people and is simple and easy to walk. By the way, no matter how you take the difficult road, it will still take you 80 hours to complete the entire journey, but the easy and simple shortcut only takes 3 minutes to reach the exit. If you choose times, 2 people must be shackled. The previously recorded voice sounded in front of the door, informing Chen Yo and others about the rules of the game here. The time we have left is 68 hours. It is impossible to take the original difficult path. This means that only 3 people can pass this assessment. Kurapika analyzed calmly. Damn it! Isn't it clear that we want our team to fight among themselves? They even specially prepared various weapons. These guys are really abominable. Leorio gritted his teeth in anger. I can give up. Killua suddenly walked over with his hands in his pockets and said calmly. I don't plan to get a so-called hunter license. I'm just interested in coming here to have fun. As long as Brother Chen Nuo can pass it, that's all. At this time, Killua has transformed into Chen Nuo's little fanboy. As a genius of the Zoldyck family, he naturally does not need to care about the so-called hunter license. I also. Leorio was stunned for a moment, and then he was about to speak. His purpose in getting the license was to enjoy better benefits and make more money, but after meeting Chen Nuo, this guy also turned into a die-hard fan. But he was interrupted before he finished speaking. I give up. Brother Arnold. I'm very happy to be here. As long as you can get the hunter license, I'll be satisfied. Anyway, I can take the assessment again next year with Killua, right, Killua? Gon grinned after recovering, his eyes more determined than before. Well, Gon is right, Brother Chen Nuo. Killua was startled for a moment, then nodded. Kurapika clenched his fists and bit his lip in silence, because he had a reason that he couldn't give up. Even if he faced Chen Nuo or anyone, he had to get a hunter license. He bears the hatred of the entire tribe. Chen Nuo looked at the several companions in front of him. In just a few days of getting along, everyone had formed a deep friendship. As for giving up 2 people? Forget it, didn't Gon and the others dig through the wall in the original work? So. Hug, sorry, cough, 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 there was something wrong with the rules of the game just now, and they have been declared invalid. Suddenly. The half-length giant bust goddess who had been silent spoke again, but this time it was the examiner Li Bo who sounded nervous. Chen Yo and others looked up. As the second team to pass the dual assessment, according to the regulations of this assessment, the first 3 teams have the option to be exempted from the 3rd level, so congratulations to you all for passing. Please take the passage on the left, everyone. Li Bo's voice even had a hint of flattery. Chapter 36. Wow! Really? There is such a rule. Great! Boss, we can all pass like this. That's great. I don't want to say goodbye to Brother Chen Nuo right here. Hey, it looks like it was a false alarm. Hearing this, Gon and the others cheered excitedly, and Kurapika's clenched fists slowly unclenched. Chen Nuo looked at the bust of the goddess with a strange look. In memory, when did you have this rite of passage? However, he had no reason to refuse, and the group of people entered the privileged passage directly. Trap Tower Surveillance Room. Chen Yo stared at the examiner Li Bo, who almost shivered and slid down from his chair, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. The several test escorts next to me all had scary and complicated expressions. Yes sir, the assessment regulations do not say that the top 3 possess. One person said tremblingly. Idiot! Did you let that monster care about us? And then give our heads a blow? Damn it! Do you want to kill me? Li Bo suddenly started to curse. An hour ago, he was shocked by the scene where Chen Nuo destroyed the aerial arena. This level of destructive power is equivalent to a walking humanoid turret. He would never dare to offend Chen Nuo because of this. Once this guy takes a grudge against him, even in this prison, he might be killed by that pervert. Li Bo would never think that his head was harder than a brick. As for how much trouble it would cause if this monster-like guy was released? As long as you get past your place, who cares about the flood? He now wished that the disaster star would leave the trap tower as soon as possible, so as not to make his heart unbearable anymore. And the perverted magician Hisoka who actually killed Suzuki, the last examiner. That BD is actually faster than Chen Yo's team, and he is definitely a scourge. As long as he gets rid of these scourges, he can sit back and relax in the trap tower as the local emperor. A group of 5 people passed through the long corridor and finally saw the light ahead. Hey, he's finally out. We finally passed. Brother Arnold. Ha 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 ha, we should be the fastest, right? Leorio's laughter stopped suddenly, and he suddenly noticed that there was a person standing on the empty platform in front of him with his arms crossed and nothing to do. The narrow and cold eyes like a poisonous snake were scanning everyone, and then fell on Chen Yo. We met again. We are really destined to meet you, little brothers. The corner of Hisoka's mouth raised a hint of excitement, and her eyes shone. The speed at which Chen Yo and others cleared the level was a bit unexpected, and they didn't even seem to have expended any physical energy. He is worthy of being the god-level seed he chose. It's that dangerous guy. Boss. Leorio quickly retreated to Chen Yo with a straight face, staring at Hisoka with some hostility. Gon, Killua, and Kurapika also looked wary. Hey? Not bad, not bad, number 665. My little brother's eyes have changed a lot. I didn't expect that he could make so much progress in just a few days. It's really impressive. Hisoka suddenly noticed a look of surprise on Gon's face. Prior to this, Gon was also one of his second-tier seeds, inferior to Chen Yo, and was considered a weak first-tier seed. But now, from Gon's eyes, he felt like he was a different person. This feeling. It is simply a transformation after experiencing a life and death crisis. I see. Hisoka stared at the clothes that still had blood stains and holes on Gon's chest. He had obviously suffered fatal injuries, but now he was alive and kicking in front of him. Is it this guy's own resilience? Still. He couldn't help but look at Chen Yo, a kid who made him more and more curious, even a little unpredictable but extremely looking forward to it. Chen Yo ignored Hisoka. However, his hidden circle easily remained within 100 meters range, covering Hisoka. Moreover, Chen Yo found that even if he used a hidden circle to get close to Hisoka and deliberately checked the guy's situation, the other party didn't notice anything. A slight sense of disappointment. In my previous life, I thought Hisoka was a relatively top-notch person. But now it seems that he can't even be called his official opponent. Perhaps the only one who can compete with Chen Yo is the Chimera Ant King, which must be at least the 3rd guard level, or the group leader level, or the president level. Therefore, Chen Yo felt that it didn't matter whether Hisoka was provocative or disrespectful. Because, people don't care what the ants think of them when they are walking, right? In fact, this is not because Hisoka is not strong. It's Chen Yo's exaggerated 231 mental attributes, which are dozens of times beyond human limits. Coupled with the plus version of the Shining Fruit bonus, these things cannot be surpassed by hard work and talent. Mortal level Hisoka. In front of Chen Yo, he is not much different from an ant. Other candidates also arrived at the bottom of the trap tower one after another. However, there were significantly fewer people passing this level, and some of them even suffered serious injuries and immediately announced their abandonment. Needle Man, Ninja Hanzo, Snake Flute Man, Bee Playgirl, etc. These good players all arrived based on their abilities. Congratulations to everyone for passing the trap tower assessment. Then there is only the 4th and final test left. I am the deputy examiner right in charge of the 4th test. Mr. Lebo, the examiner, has something to do and cannot come to preside over. A muscular man with a crew cut appeared in front of everyone, but his voice was trembling abnormally, especially when he looked in the direction of Chen Yo, his eyes instinctively averted. Chapter 37. The venue for the 4th assessment is the Glasses Island in front of the trap tower. It is named after its shape because it resembles glasses, but it is also known that it is equivalent to 2 islands connected together. The rules are very simple. The player's own number plate is worth 3 points, the number plate drawn for the designated hunt is worth 3 points, and any other number plate is worth 1 point. As long as you accumulate 6 points, you can get a pass. There are now less than 30 contestants who have arrived here, and the next step is the happy lottery. Then let's start drawing number plates based on how smoothly everyone arrived here, Mr. Hisoka, Mr. Chen Nuo, hehe. The examiner, a man with a crew cut, showed a flattering smile, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. This assessment originally required the examiner Li Bo to come and preside over it, but because he witnessed Chen Nuo's horrific attack, the guy was worried that he would be resented by the other party, so he arranged for his deputy to come over. It's Hisoka. I wonder who he'll draw. Hopefully it won't be one of us. Damn it. They are drawn in order. Doesn't that mean we can only pick up what's left? That's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm afraid the second-ranked team is also in trouble. Only one person from the kid team number 666 failed. The crowd was talking a lot, and everyone was staring straight ahead. Oh! Hisoka took out his number plate and suddenly raised the corner of his mouth to look at the many players on the field. Anyone caught by his gaze suddenly felt a cold and dangerous feeling. This guy is ABD who killed people unscrupulously in the preliminary round. It's our turn. Brother Chen Nuo. Gon was a little nervous and looking forward to it. Chen Nuo was the first, followed by Gon, Killua, Leorio, and Kurapika. All 5 of them got the number plates they needed. Then, please tear off the paper on the number plate. This number is your prey. When the card is pulled out, it will be recorded in the memory in the box. This time the number plate snatching is not limited to any means. All results will be based on the last number plate obtained. We only recognize the number plate and not the person. Okay, everyone please board the ship. It will take 2 hours to arrive at Glasses Island. During this period, no fighting is allowed, otherwise you will be considered eliminated. Well, I wish you all good luck. The examiner Muscle Man announced the start of the game. Many players boarded the cruise ship that came to pick them up. A pretty tour guide on the cruise ship was enthusiastically introducing the assessment precautions, but every contestant present looked thoughtful and ignored her. Moreover, most of the players present have taken away their number plates and hid them, as if they were worried that they would be exposed as prey. And even if they are in the same team, they look at each other with an extra layer of vigilance. After all, no one knows whether the prey card the other party got is themselves. What's the number of the prey card you got? Mine is number 103. I don't know who it is. Gon opened up this heavy topic. Is it really okay to just say it directly? This guy Gon. Leorio glared at him. 199, I don't know who it is. Killua put his hands in his pockets and shrugged. Well, since you all took it out, I won't hide mine anymore, hehe. Leorio suddenly laughed and took out the number plate. 16. This number looks familiar, it's Tonpa. That fat guy who likes to trick newcomers. He should be an easier opponent to deal with. Gon said excitedly. Of course, I have always been lucky. I didn't expect that guy Tonpa to be in the 4th game, but he is definitely at the bottom of the electric field. Leorio was a little proud. What about you? Kurapika. Kurapika was a little silent, looked at everyone and finally slowly took out the prey card. Number 44. 44? Who is 44? Gon was confused. Hisoka. Kurapika said silently. Well. Suddenly the atmosphere was a little stagnant. Kurapika is really bad. She actually picked the most difficult opponent on the field. It can only be due to bad luck. Brother Nuo, how many are your prey? Gon became even more curious. Not only him, but several people who were originally prepared to comfort Kurapika also looked over, their eyes full of anticipation and nervousness. Chen Yo's team is quite eye-catching on the ship because everyone has their number plate hanging on them. At first it was just Chen Yo and Killua, but later Gon thought it was a sign of courage and took it out, and then Leorio and Kurapika also bravely took it out. Oh? I haven't read it yet. Chen Yo smiled slightly and took out the card without removing the sticker. In fact, it didn't matter to him no matter what the number was, he would definitely pass the test anyway. However, the prey of Gon and others surprised him a little. In his impression, Gon's prey should be number 44 Hisoka, and the prey of Killua and others was also completely disrupted. Well, that might be the butterfly effect. Under the nervous gazes of several people, Chen Yo tore off the sticker. A clear number appeared in everyone's sight. 664. Chapter 38. 664. An extremely dazzling number. It was like a knife piercing everyone's chest instantly. Kurapika turned pale for a moment, as if she had been drained of strength. She immediately showed a decisive look and clenched the wooden stick behind her, taking the initiative to distance herself from Chen Yo. Sorry, Boss Chen Yo, I can't let you take away my number plate. Even if I die, I will pass this test. Kurapika's tone was decisive, filled with pain and reluctance. He understands. Now I am no match for Chen Yo. The opponent can definitely kill me in 3 breaths. In this assessment, I lost unjustly because of bad luck. Brother Yo. Kurapika. Gon and the others couldn't help showing a dilemma. Getting along these days has made everyone regard each other as part of the group. This kind of random killing of each other is really disgusting. What are you thinking about? Kurapika. Chen Yo's voice suddenly brought everyone back to reality. Kurapika looked at Chen Yo in shock. There are only 5 of us here. Each one needs to get 3 points. If we get enough, we can only get 15 number plates at most. There will be about 30 people in this assessment, and we can all pass. Chen Yo explained. Kurapika. Gon Killua Leorio. This algorithm really has no problem. But boss, my number plate is worth 3 points as prey. Kurapika couldn't understand. Can't we just hunt 3 more? Okay, I'm going to take a nap in the sun. I'm a little tired. Chen Yo yawned, and walked directly to the sunniest deck at the front of the cruise ship with the dazzling 666 number plate in front of him, and then lay on the deck chair unscrupulously, bathing in the soft sunshine. Ding! You bathe in the sunshine, your physical strength and spirit are restored, and your attributes are slightly improved. Ding! A series of system prompts sounded in my mind. I don't know how much time has passed. The voice of the accompanying tour guide woke Chen Yo from his sleep. Everyone, we have arrived at Glasses Island. Next, please start with the person who has the shortest time to clear the 3rd level. Please disembark in order. Our method of disembarking is to wait for 2 minutes after the previous wave of people has disembarked before the next wave can continue, so please ask the first person to disembark first. The first person to disembark was magician number 44 Hisoka. This guy also hung his number plate on his chest and disembarked directly from the boat in full view of everyone. It was 2 minutes until Hisoka's back disappeared into the dense forest ahead. The tour guide informed Chen Yo and others that they could disembark. It's our turn, boss. Leorio reminded excitedly. Chen Yo held his head in his hands and walked out slowly and leisurely, followed by Killua, Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio. These guys are so arrogant, they don't even cover their number plates. SHH, keep your voice down. It's not good to be overheard. You wouldn't dare to do this without any strength. I'm afraid they have some secret weapon. I'm afraid it's just luck, okay? What can a bunch of brats have to worry about? Hee. Looking at the backs of Chen Yo and others, many players behind them were talking. Brother Arnold, where are we going next? Gon, who was following behind, patted the annoying bee next to him, then caught up and asked curiously. This is it, Killua, Leorio, you are responsible for guarding the east side, Kurapika, Gon, you are responsible for the west side. Chen Yo ordered several people. Boss? We. Leorio's eyes widened and he looked at Chen Yo in disbelief, as if he didn't quite understand this arrangement. But Kurapika's expression suddenly changed as she realized something. Could it be that, Boss Chen Yo, are you planning to? An incredible thought came to mind. No way. Brother Chen Nuo, it would be very dangerous to do this. Killua frowned slightly, worried. As the talented heir to the top assassin family Zoldyck, Killua is extremely talented and his combat power now exceeds that of most players. But even he would never dare to do anything like what Chen Nuo is doing to arouse public outrage. Killua, eldest brother. Gon was still confused, and Leorio didn't think about it at all, his expression was blank. Killua was about to speak when he saw Chen Yo suddenly smiled, turned around and walked slowly towards the place where he landed before, smiling and murmuring. Oh, someone is coming, haha. The expressions of Gon, Leorio, Killua, and Kurapika are very exciting. They finally realized what Chen Yo was planning to do. Robbery. This guy plans to do something outrageous and hijack all the players here. Must be crazy. Chapter 39. The docking location of the association's vessels. What an idiot. You actually chose to let me land on the island first. You will suffer when I set up the trap, hehe. Contestant number 53, wearing a red cloth hat and carrying a long bow, showed a proud smile. The needle man who was originally in front of him actually chose to go behind, letting him who was behind him land on the island first. Isn't this a problem with Duo's head? The player who is familiar with the environment first will definitely have a geographical advantage, and what he is most proficient in is archery and traps. That guy must have never suffered from hunter, so he had to teach him a lesson. Bakuru thought proudly in his heart, and unknowingly he had already stepped into the dense forest ahead. The smile on his face suddenly froze, and he couldn't help but stop. There was a solemn look in his eyes, and his fingers instinctively held the long bow. Ahead. A strange figure stood, seemingly waiting for him to come over. It's that number 666. You are really arrogant. You put your name on your chest. Are you afraid that you will not die quickly enough? You actually dare to block the way here. Could it be that you want to offend all the players? Bakur's heart sank, but he said loudly, that guy in front of you, are you waiting for someone? I don't know you, so you'd better disappear in front of me quickly. Although I don't know what the other party's plan is, when I think about Chen Yo having a full team when he leaves, I will most likely bump into the other party's team, and I will definitely be at a disadvantage. The words just fell. Bakur felt his eyes light up. Chen Yo, who was originally more than 10 meters away, appeared in front of him as if teleporting, without even causing a stir. Baku's eyes suddenly widened as he saw a ghost in his face. As a professional shooter, what he was most proud of was his eyesight, but just now, he couldn't even see a ghost. Leave your number plate and you can go. Chen Yo spoke calmly. Don't even think about it. Bakur suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and quickly distanced himself, drawing his bow and shooting arrows skillfully. Swish, swish, swish. The arrow almost flew past Chen Yo. I have to say that Bakur still has some skills in archery. Gon and Kurapika, who were responsible for blocking the attack not far away, were shocked when they saw this scene. Boss Chen Yo, indeed did what they wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Damn it! Is this guy lucky or something? How could none of my arrows hit? Bakur was already doubting life. He was proud of his archery skills, but now he actually didn't have any skills at all of them were masters of strokes. Too slow. There's not much difference between your arrows and snails. Chen Yo's voice sounded behind him. Bakugo turned around and fired the arrow without even looking. The rushing sound of arrows tearing through the air. Baku's face finally showed an excited smile. You lose. His eyes sparkled. The arrow hit Chen Yo behind him. Wrong. Baku's expression was like a face change in a Sichuan opera. He was shocked to see that the arrow that originally hit Chen Yo fell in a way that did not conform to the trajectory of gravity. In other words, he was pinched by Chen Yo's 2 fingers and pulled away from the opponent's chest, and then dropped to the ground. Are you kidding me? This guy actually caught the arrow with his fingers? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, this is simply impossible for humans to do. It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. Absolutely impossible. Baku comforted himself with a bit of panic. You go over there and rest first. But Chen Yo's devilish voice sounded in front of him. The other party appeared in front of him like a ghost, severe pain came from his abdomen, and the scenery in front of him quickly turned upside down and darkened. Bang! In the eyes of Killua and others from a distance. Baku was kicked out by Chen Yo like a sandbag, and landed heavily in the dense forest 100 meters away. He fainted on the spot. Baku's number plate flew high into the air and landed in Chen Yo's hands. Kicks as bright as light. Merciful light speed kick. 1 point at hand. Chen Yo looked at Baku's number plate in his hand and smiled. Gon and Killua looked at this scene with wild eyes. Boss, so fierce. Leorio only had admiration in his eyes. What an amazing speed. It's not a fight of the same magnitude at all. Is this the boss's true strength? Kurapika couldn't help but hold his card tightly. If he had just faced Chen Yo, he wouldn't have any hope of victory. Simply this speed. I'm afraid even Hisoka can't compare to it. Killua murmured in his heart, his eyes filled with shock. The players who have made it this far are definitely the best among the best. Including this Bakuer, even Killua himself would never be able to deal with it so easily. But here at Chen Yo, there is no difficulty at all. The gap between the two sides, the difference between clouds and mud. At this time, on board the island boat, it was the turn of the next contestant, Ninja Hanzo, to leave. The mechanical man with his body covered in armor stood by with a stiff expression and a smile. Hanzo yawned, with a confident smile on his face, is it finally my turn? This position is still pretty good, not too far back. Hehe, I'll take the first step. Not long after he left, several finger-sized bees flew into the crowd. Among them, a girl with a round hat and long green hair suddenly showed a fearful expression. Chapter 40. That. Excuse me. The girl Posey plucked up the courage and stood up. Immediately, the other players present all looked at her, full of vigilance. Please say. As if she had finally found a customer who was willing to talk, the tour guide smiled unusually patiently. Then, according to the rules of the fourth game, can other players directly hunt post-position players at the landing point? I request to log in at other locations. Peng Si said in a trembling voice. According to the information B gave her, there was actually a guy hunting other contestants at the previous landing point. Ha. What is this kid talking about? Is it true that women have long hair and short knowledge? I really want others to hunt me down. You have such courage to come here to take the hunter exam, so hurry up and go home and drink milk now. Little girl, don't be afraid, I will protect you, he. Peng Si's words immediately made the players waiting at the scene burst into laughter. As people who have made it this far, each of them boasts of their unique skills, so naturally they are not willing to lag behind others. But if someone dares to block the door and raid, it is no different from mocking the spring water. Isn't this an old man who hangs himself because he thinks he has a long life? Peng Si's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Her bees will never lie. The Bokuer who just got off the boat has definitely been KO, either dead or fainting. This can also explain why the needle man who was clearly ranked high did not get off the ship. She couldn't help but glance at the needle man, but to her surprise, this weird guy was looking at her with his stiff neck twisted, and his zombie-like movements frightened her so much that she turned pale on the spot. Based on the current situation, even if the ship is restarted to move, it will not be able to move very far within 2 minutes. It may be difficult to land from another landing point. But if you are worried, you can choose to log in with a lower ranking. The tour guide patiently explained. I choose to stay back. Peng Si said immediately, which immediately made several players next to him laugh. 2 minutes are up, the next player is number 191. The timer in her hand rang, and the tour guide shouted loudly. Number 191, martial artist Baldero. He snorted softly and glanced at Peng Si from the corner of his eye, showing a trace of disdain. Regardless of courage or strength, he believed that this girl was not qualified to obtain a hunter license. But his reserve as a martial artist prevents him from making any comments on the opponent's choice. Baldero slowly disembarked from the boat. His calm demeanor made all the players secretly mark him as a dangerous opponent and be wary of him secretly. In the dense forest not far from the landing point. Why did Brother Arnold let Hanzo go? Gon asked Kurapika in a low voice, who was lying in wait. Kurapika looked at Gon with a surprised look. This guy Gon has completely changed from before. In the past, he could be said to be kind and soft-hearted, but now he took the initiative to ask Chen Yo why he let the bald nin go. Maybe, that guy had barbecue with us, so he is half a friend. Kurapika gave her guess. Baldero walked into the dense forest, but after entering, he felt that something was seriously wrong. The traces of broken trees after the fierce battle ahead were shocking. There is still a trace of residual fighting breath. Here, there has been a battle. But the battle ended in a very short time. It's that guy. Baldero, who made a start gesture and searched the surrounding area, was startled when he suddenly saw Bakuer lying unconscious on the ground not far away. The beef tendon bow and arrow he was carrying had been broken by the huge force, and there was still a look of horror on his face. Number 53. Baldero had noticed him when he was in the crowd. He was a very good archer. According to his estimation, he could at least be ranked at the upper middle level. It actually ended here? So, the person before Cure was exposed? Hisoka? Or, that weird team led by the arrogant kid 666? Or that ninja? What's your number plate? Suddenly, an extremely ordinary voice of inquiry sounded beside Baldero. This feeling is like asking, have you eaten? There was no murderous intent at all, and there was even a hint of kindness. But that's the sound. Jean Baldero suddenly jumped away as if he was electrocuted, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared next to him in horror. Number 666 Chen Yo. The black-haired boy with his hands in his pockets and an even lazy expression was waiting for his answer with a calm expression. Chapter 41. This kid. When did he come here? Why didn't he make any sound? Baldero was extremely horrified. As a martial artist who has been immersed in martial arts for decades, his 5 senses and 6 senses are far stronger than those of ordinary people. If the average person is 10, Baldero is at least 17 or 18. Because what he is best at is close combat karate, and the most important thing in this is perception and reaction, especially in the first moment of the fight, he will give a strong intuition. But today, Chen Yo had already moved to his side, but he didn't even react. If the other party is not asking, but attacking, I'm afraid Baldero won't be able to find him until the dagger pierces his heart. So weird. This guy has no idea how he got here. Baldero prides himself on being an absolute upper-class expert. At least in this assessment, he will definitely be ranked among the top 5 masters. What do I want to ask you? If you are willing to hand over your number plate, I can let you go. Chen Yo frowned slightly. Neither Baoker nor Bodolo had any enmity with him, so he couldn't commit murder and swindle. Did you defeat him? But Bodro pointed to Baoker in the distance and said in a deep voice. So be it. Chen Yo shrugged. If you want to get my number plate, then defeat me. My martial arts must not stop here. Bodro took a deep breath, his eyes flashed, and his vigilance was raised to the highest level. He stared at Chen Yo with his eyes fixed on him, guessing Chen Yo's starting position from the opponent's body shape and posture, and even simulated various scenes of the two sides fighting head-on dozens of times in his mind. Bang! There was a muffled sound. A hand knife accurately hit the back of Bodro's neck. His mouth suddenly opened, his expression was stunned, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Martial Arts Bodro. Defeat. Plate number 191 fell into the hands of Chen Yo. The second one. Chen Yo smiled slightly and accepted the number plate. Time passes bit by bit. Half an hour later. Many players have fallen at Chen Yo's feet, and the number cards in his hand have reached 9. That's awesome. We've already got 9 number plates. It's a pity that we don't have the number plate we need to hunt for, otherwise it would save a lot of trouble. As expected of the boss, the gap between these guys is huge. At this rate we can get enough points in less than a week or even an hour. Gon, Leorio, and others were all pleasantly surprised. The rewards of this kind of abuse are so amazing that there is no need for luck or energy to find other players. The premise is: the person blocking the door can solve the opponent within 2 minutes, otherwise he will face the joint attack of many players. But unfortunately, the monster Chen Yo just meets this condition. So far, no one has been able to survive a minute in his hands, whether hidden or in direct confrontation. In front of Chen Yo, who has a super large circle, it is like having a god's perspective on the whole map, and there is no way to hide anything. Hehe, it's not difficult to get 6 points as long as we work together. That's right, these rookies now are much more mentally retarded than the last generation. They are just like elementary school students. Conversation sounded from a distance. 2 figures are coming together. Suddenly, their conversation and laughter stopped abruptly, and they looked at the situation in front of them in stunned silence. A large group of players were knocked down, and a black-haired boy playing with his number card stood in the middle. What's the situation? The skinny man with a monkey on his shoulder was surprised. It's him. That guy. Contestant number 666 Chen Yo, were all these people defeated by him? Impossible, there is also the martial arts master Baldro, who is very powerful. Is it a trap? We must be careful. Tonpa's expression changed slightly and he quickly took 2 steps back. Boss. That guy is my hunting target. He. Leorio jumped out excitedly, he was waiting for a big deal. With Chen Yo here to control the situation, he was full of confidence. Oh, let you solve it yourself. Chen Yo tilted his head and said. He, of course. You can't bother the boss with everything. It'll be good if you have the boss to help you. Leorio rolled up his sleeves and was full of fighting spirit. Looks like I'm here to cause trouble for you, Tonpa, so I'll leave first. Everyone, I don't want to disturb your good business. The monkey-walking man was startled for a moment, then smiled and said to Chen Yo, turned around and was about to leave, but his monkey was 1 step ahead and left quickly with Tonpa's number plate in his mouth. My number plate has already been taken away, so it's useless for you to catch me. Instead of wasting your time on me. Tonpa smiled proudly. This monkey man had already taken the exam several times like him, and the 2 sides had a tacit understanding of cooperation. He also agreed that if he encounters trouble, he will flee with his number plate first. As long as the number plate is not in his hand, the other party will most likely not cause trouble for him again. But the monkey-walking man was not happy for 2 seconds. He only heard the sound of the fishing line being pulled quickly through the air. I caught it. Only the weird squeaking sounds of monkeys were heard from deep in the jungle. Gon walked out carrying the fallen monkey, and Tonpa's number plate fell into his hand. This BD. Let go of my little Huai. The monkey walker was a little angry and was about to attack Gon. Leorio on the side quickly went to help. But I never thought that this guy would turn around and run away, not wanting his little monkey at all. Hehe, you are still too young to fight with me. Sooner or later, you will have to pay this debt. Bang! The monkey walking man, who turned his head and smiled ferociously, was caught by a leg that slanted out at some point, and he was knocked upside down and hit the ground. The one who took action was Killua, who came out of the dense forest on the other side. The Tonpa duo were wiped out directly. I actually didn't have a chance to make a move, but I got the 3-point number plate. Ha 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 ha. Boss, we are only left with the last 3 points now. Leorio held up Tonpa's number plate and was excited. It's so exciting to compete for points with Boss Chen Nuo. We have enough points that we need. Chen Yo suddenly smiled slightly. Hey? That's enough? The previous 9 points plus Tonpa's 3 points and his 1 point, we still need 3 points. Did Brother Arnold make a mistake in his calculation? Gon scratched his head in confusion. Kurapika and Leorio also looked confused, but Killua seemed to feel something. Come out, you must be tired after watching it for so long. Chen Yo suddenly said loudly in the direction of the dense forest ahead. Chapter 42. The forest is extremely quiet. There was only the sound of the wind blowing and Tonpa's trembling legs sifting through the chaff. Haha, why don't you come out? Then I'll catch you. Chen Yo smiled. There was some movement in the bushes, and finally the guys couldn't hold back anymore and walked out. Surprisingly, they were 3 boys with similar looks and tall builds. The 3 Amurai brothers. This guy looks very troublesome, how about we avoid them? Omoli, the cowardly third child, hesitated when he saw the pile of records. We 3 brothers have never lost to anyone together, and besides, that guy is my hunting target. The second brother snorted and stared at Chen Yo. The most powerful among them is probably number 666. As long as he is dealt with, the other brats shouldn't be a problem. The boss glanced sideways and stretched his neck. Is there another one who hasn't come out? Chen Yo suddenly smiled lightly in the direction of the dense forest. The 3 brothers were stunned. Is there anyone else ambushing? The mantis stalks the cicada but the oriole follows behind? Didn't you find anything? Before they could be surprised, they saw a strange man wearing a turban, holding a snake-headed flute, and a mustache walking out with a sinister smile. I didn't expect to be discovered, but it doesn't matter. You are already surrounded by me. If you don't want to die, just surrender. Surrounded? Ha 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 ha. You surrounded us by yourself. Leorio couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was definitely the funniest joke he had heard this year. But the next moment Leorio couldn't laugh anymore. Hiss! Along with the weird flute sound, there was a rustling sound in the grass. Poisonous snakes of all colors came from all directions, some clinging to trees, others walking in the grass, spitting out snake bites, and the vertical pupils of the snakes flashed with fierce light. This BD. He can actually control snakes. Damn it! Hey, we are not opponents, we are all here to deal with these guys. Yes, yes, how about we join forces and keep your snakes away from us? The 3 brothers were also anxious and couldn't help but threaten them both softly and hard. It's the snake brusher Scarpeng. What this guy is best at is controlling venomous snakes. He is Gon's prey. These venomous snakes are highly venomous. Once bitten, they will probably be poisonous within a few seconds. Kurapika said with an extremely solemn expression. So he is my target number 103. These venomous snakes are so dangerous. Gon tightened his grip on the fishing rod in his hand. Boss. What should I do? Leorio avoided the poisonous snake at his feet and jumped to Chen Yo. Let's deal with it first before we talk about it. Chen Yo did not answer Leorio, but walked up to Tonpa and picked up the short and fat Tonpa like a chicken. Ah! I was wrong. Brother. I didn't mean it. I definitely didn't mean to go against you. Tonpa, who was being held by one hand, screamed in horror. I know, you are not targeting us, just the newcomers. Goodbye, Tonpa. I hope there is no hunter experiment in heaven. Chen Yo glanced at him and threw Tonpa directly towards the sea in full view of everyone. It is thousands of meters away from the seaside. The short and fat Tonpa doesn't say 200 pounds, but definitely weighs 145 pounds. The begging for mercy stopped abruptly and was replaced by screams of horror. Tonpa turned into a perfect parabola and crossed the sky and trees, falling straight towards the distant sea. The three Umarai brothers were dumbfounded on the spot. The snake brusher Scarpeng was stunned. The four members of Kiluagon were also extremely shocked. This arm strength. This terrifying throwing power. Simply, inhuman. At this time. Hunter exam cruise. Players have been getting off the boat one after another, and there are still some who have not arrived. There was no trace of blood on B-girl Pengxi's face. She was pale and her pupils had lost focus. More and more Bs are reporting that a large number of previous contestants have failed. Is the fourth round really that dangerous? The contestants at the back of the queue were complaining, but the pin man who was clearly ranked third was still leaning against the side of the boat with his arms folded, as if waiting for something. It's really troublesome. I'm impatient to have to wait for everyone. Yet, 1 or 2 minutes, we've been waiting for almost an hour. Who knows how many traps those guys have set up for us? Forget it, who made us rank lower in the third level? The crowd murmured. Sudden. Harsh screams of terror passed over everyone's heads. The stiff needle man raised his head first, with a rare hint of surprise on his zombie-like face covered with golden needles. Everyone who was talking, including the tour guide who called out, also raised their heads in shock. The fat Tonpa flew high above everyone's heads. Then it landed on the sea very far away with a thud, causing high splashes of water. Many players. B-girl Pengxi. Needle man. Ah! Damn it! Was I dazzled just now? Holy crap! I saw a guy flying overhead. That guy looks familiar. It seems like it's Tonpa. Is it a hallucination? How could a person fly so high? Could it be that he was ejected from something? What happened over there? What launcher traps are there on the island? Moment. The whole place was in an uproar. Even the tour guide, who had gone through more than 10 experiments, was stunned. This is definitely the first time to see a trapeze artist. There is no launching device at all on the island, and it is absolutely impossible to eject people so far. According to this distance, I am afraid it is at least more than 1,000 meters. How did this guy fly here? Did you jump over by yourself? Or, someone else threw it over? The tour guide and the players present felt that their brains were not enough. Chapter 43. Jungle Confrontation Area. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Beads of sweat rolled down the snake brusher's forehead one by one. He suddenly felt that the snake flute in his hand was a little hot. Even though hundreds of venomous snakes had been summoned, he didn't feel safe at all at this moment. Instead, he felt a chill on his neck. That guy is definitely a monster. Scarpeng was extremely horrified. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you would never believe it. One person can throw another person thousands of meters. This terrifying arm strength alone is definitely enough to suppress any boxing champion in the boxing ring. If he received such a punch head-on, Scarpeng could even imagine that his head would burst like a big watermelon on the spot. The only thing that can give him some courage now is these poisonous snakes, or rather snake venom. No matter how strong you are, if snake venom enters your body, gods will not be able to cure you. That guy's strength is exaggerated, which means his speed must be slow. There is no way he can get over hundreds of poisonous snakes to deal with him. Of course, the only thing you have to be careful about is whether this guy will pick up rocks and hit himself. But there are no rocks at the guy's feet, which can be said to be something to be thankful for. Let's join forces, you guys, otherwise we will never be the opponent of this monster. Scarpeng looked at the three Samurai brothers with a sinister expression. But he wasn't finished yet. Plop, plop, plop. The three Samurai brothers immediately knelt down. Brother. Let's admit defeat. Let's admit defeat. It's our fault if you bump into Big Brother. This is our number plate, please accept it. You must accept it. Brother. The sound of kowtowing was like pounding garlic. The three Samurai brothers had turned into soft-footed shrimps and knelt down to beg for mercy. So scary. They saw with their own eyes that short fat Tonpa was thrown thousands of meters by Chen Yo's single-arm giant swing. Is this a human being? Monster. Devil. Why was this devil allowed into the hunter experiment? How can ordinary people like us live? The three Samurai brothers were completely frightened. Fighting against others is nothing more than comparing who is more ruthless and stronger, but with Chen Yo, isn't this just using your head as a brake for the train? Don't think you can die soon enough? Although they are arrogant, they still have this bit of self-awareness. Brother Arnold. We are still 3 points away, as long as we get Scarpen's number plate, that's enough. Gon calculated the current number plate points. Sir. This is my number plate. Before Chen Yo could say anything, Scarpeng, who had a sinister expression, suddenly rushed up, kowtowed with an extremely gorgeous kneeling shovel, bang dong dong, and directly arranged for a poisonous snake to deliver the tag in front of Gon. Three brothers. Damn it. This dog coin surrendered faster than myself. Gon was worried about the snake's venom and directly caught Scarpen's number plate with a fishing line. Got number 103. After accumulating 15 points, all members of the Chen Yo team can pass the level. Oh, do you have enough points? Let's go then. There are still 6 days until the experiment ends, so we can just wander around during these 6 days. Chen Yo yawned and threw all the number plates to Gon. Okay. We got all the points. Gon held the number plates and carefully put them into his backpack. Awesome. Boss is awesome. It's easier than I thought. I won completely on my own. Isn't it good to win by lying down? Follow Boss Chen Yo. It would be great if we can continue like this. Several people were filled with emotion and quickly followed Chen Yo when they saw him leaving. Seeing the retreating figures of Chen Yo, the Samurai trio who were kneeling on the ground finally let out a long sigh of relief, and their faces showed the surprise and joy of surviving the disaster. Our number plates were not taken away. Not even that white-haired brat made a move, his target is me. The points are enough. It's only been an hour. Those bastards have already got 30 points. Hey, let's go. We must not encounter those monsters again. We must be more careful in the future. The three brothers stood up one by one and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Hey, take out the number plate, everyone, I don't think he is as good-tempered as that adult. Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded behind the three Samurai people. I don't know when the snake charmer Scarpeng started playing the flute again. The densely packed venomous snakes raised their heads one after another, spitting out snakes and hissing. Some of them have even swam up to the ankles of the three brothers, and the cold scales make people's hair stand on end. What a BD! What a fool! Don't bite me! The three brothers were extremely angry and frightened, but in the end they had to hand over their 3 number plates. Evening light. Somewhere in a dense forest, a man holding a wooden stick and a spear fell to the ground, with a card stuck in his heart. His number plate fell into the hands of the magician Hisoka. The spear master Go Si danced extremely well with a spear, but he died tragically in the end. Hisoka sat on a dead tree, with a slight arc in his mouth, playing with the number plate in his hand. This guy happened to be his prey. Got 6 points. It was so easy. But the news given to him by the needle man in front of him surprised Hisoka. Directly intercepting some players and grabbing their number plates? It's really a refreshing approach. Hisoka couldn't help but laugh. My number plate is enough. I'm going to sleep first. Don't disturb me. The needle man pulled out the golden needle, and the mechanical zombie face turned into a handsome boy. Then he quickly dug the soil and buried himself in the pit to sleep. Haha, I am becoming more and more interested in you, little brother Chen Nuo, you must not let me down. Hisoka licked her lower lip excitedly. Chapter 44. 6 days on Spectacle Island flew by. During this period, Chen Yo led Gon and others to fish and hunt on the shore, and they also found some good food. After cooking, I also gained a lot of attribute points. For other players, it is a dangerous and stressful assessment test, but for the Chen Yo team, it has become a leisurely vacation time. Name, Chen Yo. Number of crossings, 1. Current world, Hunter x Hunter. Strength, 115, normal 10. Agility, 161, normal 10. Spirit, 248, normal person 10. Talent, gourmet. Skills, cooking of max, god of cooking level. Ability, Nian, gold, circle 24,800 meters, hidden circle. Special, shining fruit plus, branch abilities, absorb sunlight, perfect fruit, light finger gun, light speed kick, light explosive bomb, light battle axe, light therapy, elementalization. Food points, 331. With a completely new interface, Chen Yo's attributes have been greatly improved. Compared with before landing on the island, it can be regarded as a small increase. The landing point where the trial begins. Many players have arrived one after another. Hisoka, Acupuncture, Hanzo, Chen Yo's team, and others surprised Chen Yo. Archer Bakuer, this guy actually made a comeback? Even though his number plate was taken away, he still scored 6 points. Then there is the snake charmer Scar Peng and the seemingly weak B-girl Peng Si. It seems that the butterfly effect has become more and more obvious. This kid Bakuer is really lucky. Chen Yo raised his eyelids and glanced at several people. Hisoka and Acupuncture Man didn't care. Bakuer and Scarpen's faces instantly turned pale, and their expressions were as ugly as those of mourning concubines. But Pengsi, the bee-girl, was more afraid of Hisoka. She naively believed that the person who caused many players to throw themselves into the street was the magician Hisoka. Not the Chen Yo team that looks harmless to humans and animals, but is actually unsafe. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy to see Brother Chen Yo and everyone again. I hope we can all get hunter licenses. The bald ninja Hanzo greeted excitedly. Yes. Mr. Hanzo. Gon and others responded with smiles, and Chen Yo nodded slightly. Poor Hanzo still doesn't know that Chen Yo opened the back door for him and let him go. Okay, everyone, congratulations on getting enough points. You passed the 4th assessment test. The above 11 people are the ones who passed this test. Please get on the airship. The tour guide who came for inspection smiled and recorded the customs clearance personnel. Chen Yo and others also boarded the airship to go to the final assessment site. Association Airship. Many examiners have gathered together, and sitting at the head of the sofa is the President Netero, who has white hair and beard and a smiling face. There are a total of 11 people. This pass rate is the highest in history. Ha 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 ha. Netero looked very happy. Then Chen Yo's team for number 666 must have passed, right? President. The beautiful examiner Menchi leaned forward, revealing her deep career line, and her pretty face was full of expectations. Are they those bastards who bombed the prison? They are just like monsters. I'm afraid not many people will be his opponents in the fourth game. Li Bo, the male examiner with a mohawk and glasses, said with lingering fear. Blow up the prison? The trap tower prison you're talking about? Menchi had an innocent look on his face. Of course, that little monster number 666 almost blew up the prison. If I hadn't been quick on the spot, I don't know how much trouble there would have been. Libier complained. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen Nuo is indeed very powerful. Menchi, don't worry, you can definitely see Mr. Chen Nuo here. The giant man Boela, who was eating meat, was talking vaguely while tearing the meat. A blush immediately appeared on Beauty Menchi's pretty face. President, how do you plan to arrange this final test? The first level examiner, the mouthless butler Satos, said seriously. Many examiners also looked over, waiting for Netero's arrangements. I'm going to prepare a special test for them. First of all, I want to talk to all 11 of them individually. Netero said with a smile. Association Airship Parlor. Several people on the side of the ship outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows were enjoying the food and drinks provided by the airship, overlooking the passing white clouds and the forest floor like a miniature model, feeling quite comfortable. I feel ashamed to say it. In this assessment, I almost contributed in every way, all thanks to the help of the boss. Boss, I will definitely repay you this kindness. After a few drinks, Leorio blushed a little and said. Me too, I relied on Boss Chen Nuo for protection along the way. This kindness. Kurapika was a little emotional. He was originally Chen Nuo's prey, but instead of attacking him, the other party helped him score 3 points. It's better to save these sensational words until after it is approved. Brother Chen Nuo won't care about this. Killua put his hands in his pockets and looked calm, but he also looked at Chen Nuo expectantly. Brother Arnold. Gon also looked full of admiration. After going through this assessment, he clearly understood his own gap and the brilliance of Chen Nuo. He actually said some kind words. If you really want to repay me, then get a hunter license. I heard that you can enjoy a high subsidy every year with this thing, and you don't have to spend money to travel around the world. Chen Nuo said with a smile. Yes, yes. That's why I came here. Ha ha ha, Leorio suddenly felt like a close friend. The topic soon turned to licenses, and the atmosphere became relaxed again. Ah, it's only been a few days, little brother Chen Nuo, and little brother Gon, your changes are really surprising. Suddenly, a harmonious voice sounded. The magician Hisoka walked over with a smile, and his eyes that suppressed excitement and desire swept over Chen Nuo, Gon, and others, with unconcealable heat, as if he was looking at a coveted work of art. Chapter 45. Hisoka. Is this guy planning to cause trouble for Brother Arnold? Gon immediately glared and stood in front of Chen Nuo. Kurapika, Leo, and Killua also came closer. Chen Nuo, who was standing behind the crowd, glanced at everyone with slightly lowered eyes, and a hint of relief flashed across his face. Gon, Killua, Kurapika, and Leorio all made great progress in this assessment. Don't be so nervous. It's not time for me to take action on your brother yet. Only ripe fruits can exude the perfect flavor. Hisoka made an intoxicated look. Excuse me, all candidates, please note that the president will interview you in person next. Candidates whose number is called, please move to the reception room on the second floor to interview the president. The first one is number 44 Hisoka. The bean-faced man's voice came over the airship's radio. Is it my turn? I'll take the first step. Hisoka smiled slightly and turned to leave. Chen Nuo didn't even care. In his invisible field of vision, Hisoka's energy was like a burning torch, emitting a dazzling light. But his chi is like the blazing sun, shining in all directions. The content of the interview is very simple. That is, a few simple questions about Netero. Why you want to be a hunter, who is the player you care about the most, and who is the player you least want to fight with. But when it came to Chen Yo, Netero's problem changed. Chen Yo, as you can see, I am already old now, 232 years old. Even if I can extend my life with thoughts, I also know that my time is short, and today's association still lacks a pillar. Talent. Netero Barabara starts CPU Chen Yo. Chen Yo, on the other hand, ignored what was going on outside the window and even dozed off on the spot. This boy. Netero couldn't laugh or cry. In desperation, she had to give up persuading Chen Yo, but as soon as she left the conference room, she met the elated beauty Menchi. Mr. Chen Yo. Wow! It's great to meet you. Menchi came up and gave him a big hug, completely ignoring Gon and the others beside him. Then Brother Chen Nuo, let's go first. Let's go. Gon, don't look at the adults' affairs. Killua felt embarrassed and pulled Gon away with a curious face. Leorio and Kurapika also had mean expressions on their faces, with expressions like "Boss, please be pretty first, we won't bother you anymore." Long time no see, Menchi. Chen Yo said hello. Mr. Chen Yo, I tried roasting giant-nosed pork according to your previous method, but the taste was always much different from yours. Can you give me some pointers? Please. Menchi had a pleading, pitiful expression on his face. Well, there's nothing to do anyway. Where is the kitchen? Chen Yo said calmly. Over there, he Boera, why are you following me? Don't follow me. This is a private tryst between me and Mr. Chen Yo, private teaching. Menchi glared at the tail-like giant Boera, and then like a sweet girl, he took Chen Yo by the arm and took him to the kitchen happily. In the afternoon, Chen Yo was giving personal lessons to Menchi. This busta beauty seemed to like being close to Chen Yo and always touched him intentionally or unintentionally. After an afternoon of guidance, Menchi's affection for Chen Yo soared significantly. Her watery eyes seemed to be waiting for the words "be my girlfriend." But it's a pity. Until the end, she did not wait for Chen Yo to speak, which even made Menchi doubt her own charm. Okay, that's it. Chen Yo washed his hands, packed away the kitchen knives, turned around and left with a faint smile. Mr. Chen Yo. Menchi could no longer hold back the pounding in his chest and stepped forward directly to press his lips on Chen Yo's cheek. Thank you. Mr. Chen Yo. The time with you is the happiest time I have ever spent. Regardless of the results of tomorrow's assessment, I look forward to your next guidance. This is my address, if you don't mind, we can be at home next time. He pulled away quickly as if he was scalding his mouth. Menchi looked at Chen Yo lovingly and put a piece of paper into his hand with his soft little hands. Before Chen Yo could speak, Menchi quickly fled the kitchen, seemingly fearing that he would reject him face to face. Well, you still have a pretty good figure. Chen Yo glanced at the address, with a hint of curvature at the corner of his mouth. It seems that if I have time, I need to come to Menchi for personal guidance, so that this beautiful examiner can better understand the true meaning of the technique. The assessment on the next day came as scheduled. Everyone was brought to the final assessment site, and Netero personally showed him the final matchup map. When seeing this picture, all the candidates' expressions became extremely exciting. Even Chen Yo looked surprised. Chapter 46. Leorio played against B-Girl Pengsi, Gon played against Kurapora, Killua played against Needle Man, Kurapika played against Scarpeng, Chen Yo played against Hanzo, and Hisoka, who ranked first in the overall score, had a bye. The rules of the tournament are that as long as you win one game, you can get a hunter license. Isn't this the equivalent of sticking your nose in the face? Chen Yo's manipulation of the old man Netero was a bit strange. Unexpectedly, the old guy even winked at him, as if telling Chen Yo, "Look, old man, I treat your friends very well, but the arrangements are all soft persimmons. Chen Yo. Ahem, cough, cough. In addition, there is an additional item added to this year's schedule. Once the candidate passes this additional assessment, the candidate will directly receive the honorary title of 1-star hunter and enjoy high treatment in all professional hunter associations. Netero cleared his throat and smiled. 1-star hunter? No, Mr. President, a star hunter must have made great achievements in a certain field or made a major contribution. Although the association does have the qualifications to recommend 1-star hunter, this is too much. Examiner Li Bo was extremely shocked. The hunter world is divided into unlicensed hunters, professional hunters, associate hunters, 1-star, 2-star, and even the highest 3-star hunters in the world. Although the 1-star hunter is the hunter with the lowest star rating, it is still a rare level among professional hunters in the world. Only a very few hunters with outstanding abilities can hope to obtain it, and the candidates in front of them are just newcomers. How can they directly obtain the star title? Interesting, the old guy is actually willing to take out the star title. Hisoka narrowed her eyes slightly and raised the corners of her mouth. A star hunter? One that can be included in professional hunter textbooks? That's great. If you can become a star hunter, your reputation alone will be enough to be famous all over the world. Leorio's blood boiled. The game is really big. Professional hunters can produce single digits every year, but star hunters may not produce one every year. The bald ninja Hanzo muttered. The other candidates present also showed eager expressions. This feels like the ancient imperial examination. If you pass the Jinshi examination, you may not be able to directly become an official. But now, as long as you complete the additional assessment, you can directly become an official, and it is above the 4th rank. It is extremely exaggerated. What is the content of the additional assessment? Killua looked away from Needleman and stared at Netero. Haha, you will not know the content of the extra assessment until you pass the final assessment. Any player who has won one victory can participate, hehe. Netero chuckled. This made everyone roll their eyes. The final assessment will be conducted in sequence. The first one to appear is Leorio versus the B-girl Pence. This girl, who was not supposed to reach the finals, miraculously made it here because of Chen Nuo's abuse of Spring in the 4th level. Don't think that I'm going to be soft on you because you're a girl. Boss, I did it first. Leorio rolled up his sleeves and waved his arms, cheering loudly. I don't need you to think of me as a girl, I will beat you to get the hunter's license. Peng Xi's beautiful eyes were filled with unprecedented determination as she walked onto the ring. She knew that this was most likely her only chance. Because she feels that any player on the field may be more difficult than Leorio in front of her, and Leorio is the only opponent she can win. With the bean-faced man's bell ringing, the battle begins. Peng Xi distanced herself, Leorio waved away, and the girl had no intention of attacking him, but continued to distance herself. What are you doing? Leorio was a little dumbfounded. But his expression soon changed. Buzz buzz. A dense buzzing sound sounded. Everyone suddenly saw a large number of bees swarming out of Pence's tall hat and swarming towards Leorio. Ah! This is cheating. Leorio was stunned, his face changed wildly with fear, and he ran wildly while being chased by many bees. But in the end, due to space restrictions, he was stung by countless bees and swelled into a pig's head. He even felt a little breathless because of the bee venom. This is the price for underestimating me. Peng Xiqiao, who was standing aside, had an excited smile on her face. She didn't expect that she was lucky enough to pass the exam. But her smile turned into shock and even fear in the next second. Leorio, who had a big pig's head on his head, rushed towards her like crazy, completely ignoring the bees that kept stinging him. Then, in full view of everyone, he pounced on Peng Si and pinned her down. I, Leorio, am a man who wants to become a professional hunter. How can I lose to these hateful bees and stop here? Leorio was full of fighting spirit and hugged Peng Si together, and the buzzing bees flew over quickly. I surrender. Peng Si, who knew that she was in danger from the poisonous wasp, turned pale and screamed. Number 663 Leorio wins. The bean-faced man held up the sign and announced loudly, then took out a peak-catching net from somewhere and covered the two of them directly. Haha, I didn't embarrass you, boss. Leorio, whose eyelids were so swollen that he could hardly lift them up, lay on the ground breathing heavily, looking at Chen Yo with eyes filled with pride. Chapter 47. What a desperate guy! Chen Yo lamented that Peng Si's poisonous bees are very dangerous. Excessive toxins can cause respiratory failure. In the original work, she defeated the snake brusher Scar Peng in the cave. The seemingly weak girl was not as fragile as imagined. On the contrary, Leorio's bloody spirit is eye-catching. Ymir. Next up is Gon vs Explosive Cur. The battle between the two sides was much more exciting. Gon's bloodline talent was extremely high, and his agility was maxed out. Bakuer's arrows were all missed, but Gon seemed to have wild intuition, giving Bakuer no chance to hit. Instead, in an unusually brilliant counterattack, he used a fishhook to snatch away Baku's bow and arrow. Bakuer, who lost his bow and arrow, had to admit defeat. Gon won almost without any danger. Archers are still too restrained when encountering highly sensitive opponents, and this Bakuer relies too much on weapons. Even if he learns to read in the future, he will still belong to the second-level professional hunter. Chen Yo evaluated in his mind. The third game, Killua vs Needle Man. Killua, who was originally full of confidence, changed his expression drastically when he saw the Needle Man removing the golden needles one by one with his head trembling like a machine and regaining his appearance, and even started to tremble all over. The guy in front of him is none other than his brother Ilmi Zoldyck. Big brother. Killua's eyes widened, his pupils tightened, and his face showed a rare look of shock and fear. Well, I heard that you stabbed Mom and Miji. Yimi, who has gorgeous black waist-length hair, a delicate face and her iconic big, blind eyes, said calmly. Not bad. Killua came back to his senses slightly, his expression a little stiff. It made my mother cry. Yimi tilted her head. Of course I'm going to cry. My son did such an outrageous thing to me. Leorio, who was recovering from his injuries, couldn't help complaining. She was super touched. She said she was so happy to see her son grow up like this, but she would still be worried if she left the house alone, so please let me drop by to check on you if I have time. What a coincidence. I never thought that Zyoki would want to become a hunter and participate in the competition. In fact, I also want to get a hunter license because of my work. Yimi said quietly. On the other hand, everyone listening to their conversation was a little surprised. What kind of ghost family is this? A mother is so moved that she wants to cry after being stabbed by her son? Is there something serious wrong with this brain circuit? I don't want to be a hunter, I just stop by and take a look when I have time. Killua said solemnly. Really? Then I can rest assured. Now I can give you advice without any scruples. You are not suitable to be a hunter at all. The most suitable calling for you is to be a killer. Yimi slowly spoke, his dull black eyes seemed to turn into an endless abyss whirlpool, and an indescribable sense of terrifying oppression emerged around Killua. The whole world seemed to turn into dark purple. Depressed, dead, cold, twisted. The dark memories of the past flooded into my head over and over again. Killua was once raised by his father and elder brother as a killing tool. He had no emotions at all and was not interested in anything. Only after killing people would his empty heart get a little satisfaction. I have no expectations, goals, or even ideas. This is the life Killua has experienced for more than 10 years, and this is the life he has planned for the future. Killua. Suddenly. A familiar voice sounded outside the court. It's Chen Nuo. His voice seemed to be filled with a golden stream of light and heat, cutting through the special oppression that Illumi had on Killua, filling his chest with unprecedented strength and courage. You are yourself, not any puppet or shadow. It is up to you to decide how you want to live. Follow your heart, Killua. Chen Nuo's voice was calm. But it has a special power and momentum that is irresistible. Accompanied by Chen Nuo's voice, countless fresh memories flooded into Killua's mind. A group of people gathered for dinner in front of the gate of Candace Forest Park, made a whole pig feast in the square, took grape spider eggs together on the cliff, grilled the winged baby monster on the trap tower, and spent 6 days on a vacation on Spectacle Island. The laughter of everyone and the delicious food that makes people want to eat. The days when we would sit shoulder to shoulder, look at the moon, drink wine, brag and laugh unscrupulously, the days when we would sit on the dead wood together and wait for the fish to bite, the days when Big Brother Chen Yo would call for dinner when night falls. Bit by bit, an unprecedented warmth gathered in Killua's heart. The smiling faces, the familiar new friends, those happy and warm times. Even though it was only half a month away, Killua gained more happiness and friendship than in the previous 10 years. This is the life I want. And now, these friends they cherish. Yes, friends, I longed for them so much but never dared to hope for them. Like a prisoner looking up at the sky in a prison, they came to me very real. Now I am also a person who is expected, cared for and has friends. Sorry, brother. I don't want to be a killer from now on. Killua was silent for a few seconds, then raised his head and spoke, his slightly trembling eyes filled with unprecedented determination and firmness, and even the courage to face death. Chapter 48. Yimi thought he heard wrongly. His dull eyes stared at Killua for several seconds before he finally digested Killua's answer. What a sad answer. Mom will be very sad if she knows it. Fortunately, Dad and everyone have always loved you so much. The blood of the noble Zoldyck family flows in your body. You are destined to be a person walking in the darkness. I am very disappointed, Killua. But don't worry, I will take you back and make you realize your mistake. Illumi looked at Killua expressionlessly. An unprecedented strong murderous intention was released. This BD. Leorio, whose head was as swollen as a pig's head when he was about to curse, suddenly turned pale. At this time, Yimi was like a ferocious beast with its ferocious teeth exposed, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. You actually PD him off. It's rare to see you angry, haha. Hisoka, who was watching the show, smiled slightly. The other candidates present also showed extremely solemn expressions and took 2 steps back involuntarily. The third game. Begin. The bean-faced man announced the start of the game. I will not show mercy, my disappointing brother. Yimi said calmly. Killua has already dispatched directly. His figure seemed to be an afterimage surrounding Illumi. Ah? What is this? Brother Arnold, there are several Killua. Gon was surprised on the sidelines. This is a special secret step move of the Zoldyck family. It's called limb bending. It's a pretty good little guy. President Netero gave an explanation. Chen Yo also watched Killua fight with great interest. Naturally, his eyesight could easily distinguish the specific location of Killua. But for ordinary people, at least before developing telekinesis, this is undoubtedly a very clever move. Use the moves I taught you to deal with me? Poor brother. Yimi shook her head, waved her hand, and inserted directly into one of the silhouette clones. Bang! There was a sound like a collision, and Killua flew out with a groan, and the clone effect disappeared. There was a long bloody mark on his chest. It's useless. All your moves were taught by Dad and me. You have no chance of making a comeback. Just admit defeat, Zyoki. Yimi spoke calmly, but his figure turned into several, and they all came towards Killua to encircle and suppress them. Standing in the center of the field, Killua was instantly at a disadvantage. The speed and assassination he was so proud of have become extremely weak, unable to hurt Yi-Mi at all. Instead, the opponent's attacks put him in danger, and the wounds on his body continued to increase. Blood was flowing from Killua's body, and his coat already had several wounds, and the flesh and blood were curled up. Gon and Leorio gritted their teeth at this scene. As the person involved, Killua still stared at Illumi. There was also a bloodstain on the opponent's face. Obviously Killua's counterattack was not as weak as he said. What a surprise, Zyuki, you can actually touch the corner of my clothes, but I told you that you shouldn't take action when you are not absolutely sure of victory, so, you have lost. Yi-Mi shook her head. The words fell. Pfft. With the sound of sharp claws tearing flesh, Killua stood sluggishly on the spot, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and he looked at his chest in disbelief. I don't know when Yi-Mi had arrived in front of him, and half of his claws were inserted into his flesh. If he even moved he would be stabbed in the heart. This is a method used by the Zoldyck family to dig out people's hearts, but I didn't expect that one day I would end up here too. This BD is so cruel. He is your brother. Don't you have any humanity at all? Leorio couldn't help shouting angrily. Oh! Yi-Mi turned his head and glanced at Leorio. Leorio choked. The former turned around again, and then slowly pulled out his blood-stained palm. Seeing this, Killua suddenly pulled away, clutching his bleeding chest and gasping for air. Killua! Gon exclaimed worriedly. But Killua's body trembled slightly, and his eyes seemed to burst out with the light of a fight to the death, and he once again turned into a blood-stained afterimage and rushed towards Illumi. It's full of flaws, Zyuki. Yi-Mi shook his head in disappointment, and with a simple strike of the knife, he suddenly discovered that Killua had no intention of resisting, and let him fall towards his heart. Instead, Killua's hand grabbed Yi-Mi's heart. A move that will kill both Jade and Stone. Elle was stunned for a moment, and it was this moment of hesitation. Blood splattered. Killua's hand knife actually appeared on his heart first, piercing half of it, and blood flowed out of Yi-Mi's chest. But whatever was left, Killua didn't have the strength to go any further. Because an indescribable tough membrane appeared in Illmi's muscles. Or read. Yi-Mi had no choice but to use Nian to bless herself. He looked at his wound with some surprise, and then looked at his younger brother Killua who had completely lost his fighting power in front of him. What a surprise, Zyuki, you can let me use my true strength. Your growth will definitely make both father and mother very happy. But now you are no longer obedient. In order to bring you back safely, I still need trouble. In full view of everyone, Yi-Mi grabbed Gon's hands and twisted them violently. Click click click. The sound of bones breaking sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Let everyone down, Brother Chen Nuo, Gon. Killua finally looked in the direction of Chen Nuo and the others and murmured in despair. A thin needle as long as the middle finger was inserted directly from the back of his head. Killua's eyes struggled for a few seconds and then turned dim, standing blankly like a puppet. Chapter 49. What did this BD do to Killua? I will definitely kill you. Gon, who witnessed this scene from the outside, suddenly roared angrily like a wild beast, his pupils trembled violently, and his whole body exuded a dark and evil aura. But Gon's blackening disappeared just a second later. Chen Yo's hand gently placed on his shoulder, and the warm golden power of thought penetrated people's hearts, instantly pulling Gon back out of control. Brother Arnold, Gon looked at Chen Yo with somewhat confused eyes, and then at the other candidates who were looking at him in astonishment. Nothing, Killua was defeated. Chen Yo said calmly, but there was already some speculation in his heart. Did Gon actually start to awaken his darkening ability at this time? Or because I forced him to fight in the aerial arena, and the blood in Gon's body began to awaken? At that moment, Gon's burst of energy was extremely powerful and dangerous. He is indeed the child of destiny. However, it's still below Chen Yo, and the gap is huge. It's really a coveted fruit. This little guy actually has such great potential. I'm getting more and more excited. Hisoka didn't care about the field at all. He licked the corners of his lips and stared at Gon with a look of intoxicated expectation on his face. Winner 301. The bean-faced man announced the result of the game, and Killua followed Elmi like a puppet, his broken arms hanging down, and there was no response despite the calls of Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio. Brother Nyo. Killua him. Gon was heartbroken looking at the puppet like Killua. Leorio and Kurapika were also furious. Ilmi's methods were really cruel. Okay, I know. Chen Yo answered expressionlessly, holding a hunter manual in his hand and reading it carefully. Gon wanted to say something else but was restrained by the calm Kurapika. The boss will make arrangements. Kurapika took a deep look at Chen Yo, then looked at everyone. The next step is my game. In this scene, Kurapika faces off against the snake charmer Scarpeng. Scarpen's face looked extremely ugly, as if he had great fear in his heart and did not dare to take action against Kurapika. Of course, it is difficult for his poisonous snake to get close to Kurapika. The real strength of this handsome red-eyed boy is extremely good. What Scarpeng really worried about was Chen Yo, who was sitting in the stands quietly reading the hunter manual. The scene of being robbed kept replaying in his mind, so that he fought tremblingly, and finally fell into Kurapika's hands. Kurapika wins. Gon and Leorio celebrated Kurapika, but everyone was not in a high mood because of Killua's incident. In the next match, player number 666 Chen Yo will face player number 294 Hanzo. The bean-faced man announced the game arrangements. In the stands, Hisoka and other players couldn't help but look over. Number 666 Chen Yo, his performance so far is not inferior to Hisoka. The reason why the overall score is lower than Hisoka's is just because Chen Yo led a team, which lowered the average score. It can be said that he is also the star of attention on the field. I wonder how long this little ninja guy can last in Xiaoyo's hands. President Netero chuckled. President? Hanzo is a jounin of the Kumagakure style, and his strength is definitely not weak. Are you so optimistic about player No 666? The association staff on the side couldn't help but said. Netero just smiled and said nothing. He hoped that Hanzo could try out more of Chen Yo's abilities. In the arena, Hanzo, a popular top player, stepped forward, followed by Chen Yo, a young man with a calm expression. There is an obvious height and age difference between the two. Hidden Ryu Jounin, Hanzo. Chen Yo. The two introduced themselves to each other. Mr. Chen Yo, I heard that you looted other players' number plates at the landing site before. Hanzo suddenly spoke. Chen Yo put his hands in his pockets and responded calmly. Then were let go by you. Hanzo's eyes widened with an expression of surprise. He only heard about these things later. After all, Chen Yo's actions were not very secretive. It was normal for the information to leak. So be it. Chen Yo replied. As a jounin of Kumagakure Ryu, I have experienced extremely difficult and rigorous special training, and I have always warned myself that I will never be afraid of dangers and difficulties. Hanzo's expression became extremely serious, and he stared at Chen Yo resolutely. The atmosphere on the field became subtle. Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika who were watching on the sidelines couldn't help but sweat for Chen Yo. This guy must be no match for Brother Nyo. Gon said with blind admiration. That's necessary, he's the boss. Leorio said with a somewhat strong smile. Not necessarily. Kumagakure is one of the top assassination organizations in the world. Their strength may not be as good as Killua's Zoldyck family, but they are definitely among the top few. There have been many cases where the strength was very different, but they succeeded. The record of killing professional hunters. Kurapika said solemnly after doing some homework. The expressions of Gon and Leorio suddenly changed slightly, becoming a little worried and even panicked. Then Brother Arnold won't be in danger, right? Yes, boss, be careful, this guy is actually a killer. In the arena, Chen Yo listened quietly to Hanzo's words. The other contestants and examiners around them all held their breaths, waiting for the fierce and exciting battle between the two sides. But Mr. Chen Yo's kindness cannot be repaid. Thank you for your care. I give up in this battle. The bald ninja Hanzo saluted Chen Yo, thanked him for the food and water, and raised the white flag directly. Chapter 50. Well. Netero's mouth twitched as he watched the battle. The other examiners and contestants also looked like they were about to faint. This BD bald ninja Hanzo actually gave up on his own initiative? Simply, incomprehensible. Gon and Leorio, who were worried, also let out a long sigh, and their favorability towards Hanzo increased sharply. Gon even directly labeled Hanzo a good guy. I hope I can have the opportunity to taste Mr. S cooking skills in the future. It is absolutely delicious. Hanzo had an expectant expression on his face, and tears of disappointment left the corner of his mouth. If you have the chance, welcome. Chen Yo smiled faintly, turned and left. The whole audience was silent. Hisoka, who was originally going to watch the show, couldn't help but snorted, obviously finding it difficult to accept this outcome. But the bean-faced man still had to come out and announce the result. Chen Yo wins. Successfully obtained a professional hunter license. Next up is the wheel elimination round. To put it bluntly, this competition system means that only one person will be eliminated, and the other 10 people can all obtain hunter licenses. It can be said that this time Netero should be super leaked. In previous years, only one, or at most 2 or 3, people got the license in each session. This year, there were actually 10 people. And the only person who didn't pass, was Killua, who couldn't fight again. So much so that Peng Si, the B-girl who suffered a series of misfortunes and finally faced off against Killua, was lucky enough to have a bye, and followed the old path that had historically ruined Kuer, and got the license directly. Half a day later, Peng Si, who has obtained the hunter's license, still feels a little dizzy now. He actually became a professional hunter. Just rely on luck. This, of course, is really reasonable and I can't explain it. The team of candidates, including Chen Yo, has not been disbanded yet. This is specifically stated by Netero because the next step is the additional assessment that everyone is looking forward to. The assessment rewards are also unprecedented. Directly obtain the title of 1-star hunter. You can directly enjoy VIP treatment in any hunter association around the world, and also have a series of 1-star hunter privileges. The specific details are listed in the previously issued hunter manual. Finally got a hunter license, only Killua. Looking at the brand new hunter license in his hand, Gon felt a little unhappy. Not only him, Leorio and Kurapika also had a gloomy atmosphere. Chen Yo's face was expressionless, with no trace of sadness or joy. It's just that along the way, Gon and others looked in the direction of Yimi with hostility. Bokuji, Hanzo, Acupuncture, Scarpeng, and Hisoka all obtained licenses. Bakur and Scarpeng won the game directly from Peng Si, while Peng Si was lucky to have a bye. A super discharged assessment. Okay, everyone, here comes the additional assessment project that everyone is looking forward to. The content of this project is actually very simple. Netero, who was wearing a long-sleeved robe, with white beard and hair, ears hanging down and shoulders, walked up slowly, looking at everyone with a smile on his face. All eyes turned to him. Chen Yo was also a little curious. The content of the exam is very simple. Have you seen the baseball in my hand? Netero took out a baseball from nowhere and placed it in his hand. The content of this assessment is that I will give this baseball to you, and I will come and snatch it. Once it falls into my hands or falls out of the circle, it will be over. Whoever of you persists the longest will get 1-star hunter. Title. Netero looked at everyone and smiled. A baseball was actually robbed? But the person who took action was Chairman Netero. We have no chance of winning. That's not necessarily the case, because the president just said it, it's just a competition to see who can last the longest. Hide the baseball? But I'm afraid it won't be found anywhere in such a short time. It seems that this time no matter what, someone will get the 1-star hunter, and I'm afraid it will most likely be that guy Hisoka. No one can tell until the water reaches the end. Everyone present who had just received hunter's license started talking. Netero glanced at everyone with a smile, his eyes lingering on Chen Yo for a moment, as if to say, "Boy, I came here specifically to test you. Don't worry, I will snatch the ball with the same level of speed and power. I will not treat you differently. I just need to ensure that the baseball does not fall into my hands." Netero dispels everyone's worries. As the president of his association, he would naturally not cheat on these matters. So, everyone, who of you is ready to get this baseball first? Spinning the baseball in his hand, Netero smiled broadly. Chapter 51. There was silence. "Let me be the first one." A chuckle came from the crowd. Everyone followed the sound. Magician Hisoka. He slowly walked up to Netero with a confident smile on his face. "Oh, it turns out to be Hisoka. That's great. I'll give you the baseball. You can choose anywhere on the field. As long as it's within this range, I will start to snatch it after the countdown is 10 seconds. You have to be careful." Netero smiled slightly and handed the baseball to Hisoka. The moment he caught the ball, Hisoka's pupils changed slightly, his hand sank slightly, then he held it firmly behind his back, and then slowly opened some distance. Although he is very confident in his own strength, he will still be cautious when facing Netero. Countdown. 10. 9. The bean-faced man counts down. 1. The words fell. Netero disappeared in place like an afterimage. Holy crap! So fast! Leorio was a little dumbfounded. This old man's speed is so fast, it's almost as if he can't see clearly. Gon leaned forward, his eyes wide and serious. Kurapika also looked extremely solemn, staring at the field. Hanzo, Needle Man, etc. on the field, all the candidates had very solemn expressions. But what's surprising is that Hisoka is also extremely fast. The two of them were almost just after images fighting each other quickly, and they could only hear a series of slaps in the air. So fast! These two guys! Bakuer looked pale. Now as a professional hunter and a shooter, he found that he could not lock on the opponent at all. That is to say, if he participated in the battle by himself, he would probably be defeated in one round, no, within a few seconds. Scar Peng and Peng Si, the guys at the bottom, also looked extremely nervous, and they clearly realized. Even though they are both professional hunters, the gap between them and Hisoka is simply too big. At this speed, Hisoka can kill them all instantly. Time passed bit by bit. The fight between the two sides was as fast as the wind. Several times, everyone saw that the baseball was about to be knocked away and fall outside the circle, but it was pulled back by something strangely. However, Illumi, who was sitting in the stands, knew that it was one of Hisoka's telekinesis powers, freely stretchable love, and that guy must have attached his telekinesis power to it. "You are careless." Suddenly, Netero's laughter came from the afterimage, and the crisscrossing wind stopped. Netero, whose clothes were a little torn, got the baseball in his hands. Hisoka looked at the faint palm prints left on his chest, a cold light flashed in his narrow eyes, hummed softly, and turned around to leave. Lost, but not really lost. This old guy is much harder to deal with than he expected. 2 minutes and 26 seconds. The bean-faced man announced the results of the game. It's amazing. No wonder the magician Hisoka is so arrogant and can stand in front of the president for so long. Damn it, I can't hold on for such a long time. It seems that I won't get the title of one-star hunter this time. There's no need to fight. This title of hunter belongs to Hisoka. What two monsters! The crowd was buzzing. The other players thought they would sit back and watch the fight and take a look at the situation, but they became even less confident after this. Because Hisoka could only persist for such a short period of time, there was absolutely no chance that they would surpass it. There was a strange silence for a while. Don't be so nervous. It's okay to treat it as a challenge to the president. This kind of opportunity is very rare. I can brag to others when I go out in the future. I am a man who has fought against Netero. Netero laughed. I come. Bakura suppressed his blush and walked out. It seemed that Netero's mobilization was still useful. But it's a pity. He didn't even draw the bow fully before he was knocked away by Netero and got the baseball. Score, 1 second. Baoker's face turned red to the color of pig liver. There's something weird about baseball. I'm really not that good. He tried his best to explain, but everyone still believed that he was a bad guy. Peng Si on the side patted her chest repeatedly. At least she had self-awareness and didn't show off her shame when she knew she was a loser. Let me try. Kurapika spoke with a heavy expression. I want to see how big the gap is between me and the president. Oh, you are a very nice young man, your name is Kurapika, right? I remember you, come on. Netero smiled and handed the baseball to Kurapika. The moment Kurapika came into contact with the baseball, her expression changed slightly. Good weight. This thing looks like a baseball, but it is definitely not an ordinary baseball. The weight is almost as heavy as an iron ball. Sure enough, the title of one-star hunter is definitely not that easy to get. Kurapika's final score actually reached 37 seconds. This surprised everyone. I didn't expect that this seemingly weak and even pretty boy would be so powerful. Ha 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 ha. Does anyone still want to challenge? This is the title of a one-star hunter. As long as it can last longer in my hands, no matter what method is used. Netero spun the baseball with his fingers and laughed, looking at Chen Yo with expectant eyes. Just barely said it. Xiao Yo, this is a special prize specially prepared for you. Chapter 52. Me. It's my turn to try it too. But Netero didn't wait for Chen Yo to speak, but Leorio. This guy had already rolled up his sleeves and was full of fighting spirit. Leorio, come on. Gon cheered from the side. That ball is overweight. You have to be careful. Kurapika reminded in a low voice. Hey? Hee, it's okay. I've already thought of a way. Just wait until I become a one-star hunter. Leorio was stunned for a moment, then smiled confidently, and took out a maintenance wrench from his bag and strode forward. Wrench? Leorio, is the weapon a wrench? Why haven't I seen him use it? Gon looked confused. Kurapika is also confused. Chen Yo looked at him calmly. A good young man with a high fighting spirit. I'll give you the ball. Netero smiled appreciatively and handed the ball to Leorio. Hee, let me go, it's really heavy, but it's not a big problem. President, according to the rules, as long as you don't get the ball, right? Leorio said slyly. Of course, the time is valid if the ball does not fall into my hands or falls outside the circle. Netero replied. The countdown begins. 10. The bean-faced man started timing. Leorio immediately rushed to the other side, raised his iron wrench and slammed it down on the baseball. Haha, as long as you smash this baseball, President, you will never be able to get it. Leorio laughed excitedly. The other players present were stunned, and then they suddenly realized, and their expressions became very exciting. Damn! So that's it. Oh my god! Why didn't I think that you were here to pick up the title of one-star hunter? I regret it so much. I should have been the one who did it. This guy simply cheats and doesn't count. But they didn't break the rules. Alas, it turns out that this test is our judgment. We were all misled. Baoker was so upset that his intestines were filled with regret. This Leorio's operation was so sexy. The bean-faced man immediately smashed the baseball when the timer started. Not to mention one baseball, he could smash 3 or 5 in 10 seconds. I see. Many candidates had expressions of realization and regret. It felt like I was passing by a lottery shop and wanted to buy it, but I didn't, and then I heard that someone behind me had won a 10 million jackpot. It was such a heartbreaking feeling. But not everyone felt this way. Hisoka, Illumi, and the others looked at Leorio playfully, as if they were looking at a clown. When a clear and sweet sound sounded like steel clashing. The wrench hit the baseball hard, but the baseball did not shatter as expected. Instead, Leorio, who was holding the wrench, felt that his arm was numb, and the wrench almost flew away from his hand, and the force of the rebound made him moan in agony. And there was surprisingly no trace of damage on the white baseball, not even a white mark. Damn it! What kind of baseball is this? Made of iron? Leorio's expression was horrified and confused, but now he had no choice but to hit the baseball as hard as he could. Dang dang dang! Dang 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 dang! As the bean-faced man counts down, Leorio no longer regards himself as a human being. But my hand was almost broken by the shock, but it didn't produce a single white mark. Damn it! What the hell is this baseball? Bang! With a solid mercy kick, Leorio flew out with a wrench. Score, 2 seconds. The reason why it took 1 second longer than Bukuer is probably because Netero was surprised by Leorio's method. Yes, I can think of some other methods, but unfortunately, you can't destroy this baseball. Netero smiled. Of course it cannot be destroyed. This baseball has a weak attached to it. Unless your telekinesis exceeds Netero's, you cannot destroy it, haha. Hisoka chuckled, not paying attention to this little trick. What he really cared about was that Netero's elusive palm skills and incredible attacks exceeding the speed of sound actually caused him to defeat. I see, then let me try it. The bald ninja Hanzo walked out confidently. As a jounin of the Kumagakuer style, Hanzo is extremely confident in his speed. 1 minute and 17 seconds. Mr. Hanzo. The bean-faced man announced the results of the game. Hanzo also lost to Netero's palm technique. At this time, Hanzo obviously did not master Nian, so he was naturally not as powerful as Hisoka. Yes, purely in terms of speed, you should be among the top 3 candidates in this class. Netero praised. Hanzo touched his bald head with some dissatisfaction and walked back to the crowd. It seems that there is a big gap between myself and Hisoka. He couldn't help but look in the direction of Yimi and Chen Yo. In Hanzo's opinion, there are only 3 people on the field now that he cannot see through. Chen Yo, Hisoka, Illumi. For Chen Yo, both parties are friends, but for Hisoka and Illumi, they are more like 2 wild beasts that may rise up at any time, making them extremely vigilant. Who else is interested in challenging? It doesn't matter if you lose. After all, it's just an additional challenge and it won't affect your existing license, hehe. Netero twirled the baseball on his fingertips, looked at everyone and laughed, and finally landed on Chen Yo. Everyone also followed their gazes. Everyone looked at Chen Yo. Chapter 53. This guy. Contestant number 666, I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to Hisoka's, right? It seems that the president is very interested in him. What a handsome little guy. I'm afraid many girls will suffer in the future, he he he. Many melon-eating people around the venue were talking, including some tutoring examiners. Strong professional hunters such as Hisoka, Illumi, and Hanzo also looked over, especially Hisoka, whose slightly narrowed eyes were filled with unspeakable passion and excitement. Brother Arnold! Can you let me challenge Grandpa first? Gon suddenly stood up, fighting spirit high. Of course, be careful with that baseball. It should be heavy. You can try to deal with it with a fishing rod. Chen Yo smiled slightly and patted Gon's back gently. Don't worry, Brother Arnold. That old man, oh, President Netero, I will challenge you. Gon walked out full of fighting spirit. After experiencing a life and death battle in the aerial arena, Gon seemed to have awakened his fighting spirit. At this time, his momentum and will were far beyond what he had before. Oh? You've made a lot of progress, Gon, right? He seems like a different person compared to the last time we met. Netero was stunned for a moment, quite interested. He had seen Gon in Menchie's examination room before, but at that time Gon was just like the little tail behind Chen Yo, very inconspicuous. But now, Gon's burning will to fight gave Netero a sense of enlightenment. It was as if I saw the young and fighting-spirited little guy from a few years ago. What a similar look. Then I'm going to do it, Grandpa President. Gon was ready to go and took out his fishing rod. Netero was so rested that he made a please gesture. The two sides are on the verge of breaking out. Bang 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 bang. Surprising attack speed. Gon's speed was actually fast enough to leave an afterimage, and he seemed to be able to catch up with Hisoka and Hanzo's speed. And he also played some unexpected hook tricks, narrowly escaping Netero's inevitable snatching. Many candidates present were stunned. This kid! He's so powerful! You cheated, you caught the baseball on the fishing line. This is not cheating. After all, we are facing President Netero, so this fishing line is nothing. It actually took longer than Hanzo. The crowd screamed in surprise. Kurapika and Leorio were also surprised. Gon's final score actually came to 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Second only to Hisoka. Awesome! Gon! Leorio's eyes were full of wonder and admiration. Grandpa Netero is too fast. I can't defend him from behind. Gon scratched his head in shame. That's great, Gon, you are the second best player after Hisoka. Kurapika praised. Brother Arnold. Gon looked at Chen Yo expectantly again. Very good. You have made great progress compared to a month ago. Chen Yo nodded and looked into the distance. Netero is smiling and waiting for the next challenger. Is there anyone else? If not, then this time the title of one-star hunter will go to Mr. Hisoka. The bean-faced man announced loudly. Let me try. Chen Yo's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Wow! It's Mr. Chen Yo. Mr. Chen Yo is finally going to take action. Mr. Chen Yo will definitely defeat President Netero. Come on! Menchie, the beautiful examiner, cheered excitedly. Hey, that's President Netero, Menchie. No one can be the opponent of the president. Boera, a giant man on the side, reminded. I don't care, Mr. Chen Yo must be the best anyway. Menchie blushed and looked like a girl. Boera. I finally took action. It's a performance that people have been looking forward to. I wonder how long my little brother can last in Netero's hands. 1 minute? 2 minutes? Or 3 minutes? Hisoka raised his head slightly, and the corners of his mouth raised an arc unconsciously. Yimi, who was looking after Killua, couldn't help but look curiously. He was not interested in any one-star hunter. All he wanted was a hunter license and he wanted to take Killua back with him. Now that everything has been done, there is no need to create additional complications. As a result, Chen Yo made him a little curious. This was the only opponent on the field whose strength he could not see through. At one moment, he had the illusion that he was facing his father or even his grandfather, a feeling like a thorn in the back of an abyss. It was also because of this that I was reluctant to get off the assessment ship. Boss. That ball is super heavy. It's like an iron ball. And it can't be hammered, so you must be careful. Leorio reminded quickly. Netero will hit an almost irresistible palm technique at a certain moment. It is very fast. The victory or defeat is in an instant, Boss Chen Nuo. Kurapika also said quickly. I got it. Chen Nuo smiled slightly and strode into the center of the venue. Ha ha ha, Xiao Nuo finally takes action. I won't let him go this time. You have to be careful. Netero showed a rare expression of excitement and fighting spirit, and his long-sleeved clothes were windless. This scene made Hisoka, Illumi, Hanzo, Gon and others feel a little nervous. President Netero, would actually be more serious than ever before? Is there a feeling that Chen Yo is regarded as a real opponent? Or is it an illusion? Well, then we have to ask the church leader. Chen Yo took the baseball thrown by Netero with a heavy hand, obviously blessed by Nian. For this challenge, Chairman Chen Yo vs Netero's countdown begins. The bean-faced man started the countdown. Chapter 54. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The bean-faced man's countdown had just finished. President Netero's figure flashed out like an afterimage. So fast. Even faster than before. Gon exclaimed. Hisoka, who was standing in the crowd, couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Netero's current speed has almost reached the speed of 2 minutes later. Because of this extra assessment, Netero's speed is gradually improved. 1 minute is one level, and 2 minutes is another completely different level. Now it is equivalent to a 3,000-meter race, starting with a sprint speed of 100 meters. Chen Yo will never be Netero's opponent. The physical abilities of the two sides are not on the same level at all. Only after actually fighting against Netero will you understand how terrifying this so-called waning old guy is. It is like an eternal giant mountain. Although it has experienced the washing of time, it has become more majestic and vast. This makes it clear that Chen Yo is the one to be hammered. Hisoka couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in the depths of his eyes. Netero actually wanted to be cruel to the god-level seed he chose, this old BD. The other candidates present were also shocked. Netero, who played against Chen Yo, was obviously more amazing than when playing against other candidates. I'm afraid it only took an unnecessary 0.1 seconds. Netero had already rushed in front of Chen Yo, and Po Kongshen couldn't even catch up with him. Hee. Netero's eyes flashed, and he stretched out his hand to grab Chen Yo. The young man in front of him still had a calm expression on his face. He was playing with a baseball with one hand and had the other hand in his pocket. Arrogant. Xiao Nuo. But this time you are out of luck. Netero smiled in his heart. In his field of vision, all Chen Yo's movements seemed to be in slow motion. Netero's rich combat experience allowed him to instantly figure out dozens of ways for Chen Yo to dodge, but according to the current situation, none of them could completely avoid him. Since this little guy Chen Yo refuses to take over his position as president, then only by letting him see the gap in strength between him and himself can he correct his mentality. Netero has already made a plan in his mind. He doesn't care about the one-star hunter quota. All he wants is that Chen Yo can become his successor. That is absolutely better than anything else. With such a burning desire in his heart, Netero is sure to kill him if he takes action. He wants to shock Chen Yo hard. But Netero's expression began to change within 0.1 seconds. Chen Yo still showed no intention of dodging in his field of vision. This little guy. A big question mark flashed in Netero's mind. The next moment, the baseball in Chen Yo's hand turned into a flash of light and soared into the sky. To be precise, it was flicked out by this guy with just a thumb. It was only after the baseball traveled several hundred meters that he heard the ear-piercing sound of breaking through the air. Netero could even see the baseball creating a high-temperature flame like a meteorite due to the friction between the baseball and the air as it moved at super high speed. Whoosh! Among the shocked expressions of all candidates and examiners, the baseball in Chen Yo's hand turned into a faint golden light rising into the sky, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. Hisoka, Netero, Gon and others. Everyone. The menacing Netero stopped suddenly, and the hand like a tiger's claw stopped in front of Chen Yo's empty right hand. No more baseball? His sudden stop caused the wind and waves behind Chen Yo and Liu to stagger. What happened just now? President Netero seemed to have teleported. No, what about baseball? Where about baseball? Then, that thing flying into the sky, couldn't it be a baseball? Gilu. Then how does this match count? How else to calculate? As long as President Netero does not have a baseball in his hand, the effective time will always be counted. Then Chen Yo actually threw the baseball into the sky? How clever! Smart? Haha, the baseball has telekinesis attached to it. According to this weight, it will fall down within 10 seconds without any accident. By then, do you think Chen Yo can jump more than the president? Isn't it for nothing? But at least he defused President Netero's frontal impact. If I couldn't find a second way. Everyone was talking a lot, and their expressions became weird. We can't blame Chen Yo for being too weak, but Netero made specializations as soon as he came up, and directly increased Chen Yo's speed to 2 minutes later, which was as strong as Hisoka's. He could barely resist it for dozens of seconds even if he used telekinesis. Isn't this a clear intention to bully Chen Yo? Chen Yo's performance is already very good if he can make such a decision without hesitation. I actually didn't expect to choose such a move, but you don't think you can jump higher than me to grab the baseball later, do you? Netero was startled for a moment, then slowly stopped his hand, a smile on his old face. Mr. Chen Yo lost. Juan Boera commented while eating potato chips. How could this happen? It's all your fault for interrupting Mr. Chen Yo's game by eating potato chips here. Beauty Menchi grabbed her hair, looking troubled and angry. Boera. Not a wise decision. What a pity. Hisoka sighed, the fire in his eyes slowly extinguishing. Yimi slowly closed her eyes and simply took a nap. Boss Chen Yo couldn't compete with Chairman Netero for the ball, so he lost. Kurapika analyzed calmly. Liu and Gon both had frustrated expressions on their faces. In the venue, Chen Yo looked up at the sky, then yawned, put his hands in his pockets and turned away. Ah! Chen Yo's operation immediately shocked the entire audience. Netero also looked confused. Xiao Yo, where are you going? Chen Yo pointed to himself in confusion, and then pointed to the restaurant next to him. I'm going to have a cup of coffee. You wait slowly. Chapter 55. Hey! Coffee! Netero's expressions are wonderful. Not only him, but all the other candidates and examiners present had expressions of astonishment on their faces. They stared with wide eyes as Chen Yo walked out of the venue with his hands in his pockets and walked slowly into the restaurant to make coffee. The whole place fell into an eerie silence. The bean-faced man looked at his watch with beads of sweat on his forehead. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 20 seconds. There is still no shadow of any falling baseball in the sky. It is surrounded by low buildings and it is impossible for it to fall elsewhere. Especially Netero, who had Nian, could clearly feel the baseball flying into the sky and then disappearing outside the scope of his circle. Holy crap! 1 minute has passed. The baseball hasn't dropped yet. Hell! Who can tell me that what I just saw was not a dream? Oh my god! Is that really possible? According to the regulations, as long as President Netero does not get the baseball, then one timer will be valid. Could the baseball be hidden by that guy Chen Yo? Impossible, that thing is attached with thoughts, and it will never escape the president's perception as long as it is nearby. There was constant discussion, and everyone looked up at the sky, waiting for the baseball to fall. But as time went by bit, everyone's expressions gradually changed from ridicule, sarcasm, and contempt at the beginning to shock, disbelief, and horror. Hisoka was now standing up straight, eyes fixed on the sky. Yimi was no longer in the mood to doze off. Not just them, but Gon, Hanzo, Bakugo, etc., all the candidates and examiners were looking at the sky, their eyes unblinking. When the time gradually reached 2 minutes and 20 seconds, it was approaching Hisoka's highest record. More and more people present could no longer sit still. No way, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. What the hell, is this a human arm strength? Or did the kid throw the ball somewhere else? Damn it, if I can get the 1-star hunter title in this way, I won't accept it. It's not my real ability at all. Come on, if you can do it yourself. Monster, can throw a baseball blessed with telekinesis so high. Netero had also put away his fighting stance, and instead looked at the sky curiously. At this time, Chen Yo had already walked out of the restaurant with a cup of steaming coffee, sipping the coffee while waiting for the baseball to land with them. This BD. So arrogant. Don't you think Mr. Chen Yo is very cool? He is so stylish. Damn it. If I can pretend to be a pen in front of President Netero, it would be worth dying if I were allowed to pretend. Awesome, this guy is probably stronger than Hisoka. Maybe he used some mechanism at his disposal? It's not really a skill at all. 2 minutes and 27 seconds. More than Hisoka. Hisoka's slightly squinted eyes opened slightly and looked faintly in the direction of Chen Yo, like a hunter waiting for prey in the dark, exuding a fatal crisis. 2 minutes and 57 seconds. The baseball still didn't drop. The doubts in the audience have become smaller and smaller, and the people looking towards Chen Yo are filled with an indescribable sense of awe and even fear. Chen Yo sipped coffee quietly. Mr. Chen Yo, would you like some sugar? Menchi, the beauty examiner, walked over with a smile on her face and her eyes fluttered. No thanks. Chen Yo smiled slightly and sipped his coffee leisurely. Oh, as expected, Xian Yo, you will really surprise me. Announce the result. Netero sighed. But, sir, the baseball hasn't fallen yet. The bean-faced man hesitated. No matter what, Chen Yo's achievements can no longer be replaced. He deserves the title of 1-star hunter. Xian Yo, you must take what I tell you to heart. As long as you agree, I will become a 3-star hunter in the future. I can find a way to get it for you, hee. Netero was filled with emotion and looked at Chen Yo with a cunning expression. Forget it then, I'm not interested in these. Chen Yo put down the coffee cup and shrugged helplessly. Based on the current results of the competition, Mr. Chen Yo's time has not yet been determined, but he has surpassed Mr. Hisoka. Is there anyone on the field who wants to challenge President Netero? The bean-faced man cleared his throat and said loudly, leaving the whole audience speechless. Everyone understands. Chen Yo's current time has exceeded 3 minutes. This is definitely an abnormal result. Several people present have no courage to try it. Baoker, Scarpeng, etc. had no fighting spirit, and even had some doubts about life. They were not excited about getting the license at all. Instead, it was more like putting the two of them on the pillar of shame and executing them in public. Since they are both professional hunters, the gap between me, Hisoka, and Chen Yo is too big. Then, I announce that this time the winner of the title of 1-star hunter. Seeing that no one challenged again, the bean-faced man announced the result. Whoosh! Suddenly, a harsh sound broke through the air. Everyone's expressions changed suddenly and they couldn't help but look up. The bean-faced man's voice was interrupted, and his small green face covered with sweat beads was raised, looking at the sky with a horrified expression. A meteor burning with flames and trailing light is falling from the sky. Then it hit the center of the field. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the sound shook the sky. Smoke and dust are everywhere, and heat waves are billowing. Neither Netero nor Chen Nuo made any move, they still stood there with expressionless faces. Wait until the smoke clears. Everyone clearly saw a bottomless black pit half the size of a palm appearing in the middle of the field. The bottom of that dark pit. Astonishingly, it was a baseball falling from the sky, still emitting blazing heat. Chapter 56. Final score. 3 minutes and 19 seconds. When the bean-faced man announced it, the whole audience was excited. Incredible! This guy actually managed to bounce a baseball for 3 minutes. Monster! Absolutely a monster! How easy it is to get the title of one-star hunter! Damn it! As expected of the boss, awesome! Congratulations, Xiaonyo, you have won the title of one-star hunter at the age of 12. This is unprecedented, ha 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 ha. Netero laughed and patted Chen Yo on the shoulder, but don't be discouraged. You have all become qualified hunters. I hope you will continue to work hard in the coming days. Climb to the top. It's amazing. Brother Arnold, you have the title of one-star hunter. Isn't it much better than a professional hunter? Gon came up excitedly. Boss is mighty. That's awesome. Boss Chen Yo. Leorio and Kurapika also came to congratulate. The other professional hunters present, Hisoka, Illumi, Hanzo, Bakura, Scarpeng and others showed some low interest. Originally, passing the professional hunter assessment should be a happy thing, but everyone's performance today made everyone understand the gap. Even if they are both professional hunters, they are divided into different levels. The gap in strength may even be huge. Professional hunter is the threshold to enter the ranks of the strong. Congratulations, Mr. Chen Nuo, your glorious deeds will be recorded in the history of the Hunter Association. You are the youngest one-star hunter in history. The bean-faced man respectfully handed over a dark golden star, his face full of admiration. This star alone is worth at least 5 billion, Xiaonyo, you must collect it carefully. Netero laughed. Is it so valuable? Chen Yo curiously played with the dark gold star badge in his hand, while Netero's mouth twitched at the side. This guy, doesn't he really want to sell the badge? Congratulations! Mr. Chen Yo, one-star hunter is the honor that all professional hunters dream of. I will keep moving forward with you as my goal in the days to come. The bald ninja Hanzo came up and congratulated. Chen Yo smiled slightly, but he didn't have much friendship with other professional hunters, including Hisoka, who turned around and left. President Netero, I looked at the hunter manual. This star hunter has some privileges, right? Chen Yo's voice sounded. The professional hunters who were about to leave stopped and looked over curiously. Of course, the number of one-star hunters in the world is also very limited, and they have higher power, honor and obligations than professional hunters. Netero said. Oh, I remember there seems to be this article in the manual, a one-star hunter can entrust any ordinary professional hunter to complete a task within a year. If the other party refuses, he can initiate a professional challenge. Chen Yo said calmly. Netero raised his brows, and an unknown premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. He looked solemnly, yes, but this entrustment must also be within the premise of not violating the rules and regulations of the Hunter Association and the ethics of the other party. Moreover, once the opponent refuses, a professional challenge will begin. The loser will lose everything including hunter status and title, Chen Yo. This is no joke. Netero's words stopped everyone present. Everyone who had just obtained the hunter license looked at Chen Yo with fear and danger in their eyes. Brother Arnold. Gon looked worried. Boss, what is he going to do? Leorio was nervous. I don't know, should I be preparing to challenge someone directly? Hisoka? Or? Kurapika's eyes wandered. The other professional hunters present also changed their expressions. A one-star hunter actually has this kind of privilege. What is this guy going to do? Damn, does this mean that if you have a professional challenge with this guy, you can get the title of one-star hunter if you win? What are you thinking about? Apart from that monster Hisoka, no one on the field can match him. Bokuer, Scarpeng, and others who had just obtained the license naturally did not want to play against Chen Yo. However, Hisoka was a little eager to try it, and couldn't help but lick her lower lip excitedly. The most important thing about getting a one-star hunter license from Chen Yo is that you can enjoy the delicious taste of green fruits. It is really a great blessing in life. However, Yimi, who was controlling Killua's prepared stance, frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable strong crisis in his heart. This feeling. It's like walking on the road at night and being looked down upon by a terrifying giant beast with a sky curtain. It's like being unable to contain the suffocating sense of oppression. Yimi's eyes couldn't help but look away. Chen Yo's eyes were looking at him. Both sides looked at each other. No words were spoken. The whole place fell silent. Everyone understood what Chen Yo wanted to do. They all held their breath and stared at the two of them, for fear of missing any detail. Hisoka was stunned for a moment, but then his narrow eyes flickered uncertainly. Put down Killua and never trouble him again. This is my commission to you, Illumi Hunter. Chen Yo's voice was calm, without any emotion. I reject. Illumi's big, dull eyes were calm, and she also answered with unusual simplicity. Then, accept my professional challenge and bet on the title of one-star hunter, Yimi. Chen Yo took a step forward expressionlessly. Chapter 57. Brother Arnold wants to avenge Killua. Gon couldn't help but clenched his fists, his heart racing. Boss is mighty. Leorio was also excited. Illumi is not that simple. His golden needle can control Killua, and I'm afraid it can also control other people. Moreover, Illumi did not participate in the extra assessment. We don't know how strong he is. In this game, the boss may be very dangerous. Kurapika pondered. Hearing this, Gon and Leorio felt as if they had been showered with cold water, with worried looks on their faces. Mr. Chen Yo will definitely win. This Yimi deserves to be so harsh on his brother. Hey! Beauty Menchi put her hands on her hips and hummed. The giant Boera ate potato chips significantly faster, staring closely at Chen Yo and Yimi. Illumi Hunter is the eldest son of the Zoldyck family. His strength is probably Hisoka level. Chen Yo Hunter may not be able to defeat him. Examiner Satos shook his head. Menchi's pretty face suddenly turned a bit ugly. The Zoldyck family. It is said that the patriarch of the assassination family, Zeno Zoldyck, can even confront Chairman Netero head-on. He is known as the strongest man in the world. Then as the eldest son of the family, Illumi Zoldyck will never be weak. The probability that Chen Yo can win this battle is not high. I accept. Yimi walked out and looked at Chen Yo with her big black eyes. Netero. He can no longer resolve the conflict between the two of them. This little guy Chen Yo has already launched a professional challenge in public. If he breaks the rules now, neither emotion nor reason will tolerate him. Okay, that's a bit reckless, Xiaoyo. The people in Zoldyck are surprisingly difficult to deal with. It would be great if you don't admit defeat. You can get the hunter license again next year. Netero sighed and whispered to Chen Yo. What if I win? Old man. Chen Yo tilted his head and said. Winning? Ha 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 ha, then you are a genius even more talented than the Zoldyck family. It's good for young people to work hard. Since this is a professional competition, let's go to a dedicated venue. Netero laughed heartily. Although the Zoldyck family was dangerous, his presence would naturally ensure that neither party would die. All candidates and examiners moved to the dedicated arena. Compared with the previous outdoor arena, the resistance intensity here is significantly higher, and it is specially designed for professional hunters. Chen Yo and Illumi stood at both ends. Professional challenges do not have any competition rules. As long as one party admits defeat or completely loses resistance, it is considered a victory. There are no time and move restrictions. Are you two ready? Netero put away his smile and looked solemn. The dull and depressing atmosphere made many candidates and examiners who came with them feel nervous. Even Menchi, Satos, and others rarely do this kind of battle. After all, few people would trade a hunter's license for gambling. This game is actually meaningless. Killua's life has been arranged. He is destined to live in darkness and does not need light or so-called friends. The game hasn't started yet. You can choose to give up and surrender so that I won't hurt you. Illumi said without expression. Chen Yo shook his head and made a gesture of invitation and said, "Thanks to the kindness, please leave it to yourself to surrender. As for Killua's life, that is his own choice." As soon as Chen Yo finished speaking, Illumi slowly started walking around him. Yermai appeared around Chen Yo one by one. What a fan of Doyle! Can this guy be a clone? It's a limb bend. The Zoldyck family's special pace. It's over. I can't tell who is real and who is fake. How to deal with this? The onlookers screamed in surprise. Illumi's limbs are clearly far superior to Killua's, and the clone effect he creates can definitely look real. There were nearly 30 Illumi on the field surrounding Chen Yo. My limbs are different from Killua's. In other words, you can't keep up with my attacks by sight alone. I will end the fight the moment you reveal your flaw. This is the most different way of fighting between Killua and I. The place. Many Yi fans made overlapping sounds. Chen Yo stood there with his eyes lowered. There was no intention of taking the initiative at all. Actually, Chen Yo's hidden circle has been opened, and the hidden circle with a diameter of 100 meters directly wraps the entire stadium. At this time, he looked at Illumi as if from God's perspective. To be precise, this guy was not in the ranks surrounding him at all. Instead, he was hiding in a dark corner not far away. As expected, his skills are superior to Killua's. I am afraid that most people now will focus on these clones and not be aware of L's true body. Pity. Even Illumi himself didn't know what kind of perverted monster stood in front of him now. The walking Illumi clones suddenly stopped. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became extremely tense. Are you going to take action? Kurapika frowned, Gon and Leorio clenched their fists. The next moment. Swish swish swish. A large number of Illumi came from all directions in Chen Yo. The speed is amazing. Chapter 58. What a fast speed! You are worthy of being a member of the Zoldyck family. I'm afraid Xianyo will suffer a loss this time. Netero narrowed his eyes slightly, with a slight smile on his lips, but his hands behind his back were secretly working hard, preparing to separate the two at the most dangerous moment. A series of explosions exploded. Almost blinding speed. A large number of Yamai hit Chen Yo. But what is surprising is that all the attacks were blocked by Chen Yo. Hiss, this guy! Did he actually accept such an intensive attack? Bakura gasped. He boasted of his amazing eyesight and felt that he was no different from a blind man under this kind of attack. But Chen Yo was able to block all the attacks and showed a mastery attitude. It's not just fast. It's an extraordinary intuition. Kumagakurajounen and Hanzo felt a turmoil in his heart. He was keenly aware that Chen Yo's attacks seemed to be half a move faster than all the Illumi, so that some of the opponent's attacks seemed to fall according to the predetermined route. Specify unknown. This kind of terrifying combat intuition that predicts the unknown is simply like the absolute intuition in the legend of the ninja genre. The smile on Hisoka's face gradually faded, and Chen Yo was more relaxed and content than he expected. This move of Illumi was quite difficult even for him to deal with. But this kid is too young after all, and Yi Mi's real killer move is not here. Hisoka's narrow eyes flashed with sharpness. At the moment when Chen Yo knocked back the last Yamei and was about to exhale, his whole body's alertness dropped to the lowest level. This is it, you lose. Suddenly, Illumi's voice sounded from beneath my feet. In the horrified eyes of everyone. At some point, Yi Mi actually appeared at Chen Yo's feet, emerging from the floor. This guy actually completed digging a hole right during the siege? Yi Mi's hand directly grabbed Chen Yo. A strange smile appeared on his dull face. A glimmer of light flashed through the void. Are you a mole? Do you like digging in the ground so much? This is not a good habit. Chen Yo raised his eyelids slightly, and suddenly pulled up his right foot that was about to be grabbed by Yi Mi. On the ground, Yi Mi made a motion of cutting his throat. He didn't care that his attack was dodged by Chen Yo. Because his real killer move is that glimmer of light. The needle, as thin as an ox's hair, made almost no sound as it penetrated directly into Chen Yo's neck. Perfect hit. Chen Yo's eyes instantly became dull. With your mind attached to the golden needle, you can not only destroy your opponent, but also control your actions. 1. Of course there is no suspense. Yi Mi's smile grew wider and wider. He already knew that his incompetent brother Xiao Qi even worshipped Chen Yo. The only pity was that Xiao Qi could not see his idol being killed by him. The Zoldyck family is the strongest. Unfortunately, you can't be the light in Xiaoqi's heart, and he doesn't need any light. Yi Mi murmured in her heart, directly controlling the needle to make Chen Yo commit suicide. No matter how you look at it, even the old guy Netero may not be able to cause trouble for him. After all, this is suicide and has nothing to do with him. Oops. Netero's expression was moved, a strong momentum burst out, and he was clearly ready to take action. Gon, Kurapika, Leorio, and others also realized something was wrong. The smile on Hisoka's face disappeared completely, and the veins on his palms bulged, like a sleeping evil beast showing its ferocious teeth, trying to choose someone to devour. This guy Yi Mi actually dares to steal the wonderful fruits that he has worked so hard to cultivate. Damn it! The candidates and examiners present all noticed something was wrong with Chen Yo. Thinking back to Killua who was manipulated as a puppet before, each one of them realized something. Beauty Menchie's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and her cherry lips trembled slightly. What a shame, goodbye. Yi Mi showed a stiff smile and controlled the needle in Chen Yo's body to swim along the blood vessels toward the brain. Once the needle reaches the brain, the other party will completely become his puppet. But the next moment, Yi Mi's smile disappeared. It became confused, stunned, and incomprehensible. Chen Yo, who had been stagnant for 0.1 seconds, was resurrected again. His eyes were clear again, and a sarcastic, mocking, and even arrogant smile appeared on his face. Is this what you think? Yi Mi, this is really disappointing. Isn't a guy like a mouse worthy of being called a killer? Chen Yo laughed wildly. The thought needles in his body had been completely crushed by his own terrifying thoughts and turned into nothingness. Or, Illumi's telepathy needle is actually the refinement of his own telekinesis. Ordinary people's telepathy is like gas and tofu, so Illumi's telepathy needle is like an iron nail. Naturally, he can easily break through other people's thoughts and forcibly control them. But unfortunately, the monster before him was Chen Yo. The concentration of his own telekinesis power has at least reached the steel level. If Chen Yo hadn't deliberately dispelled the telekinesis power from his neck in order to experience the effect of the telepathy needle, the opponent would not even be able to break through the defense. Forget about taking control. Moreover, Chen Yo is fully prepared. He will take 10,000 steps back. If the mind needle cannot be contained, he can remove it by elementalization, and he will be in an invincible position. Since you like digging, just stay down there. Chen Yo laughed wildly. His raised leg suddenly shone with an astonishing light. Countless rich golden particles converged towards the feet from all directions, and the terrifying pressure spread with Chen Yo as the center. Especially his legs, an astonishing aura emerged like a mountain. Even if it's just a glance. Baoker, Scar Peng, and Peng Si were so frightened that their legs went weak and they sat on the ground. Light battle axe. Chen Yo's leg slammed down hard, and the dazzling golden light almost engulfed the entire arena, reflecting the shock of Yi Mi below, and even a look of fear appeared on his face. Chapter 59. Rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble. A deafening explosion sounded. The dazzling golden light made everyone unable to open their eyes. The ground felt like an earthquake. The glass around the entire arena exploded and turned into countless fragments. Standing under the pressure of the violent wind, President Netero's eyes were flickering, and his white beard, hair, and broad-sleeved robe were dancing wildly. Menchi, Beanman Man, Satos, and others were immediately thrown away. Kurapika, Leorio, and Gon even formed a string, desperately holding on to the pillar to prevent them from being blown away. Hisoka, Hanzo, and others were also in a state of confusion. Wait until the light and smoke clears. Only then did everyone see the scene in front of them clearly. But at this time, all the expressions became extremely shocking and horrifying. A huge crater appeared in the arena, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Starting from Chen Yo's feet, a huge black pit appeared that was more than 10 meters wide and 20 meters long. At the bottom of the huge pit, Yi Mi was covered in blood, his hands were like charcoal, completely twisted, his clothes were in tatters, and he passed out on the spot. Quiet. Deadly quiet. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It felt like watching a monster. A complete monster. Ouch, it hurts me to death. What on earth is this guy Chen Yo? Ah! Bakuer stood up in embarrassment and complained, but when he saw the completely destroyed arena, he was completely dumbfounded. Scar Peng fell to his knees directly, muttering something that others could not understand. Brother Arnold. Boss. Boss Chen Yo. Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika felt that their outlook on life had been severely impacted. A few people who were a little complacent about getting their hunter licenses suddenly seemed to have fallen into an ice hole. Both are professional hunters. This gap is simply beyond words. Mr. Chen Yo. The beauty Menchi, who was carefully lifted up by Boera, was trembling with excitement, and her beautiful eyes were so soft that they were almost dripping with water. Chen Yo. Hisoka also fell into an unprecedented silence. He pursed his lips tightly, as if he had doubts about his so-called seed definition for the first time. Who is Illumi? This guy's strength is definitely not inferior to his own. Even in a head-on battle, Hisoka is not absolutely sure that he can defeat him. But now, just one hit. The terrifying blow just now, such a large-scale destructive power, there was almost no possibility of evasion, coupled with the difficulty of Yi Mi moving in the soil, led to the current ending. But even if it were him, Hisoka didn't think he would be much better than Illumi. There is only one way to break the situation, and that is to never fall into a small-scale duel with the little monster Chen Yo, otherwise once this move hits, the result will basically be announced. I'm afraid you won't be able to use such a terrifying blow a second time. Haha, it's a pity. This move will no longer be a threat to me in the future. I really look forward to how delicious it will be when you mature, but don't let me down. After thinking about something, Hisoka smiled fierily again, licked the corners of his lips, turned around and left. No one noticed Hisoka leaving, and all eyes seemed to be fixed on Chen Yo. Can the results be announced? Chen Yo slowly retracted his legs. Except for the broken trouser legs and shoes, no wounds could be seen on his body. Although this outfit looks a bit beggar's copy, everyone's impression of Chen Yo has turned into deep shock and awe. It's like a blow from God's power. Directly defeat the eldest son of Zoldyck. Hey, it really gives me more and more surprises. This little guy almost died. Fortunately, let's announce the result. Netero put away his circle, exhaled a long breath, his face was radiant, his smile was full, and he looked at Chen Yo with eyes that were as doting as his own grandson. Ah! Yes! President, Professional Gambling, 1-star hunter Chen Yo, wins. Mr. Yimi's hunter title is deprived of him. As the bean-faced man announced his voice, the whole place became lively. The petrified melon eaters seemed to have finally been lifted from the spell. So amazing! This guy is definitely a monster. Damn it, luckily I didn't meet such a monster candidate. He is even stronger than President Netero when he was young. Master Chen Yo will definitely become a powerful figure in our association in the future. So handsome. Master Chen Yo. The boss is awesome. Brother Arnold is too strong. There were countless cheers and shouts, and the beautiful examiner Menchi even took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. She has decided. Regardless of face or not, we must pursue Chen Yo openly. He is the person he has been waiting for in his life. Netero's smile was almost overflowing with wrinkles. Chapter 60. Under the strong advice of examiners Menchi and Boera, and on the premise that he would use his personal salary, Netero actually agreed to hold an unprecedented celebration banquet for this new hunter. Chen Yo is not particularly interested in this, but Gon and Liu seem to be very interested. In desperation, Chen Yo had no choice but to attend the banquet. The next day, the sun is shining brightly. In the association's exclusive guest room. I drank so much last night? Really, I didn't expect to get drunk. Chen Yo rubbed his slightly sluggish head and suddenly felt a warm and fragrant nephrite next to him. Only then did he realize that the person sleeping with him was actually the examiner Menchi. His physical strength last night was so amazing that he turned Menchi into a puddle of mud. Well, I didn't expect that my first time in this world would be given to this supporting female examiner. As a time traveler, he naturally didn't care too much about this. After leaning over and kissing Menchi, he left the detailed instructions for the whole pig feast menu on the table and wrote his signature. Then he washed himself, changed into clothes and left. Association Hall. Brother Arnold. Gon and others came over with anxious expressions. Killua is gone. This is the letter he left for you. A letter was delivered with the words Brother Chen Nuo's personal greeting. Liu and Kurapika also looked worriedly. Chen Nuo took the letter and opened it. Written on it were some words Killua gave him, including Gon, Liu, and Kurapika, saying that these days were the happiest days of his life. But he had to leave due to some other reasons. He also congratulated Chen Yo and others on getting the hunter license, and hoped that they could realize their original wishes and so on. They are words that are full of true feelings, but also superficial. Killua, he said the day before yesterday that he would travel around the world with us in the future? Why did he leave so suddenly? Gon wondered. Killua seems to be hiding something and is unwilling to tell us. Liu rubbed his chin and said. I have confirmed with the association staff that Killua left with Yimi during the banquet last night. Kurapika said solemnly. With Yimi? Are you talking about Killua's eldest brother? Could it be that? I understand, Killua must have gone home. Then we don't have to worry. That may not be the case. Gon and the other three looked at Chen Yo. The three people were now vaguely headed by Chen Yo. The Zoldyck family, log on to the Hunter intranet and check it out. It is currently the #1 assassination family in the world. The most famous one is that it is extremely protective of its shortcomings. Any enemy who harms the Zoldyck family will suffer endless revenge from the family. Chen Yo calmly opened Liu's notebook, then logged into the professional hunter account to display the information. As a world-renowned top assassination family, it is inevitable to protect one's shortcomings. If you can't give the outside world a strong impression, I'm afraid your enemies will have crossed the threshold by then. So the purpose of Killua's departure is very simple. He wants to protect Chen Yo and others, to be precise, protect Chen Yo. In full public view, Chen Yo was seriously injured and even almost killed the eldest son of the Zoldyck family. Regardless of whether it was a gambling fight sanctioned by the association or not, this was nothing more than a mocking provocation to the Zoldyck family. What awaits Chen Yo is bound to be endless assassinations. In order to prevent the family from assassinating Chen Yo, Killua immediately chose to return to the family after waking up and protect Chen Yo at his own expense. Hey? Then Killua Gon opened his mouth. In order to protect me, because I seriously injured his brother Illumi, I will inevitably suffer revenge from the Zoldyck family. If they don't retaliate against me, Killua will have to pay a heavy price. Chen Yo spoke calmly. That's the Zoldyck family. If the boss is assassinated, it will definitely be very dangerous. I'm afraid only Killua can prevent these things. Since it is our own family, we shouldn't worry too much. Leorio breathed a sigh of relief. Not necessarily. If you look at this information, the Zoldyck family is known for being cruel and cold-blooded. They even killed their own children decades ago. Killua, he may not be able to pay a sufficient price. Kurapika's words instantly sent chills down Gon and Leorio's spines, and their expressions were horrified. Brother Anyo, then we must not just watch Killua die because of us. Brother Anyo, we must save Killua. Gon clenched his fists, his eyes extremely determined. He has recognized Killua from the bottom of his heart as a friend who can trust each other. Boss. As long as you nod, I am willing to stay with you until the end. I, Leorio, am a real man. Leorio said with a blush on his face. Kurapika looked at Chen Yo with firm eyes, seeming to be waiting for his answer. Looking at these guys in front of him, Chen Yo even felt as if he had forgotten that he was a time traveler. Yes, this is living life. There's wine and meat, and there are friends you can trust to support you. Now that everything has been decided, what are you waiting for? Let's check the address of the Zoldyck family. I heard that we can travel for free after getting the professional hunter license. We can go and see this great river and mountains. Chen Yo smiled and said. Ha ha ha. Great. Brother Arnold. Long live the boss. Boss. Gon, Leorio and Kurapika all cheered. Chapter 61. 3 days later. Republic of Batragia, Dry Mountains. Howling sightseeing bus. Chen Yo and others sat on the sightseeing bus and followed the winding mountain road. Along the way were unknown flowers and plants, and there were also special tourist signs. After passing through the dense sea of trees and the dangerous mountain road with 9 turns and 18 turns, we can finally see the brown, bare, extinct volcano that reaches into the sky in the distance and is full of jagged and strange rocks. Kulu Mountain is shrouded under the black clouds pouring out of the crater all year round. As soon as you step here, the temperature in the entire carriage seems to have dropped a few points, which makes people feel inexplicably depressed. The beautiful tour guide with blonde hair and big waves enthusiastically introduced the past of the Zoldyck family. Chen Yo and others were a little drowsy, and in the back row were some guys with evil eyes. The Zoldyck family is really confident that they have turned their residence into a tourist attraction. Looking at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window, Chen Yo smiled lightly. Finally. After twisting and turning for several hours, the sightseeing minibus finally arrived at the top of the mountain and stopped in a huge square. In front of it is an extremely majestic gate with double dragon heads. The whole body is dark grey, and I don't know what kind of material it is made of, but it has an exaggerated height of nearly 50 meters, making people standing at the gate involuntarily feel insignificant. The tour guide enthusiastically stood in front of the gate and explained to everyone why the gate was called the Gate of Underworld. However, her words were quickly interrupted by 2 burly tourists. Haha, I deliberately spread all the hype here. It's not a bluff. Put it down. The owner of this place will change soon. Carrying the great healthcare worker, a seemingly extraordinary man squeezed out of the crowd with a sneer on his face. The other person was holding a thick giant shield, which looked as burly as an iron tower. Without saying a word, the two of them walked directly to the small door next to the mountain gate of Zoldyck's house. They grabbed the old man inside and snatched it away. Then he opened the small door with the key in a swaggering manner. "Brother Arnold." Gon looked curious, but he also saw that those two guys were not too strong, probably at the level of the elite candidates in the hunter test. Chen Yo didn't speak, but just motioned for a few people to watch quietly. "Really?" 10 seconds later. A pile of cleanly eaten bones was thrown out by a ferocious claw, with a head that had been cranially opened and drank all the brain blood on top. In an instant, screams of terror echoed throughout the square. The tour guide, the tourists, and the sightseeing car ran away in a hurry. In fact, deaths occur here every year, but the probability is very low, but the tour guide did not expect that she would encounter it this time. "Oh, I've said it before, but unfortunately I can't stop it. Now San Mao can eat meat other than feed." The old security guard watching the door side, rubbed his sore buttocks and stood up. At the same time, he shouted something towards the door, saying, "San Mao, don't eat too full before eating dinner." Inhumane words. "Grandpa, do you know Killua? We are his friends." Gon stepped forward and helped the old man up. "A friend of Master Killua? Alas, I advise you to leave. You shouldn't come here." The old security guard glanced at the group of people, his eyes lingering on Chen Yo for a moment. He also noticed that this young man seemed to be the leader of the group. "Hey? Why?" Liu was confused. "The Zoldyck family's affairs are not something I can discuss. I'm just a bad old man guarding the door here. Advising you to leave is the only thing I can do. If you must enter by force, it will only be a little more than San Mao. Just some snacks." The old security guard sighed. "You are not responsible for guarding the door. That key is not the key to go in at all." Few words. Kurapika suddenly spoke and stared at the old man. "Oh? How did you find out?" The old man showed a hint of surprise. Kurapika explained where he saw the problem, and the old man also revealed his identity. In fact, he was just a cleaner who collected the garbage for the Zoldyck family's pet San Mao. This result shocked both Gon and Liu. The Zoldyck family's gate is actually unlocked. It's the 30-meter high and extremely heavy gate of the underworld in front of us. As long as you can push it away, you can avoid being attacked by the pet San Mao and step directly into the Zoldyck family. This result is really unexpected. The front door of the underworld gate weighs 4 tons. Each door is twice as heavy as the previous door. There are 7 doors. The difficulty of simply pushing the door is far greater than the difficulty of obtaining a hunter's license. And from the old man's mouth, we learned that Master Killua can actually push the 3 gates by himself when he comes back this time. That's 16 tons. Old man, use your phone. Call the Zoldyck family and tell them that Killua's friend Chen Yo is here to visit. Chen Yo, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke and placed a black and gold star on the table. When he saw the star, the old man's eyes suddenly changed, and his whole body emitted a powerful aura, and a light aura emerged on his body. Then, that's the Star Hunter's logo. The old security guard was in awe. Chapter 62. Zoldyck Family Villa. Butler's Room. Butler Wutong, who was wearing a crisp suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and a clean, neat short beard, answered the phone. Are they friends of Master Killua? How can they prove themselves? Wutong played with the gold coins in one hand and held the phone in the other, his eyes a little lowered. This time Master Killua returned with the seriously injured Master Illumi, causing the family matriarch Kikyo Zoldyck to become furious, shouting who had led her precious son away, and that she would definitely kill that guy. The current head of the family, Mr. Silva, was even asked to personally take action on the spot to teach the person who seriously injured Illumi a bloody lesson. But all the sins were borne by Killua, and he asked the mistress Kikyo 360 to temporarily give up the operation by saying, "From now on I will no longer go against my parents' will and am willing to become a cold-blooded killer of the family." As a housekeeper who watched Killua grow up, Wu Tong clearly felt the pain in the young master's heart. Master Killua doesn't want to stay here at all. He yearns for the outside, but now he has to imprison himself to protect his friends. What a bunch of irresponsible bastards! The gold coin in Wu Tong's hand was slightly deformed, and he suppressed his anger. He saw with his own eyes that Master Killua was sent to the lowest level of purgatory prison, where it was rumored that even men with an iron will would scream like ghosts. The person who caused all this is Master Killua's so-called friend. But when the old gatekeeper explained that the other party was a one-star hunter, Butler Wu Tong's heart moved. Star hunter? Killua's friend is actually a star hunter? If this is the case, as long as Master Zeno and Master Shiba do not take action, Master Killua may not be unable to be rescued. How could such a rebellious thought appear in my head? Could it be that my loyalty to Master Killua has exceeded my loyalty to my family? When this idea emerged in his mind, Wu Tong was shocked. Friends of Killua? Call me. Sudden. An extremely sharp voice sounded next to the housekeeper Wu Tong, and the person who came was actually the mistress Kikyo Zoldyck. An extremely tall woman wearing an aristocratic skirt and wearing gauze covering her entire face with electronic eyes. Next to her is a pretty girl with short black hair and a Japanese kimono look. The fifth son of the family, Kalito Zoldyck. Kikyo-sama. Butler Wu Tong quickly covered the microphone and saluted. After a moment of silence, he bravely spoke, "Master Kikyo, you promised Master Killua that you would not cause trouble for his friends." "Haha, yes, of course I won't go looking for trouble with them, but if they come to my door, that's not within the scope of my promise. How dare you question my decision now?" Kikyo's electronic eyes flashed wildly, and his voice became a little sharp. Butler Wu Tong sighed and handed the phone to Kikyo, whose eyes softened slightly. "You are Killua's friends, right?" Kikyo's thin lips are slightly pursed, her tone is sharp, and her voice sounds very nice, but she seems to be a very beautiful woman, but she must have a small mind. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yo's eyes moved slightly and he said calmly. "Very good. Do you want to know where Killua is?" "Haha, he was imprisoned in the purgatory prison at the bottom of the family by me. As a punishment for seriously injuring his own brother, he must stay there for 3 days and 3 nights. Lug." Kikyo's laughter was a little perverted. Chen Yo frowned slightly. These are already super contents, because in his previous life, he had not heard of any prisons in the Zoldyck family, nor did he understand the concept of 3 days and 3 nights in purgatory prison. But when the old security guard next to him heard this, he was so frightened that his calves twisted and his face turned as white as a wall. "Are you going to be so harsh on your own son?" Chen Yo said. His voice seemed to be restraining something, like a volcano about to erupt, suffocating. "My biological son? Killua, he almost killed Illumi. This is unforgivable. Although he is a genius, he is not as good as Illumi. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. I promised Killua not to trouble you, but this time you came up the mountain on your own, so that's not part of the promise. Do you want to save Killua? Come on. Go to the purgatory prison on the 18th floor." Kikyo smiled slyly and hung up the phone. Chen Yo's face suddenly became gloomy, and Gon and others on the side also gritted their teeth angrily. Click! The phone was crushed to pieces by Chen Yo. It burned as if it was ignited by some high temperature. This scene also shocked the old security guard. It is not difficult to crush the microphone, but it is extremely weird to make it burn. This guy is a one-star hunter. Especially at such a young age, I am afraid that he is the absolute best in the entire Hunter Association. It seems that this time the family may have encountered a difficult opponent. Lead the way, old man. Chen Yo picked up the old security guard and walked out of the post, and did not stop until he was in front of the gate of Underworld. Are you going to force your way in? It's useless. The weight of this last door has reached a terrifying weight of 256 tons. The old man's voice was trembling. He felt a terrifying aura on the black-haired boy in front of him. This feeling is similar to the head of the family, Mr. Silva, or the former head of the house, Mr. Zeno. It is the kind of fear and awe that comes from the heart. Chen Yo didn't answer him, just stared at the gate of Underworld expressionlessly. His right hand suddenly slowly raised. Countless golden particles emerged from the void, and in an instant the entire square seemed to darken. These particles gathered crazily towards Chen Yo's palm. A golden ball of light as big as a grapefruit appeared. Everyone who is close to the light ball has the illusion that they are approaching a 1,000-degree high-temperature furnace. The ground under Chen Yo's feet was burned red, and the terrifying high temperature even caused the air to become violently distorted. But these high temperatures flashed away like an illusion, and were all absorbed into the ball of light. This, what on earth is this? The old security guard staggered to the ground in fright. The anger floating on his body could not help but dissipate due to the excitement in his heart. Only complete fear and shock remained in his dilated pupils. There is also a reflected, terrifying ball of light that turns into a golden rainbow and falls on the gate of Underworld. Light Yuzu. Chapter 63. Rumble. Boom boom boom. Boom boom. The ground shook violently and there was a deafening explosion. As the high-temperature heat wave swept across, the entire sky was rendered golden, as if Mount Kukulu was shaken. Wait until the heat wave dissipates. The vision of the scattered people gradually returned to normal, and they slowly opened their eyes one by one. After seeing the situation clearly, all the eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and awe of this miracle that was like a natural disaster. The towering gate of Underworld has disappeared, replaced by a huge blazing pit with a diameter of 100 meters. The charred soil seemed to have been burned, emitting waves of high heat. If there were not some stones from the gate still remaining nearby, it would be difficult to find out the original location of the gate even if the old security guard who had guarded the gate for decades 23 was called over. Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika were completely dumbfounded. Along the way, the three of them all knew that Chen Yo was far more powerful than themselves, but getting the hunter license was also a recognition of their own strength. There will be a feeling that even if there is a gap with Chen Yo, it shouldn't be too big. To this moment, only 3 people really understood. Back then, Chen Yo was definitely merciful, otherwise Yi Mi might not even be able to get the whole body back now. Heaven, natural disaster, ordinary means, this is a 1-star hunter. The old security guard was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. At this time, Zoldyck family underground, furnace prison. Countless hot magma was boiling, and a thin figure was tied to the stone wall near the magma. It was Killua who had not been seen for many days. At this time, his body was covered with wounds, and there were many black marks from the high-temperature brand. Next to him, a fat man dripping with sweat and bloated was beating him hard with an iron whip. "Good morning, second brother, what time is it now?" Killua, whose limbs were fixed with steel plates and covered in injuries, opened his eyes and asked boredly. "Damn it, stop being so arrogant." "Zyoki." Fatty Zoldyck whipped him hard, but Killua didn't show any pain on his face. Instead, he looked at him with a sincere expression. "I have been reflecting on what happened last time when I stabbed my second brother. I'm sorry, second brother, it was my mistake to stab you in the belly." Killua said. "A hole." Fatty Miji was so angry that his belly wound was aching. This guy actually deliberately provoked him and couldn't help but whip him a few more times. But Killua's physique is much stronger than his. Even though he is the executioner, he is panting and sweating from exhaustion, but this BD Zyoki seems to be calm and relaxed. I have some very unfortunate news for you. Those friends you mentioned came to the mountain and were discovered by my mother. My mother did not promise not to kill them on the mountain. I want to congratulate you, Zyoki. You should be here soon. You can see the corpses of those friends. I believe that your kind mother will leave their whole corpses. Fatty Zoldyck put down his cell phone with a successful smile on his face. Killua's expression changed instantly, and his calm eyes suddenly burned with anger, as if the beast in his body had awakened, and his whole aura became very dangerous. The heavy iron block that held him in place made a slight clicking sound. Blood flowed from Killua's limbs due to the pressure from the iron block, but they were soon burned by the high temperature, producing bursts of green smoke. But at this time, Killua didn't show any pain, his expression became a little distorted because of anger. If Mom dares to touch them, I swear, I will kill you with my own hands. Second brother. The words were almost squeezed out from between the teeth. The fat man Zoldyck was so frightened that he fell to the ground. This feeling is like approaching the iron cage to tease the lion. The other party is obviously imprisoned, but it still scares the fat man. Hey, if you want to kill me, I have to wait until you come out from here. Fatty Maji Zoldyck wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled strangely with some lingering fear. His laughter was suddenly interrupted. Amidst the huge roar, Purgatory Prison trembled. Killua and Miji, who were at war with each other, were stunned. They looked up to the sky in shock. What happened outside? Killua regained his senses from his anger, and the figure of Chen Nuo could not help but emerge in his mind. Is he, the boss? The building branch of the Zoldyck family is like a manor. The top floor in the middle. With one hand behind his back, the teacup in the hands of the old man with white hair and beard, hunched over slightly, shook violently, and the golden tea soup splashed out. Zeno Zoldyck, the current strongest man in the family and the former head of the family, stared into the distance with his vicissitudes of life. A golden mushroom cloud rises from the foot of the mountain. Was the door destroyed? What kind of friends did Zyoki have? Zeno Zoldyck murmured softly, and after pondering for a few seconds, he finally put down the teacup and picked up a communicator on the table. Silva, Kikyo is in trouble. You need to go over and deal with it. Also, let Zyoki go. Forget it, I'll go by myself. This little guy is really surprising. With a sigh, Zeno Zoldyck walked out of the office and headed towards the Purgatory Prison. Chapter 64. In front of the gate of Huangchuan. The old security guard was stunned, and Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio all had their heads buzzing. Okay, take us to Killua. Chen Yo spoke calmly, as if what just happened had nothing to do with him. Killua. Sir, if you go in now, San Mao will attack you. The old security man's voice was trembling, and his calves were a little cramped. But Chen Yo didn't answer him, so he had no choice but to lead the way. When Gon and the others passed by the huge pit, they could still feel the residual scorching heat and couldn't help but marvel. After passing through the gate of Huangchuan, there is a back garden with many trees. It is said to be a back garden, but in fact it is as vast as a jungle. As expected of the Zoldyck family, the back garden is so big. Gon felt much relieved and excited. Yes, such a big back garden will probably cost a lot of money. Leorio marveled. Roar. Toom. A low roar sounded from far to near. Then there was the numbing sound of trees snapping, as if something huge was approaching quickly. Ah! Yes, it's San Mao. Sir, you just destroyed the gate of Underworld. San Mao will kill all outsiders who invade here. Beads of sweat broke out on the old security guard's forehead. This was the first time in all his years as a cleaner that he felt San Mao was so angry. Brother Arnold. Boss. Gon and the others immediately took out their weapons and stared ahead with stern expressions. Rumble. Rumble. The ground trembled, several trees in front of them suddenly broke, and a huge wolf dog with purple and black hair, 3 or 4 stories high and 20 meters long appeared in front of everyone. The huge wolf roared in a low voice, and some remaining bloodstains and broken clothes could even be seen on the sharp fangs. The fishy river water flowed down from the corner of its mouth. The muscles of the giant wolf's limbs were tense, and its fierce eyes were fixed on Chen Yo and the others, ready to attack at any time. San Mao! Stop it! The old security guard was so frightened that he quickly stopped him. He witnessed Chen Yo destroying the gate of underworld with his own eyes. He didn't think that the flesh and blood San Mao in front of him could withstand that terrifying blow. Chug! What the hell are you doing? How did they get in? A call came from behind the giant wolf. Surprisingly, the forest ranger arrived with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at the old security guard with a frightened expression in surprise. He was said to be a forest ranger, but in fact he was just a guy who managed to survive because he failed to break into the Zoldyck family many years ago and the entire team was wiped out because he begged for mercy. He naturally knew that the old security guard's strength was definitely above his own. But now, the old security guard's face was full of panic, and he seemed to have lost the calm temperament that he used to have to hide a great master. What a big wolf! Brother Arnold! Gon exclaimed, his body tense, he was ready to fight. If I get caught by this guy, I'm afraid I'll declare GG directly. Leorio's heart was pounding. Kurapika gripped her stick tightly without saying a word. Only Chen Yo had a rare smile on his face. Nothing else. After many days, this is a very good ingredient he recently discovered. Name Purple Moon Giant Wolf. Ingredients rating, C. Ingredients description, the original giant wolf from the wild forest of the vast sea is brutal and extremely aggressive. However, its meat is firm and extremely elastic, making it an excellent high-quality ingredient. The most critical cooking step is bloodletting. It's actually a sea-level ingredient. It's unexpectedly high. And where is this vast forest? If you can go hunting here, you will probably accumulate an amazing amount of attribute points in a short period of time. Chen Yo couldn't help but sigh, looking at the ferocious giant wolf's expression with increasing fondness. His smile made the old security guard beside him feel frightened. Only then did he realize that the ranger was calling him just now. Leave immediately. The old security guard wanted to give a warning, but Chen Yo glanced at him and said something that was rotten in his stomach. The ranger also looked confused. But he quickly focused on Chen Yo, and obviously noticed that this young man was the backbone of the group. No matter who you are and how you entered here, I advise you to leave. It is impossible for you to pass through this jungle safely. Moving forward will only add bones to the sun. The ranger scolded righteously. Chen Yo never looked at him, but stared excitedly at the purple moon wolf in front of him. The purple moon giant wolf also seemed to feel inexplicable pressure, but its dignity as an apex predator made it absolutely unable to back down. Instead, it roared at Chen Yo like a demonstration. Roar! Before the ranger and the old security guard could speak, the giant moon wolf was under pressure and took the lead in attacking. Its huge body swooped up, its sharp wolf claws swept across, and the trees along the way were broken on the spot. Deep claw-marked ravines were plowed directly on the ground. But what surprised him was that Chen Yo had jumped up high, avoided all its attacks, and landed directly on the back of its neck. Ho! Ho ho ho! The purple moon giant wolf instantly became furious. It wanted to catch Chen Yo but found that its claws could not reach it. It could only helplessly and furiously lead Chen Yo to rush and roll in the dense forest, destroying trees in pieces. Brother Arnold! Boss! Gon and Leorio shouted nervously and were about to rush out to help, but Kurapika grabbed them. I believe Boss Chen Yo, we will only make him unable to use it in the past. This guy should not be able to compare to the gate of underworld. Kurapika said solemnly. What are you kiddos talking about? Since you refuse to leave here, I have no choice but to expel it myself. Charlie, are you okay now? The ranger spit out the butt of his cigarette and looked at the few people with slightly squinted eyes. Over the years, he worked as a ranger for the Zoldyck family. Although it was a low-level job, he occasionally learned some moves from the old security guard Charlie, which made him feel that his strength was no longer what it used to be. It seems that there is no such desolation as the lost dog, but there is a faint sense of confidence that a master has a plan. But this confidence did not last for a few seconds, just when the ranger was about to take action with Gon and others to rescue the kidnapped old security guard. From the depths of the garden came the unprecedented shrill and frightening screams of the purple moon giant wolf. The sound made both the ranger and the old security guard tremble. It's like the cry of a dying beast. Especially the forest ranger, he never believed that something could happen to this giant wolf. In his opinion, this monster was powerful enough to destroy a complete mercenary group. Even if we look at the entire Zoldyck family, the giant wolf can still rank among the top combat powers. Certainly. The truly terrifying thing is the people of the Zoldyck family who can tame it. Although he has never seen it, the ranger has already equated it with fear deep in his heart. But now, the giant wolf that he thought was impossible to deal with actually let out such a shrill scream, and then he could clearly hear the scream gradually disappearing, becoming weak and struggling desperately, and finally, it seemed to be completely cold. Gilu. Then, what happened over there? San Mao, it can't be. The forest ranger swallowed a mouthful of saliva, stopped, and looked into the depths of the dense forest with cold sweat on his back. Even the old security guard who had seen Chen Yo's terrifying strength was confused at this time. After all, the gate of underworld is a dead thing, but the giant wolf is a real large and dangerous monster. For a while, a strange misfire appeared on the battlefield of several people. Everyone looked at the direction where Chen Yo disappeared. Because a faint rustling sound can be heard, as well as an approaching crash. Everyone. Finally. A full 4 or 5 minutes passed. It smells like Brother Arnold. As expected, Brother Arnold is the strongest. Gon held his nose up and cheered excitedly. Leorio and Kurapika were confused because no one had appeared in the destroyed jungle ahead. But soon. Really. Chen Yo appeared in everyone's sight. There were no wounds visible on his body, the only thing was that his shirt was slightly torn, as if he had been scratched by some branch. But at this time, he was dragging the tail of the giant wolf slowly forward, his face filled with the joy of the harvest. The huge giant wolf, which was more than 10 meters tall, had turned into a corpse. Chen Yo's size is like a tiny ant in front of the giant wolf. It feels like ants are carrying rice. The huge visual contrast is shocking. The weight of the giant wolf must exceed dozens of tons. There is a hideous wound on its neck, as if something has cut off the throat and drained the blood. The huge giant wolf was easily dragged over by Chen Yo. Inhuman and terrifying power. This kind of free-range wolf should taste much better than the one raised on feed. This guy has eaten so many people in the past. We can be considered as eliminating pests for the people. We only need the best quality meat and forget about the rest. Chen Yo put down the giant wolf's body, clapped his hands and said with a smile. Yes. Boss. Help quickly, Gon, Kurapika. Leorio stood at attention with a snap and began to prepare the kitchen utensils with great skill. He and Chen Yo already have a good understanding of each other. Okay. Great. Is it wolf meat barbecue this time? Brother Arnold. After reacting, Gon danced with excitement. Barbecue wolf steak, cumin wolf meat, wolf whip soup, wolf meatball soup. Chen Yo lists a lot of recipes. After all, he is a very particular person. The old security guard and the forest ranger who were watching the show were completely dumbfounded and felt like they were dreaming. The two of them watched Chen Yo and a few small ants cut up the giant wolf carcass, then processed the ingredients, and then, started a outdoor barbecue. Forester. Old security guard. After a full hour, only the clean skeleton of the giant wolf was left on the ground. There was also the ferocious wolf head. None of them liked eating the wolf head, so they simply threw it on the ground. The main reason is that Chen Nuo's cooking skills are so incredible that I can't stop after taking one bite. Ding! You have tasted the sea-level gourmet wolf meat stew, and your gourmet talent has been activated. Congratulations on your improved attributes: Strength plus 12, Agility plus 19, Spirit plus 7, and Food points 1701. Ding! You tasted the sea-level delicacy roasted wolf kidneys, and the gourmet talent is activated. Congratulations on your slightly improved attributes: Strength plus 0.5, Agility plus 1, Spirit plus 0.5, and 15 food points. The system prompt sounds. Waves of warmth flowed into Chen Nuo's limbs. Really? With the same ingredient, only the first dish can get attribute bonuses, but the subsequent dishes of this sea-level delicacy still give Chen Nuo a lot of bonuses. It's done, but not as high as the first dish. It seems that the higher the grade of ingredients, the greater the amplification effect. What an unexpected harvest! Chen Nuo rubbed his full belly with satisfaction. With his talent as a gourmet, he can be said to be a real big eater. Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika were all chubby and lying on the ground breathing heavily. It's so delicious! It's definitely the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. Gon exclaimed. If you can eat it every day, it will be worth it even if you die. Leorio said. Boss Chen Nuo. Hiccup, your cooking skills are like gods. Kurapika said. The forest ranger and the old security man on the side were drooling all over the place, but they stayed on the outside like two mice and didn't dare to get close. Gilu, Sanmao, gone? Is this all left? The ranger looked at the remaining wolf head, feeling like he was dreaming. The Zoldyck family. I'm afraid they are in big trouble. I hope we little shrimps can survive, alas. The old security guard sighed and wiped away the disappointed tears at the corner of his mouth. He also wanted to eat it. The taste was so delicious, but he also knew clearly that as long as he took one bite, he would probably be resented by the Zoldyck family. This family is famous for protecting its shortcomings, even dogs. Protect it. At this time, 3 figures were coming quickly from the garden forest. Do you smell it? Mom. Kalito Zoldyck, a beautiful girl in a kimono, rubbed her nose and suddenly spoke. What's wrong? My good son. Please. Kikyo Zoldyck, a tall woman with a hot body and a bandaged face, only showing bright red lips, said. It's very fragrant. It's even more fragrant than the food from our family's 5-star chef. How come it smells so fragrant here? Kalito asked doubtfully. Kikyo Zoldyck was startled for a moment and noticed the smell floating in the air. It's getting more and more fragrant, right in front. Kikyo-sama. Kalito-sama. Kanalaya, a black butler girl with braids, pointed in the direction. She is the gatekeeper of the Zoldyck family, and the security guard is just a cleaner. This time she was forcibly brought here by Kikyo, with the euphemistic name of crushing foreign enemies. Is it the direction down the mountain? Kikyo frowned slightly and quickly chased after him. Front. She suddenly saw Kalito and Kanalaya stopped, as motionless as if they were petrified. What's wrong? Kalito, we are here to find those people who hurt the little bastards of Illumi. Kikyo made a sharp sound, and when she reached the same position as the two of them, her small cherry-lipped mouth opened in shock, and her electronic eyes flashed violently. Even if you can't see the expression, you can still feel the astonishment of the Zoldyck family matron. In front of you. Surprisingly, there were the 4 Chen Nuo who had eaten and drank enough, as well as the wolf's head that still had a fearful expression before death, its devoured and wiped white bones hanging on the grill, and 2 trembling wolves in the distance. Silhouette. The gate dog, is gone? This was captured by Mr. Zeno himself from the vast forest, right? What on earth did these people do? Chapter 65. Those guys. How dare you kill the watchdog of the Zoldyck family? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Kalito, Kanalaya. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kikyo Zoldyck let out a nervous scream. Kalito Zoldyck and Kanalaya looked at each other and stood in front of Chen Yo and others. Kikyo-sama. It's our fault that we didn't keep them out. Upon seeing this, the old security guard and the forest ranger came over and confessed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly 2 finger-thick golden lights exploded. The old security guard and the forest ranger were hit in the temples, their faces kept blank expressions, their bodies fell to the ground with a crash, and blood gurgled out. Since it's useless, keeping it is a waste. Kikyo Zoldyck covered his lips and chuckled, completely different from the hysterical scream he had just made. Brother Arnold. Gon and the others stood up quickly, staring at the people in front of them with solemn expressions. Just now, it was the woman in the palace lady's attire who attacked the old security guard and the forest ranger, but weren't they on the same side? So you are the friends Killua would rather go to the purgatory dungeon to protect. You must be that Chen Yo, right? Kikyo's electronic eyes, dressed as a lady, flickered and looked in the direction of Chen Yo. Chen Yo didn't speak, but looked at him calmly. If it was just a normal relationship, maybe I would consider agreeing, but your biggest mistake was seriously injuring my dear Yi Mi. This is definitely the biggest mistake in your life. I promised Killua not to cause trouble for you, but now that you have come, you will bring it upon yourself. Kalito. Kanalaya. The expression of the noble lady Kikyo suddenly became ferocious, and her mood seemed to be very unstable. Sorry. Kanalaya whispered softly, waving the small round stick in her hand and quickly attacked. Her figure strangely transformed into dozens of them. Flex your limbs. A very clever secret step technique. Kalito, the little Lolita in kimono, stood aside with a paper fan in his hand and his big eyes staring at Chen Yo and the others. It's amazing. It's the same pace as Killua, I can't even tell which one it is. Gon exclaimed. The opponents were obviously 2 girls who looked even slightly younger than themselves, but their fighting power definitely reached the level of professional hunters, or even higher. Leorio and Kurapika did not dare to look down upon him and quickly prepared themselves for battle. You protect yourselves, I'll go get that woman. Chen Yo gave an order and rushed out without looking back, his body transformed into golden lightning. So fast! Kanalaya and Kalito 020 exclaimed almost simultaneously. The golden lightning passed through Kanalaya's siege in an instant, which was enough to easily defeat hundreds of intruders. The magical limbs rarely failed here. To be precise, it's Chen Yo who's too fast. Faster than hers. In just a blink of an eye, Chen Yo has passed through Kanalaya and gone straight to the noble lady's base. Swish, swish, swish. Kalito's paper fan finally arrived. The paper fan blessed by telekinesis has a steel-like hardness. As long as it is rubbed, the skin will burst open. Kalito Zoldyck, a kimono Lolita, is short in stature but extremely fast and stopped Chen Yo abruptly. But at this time Kalito's face looked extremely ugly. Chen Yo is so fast. The so-called hugging is more like, the other party is deliberately teasing him to slow down his pace. Almost all of her attacks hit Chen Yo's body, but they couldn't even touch the corners of his clothes. The opponent was always 1 step ahead of her. Even this small step gives people a feeling of powerlessness like a chasm across the sky. This guy. He did it on purpose. Kalito couldn't help but grit his teeth, a hint of anger emerging in his beautiful eyes. After seeing the opportunity, the folding fan in his hand suddenly flapped. Dance of snake bites. In an instant, dense white scraps of paper emerged from behind Kalito, turning into a blizzard and pouring down towards Chen Yo. With such an intensive attack, all escape routes were blocked. Yes, there is a hard way. But there is no difference between the paper scraps strengthened by his mind and the sharp iron pieces. In this moment, he will make hundreds or thousands of cuts on his body, and then he will lose his fighting ability. The Gon trio who were fighting fiercely with Kanalaya couldn't help but exclaimed. They clearly saw that Kalito's paper scraps directly smashed the big trees into sieves. Hey! Nice move, but a little weak, kid. Tomb. A ghostly voice sounded in front of Kalito Zoldyck. His beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide, and he was shocked to see that Chen Yo had appeared in front of him at some point. And the scraps of paper in the dance of snake bites that Chen Yo was so proud of were actually crushed into a ball by Chen Yo. How did this guy just do it? Take all your own attacks? How can this be? Kalito's head was a little dazed. Oops. Kalito, who came back to his senses the next moment, was shocked to see that Chen Yo had thrown away his confetti, and a finger rapidly expanded in his field of vision. The other party is going to give me a headache. Whoosh whoosh. Rays of golden light as thick as a thumb fell on Chen Yo's face. Chen Yo had to choose to jump back. Boom. His mind was empty. But a tree behind Kalito exploded into two pieces, as if it was hit by some air cannon. Kalito's little face instantly turned white. What the hell is this? Chen Yo, who had just landed, hadn't had time to adjust before an increasingly dense golden beam of light shot towards him again. The one who took action was Kikyo Zoldyck. These golden beams of light are clearly the effect of her telekinesis, emitted directly from the electronic eye on her head at extremely fast and high frequency. The power is not very powerful, but it is enough to create a finger-deep dent in the ground. Emitter, are you telepathic? Are you going to fight me? Chen Yo smiled. With the sparkling fruit, he is never afraid of this level of confrontation. In terms of the number of attacks, he has never lost to anyone with the sparkling fruit. Chen Yo simply stood there, 34 meters away from Kikyo Zoldyck. Raise your right hand and spread your fingers. What is he going to do? Lowly Kalito looked in front of him in confusion. Kikyo Zoldyck is still attacking quickly, seemingly wanting to take the opportunity to suppress and defeat Chen Yo. And the next moment, streams of bright golden light shot out from Chen Yo's 5 fingers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wave with one hand. But the number of rays directly crushed Kikyo. A shocked look finally appeared under her gauze-wrapped face. The clenching of her lips turned into a struggle, and a storm was already rising in her heart. Rumble. Rumble. Kikyo's beam was accurately hit by Chen Yo, and all exploded in the air. But Chen Yo's extra beam Kikyo wasn't so lucky. Her aristocratic clothes were punctured with holes, as well as her hat. At last. Click. A beam of light penetrated the electronic eye on her forehead, and suddenly a puff of green smoke came out, and the bandage on her face fell off. The extremely fair and charming face was revealed, but there was a faint scar on it, which must have been injured by Killua. As expected of Killua's mother, she is very good looking. But think about it, all of Killua's brothers are good looking. His father, Silva, is a strong man with very thick lines. These brothers almost all improved their own level by inheriting their mother's good looks. You lost, shame on you. Chen Yo had already arrived in front of Kikyo in a flash. Looking down from a high position, he looked down at the lady who was completely defeated and sitting limply on the ground. I lost. Lady Kikyo's voice was full of disbelief and confusion, and then turned into hysterical madness. She stood up suddenly and wanted to fight Chen Yo to death. Enough! Suddenly a majestic and deep roar sounded. The entire mountain forest trembled. Kikyo, who was losing his mind and going crazy, seemed to be struck by lightning, and suddenly regained his composure, but there was no blood on his pretty face, which was obviously a big shock. A figure slowly walked out of the darkness of the mountain forest. It was a little old man with his hands clasped behind his back hunched over, and his beard and hair all white. Chen Zoldyck. The strongest person in the family, the previous head of the family, and Killua's grandfather. Old man. The Lady Kikyo seemed to have found a life-saving tree and immediately got up to complain to the old man. Master. Kalito and Kanalaya greeted each other, and obediently stopped fighting and stood aside. Grandpa? That girl calls this old man grandpa? Killua's mother calls him old man. Could it be that he is Killua's grandfather? Gon, who looked a bit embarrassed with a bruised nose and swollen face, asked curiously. He had suffered a lot from Kanalaya just now, and he was quite shocked. The opponent was about the same age as him, but had a lot of terrifying fighting experience. Leorio was no better, swollen into a pig's head. On the other hand, Kurapika looks much better, with no obvious wounds on her body. Old man. He is the guy who seriously injured Yi-Mi. My poor Yi-Mi almost died outside. He is your eldest grandson. You must not let this kid go, you must beat him to death. The noble Lady Kikyo stared at Chen Yo with hatred. Her electronic eyes had been destroyed, and now her true appearance was revealed. Her clothes were torn by Chen Yo. She was definitely the last person after marrying into the Zoldyck family. A miserable day like no other. Shut up, Kikyo. As the current matron of the family, you lost to a 12 or 13-year-old child. Kanalaya, take Kikyo back and let her reflect for 3 days. The little old man glanced at her and didn't buy it at all. Kikyo-sama. Kanalaya walked over and looked at her with some embarrassment. Kikyo's pretty face twitched. She originally wanted to get mad, but facing the real head of the Zoldyck family, she could only choose to bow her head and obey, follow Kana obediently. Leave. The snakebite dance is very powerful, Kalito. It seems that you have not neglected your homework during this period. The little old man looked at the huge trees that had been beaten into sieves and said happily. Kalito lowered his head, but couldn't help clenching his pink fists. If it were normal times, Grandpa would certainly be very happy to praise himself so much. But just now, the snakebite dance that I was so proud of was ruined by a guy who looked to be 1 or 2 years older than me at most. Or a hard frontal crack. What pride and joy can there be in this? It's natural for you to lose to this little brother. The 12-year-old one-star hunter, I heard that he defeated your brother Yi-Mi in the association competition. Sure enough, now the new generation is better than the old one. Ha 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 ha. The old man touched Kalito's head and laughed. He seemed to have a dry and thin body, but his unexpected laughter was as deafening as a giant dragon, and a terrifying coercion emerged with him as the center. In an instant, the expressions of Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika all changed. This old guy feels so dangerous. Cold sweat broke out on Leorio's forehead. The previous patriarch of the Zoldyck family, Chen Zoldyck, is rumored to be as powerful as the president of the association Netero. Brother Chen Nuo may be in danger this time. Kurapika frowned and clenched his weapon stick with both hands. Ah! Is this old man on the same level as Grandpa Netero? Isn't that? Gon was startled. He never thought that Killua's grandfather would be so powerful, but everyone has experienced Netero's power personally. That is definitely the strongest association. I'm afraid even Brother Chen Nuo won't be a match. That now. It is Chen Zoldyck who is looking for trouble. Does this mean it can be regarded as Netero looking for trouble? How could the boss be an opponent? Oh no, if the boss dies, I will hold this old guy back while you run away with the boss. Leorio gritted his teeth, scared and frightened. My name is Zeno, and I am Killua's grandfather. Chen Zoldyck put his hands behind his back, a look of admiration on his wrinkled face. Chen Yo, Killua's friend. Chen Yo spoke calmly. Little brother, are you interested in joining our family? In this case, you can become friends with Killua, and I can forget about everything in the past, including today. Something about heaven. Zeno Zoldyck slightly squinted his weathered eyes and said. Ah? The old guy invited the boss to join the Zoldyck family? Is there such a thing? Leorio was stunned for a moment, surprised. Both Gon and Kurapika were a little confused. The Zoldyck family has a great reputation all over the world, especially among the powerful and wealthy. Even just having the words Zoldyck is enough to have smooth access to the upper class, which is 100 times better than a hunter's license or something like that. The conditions given by the old man were like a lottery ticket falling from the sky and winning the jackpot. Besides that, Netero and I are close friends, and our ability to argue is 50 to 50 equal. Not only can I let Netero teach you some unique skills, but I can also give you some of my special skills. As long as you are willing to join the Zoldyck family. Old man Zeno said with a smile. He was able to defeat Yimi at the age of 11, and he also saw the battle just now. A blind boy named Chen Nuo, in his body, Zeno saw another Netero. Or the next highest combat power in mankind. No matter what, it is definitely a super high quality stock that can grow more than 1,000 times. His current strength is indeed very good, but he is already old. Once he leaves, relying solely on the reputation of the Silva Zoldyck family will gradually weaken. But if there is this Chen Yo Zoldyck family, it is absolutely guaranteed that the family will prosper for at least another 200 years. This is his ambition. Holy shit! Is there such a good thing? Just agree. Boss. That's awesome. Grandpa Killua is indeed a good person too. That gives an almost sky-high invitation. Leorio and others were extremely surprised. They did not expect that the Zoldyck family would extend an olive branch to Chen Yo for the first time. Including Kalito, everyone's eyes fell on Chen Yo. No interest, I'm not interested in killers. Chen Yo shrugged and said calmly. Zeno, who was smiling at first, suddenly lost a lot of color. Got rejected? He couldn't even remember the last time he was rejected. As the head of the family, Zeno's status in this world is not inferior to that of Netero, truly above millions of people. This is also the best solution Zeno can think of. Don't you think about it? Zeno's smile faded, and his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life stared at Chen Yo. If you're not interested, you're not interested. It doesn't matter how many times you think about it. Chen Yo said. Hey, that's a pity. Although you are Zyoki's friend, he must be punished if he makes a mistake, and you must accept the punishment if you make a mistake. Zeno spoke calmly and took a step forward. Moment. A terrifying momentum bloomed. Chapter 66. The moment the little old man took a step forward, in the field of vision of Kalito and Gon, the sky seemed to turn dark, and the indescribable sense of horror and oppression made it difficult to breathe. The so-called punishment is also very simple. As long as you can withstand the full blow of me with one hand, then all the previous things will be wiped out. If you can't bear it and die, then you will only admit that you are unlucky. A smile appeared on the little old man's wrinkled face. How is that possible? You old man is going too far. You are on the same level as President Netero, and the boss has just obtained the hunter license. Leorio suddenly felt unfair. Brother Arnold. Let's help you. Gon had already rushed to Chen Yo's side. Kurapika pursed her lips and remained silent, but she also leaned next to Leorio, as if preparing to deal with this bad old man together. Is this punishment? As long as I accept your attack, everything will be wiped out. Chen Yo waved his hand, signaling Gon and others to be quiet. Of course, but I want to remind you that even if I attack with one hand, there are not many people in the world who can survive. You may have to be more prepared to be seriously injured or die. The little old man said. The bet doesn't seem fair. Chen Yo said suddenly. Fair? Zoldyck looked at Chen Yo in surprise. How about the future after betting on Killua? As long as I hold your hands and attack with all my strength, no one in the Zoldyck family, including you, can interfere with his own decision. If I die, it will count as my lack of skill. Chen Yo smiled slightly. A trace of surprise flashed in Zeno's eyes, and he couldn't help but look at Chen Yo again. This kid. My evaluation of him just now seems to be somewhat wrong. I originally thought he was a genius with courage and determination, but now it seems, more like a stupid person who is blindly confident and doesn't know what the word death is. Do you really think that at just 11 or 12 years old, you can withstand a full blow from yourself? Doesn't that mean that I have lived like a dog in my life? It's just that this son is Killua's friend, and this brotherly love is impressive, but he is obviously too frivolous, and he will make him pay an unforgettable lesson. Boss! You are crazy! This guy is a monster on the same level as President Netero. Leorio's voice changed in fear. Brother Arnold! Gon also looked worried. Kurapika hesitated to speak, but he understood that the decision made by Chen Yo would not change, and he could only look at it with extremely complicated eyes. The beautiful lowly Aluka Zoldyck standing next to the little old man also lost control of her expression at this time. Before, he was horrified that the other party broke his snakebite dance. But now, he felt more like Chen Yo was on the run, a foolish man who wanted to die. Grandpa's full power attack with both hands? It depends on yourself how high it is. Having the courage to challenge is a courage worthy of praise, but challenging blindly is falling into the abyss of death. Little guy, Netero and I are old friends, so I will give you the one-handed choice. If you use both hands, you will die. If you leave now, I can pretend you never came. The little old man clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head in disappointment. Leorio and the others looked at Chen Yo with pleading eyes, hoping that he would give up this challenge that was obvious that he would lose. Since the other party has said this, I am afraid that he will really kill him. But Chen Yo's next words almost gave them heart attacks. Don't you dare! Chen Yo spoke calmly. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone can even hear their own heartbeat. Zoldyck also seemed to be stunned. It took a few seconds before he came back to his senses. He couldn't help but laugh to the sky. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Interesting little guy. No one has dared to talk to me like this for many years. Since you are ready to die, I won't be polite. If you die in front of me in the hands of Netero, Netero should be able to understand. Let's enjoy the last beauty in life, little guy Chen Yo. Kalito, get out of here before the fight. Zoldyck laughed and told his grandson Kalito to leave. Yes, Grandpa. Kalito Zoldyck looked deeply at Chen Yo, shook his head in disappointment, and turned to leave. Originally, he thought that Chen Yo was a genius far better than himself and could easily crack his snakebite dance, but now it seems that it was just an ignorant fantasy of an arrogant man before his death. To withstand Grandpa's full blow at a mere 12 years old? I don't know what gave him such courage. Brother Arnold. Boss. Boss Chen Yo. Gon and the others looked very different. They wanted to speak but didn't know how. Brother Chen Yo has never made any wrong decisions along the way. But in front of us, no one can see where the winning point is in this round. It is definitely a losing situation. Don't worry about me, Mr. Zeno. If I die here, you won't make things difficult for my brother Gon and the others, right? Chen Yo said calmly. Of course, I will arrange for someone to send them down the mountain, including your body, little guy. That's good, you should leave here first. You will only become a burden to me here. Kurapika, you will be responsible for leading the team instead of me for the time being. Chen Yo nodded. Understood. Chen Yo, boss, you must come back alive. Kurapika gritted her teeth and chose to leave with reluctant Gon and Leorio. It's dusk, it's getting late. In the huge venue, the bonfire used for barbecue swayed in the afterglow of the setting sun, reflecting the figures of an old man and a young man. It's a pity. If it's another 10 years, you may not lose to me, but now, you have no chance of winning. Chen Zoldyck sighed. That's not necessarily the case. Chen Yo shook his head. At this time. Purgatory prison. Dad. The fat man Zoldyck, who was wielding the iron whip, was stunned when a burly figure appeared at the door of the prison. It's Silva Zoldyck. The modern head of the household. Put Zioki down, it's almost close. Silva's voice was low and his eyes were calm, as if he didn't feel sorry for the torture his own son had endured. No. You can't let Xiao Qi go now. It took a lot of effort for him to come back. Suddenly a piercing scream came. An embarrassed figure rushed in, and it turned out to be Kikyo Zoldyck, whose clothes were torn from the previous battle with Chen Yo. At this time, she had replaced a new electronic eye and was obviously still angry. As for Kanalaya, she was not qualified to arrive in the dungeon and was waiting outside the building. Father gave your friend a chance, but he made a stupid choice. I came to let you go just to let you understand something. I will take care of your friend's body for you. Silva slowly untied the iron blocks on Killua's hands and feet. The screaming noble Lady Kikyo did not dare to stop her in the slightest and could only watch helplessly. But it was a surprise to both her and Silva. Killua was not as angry or impatient as he imagined, and he took off his shackles without any haste. Aren't you worried about your friends? Zioki, do you think it's not necessary? They are all going to die anyway. Hehe, I know that although you keep saying you don't want to be a killer, the cold blood of our Zoldyck family is still flowing in your body. Yet, hey hey hey. Fatty Magi laughed. But his smile quickly froze, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Because Killua was looking up at him, his eyes, it was like looking at a dead person, making him feel inexplicably uneasy and sweating profusely. Brother Chen Nuo will never lose, even Grandpa. Since he can come here to find me, he must be ready. Killua spoke calmly. Oh? Do you know the content of the gambling fight? How can you be so sure? Silva was a little surprised. Killua's reaction was beyond imagination. It seemed that, he was no longer the rebellious son he remembered. You don't need to know, he will definitely be alive. If Brother Chen Nuo dies, I will kill Miji and bury him with him. No? BD Xiao Qi. Does this have anything to do with me? I didn't kill your friend? Dad, you must make the decision for me. BD Xiao Qi is talking nonsense again. Fatty Miji shivered all over and quickly asked Silva for protection. In terms of assassination and fighting, even 10 of them are not enough to kill one Killua. How could his stinky little brat be so lawless? Silva didn't speak, remained silent, just looked at his son Killua. It seems that during this hunter trial trip, Killua has really changed a lot. Because of that, little guy named Chen Nuo? Miji, take Xiao Qi to rest. The punishment ends here. And you, Kikyo, don't pursue this matter anymore. I want to go out. Silva frowned and spoke, then quickly left without looking back. The noble Lady Kikyo was so angry that she could only stomp her feet and look at her rebellious son who she loved and hated. Please give me flowers. Outside the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, Kalito and Gon retreated to the same direction and stopped several hundred meters away. Gon and the others stretched their necks, their faces full of worry. It's useless. That person named Chen Yo will die soon. If you want to blame him, you can only blame him for being too conceited. Beautiful girl Kalito Zoldyck spoke slowly. You BD woman. If you say such things again, don't blame me for not being able to spare you. His fists were clenched in anger. I am not a woman, I am the 5th child of the Zoldyck family and Killua's younger brother, and the 3 of you combined are no match for me. Kalito Zoldyck said expressionlessly. Is this kid a boy? Damn! How dare you look down on us? Leorio couldn't help it immediately. Do you dare to say that Uncle Leorio can't do it? Quiet, don't make any noise. Since Boss Chen Nuo has made arrangements, let's just wait. If Boss is unlucky, then we have to leave here, understand? Gone, Li. Kurapika shouted. Kurapika, Brother Nuo will definitely not lose. Gon gritted his teeth, but his eyes were full of despair. Leorio looked even more depressed and sad. In the dense forest. Rumble. Rumble. A deafening loud noise suddenly sounded. It was like a thunder explosion. Kalito, Gon, and others in the distance were so frightened that their hair stood on end. Trees fell with a crashing sound. This terrifying sound existed for a few seconds and then disappeared, completely becoming extremely quiet. The knot is over. Gon looked a little afraid to accept the reality and muttered absently. Kurapika grabbed the two of them and rushed away quickly. The beautiful girl Kalito is even faster. After several people rushed into the dense forest, they looked at the scene in front of them with some horrified expressions. Before, the trees had been broken and destroyed, and there was a ravine on the ground that was 100 meters long and 2 or 3 meters deep. All the rocks, trees, and soil along the way flew out. It was like being crushed by something huge. Standing at one end of the ravine was Zeno, a little old man with a stooped back and white beard and hair. At this time, he squinted his eyes slightly and looked into the distance. Ahead, the ravine finally stopped in front of a small hill, and a terrifying circular pit with a diameter of about 10 meters emerged. The effect is similar to the impact of being hit by a missile. And in the middle of the huge pit, there was a vague silhouette of a human being. Brother Arnold. Boss. Damn it. Damn that old BD. Boss Chen Nuo. Gon and the other two screamed in surprise and rushed over. Grandfather. Kalito Zoldyck also looked at everything in front of him with his pupils tightened, full of awe for this short grandfather. Such a blow is like the power of God. The wrinkles on the little old man's face relaxed slightly, but soon they were twisted into a ball again, and his eyes were fixed on the distance. Before Gon and others could rush in front of you, the figure in your giant pit had already struggled down and landed firmly on the ground. It was Chen Yo whose clothes were torn and looked quite embarrassed. But the strange thing is that there are no wounds on his body, except that his clothes were shattered by the terrifying shock wave of telepathy. The old guy's wave is very powerful. Chen Yo was filled with emotion. This old man is worthy of being the top powerhouse who wiped out the entire palace of the Chimera Ant King and Little Karami with one move. It is estimated that Nian Libo is what he is best at. Firstly, it is because there is no need to expose too many trump cards, and secondly, it is because I want to truly test the strength of my attributes. Chen Yo chose to use his thoughts to strengthen his defense, and then directly received the opponent's wave. This taste is not pleasant. But to put it a step back, if Chen Yo really feels like he can't handle it, Chen Yo can completely transform into elements and turn into countless light points. It's impossible for these waves to hurt him. The sparkling fruit, from the moment you possess it, means you are invincible in a duel. After all, there is no armed color that can restrain the natural system in this world. Zeno Zoldyck looked at Chen Yo who slowly walked up to him in astonishment. Looking at the other person's intact body with some disbelief, he couldn't understand, how on earth did this guy do it? Even if you start training from your mother's womb, you will never be able to become this strong, right? Old man, according to the agreement, I win. Pulling off his torn sleeves, Chen Yo stood in front of the old man, grinning and revealing his white teeth. Chapter 67. 3 days later. In front of the Zoldyck family mountain gate. There are still traces of scorch in the blasted pit, and many servants are cleaning the site to prepare to rebuild a giant mountain gate. Xiao Qi, you will have to learn a lot from Chen Yo in the future. If you can have half of his talent, I will be satisfied. Old man Zeno hunched his back and said with a smile. This will always be your home. Zoldyck's door is always open for you at any time. Go and pursue what you want, Yi. Silva, the current head of the family, said solemnly. I can't bear to leave my Zyoki. Although he hurt me, he is still my favorite son, Wivu. The Lady Kikyo reluctantly covered her lips and sobbed. There were also several other children of the Zoldyck family, Fatmiji, beautiful lowly Kalito, etc., all seeing him off in front of the door. In the past 3 days, the Zoldyck family has entertained Chen Yo and his party well, and they have enjoyed the highest level of VIP treatment. The old man Zeno even specially invited Chen Yo to visit their family and explain some unknown things in the hunter world. A few days of getting along also gave Chen Yo a deeper understanding of the hunter world, including the Zoldyck family. As a promise of winning the bet, Killua gained absolute freedom, and no one, including Silva and Zeno, had the right to interfere with any of his choices. The favorability of both parties has also improved a lot. Brother Chen Nuo. Brother Killua will be left to you. If he disobeys, you can support him with confidence. Even if he is beaten to death, it doesn't matter. Fatty Miji had a fawning smile on his face, and not far away Killua had a black line on his head. Mr. Chen Nuo, I will leave Zyoki to you to discipline him. I hope he will not cause you too much trouble. This is some compensation from me as the head of the family. Please be sure to accept the 553. The head of the family, Silva, stepped forward and handed over 3 black and gold cards. Dad? I'm going to, so many? Brother Chen Nuo, this is a black gold card that is used all over the world. The limit of each card is 10 billion. Fatty Miji's eyes widened in shock. The little beauty Kalito on the side was also stunned. This is definitely not a small amount of money. You must know that although the Zoldyck family is a powerful family that claims to be the number 1 in the assassination world, working capital and fixed assets are 2 different things. With 30 billion working capital, this is definitely considered a capital investment. 30 billion? I'll go. Boss. He's so developed. Leorio's eyes glowed with gold. Gon and Kurapika were also shocked and their minds went blank. In this hunter world, ordinary people can earn hundreds of thousands at the end of the year. These tens of billions are definitely an astronomical figure. Little friend Chen Nuo, just accept it. Zyoki has caused you so much trouble, and I'm afraid I'll have to take care of you in the future. And with this money, you can go around the world to buy all kinds of delicious ingredients you want. Old man Zeno said with a smile. Chen Nuo pondered for a few seconds. Indeed, in the past few days, he had mentioned to the old man that he was a food hunter, and he had also provided a lot of information. But from the current point of view, demon species with levels above D are relatively rare. Including the previous purple moon demon wolf, Zeno brought it from far away many years ago. In fact, the best way is to offer rewards for various information, or directly offer rewards for ingredients. This means a lot of money is needed. Chen Yo naturally understands. This so-called Killua's tuition is actually a disguised show of favor from the Zoldyck family, which is equivalent to buying a VIP friend slot for him. 30 billion is definitely a sky-high price. What reasons do you have for refusing? Old man, I may not be able to teach Killua anything. Chen Yo said modestly. It doesn't matter, as long as he can follow Xianyo, it is Zyoki's blessing, and it is the blessing of our Zoldyck family. Well, respect is worse than obedience. In the future, as long as Killua is willing, I can take him with me. As for what he can learn and how much he can learn, it depends on Zyoki himself. Chen Yo was not polite and directly accepted the 3 black cards handed over by Silva. Of course. Ha 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 ha. Zyoki, you have to work hard. Chen Yo is a genius that I am optimistic about. Only by his side can you know your own gap. Go ahead. I am very relieved. Ha 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 ha. After sending the black card, Silva laughed heartily. Later, the housekeeper Canalia and others prepared many salutes and soft gifts to Chen Yo and others. Chen Yo, gone, and Killua finally left after being escorted off by the enemy expert family. It wasn't until the backs of Chen Yo and others could no longer be seen that the old man Zeno let out a long sigh. Let's go back. Father, 30 billion is equivalent to our family's annual profit. You are like this, and that little guy may not. The noble lady Kikyo asked in a low voice with some reluctance. Kikyo. The head of the family, Silva, was angry first, frowned and shouted in a low voice, "Of course my father has his own arrangements for doing this, you don't need to interfere." The noble lady Kikyo suddenly fell silent, and Miji, Kalito, and Kanalia next to her were even more afraid to speak. 30 billion, buying an insurance for our family is not a loss, right? Old man Zeno stopped and smiled lightly. Insurance? Kikyo, Miji, and others all looked confused. Kikyo, I hope you will never disrespect Chen Yo in front of him again. If there is a next time, please go back to Meteor Street. Little friend Chen Yo, 10 years from now, he will definitely be a monster on the level of Netero. The old man Zeno narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the noble lady Kikyo, then left with his hands behind his back. Chen Yo. Netero level. The little beauty Kalito's beautiful eyes widened and her heart was beating fast. Silva couldn't help but feel nervous, because it was the first time he heard the old man speak so highly of outsiders. Everyone thinks that Zeno and Netero are super masters of the same level. But only Silva, as the head of the family, knows that he has heard his father Zeno admit it himself that almost every time he was badly damaged by Netero. That guy, he looked like this when Zeno was a kid. According to calculations, he has lived at least 200 years. If there is a level classification, both Zeno and Netero can be classified as S level. But it doesn't mean that the two are equally powerful, that's just because the highest classification is only S level. The train went straight down from Kurulu mountain and stopped at the tourist city where Chen Yo and others went up the mountain. I have to leave, Boss Chen Yo. Thank you very much for your care during this period. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten the hunter license so easily. Kurapika bowed deeply towards Chen Yo. You're welcome, it's not difficult to get a license based on your ability, Kurapika. Chen Yo smiled slightly. His words made Killua and Gon stunned for a moment, because Kurapika was rarely seen along the way. At least when I saw the pickup truck in Leorio, it was about the same level as mine. But Chen Yo understood. Kurapika, this beautiful boy, is a little monster who can challenge a hotel alone in the later stages. As soon as the red eye opens, the 5 elements are full. Ah! Kurapika, where are you going? Gon said reluctantly. I'm sorry, I have something very important to do. Although I really want to follow in the footsteps of Brother Chen Nuo, I have to leave. Kurapika has some unspeakable secrets. Everyone has their own secrets, and we won't delve into them, but no matter where we are, we will always be friends, Kurapika. Leorio suddenly became a little emotional and his eyes were red. I didn't expect you to be so considerate sometimes. Leorio, ha ha ha. Killua laughed. You guys, sometimes I really envy you. Boss, I'm leaving too. I still can't give up my dream of becoming a doctor. As long as I get admitted to the National Medical University, I can use my hunter license to reduce the damn tuition. So, I have to go back and study hard. Leorio made a cool expression. Then take this, you will definitely use it in the future. Chen Yo smiled and handed over a black card. This. Seeing the black card in front of them, Leorio and Kurapika were stunned. This is the tens of billions black card given to him by Silva. Isn't that too generous? Boss? I absolutely can't ask for this. This is 10 billion. I absolutely can't ask for it. Leorio was scared. Yes, boss, just keep this money, we already have a hunter license. Kurapika also declined quickly and was interrupted before he finished speaking. Chen Yo directly put the card into his hand. Here, this is my order. If you still admit that I am the boss, each person will receive 5 billion. Leorio, if you fail to pass the National Medical University, you can still enter by sponsoring 1 billion, so no matter what your dream it will all come true. Don't forget why you want to be a doctor. Also, Kurapika, are you planning to find a tour group? Chen Yo's words stunned Kurapika. Every year from September 1st to the 10th, Yukizan City will hold the world's largest auction. At that time, the world's top wealthy people will be there. The tour group you are looking for will most likely appear. But before that, Kurapika, you must become stronger, at least learn telekinesis. Chen Yo said seriously. Kurapika was struck by lightning when she heard this. It turned out that boss Chen Yo had known about his purpose for a long time, but he kept it secret for him. But what is telepathy? This thing. He has never understood or come into contact with it. Not only him, but actually Killua, Gon, and Leorio are also out of the question. On the contrary, Kalito and the family learned telekinesis earlier than Killua. Just live here for a week. During this week, I will give you the most basic guidance on mindfulness. After a week, we will go our separate ways and meet in Yukizan City in September. But boss, this black card. Leorio said. Accept it, since it is the boss's arrangement, we must obey. I will definitely repay this love, boss Chen Yo. Kurapika said seriously. Me too. Boss. Kurapika also looked extremely solemn. Within 1 week thereafter, Chen Yo and others randomly chose a hotel to stay in, and then taught a few people to practice mindfulness here. His telekinesis was guided by Netero, with some private goods mixed in. The private property of the strongest human being, coupled with a terrifying mental power of nearly 300, Chen Yo's understanding of telekinesis is naturally far beyond ordinary people. Even the wing that Gon meets later may not be as good as what he is now. Chen Yo. During this period, Chen Yo also conducted some point draws. With a total of more than 300 points, 3 intermediate draws and 3 ordinary draws were conducted. In the ordinary lottery, we won, Coca-Cola can 1, Master Kong instant noodles 1 box, Whey. Brother * 1 box. In the intermediate lottery, I got, PUBG medical kit 1, Yu-Gi-Oh fusion card 1, armed color Haki LV1 * 1. Yo-ho! It can be regarded as a small burst of wealth. The material rewards from ordinary draws are directly thrown into the system warehouse and can be taken at any time. Name medical kit. Place of origin, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game world. Effect, after use, the target's health can be raised to 70%, but it cannot relieve the poison and other diseases. It only takes effect on internal and external injuries. The effect can be produced even if the injured person takes a breath. Very simple instructions. But this stuff is definitely good stuff. It is especially suitable for battlefield use. Even if a person is about to die, he can be brought back directly. It is perfect. Used properly, it is equivalent to an extra life. Name, Fusion Card. Origin, Yu-Gi-Oh! World. Effect, 2 living or non-living targets can be fused to obtain incredible effects. This fusion can be restored by using the Unfusion card. As for the Fusion card, it may not be used temporarily, so it will naturally be placed in the system warehouse. Name, Armed Color Domineering LV1. Place of origin, One Piece World. Effect, one of the 3 colors of domineering, very basic domineering, but when cultivated to the top level, it has incredible power. It can strengthen the target and produce a fixed suppression 5.2 effect on the natural system. Learning Armed Color Domineering. Chen Yo pondered in his heart. Suddenly, a warm current flowed into the limbs and bones, and every cell in the body was being rapidly changed. There is an extra column in his attribute column. Ability, Armed Color Domineering LV4. You were directly promoted to LV4? Is it because of your strong body measurements? Chen Yo was pleasantly surprised. A thought. A layer of black immediately appeared on his hands. There is actually a metallic texture under the knocking of the arms. Both strength and defense have been raised to a whole new level. Chen Yo once again tried the full body defense of the armed colors. Relying on the heaven-defying measurements, he slowly mobilized these armed colors and finally completed a full body defense. However, the color looks much lighter now. Not bad. Although it is the basic hegemony of 3-color hegemony, in the world of Hunter, it is definitely a super-standard ability. Chen Yo was overjoyed and took back his weapons. It seems that if you want to improve the level of your weapon color, you still need to practice continuously. 7 days later. Under Chen Yo's careful guidance, the results are very good. Gon and Killua gained telekinesis. Kurapika and Leorio have not awakened their telekinesis. Leorio is due to his qualifications, and as for Kurapika, Chen Yo guessed that it was because he was unable to set limits in front of himself. After Kurapika awakened his telekinesis, he was able to single-handedly challenge the entire brigade because he acquired directional telekinesis at the cost of his life. His telekinesis was only effective on members of the brigade. Once it targets other people, if you use it, you will die tragically on the spot. And Kurapika's ending seems to be because of this, she died due to this rule. Chapter 68. Tourism City Plaza. Then, let's meet again here. Boss. I will definitely awaken the telekinesis you taught. I am Leorio. Leorio said, holding his breath. Killua and Gon are definitely geniuses. They were able to awaken telekinesis so quickly. It was really shocking to Ninja. But fortunately, with Kurapika by his side, he won't look so incompetent. Boss Chen Yo. Thank you for your advice, it has benefited me a lot. We will meet again in Yokizan City in half a year. Kurapika bowed respectfully towards Chen Yo. See you in half a year, Leorio, Kurapika. Chen Yo smiled slightly, and Leorio finally reluctantly left. I really can't bear to leave them. It would be nice if time passed a little slower. Gon rubbed his red eyes. These days of getting along have made everyone form a deep friendship. Now that they are separated, it is inevitable that they will feel a little disappointed. We will meet in half a year. Don't be so sad. Gon, how far have you come? Mine has learned how to condense. Killua showed off his cultivation of telekinesis and said somewhat proudly. Killua, how fast are you practicing? I have just learned how to fight, but I seem to understand a little bit what Big Brother said about armed color. Gon was filled with envy and raised his right hand as if he was holding back to go to the toilet. Under Killua's surprised gaze, the tip of Gon's right index finger slowly turned black. Awesome! This is really an armed color. Killua touched Gon's fingertips curiously, and was surprised by the brick-like hardness. Armed colors. This is the extracurricular content Chen Yo taught them. In fact, Chen Yo wanted to try to see if the abilities he had acquired could be passed down in this world. His weapon color is given by the system, so there is no clear way to guide the two of them. He just taught it through his own perception of the armed color, the reactions of his limbs and all aspects, and let the two of them realize it on their own. But Chen Yo was also a little surprised. Gon can actually learn weapon colors. In other words, the skill of armed color can be passed down in this world. 23 On the contrary, Killua, who is extremely talented in telekinesis, is confused about the color of weapons. Could it be that the weapon color is more suitable for a darkened melee fighter like Gon? Certainly. Now Gon's level is not even V1, he can only arm one finger. Not bad. When you practice your weapon color to cover your hands, you will be able to use your hands to face most attacks head-on. Chen Yo praised. I will definitely work hard to practice. Brother Arnold. Gon suddenly felt as if he had been given a shot of blood and his fighting spirit was high. I will never lose to you. Brother Arnold, I will definitely work harder to practice armed color. This is Brother Arnold's unique secret. Killua also said firmly. Find a suitable place for you to practice. I will also go to place some bounties and buy some ingredients. Chen Yo smiled. I know a place that is the best for practicing. And you can also make a lot of money. Sky Arena. Killua was excited. After one day. Republic of Patokia, Dentala region. Sky Arena. A full 995 meters, 251 floors, known as the world's fourth tallest super tall building. Wow! There are so many people. Are they all here to participate in fighting competitions? And those few seem to be professional hunters too. A group of 3 people walked in the corridor inside the building, and Gon was surprised. The hall in front has already seen a huge crowd of people. According to Killua, more than 4,000 strong men from all over the world sign up to participate in fighting competitions here every day, and it is known as a holy place for warriors. Killua, have you been here before? You feel so familiar here. Gon asked curiously. My father left me here when I was 6 years old. I only stopped when I reached the 200th floor. But if I am the boss Chen Nuo, I should be able to reach higher levels without any problem. Killua looked at Chen Nuo with admiring eyes. Chen Nuo just smiled because the lady at the registration window in front had already handed over 3 forms. The 3 of them filled out the form in a hurry. Chen Nuo planned to go to the nearby Hunter Association or other underground bounty organizations to offer a bounty for some ingredients. He now has a full 20 billion in his pocket, which is enough for him to spend. Ah? You are a 1-star hunter? Do you have the medal of a 1-star hunter? The lady in charge of registration looked at Chen Nuo's form in shock. Is this it? Chen Nuo took out the black gold star medal that was in his pocket, actually existing in the system space. According to regulations, a 1-star hunter can go directly to the 100th floor and will arrange a superior VIP suite for you. You are very welcome to the Sky Arena. We will be fully responsible for any expenses you have in the arena. In addition, please allow me to be your exclusive waiter and be responsible for your food and daily life in our arena these days. If you have any doubts or troubles, I will handle them for you as soon as possible. The young lady had a very good attitude and said with a blush on her face. When the strong men standing behind the team heard the news, their eyes widened, and their faces were filled with disbelief. No way! This kid is actually a star hunter. It's been almost 100 years since the Sky Arena has had a star hunter come to participate, right? That's so fake. I'm also a professional hunter, but I've never seen such a young star-level hunter. Could this guy have bought his badge somewhere? Maybe he won't be the new hunter this time. Are you kidding? How long has it been since this term? Star Hunter needs to make great contributions to the association and the city, how can he be new? This kid is definitely fake. The players behind started talking and looked at Chen Yo and others with unkind eyes. Many professional hunters also choose to come to the Sky Arena to earn pocket money, so they are very suspicious of fresh star hunters like Chen Yo. But since it can pass the inspection by the young lady, it means that the hunter badge that Chen Yo took out is definitely real. Star Hunter will lose his badge? Or sell it? This has never happened since the association was established. For a time, countless people looked at Chen Yo and others with strange eyes. Wow! Star Hunter actually wants so many benefits. But these guys actually doubt Brother Arnold. Gon was envious. Killua, on the other hand, had furrowed his brows and glanced at the talking guys behind him with a cold, murderous gaze. Can this still happen? Chen Yo looked at the lady at the front desk with a strange look and nodded, okay, please put down the salute for me, and also introduce us to the rules of the arena. Okay, Sir. May I have your name? Izu Rinako, you can call me Rinako. Oh, Nako, Miss Rinako, I'm sorry to trouble you. When Chen Yo said this, he suddenly blushed inexplicably. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough and no one noticed yet, so he handed the salute to Miss Nako at the front desk. In the astonished and envious eyes of the players behind him, the beautiful young lady Nako at the front desk left with Chen Yo and the other three, and another NPC took over her job. VIP rooms on the 100th floor. Wow! It's amazing! It's so big, and the view here is great. Lying next to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Gon was amazed. It would be better if we could go up to a room on the 200th floor. Killua looked calm, but this was the first time he had heard about the one-star hunter receiving special treatment. Mr. Chen, the salute and the new bed have been packed for you, and your two friends can also rest here. Do you need to take a lunch break? I will bring afternoon tea later. In addition, your two friends will arrange a match in half an hour. Your match can be at any time you specify. We at the arena hope that you can come after tomorrow. Miss Nako said politely. According to Chen Yo's request, Gon and Killua were asked to live in this room. Anyway, this suite is quite large. It doesn't matter if you wait until the 100th floor is penetrated before living above. There are many rooms on the 100th floor, but most of them are crudely decorated similar to those in youth hostels. However, Chen Yo is a genuine VIP suite, which is 100 times the size of an ordinary room. It can be said to be the most luxurious and top-notch treatment. Oh? I happen to have some errands to go out for. I'll arrange mine for tomorrow. Gon, Killua, just keep training hard. Let's go to the top floor early to see the scenery. Chen Yo smiled lightly. Naturally, I understand what the association means. I'm afraid these guys might even plan to use his reputation as a star hunter to promote it. Star hunter coming to the Sky Coliseum to compete is big news. As long as it is publicized, the influence of the Coliseum can be further expanded, so why not do it? Yes. Brother Arnold. Of course, I will catch up with Brother Arnold. Gon and Killua were both full of promises and full of fighting spirit. They were busy fighting. The opponents on these floors in the early stage were as common as eating and drinking to the two of them, and naturally there was no difficulty. Chen Yo went downstairs to hang up the reward. Nako and Gon were attentively accompanying her all the way, and it seemed that serving this big customer's experience was her top priority. When Wang just got off the elevator, suddenly, a handsome young man in a white shirt and black-rimmed glasses stopped him. Next to the young man was a short-haired young lady wearing a training uniform with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Hello, is this your first time coming to the Sky Arena? The black-framed young man smiled and spoke. Is something wrong? Chen Yo looked at the young man in front of him with some surprise, and he looked inexplicably familiar. Then he looked at the young lady who was looking at him curiously, and he suddenly understood. My name is Wing, nice to meet you. What's your number plate? The young man smiled. 2057 Chen Yo. Chen Yo also has a good impression of this master who once taught Gon and Killua how to practice telekinesis. After all, even the old thief Togashi publicly stated that Wing is a good person. So Chen Yo didn't have much intention to be wary. Oh, that's a pretty good number. I hope to see you again next time. Wing smiled and walked into the elevator with Xiao Zhengtai. Chen Yo looked at this guy's back inexplicably. Are you going to run away after pretending? I really can't find a reason to beat him. Speechless. Who is he? Do you have any records? Chen Yo asked. Wait a minute, I'll check it right away. Miss Nako quickly took out her handheld computer and searched quickly. After more than 10 seconds, her mouth opened in shock, and her pretty face was filled with nervousness and concern. Somewhat difficult to describe. What's wrong? Mr. Chen. This this Mr. Wing is the owner of Building 234. According to normal regulations, I cannot disclose it to the outside world, but you also belong to the more privileged ranks. I asked for your number, I'm afraid. Oh? He's the host? Interesting. Ha 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 ha, I see, we should meet again soon, Wing. Chen Yo suddenly understood, and a smile appeared on his lips. No wonder he felt that the old thief Togashi was digging holes but not filling them when he was watching anime. The owner of this arena never appeared at all. But now it seems. The so-called teaching of telekinesis to Gon and others was actually an accidental encounter deliberately created in Wing's planning. Of course, this guy had no ill intentions and had good intentions, but it was obvious from his words that the other party was interested in him. It seems that this sky arena is not as boring as I thought. At least with Wing here, I have an extra sword stone. After thinking about this, Neko left the arena with Gon's courtesy, and planned to go outside to hang the bounty. And at this time, in the 100th floor elevator, Zoisai, a young lady with thick eyebrows, was looking at his master Wing in confusion. Master, you feel different when you look at that person today. Why is it different? Wing raised a smile and said. It's not like you usually do. You feel a little dangerous, as if you regard him as your opponent. I haven't seen the teacher feel this way for a long time. Old. Master, is that person very powerful? Zoisai said hesitantly. That Brother Chen Nuo? He is probably the most powerful opponent I have seen in these years. His control over telekinesis is really amazing. Wing rubbed his chin and praised. Psychic power? Did that person just have telepathy? Zoisai looked confused. He had been taught how to practice by Wing, and was told that only one super genius exists among 100,000 people. But he couldn't feel Chen Nuo's telepathic aura at all. It's a very superb technique. It blends circles and hidden elements into each other. It's almost imperceptible. I only had a vague feeling, but I'm extremely convinced that he is using circles. If you, Zoisai, are 1 in 100,000 people, then that little Brother Chen Nuo. I'm afraid you are 1 in 10 billion people. He is a super genius among real geniuses. When he said this, Wing's eyes lit up. So, Zoisai, you will see me fighting against that little Brother Chen Nuo in the past few days, and you will see with your own eyes how powerful he is. Wing smiled expectantly. Chapter 69. Hunter Association Chapter. What? Sir, are you really prepared to put a reward of 100 million for the corpses of various top-level monsters? The lady at the front desk who was in charge of the reception said in disbelief as she had grown up and had a small mouth. It's not a corpse of a monster, it's a top-quality ingredient. As long as it meets the requirements, you can naturally get a bounty from me. There is no upper limit on acquisition. Chen Yo smiled slightly. Now that he has 20 billion in funds, he can naturally entrust a third party to obtain Warcraft ingredients without having to handle it himself. This is to maximize efficiency. Okay. Sir, you are a distinguished star hunter of our association, so your request will be posted at the top of the list first. If there is any news, we will notify you as soon as possible. The receptionist lady was extremely polite. Thank you very much. Chen Yo nodded lightly. The young lady was flattered and blushed slightly, and quickly went to release the task. Hey! That guy over there! Are you a star hunter? Did you just issue a World of Warcraft hunting commission? Suddenly, a rough and discordant voice sounded. A tall young man in white casual training clothes with a very eye-catching airplane head walked quickly, looking at Chen Yo up and down with suspicious eyes. What's up? Chen Yo glanced at him slightly, having some impression but couldn't remember who this guy was. What's going on with the association now? You don't have to be so obvious about your relationship, right? The Star Hunter awarded it directly to such a young kid? Netero, who are you? Grandpa? Or some kind of relative? The head of the plane leaned down and stared at Chen Yo with his mouth flat and eyes wide open, looking unwilling to do so. There seems to be a rule in the association. If an ordinary professional hunter doesn't respect a star hunter, he needs to be punished, right? Chen Yo, however, did not directly answer the plane head. Instead, he tilted his head and looked at the young lady who had just returned from the mission. Ah! Mr. Naku, this Mr. Chen Yo is a genuine star hunter. Please be sure not to violate the association's regulations. The young lady quickly reminded nervously. Oh! Take Kulu. Chen Yo finally rang the guy in front of him. Hunter, a professional who owns a lone shark-mind beast, seems to be Mo Laohu's apprentice. He seems to be very capable in combat, but his personality is just as rude and impulsive as what he knew before. Is it true? What a hateful brat! I challenge you here with Kulu. If you are a man, accept my challenge. Let us have a hearty battle and see what this so-called How is the Star Hunter's strength. Nicolo had blue veins on his forehead, and the plane's head almost hit Chen Yo's head. The kid in front of me is definitely in his early teens, a one-star hunter, with a bounty of over 100 million. Depend on. No matter which one makes him unconvinced, this guy definitely relied on Netero to get to the top through the back door. He will use Kulu to eliminate this unhealthy trend. I'm going to embarrass this kid in front of everyone today. Hey! Nicolo, what are you doing? Don't forget about us coming here. I'm sorry, Nicolo has such a temper, but he doesn't have any malicious intentions. If something bumped into you just now, I hope you don't mind. Just when Kulu's blood was rising, a man dressed as a warrior not far away and with a crooked ponytail walked quickly and showed an apologetic expression towards Chen Yo. Zyudo Makumahan is also a disciple of Mo Laohu and Nicolo's best friend. This time the two of them came here because they had something to do, but they didn't expect that this guy Nicolo would take the initiative to provoke the star hunter in the association. But at a mere teenage age, he became a star hunter and issued a reward worth over 100 million. Xiu Tuo couldn't help but look at Chen Yo a few more times. His character is exactly the opposite of Nicolo's, he is extremely timid and cautious. Faced with this situation, he just wants to settle the matter quickly and take Nicolo away. Zyuchuo, you guy, this is my business. Take the cool mouth gun and say loudly. Do you understand what you are doing? No matter what, we shouldn't waste time here now, and. Xiu Tuo persuaded, but Nicolo's expression wrinkled up, and it was obvious that Mao didn't even listen. I accept. Chen Yo's calm voice broke the discussion between the two, causing the young lady on the side to cover her mouth in shock. Hey! Ha ha ha! He's a real man! Nicolo suddenly became happy and looked down at Chen Yo aggressively. He was much taller than Chen Yo now. But shouldn't you stake something? Chen Yo said calmly. Bet. Nicolo was stunned. He only thought about how to teach Chen Yo a lesson for people who were just trying to gain fame. As for things like betting, he still didn't think about it. A billion. Chen Yo crossed his fingers and made a 10 shape. If I lose, I will give you 1 billion. If you lose, give me various World of Warcraft ingredients worth 1 billion. They need to be fresh and non-repetitive. The expressions of Nicolo, Zyuchuo, and the receptionist next to them suddenly became a little exciting. 1 billion? Even for a very powerful elite hunter, Tianyi is definitely a very astonishing number. It is true that professional hunters make money much faster than ordinary people, but the same expenses are much higher. Whether it is realm cultivation or other things, they all require various expenses. Nicolo has been a hunter for many years, and he is definitely a leader with outstanding abilities. But today's savings? Feel sorry. He is from the Nico tribe, and Xiu Tuo has saved a lot of money, but he spent almost the same amount of money to buy a famous sword not long ago. Many times, the financial situation of the two of them is not too optimistic. You may even be unable to make ends meet. 1 billion, this bet is a bit too big. But how could a real man refuse a challenge from a brat? Okay. 1 billion is 1 billion. Hehe, since you want to give me money, then I will accept it. Nicolo grinned, his eyes flashing. Well. Xiu Tuo held his forehead and sighed, not sure if it was for Chen Yo or Naku. The association's internal training venue. As a star hunter, Chen Yo naturally has the privilege to use this place, and it is the highest level venue required. Star Hunter is really cool. This kid is actually on the same level as Master Dam. Nicolo curled his lips and muttered a little jealously. He and Xiu Tuo's master, Mo Lao, were only one-star hunters, but that was what both Nicolo and Xiu Tuo took for granted. And a young kid like Chen Yo is actually a star hunter. This is simply a stain on the star hunter. Originally, the two of them thought that Chen Yo was just bragging and would never be able to make a billion bet, but when the lady at the front desk personally took out Chen Yo's black card for capital verification, they were shocked. It was a tens of billions black card. But this is undoubtedly another piece of solid news. This guy Chen Yo is definitely the second-generation ancestor of a certain aristocratic family. He is a young man from an aristocratic family who came out to practice. He is an idiot. Are you sure? Nicolo, if it's too late for you to regret it now, I won't care about your retreating without a fight. Chen Yo put his hands in his pockets and smiled lightly. BD kid. Even if I die in this ring, I will never surrender without a fight. It's you, hey, don't blame me for not being merciful. I will give you a break when the time comes, but in the second half of the year you are going to be lying on the hospital bed. Nicolo smiled ferociously. His friend Xiu Tuo was watching the battle from a distance, with only 3 people present in the huge training ground. Haha, you should take action first, take Kulu, otherwise you may not have a chance to take action. Chen Yo turned a deaf ear to his words. A hole. Go to hell. Nicolo could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and his strong mental power surged out, and his aura instantly surged. His figure actually looked like an afterimage. Quick! It's definitely a top-notch level, much faster than Hanzo's back then. Although this guy has a reckless temper, his fighting ability cannot be underestimated. Certainly. This is just for ordinary people, in front of Chen Yo, he is still as slow as a snail. Actually step into this place to start. Chen Yo's hidden circle has already enveloped this 100-meter area, and neither Nicolo nor Xiu Tuo found that they were enveloped in the range of other people's telepathy. Call. The whistling wind of the fist almost touched the tip of Chen Yo's nose. Take Kulu's punch to nothing. But the astonishing punch pressure still left traces on the floor behind him. Lug. Nicolo and Xiuchuo were both shocked. Because the speed that Nicolo showed just now is absolutely astonishing, an ordinary professional hunter would definitely be killed instantly, but Chen Yo avoided it. It seems that this kid has something. Then let me see how far you can hide. Nicolo's heart trembled, his fists were faster, and he was furious, like a storm, pouring towards Chen Yo crazily. Take Kulu. Seeing this scene, Xiu Tuo was shocked and quickly exclaimed. Nakulu is very strong, but Chen Yo looks like a minor kid. If he receives a few punches from the front, he will probably be killed on the spot. But the next second, Xiu Tuo's hanging heart was choked in his throat, leaving him unable to speak a word, but his wide eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Nicolo's stormy fists were all dodged by the opponent. But Chen Yo just put his hands in his pockets from beginning to end, with a faint smile on his face, and looked like he was looking for trouble while watching the show. All of Nicolo's attacks missed, and all of them almost missed the opponent's body. On the contrary, Nicolo's physical strength was exhausted too quickly due to the punch he threw, and his strong tendons were already covered with sweat. and even started to pant slightly. This guy. Is he a human or a ghost? How is that possible? How is it possible that all my attacks can't hit? The more Niccolo beat him, the more frightened he became. There were even a few times when he deliberately punched out of control, but the opponent still easily avoided it as if he was predicting the future. There is no way, you can't even touch the other party's clothes. This feeling is simply more terrifying than the pressure of facing his master, Mo Lao. It's obvious that the other party didn't release any mental pressure at all, it was just to deal with the attack, but why does it make people feel so helpless and desperate? Gradually realizing the gap between the two sides, Niccolo became more and more heartbroken. He finally realized a problem. Star Hunter. This guy is a true Star Hunter. 5 minutes later. Hoo! Niccolo was breathing like a cow, his chest was rising and falling violently like a bellows, his body was dripping with sweat, and it was obvious that his physical strength was very exhausted. Xiu Tuo on the side even dropped the French fries on the ground in shock without noticing. 5 minutes of all-out attack did not touch Chen Yo's clothes at all. Instead, he was exhausted from exhaustion. Even a blind man can see the gap between the two sides. But Niccolo felt like he had hit a ghost. Whether he relies on fast punches or relies on physical attacks, all were resolved by Chen Yo. What made him vomit blood the most was that the opponent's speed didn't look very fast. It's really not fast. But every time he moves, he seems to have predicted the trajectory of his attack, and only moves in a very small range at the moment when he is about to hit, in order to save his energy to the greatest extent. If he spent 30,000 energy by bombarding him with Kulu for 5 minutes, then Chen Yo's dodge probably didn't even consume 3,000 energy. How on earth did you do that? Why, all my attacks can't get close to you. Niccolo couldn't stand it anymore. He put his hands on his knees, gasped for air, and stared at Chen Yo. Want to learn? I can teach you. Chen Yo joked. The hidden circle is actually equivalent to the variant of seeing and hearing color. The two abilities are very similar in nature. The smaller the circular coverage of Chen Yo, the clearer the various traces that can be captured, which is equivalent to 360-degree vision without blind spots. Whether it's traces of air movement, fine dust scattering, or even heart beating, slight air vibrations, etc. Everything can be clearly seen by Chen Yo. The smaller the compression range of this circle, the more detailed things will be perceived. Light therapy is equivalent to a disguised application of cell-level circles, which requires extremely abnormal mental control. Unfortunately, Chen Yo, who has nearly 300 mental attributes, can easily complete these. And this kind of seeing, hearing, color and hidden circle has a wider compression range, which makes it easier. Promise is good, therefore, Chen Yo can extremely clearly see every move of Niccolo in his hidden circle domain, and even see the specific movements of every pore of the opponent. It is naturally easy to calculate the opponent's attack. It is difficult for ordinary people to avoid attacks because the visual dynamic capture cannot keep up, and then there are the nerve reaction speed, muscle control, etc. None of this is a problem for attribute monster Chen Yo. Damn it! Niccolo was completely angered, and he felt that his dignity had been severely trampled on by others. Almost losing his mind, he waved his fists angrily and rushed towards Chen Yo without caring about anything else. Take the cool kill! Xiu Tuo exclaimed. It had been a long time since he had seen Niccolo in such a irrational state. The last time was before he was surrendered by his master Molofa many years ago. Niccolo was a good guy on the street. A brave and ruthless gangster, Niccolo was beaten very badly that time. Bang! A dull crash echoed throughout the training ground. Niccolo's mania stopped abruptly, and he seemed to be frozen. The whole person bowed in front of Chen Yo, his eyes almost bulged out, and the impact of the punch overflowed from his back, directly exploding his shirt. Chen Yo hit him in the chest with a simple straight punch. It's really full of flaws, Nico killing code. Chen Yo shook his head and slowly let go of his hand. The tall Niccolo fell to his knees as if he had lost his support. A few drops of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and the muscles in his chest directly. A fist mark was dented. But the next second, Chen Yo was slightly startled. His wrist was actually grabbed by Niccolo. Hey! Got you! Kid! Niccolo endured the severe pain in his body that was so overwhelming that he almost fainted. His face was almost deformed in pain, but he still showed teeth like a wild wolf, with a somewhat crazy expression. Smiling. A ball of air emerged involuntarily from Chen Yo's hand. Chapter 70. Oh! Angry. Chen Yo looked at the air coming out of his hand with some surprise. When the time is up, interest calculation begins. A cute little guy with a white head, a blue butt, and a pair of angel wings appeared on Chen Yo's arm, making a milky sound. Hee hee. You lost, kid. I just lent you my energy. From now on, I will charge 10% interest every 10 seconds. If you don't pay it back quickly, it will keep increasing until you go bankrupt on the spot. The ability is called Heavenly Knowledge, and it is only for me to lose. It is the mascot of the ability, called Potklin, and it is immune to any attack. And until the loan is paid off, all your attacks will be ineffective against me. Hee 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 hee. Niccolo stood up with difficulty, looking at his sunken chest in disbelief. Is this guy's fist made of iron? But when he released Porter Klein, it meant he was invincible. The target hit by Port Klein will not be able to cause effective damage to itself, and every time it attacks, it will continuously lend chi to the opponent, and the profit will be compounded faster. This guy Niccolo. I'm afraid he is determined to deal with the master. Xiu Tuo was filled with emotion when he saw it, but the overall situation has been decided. Even if the star-level hunter is caught by Port Klein, failure is a foregone conclusion. Oh! So amazing! Chen Yo glanced curiously at the cute little mind beast Porter Klein, and saw a number 400 marked on his head. He casually punched Niccolo, but Niccolo counterpunched him. Niccolo was pushed back several meters, but he was not harmed. Instead, a burst of energy entered Chen Yo's body. The number on Potter's head suddenly increased to 520. The power of your punch just now was around 370, but the power of my counter-punch was around 490, so I lent 120 more energy to you. As long as I don't get attacked by you, your debt will become more and more serious. It was so high that in the end it was heavily in debt and eventually bankrupt. As long as the chi in your body cannot repay the loan, Potklin will become a debt collector, leaving you in a state of insanity for 30 days, that is, unable to use your telekinesis, no different from ordinary people. Niccolo said excitedly. Isn't the desperate comeback about yourself? This will definitely become the most memorable battle in my life, defeating the one-star hunter. Dazzling achievements. But the most critical thing right now is not to fight this guy continuously, because Niccolo has a hunch that the kid in front of him may have stronger anger than his own. Once the opponent's debt repayment speed exceeds the interest rate after the confrontation, there is a possibility that 740 pay off. The most core tactic of Port Klein is to let the debtors earn compound interest forever and not be able to pay off the debt. Drop. The number on Port Klein's head changed again, reaching 572. His body size also increased by one size. Hey, did you see it? Once every 10 seconds, it only takes a few minutes, 10 minutes at most, and you will be unable to afford the loan and completely bankrupt. You will not be able to use telekinesis. Niccolo laughed wildly. In the world of Hunter, being unable to use telekinesis means that you are no different from ordinary people. Even the so-called Star Hunter has no strength. His Port Klein is definitely one of the most special abilities in the world and can be ranked among the top. I see. Chen Yo looked calm. His greatest reliance is not telepathy, telepathy is just the icing on the cake. Neither the shining fruit nor the armament color will be restricted, and he himself is also an attribute monster. According to what you mean, as long as I pay off the debt, your ability will be invalid, right? Chen Yo tilted his head and glanced at the cute little Nian beast. It's hard to imagine that an arrogant plain head would have such a kawaii mind beast. Everyone's Nen is formed according to their own will, so it's not clear what Niccolo put in his head. Then wait until you catch up with me. In the next half hour or even a few hours, it is impossible for you to attack me. Niccolo gritted his teeth and said, turned around and started running wildly. This guy Niccolo finally learned to be smart. Xiu Tuo, who was watching the battle, also let out a long sigh of relief. According to Niccolo's past character, he will definitely be tough with the opponent. Because as a debtor, you will consume your energy when fighting, and Port Clin also calculates the interest. If you want to pay it off, it is equivalent to having to deal with 2 large expenditures of telekinesis at the same time, which is naturally extremely difficult. But now, Niccolo felt that he was very likely to be paid off by Chen Yo. This guy could seriously injure himself with one punch, and the power of that punch exceeded 1000. But in his current situation, even if he tried his best, he might only be able to exert a few hundred strength, and he would most likely be paid off after several consecutive attacks. The only good thing is that Porter only counts once every 10 seconds. As long as it lasts for 1 minute, Chen Yo's debt will be as high as several thousand. There will be almost no possibility of repaying the debt by then. Very good ability, but unfortunately, you are too weak. Chen Yo stood there with a calm look on his face, commenting on Porter Clin. This ability is actually a bit unbelievable. If the user is at Chen Yo's level, as long as he targets someone like Netero, he can directly lend thousands or even tens of thousands of horrible debts for the first time. If there is not much difference in strength between the two sides in the subsequent confrontation, Netero will go bankrupt. It can be said that the incredible ability is paired with a weak user. Niccolo's face was extremely ugly, and he naturally understood what Chen Yo meant. In fact, Master Mo Laohu also lamented that if Niccolo were stronger, his ability would have a qualitative change. It's a pity that even if he trains hard with Kulu, he can't borrow more than 1000 chi in one attack. Things like human physical attributes, it's really difficult to change them the day after tomorrow. Niccolo naturally understood what Chen Yo meant. The other party's words were tantamount to provoking his self-esteem. In the past, he would have definitely rolled up his sleeves and faced off aggressively. But now the severe pain in his chest came in waves, making him understand that he was definitely facing a super monster. Only by running, widening the distance between the two sides, keeping Port Clin within the calculation range of 100 meters, and continuously accumulating interest can there be a chance of winning. I won't be fooled by you, kid. Niccolo ran to the farthest part of the field and stared at Chen Yo with great vigilance. Do you think you have a chance of winning if he exceeds 1000, or if he exceeds 5000? Chen Yo pointed to the mind beast that he was proud of with a calm expression. The corners of Niccolo's mouth twitched and he did not speak. Then how about we just wait until he reaches 10,000? Chen Yo said lightly. This BD. Is he crazy? Niccolo was stunned for a moment, but then he laughed inwardly. What an arrogant and ignorant brat. A loan of RMB 10,000 will be repaid in interest of RMB 1,000 in 10 seconds. Do you really think you are so powerful? Young people are so arrogant. Xiu Tuo was also confused and couldn't understand Chen Yo's operation. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He also saw that Chen Yo's combat power was probably better than Niccolo's, but after using telekinesis, the outcome was unpredictable. Now that he was so confident, it was simply a dead end. But as Niccolo's close friend, he would naturally not remind Chen Yo. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. There was only the sound of Porter Cling's constantly refreshing count. This little thing is indeed a bit annoying, and it is still in an attack immune state. It will stop timing when it is within 100 meters of Nicolo, but it will not disappear. When the opponent appears again, it will count the time interest. It can be said to be used to mess with people's mentality. It's very good. 1204. 7921. 12679. Almost, this number. Chen Yo took a look at Portland's numbers and saw that this guy had now expanded to the size of an elephant. Even Nicolo hadn't seen Portland reach this level for a long time. Hee. You lost. You lost because of your arrogance. If you fought me and paid it off when the interest was very low, but now, you have to pay at least 1,000-2,000 in interest every 10 seconds. But don't forget that there is another A principle of more than 10,000, Kdej. What are you using to fight against me? Nicolo couldn't help but burst out laughing with excitement. Even he would never dare to bear a loan of more than 10,000 yuan. This is too much pressure. Hideyoshi also sighed, as if he saw Portland turning into a debt collector. 1. Chen Yo suddenly took a deep breath and stretched out a finger. What? Nicolo and Xiaojuo were stunned. One time, one payment. Chen Yo said lightly. What? Pay it off in one lump sum? You, kid, you probably don't know how much 10,000 chi you have to pay in one lump sum? I'm afraid even President Netero wouldn't dare to say that. Nicolo smiled instantly. Are you angry about paying off a debt of 10,000 yuan at a time? An ordinary hunter's attack is only 1 or 200 times, which means, it has to hit 100 times the attack of an ordinary hunter. Ordinary hunter is very ordinary. Only one super elite can be admitted among millions of people. A truly strong man who can break stones with his bare hands. Isn't this just a joke? I'm afraid I haven't woken up yet. Chen Yo did not speak again, but slowly lowered his head and stood up, placing his hands on his waist in virtual clasps. His clothes and black hair were windless and automatic. In an instant, Nicolo and Xiaojuo felt as if the whole world was about to change. An indescribable sense of terror and oppression came over me. It's the oppressive feeling of anger. If Nicolo has the energy of a tiger descending from a mountain, and his master Emolao has the energy of an elephant, then what he is facing is definitely the energy of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Unparalleled sense of oppression. It can even give people the illusion that they will die soon, creating an unparalleled sense of insignificance. How is it possible? How could this little guy have such terrifying chi? This level of chi even surpasses the master. Xiu Tuo's face in the distance instantly turned pale, his pupils dilated, reflecting the training ground, and his head went blank. So amazing! Such a feeling! Countless chi condensed around Chen Yo's palm, and it actually glowed with a faint golden light, which was visible to the naked eye. He seemed to be holding a transparent ball of air in his hand. Unlike the yuzu that was released in the Zoldyck family, most of them are the effects of the ability of the shining fruit. And here, what Chen Yo releases is the purest chi, or the ultra-high-quality golden chi tempered by the ability of the shining fruit. The sense of oppression is rising. How can this guy carry out such a level of attack? He must not be hit, otherwise he may die on the spot. He must use hard. Where is he going to attack? The head? The chest? Or? Beads of sweat appeared on Nicolo's forehead, the fist mark on his chest became more and more painful, and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. My mouth felt dry for a while. He could clearly feel the chi condensed in the opponent's hands. This guy is a transmuter. But the intensity is amazing. These thoughts flashed across my mind. Chen Yo's movement seemed slow, but in fact it took less than 2 seconds. Movements similar to turtle wave qigong. In fact, this trick was inspired by Chen Yo when he played against the old man Zeno. Zeno's attack dragon head play, Tooth Thrust concentrates his telekinesis on his hands, transforming into a dragon-like form that can turn around and attack the target. It is extremely powerful and can be controlled remotely. Attack type, very good. Chen Yo has improved and optimized this move. It turned into his current move. Light Zilong Dance. Roar. A huge golden dragon head roared out from Chen Yo's palm, letting out a shocking roar that could not be heard. The amazingly solid energy almost condensed the dragon head into substance, and even took it. Kulu could clearly see every scale on the golden dragon's head, as well as its ferocious teeth. Damn! As if faced with a formidable enemy, Nicolo stared fixedly in front of him, and the power in his body was stimulated to an unprecedented level. Rumble! The golden light dragon roared over, and Nicolo attached part of his telekinesis power to his arms, but more of his telekinesis power was attached to his legs. Boom! The moment his arms touched the golden dragon, Nicolo felt as if he had been hit head-on by a terrifying train. The astonishing force instantly caused severe pain in his arms as if they were broken. And he also deliberately avoided the opponent's frontal impact. To be precise, he just used his arms to make a diagonal dodge action. The real key is his subsequent retreat. The legs blessed with telekinesis even shattered the ground, and Nicolo's speed was instantly stretched to the extreme. The wind pressure that rolled up in front of the golden body felt like a knife blowing on the body, and there was a sharp pain from the needle, but thankfully, it was avoided. I avoided this monster-like attack. Take the cool kill. But Nicolo, who had just landed, suddenly heard Xiu Tuo's frightened call in the distance. He turned around and looked in astonishment. I was shocked to find that the golden dragon's mental power, which had clearly gone too far, seemed to have been rebounded by something, and was directly reflected back. The speed is much faster than before. The golden thought power is so dazzling. Almost the entire eyes and pupils of Nicolo were filled, reflecting the indescribable shock, despair, and unprecedented powerlessness within him. Boom! The golden dragon looked back and swallowed Nicolo whole. The terrifying thought power poured down. The numbers on Potter's head flowed down like a waterfall, returning in the blink of an eye. Loan paid off. The sound of milking milk rang out, and the mind beast Potclan disappeared. And then the entire training room shook violently. Like an earthquake. Chapter 71. 10 minutes later. Hunter Association Branch Training Ground. A group of staff rushed in to provide emergency rescue. The roof made of special materials now opened a huge hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The ground was covered with broken stones and pieces of iron. Nicolo, who was lying on the edge of the training ground, was held in Xiu Tuo's arms. At this moment, his eyes were blankly looking at the dome of the training ground. That moment just 10 minutes ago. He clearly felt as if he was going to die, the moment he was engulfed by golden thoughts. Not to mention yourself, even an Iron Man will be scrapped. But Xiu Tuo finally told him that the golden dragon head that was supposed to crush him turned vertically after repaying the debt and soared into the sky. The aftermath penetrated the entire dome of the training ground before finally disappearing into the sky. The Star Hunter Master Chen Yo even came over to look at him, smiled and said, "I'm not dead, remember to pay your debt, I'm a food ingredient," and left. "Zaihuchuo, you said, have our training been in vain all these years?" Nicolo said in frustration after coming back to his senses. The combat power he was proud of was crushed to pieces today. Even when facing Master Mo Lao, it was never as miserable as it is now. Xiu Tuo wanted to comfort him and inspire Nicolo's confidence, but found that he could not find a reason or words. Yes. It really feels like practicing in vain. Under that kind of terrifying attack, professional hunters were no different from ordinary people. They were as fragile as paper. He repaid more than 10,000 pieces of energy in an instant and even penetrated the dome. What a horrific attack! It came from the hands of a 12 or 13-year-old boy. The youngest one-star hunter in the history of the association, Chen Yo. Maybe. Nicolo, maybe the world is inherently unfair. Some people may be born in Rome. Xiu Tuo smiled bitterly. Nicolo, that adult told us to repay 1 billion of the food ingredients. After we hunted them down, we would let him know at the association. Alas, I'm afraid we will have to worry about this matter for at least the next year or two, but it's okay. At least, we survived. It is really the tragedy of all geniuses to live in the same era as that monster. Xiu Tuo suddenly sighed. Shuto. Nicolo stood up with difficulty. He only had scars from the previous punch on his body. After that, Chen Yo deliberately controlled his anger so as not to hurt him. Please go back and tell the master. What's wrong? Take Kulu. I've decided. Since I can't become as strong as that adult in this life, then I will use up all my strength to follow in that adult's footsteps. Please tell me, master, this disciple is being unfilial. I am going to take that master as my teacher. Nicolo's eyes flashed with unprecedented determination, and he said such treacherous words. He clenched his fists with a livid face and walked out of the training ground regardless of the strange looks of everyone around him. Take Kulu. Xiu Tuo called him from behind, but Nicolo didn't stop at all. In the end, his best friend could only stop and looked at his leaving back with a wry smile. Never thought about it. In the past, the senior brother who vowed to follow Mo Lao to the death, now, has parted ways. Maybe Na Kulu's choice is also the right one. Half a day later. Sky Arena. By the time Chen Yo came back, Gon and Killua had already won 3 games, and the opponents they defeated were naturally inferior. But what surprised him was that the wing guy was also standing in the team with a smile. According to Gon's introduction, this warm-hearted elder brother specifically gave them some guidance on the development and use of telekinesis. Although it was some useless work, it at least looked like 10 pieces of good work. Wing was also murmuring in his heart at this moment. Because according to the association, he was actually the instructor who came to secretly teach Gon and Killua how to practice Qi. In fact, obtaining a hunter license is only a formal approval. The association also arranges personnel to observe in secret. As long as they pass the observation period, some elite hunters will be assigned to teach them telepathy through chance encounters. The reason for this is very simple. All kinds of monsters and ghosts can pass the hunter test, even the executioners. But the person who is truly secretly taught telepathy by the association must have a character that can stand the test, that is to say, someone who is relatively upright and righteous. The top leaders of the association at least hope that the elite hunters can maintain a fair and righteous heart. At least there will be less infighting and easier management. But Wing didn't expect that both Gon and Killua had developed telekinesis. Moreover, these 2 little guys even benefited a lot from some tips on telekinesis training. This only illustrates one problem. That means the 2 of them have received more advanced guidance. This person is undoubtedly the one in front of me. The youngest 1-star hunter Chen Yo. It's Mr. Chen Yo. I didn't expect to meet again. This Gon and Killua are really outstanding. They can master telekinesis at such a young age. It's amazing. Wing was full of praise as soon as he came up. Chen Yo could only play Tai Chi with him. While several people were talking, Miss Neko, who had received Chen Yo before, rushed over excitedly. Mr. Chen Yo, is it convenient for you to play in the afternoon? There are already many players looking forward to playing against you. If you want to go to a higher floor, these games are inevitable. Miss Neko said politely. Of course, it's very convenient in the afternoon. That's great. I'll arrange opponents for you immediately. I wonder what your requirements are for your opponents. Ms. Neko was pleasantly surprised. She had been busy announcing to the entire Sky Arena that Star Hunter was participating in the competition this morning. Once the news came out, it immediately caused quite a sensation and also improved the reputation of the arena. Attracting more players and spectators to come here will definitely bring a lot of considerable profits to the arena. But help me pick the strongest ones, let them go up together, and go directly to the 200th floor after this battle. Chen Yo said. The 200th floor in the arena is a watershed, and above 200% is where the real masters gather. Everyone who can reach the 200th floor has a professional hunter level, or even better. But those below 200 layers are a mixed bag of fish and dragons, with a lot of water. Ah! But, there is no such rule in the Sky Arena. How can we reach the 200th floor in one go? Miss Nako was shocked. Of course you can take turns to challenge, but I don't have that much time, so let them do it together. As for the rules? People are alive, but rules are dead. Chen Yo said lightly. Ming, I understand. Then please wait a moment, I will contact the supervisor immediately to confirm. Miss Nako left in a hurry. Zoisai, a Shota with thick eyebrows standing nearby, looked surprised when he saw Chen Yo. The little brother in front of me, whom Master values very much, actually wants to fight against a group of opponents? Isn't this too frivolous? Although there is a mixed bag of fish and dragons below the 200th floor, there are indeed some powerful people among them. If we deal with them at the same time, it would be too dangerous. Wing reminded kindly. It's not a big problem. Fighting one game after another is too troublesome. Chen Yo said indifferently. Soon. Miss Nako sent word that the arena agreed to Chen Yo's request, but as a condition Chen Yo had to wait for half an hour for the match. Chen Yo naturally doesn't care. Really? Dear guests, some competition adjustments will be made below. All competitions today will be cancelled. We will hold a special competition in the Sky Arena. The objects of this competition are from the Hunter Association. Star Hunter. Mr. Chen Yo. According to the request of Mr. Chen Yo, we will select the most powerful player below the 200 floors for a multi-group battle. The sound of the broadcast resounded throughout the Sky Arena. Other competitions that were in full swing were also forcibly terminated, causing many people to complain. What the hell? The match was cancelled just in the middle? Who wins and who loses? Hush! I heard that a one-star hunter is coming to participate in the competition. This is unprecedented. One-star hunter? Are you kidding me? The bonus for these 200 floors is only 200 million. A Sun-star hunter won't have 200 million. Who knows? Maybe that adult came here to relax. One-star hunter challenges 10 people below 200 floors at the same time. Isn't this too exaggerated? Even a star hunter can't be this strong, right? Yeah, it would be great if that one-star hunter loses here. Soon. The noise fell silent. The complaints gradually subsided, because everyone understood that these ordinary competitions happened every day, but this was the first time in history that Star Hunter participated in the competition. After learning the news, many viewers quickly called their friends over, wanting to meet this so-called Star Hunter. In the world of ordinary people, there is no difference between a Star Hunter and a legend. It is definitely a rare opportunity to watch the Star Hunter's fighting style at such a close range. The arena has directly sold the ticket price 10 times higher, but now there is still an endless stream of spectators arriving. As for the players on the field, they are currently fighting for the 10 challenge places. In the words of most people, even if you lose, you will never lose. As long as you play, you will definitely get a resume that says you have had a head-to-head confrontation with a one-star hunter. It doesn't matter if you lose, at least you lost to Star Hunter, and you will feel proud even if you go. Finally, after some selection, fierce competition, and even fist fights, 10 strong players stood out. Among them, there are many people who are very vocal, and there are even strong ones who have won several games in a row. One after another, powerful combatants with dazzling auras were presented to the stage. As soon as one came up, the enthusiasm of the audience below increased, and the cheers came like a tide. Asking for flowers 0. Standing on the ring were muscular wrestlers, thin assassins with sharp eyes like poisonous snakes, cyborgs with special mechanisms on their arms, and all kinds of other guys who were hard to name at the time. Wow! It's Wrestling King Beidong. This guy has won 5 consecutive victories, and he can defeat the 200th floor if he goes up again. It's amazing. These guys can kill me 100 times with just one feeling. Is that Lord Star Hunter crazy? Did he really say he wanted to challenge them at the same time? My dear brother, why hasn't the arena opened yet? I want to bet on the 10-man king to win. That's a 1-star hunter. The 10 of them shouldn't be a match, right? I'd better bet on the 10-man king. This Cobra Sangbiao is here. His snake venom is too strong. Even if it's a star, even a super hunter will never be able to handle it. As the voice of the beauty in the arena sounded, the handicap between Chen Yo and the 10-person king was opened. Chen Yo hasn't played yet, and most of these viewers have already taken the initiative to choose the 10-man king camp. After all, those who dare to bet here are basically real veterans who have a very thorough understanding of these fighting skills. These 10-man kings are the strongest below the 200th level and have the highest winning rate. It even makes people doubt that the Sky Arena is here to defeat the Star Hunters. Completely make their own reputation. Or the arena knows very well that 1-star hunter Chen Yo will definitely leave after playing, but if he is defeated here, then the honor and aura will remain with the 10-man king, and as long as they offer a sufficient price, most of these 10 people will be willing to stay. 0. Then in the next few years or even more than 10 years, the business of the arena will definitely rise to a whole new level. Certainly. The senior management of the arena will never talk to Chen Yo and others about these things. At least on the surface, they will still be extremely polite and respectful to Chen Yo. Now we invite our 1-star hunter, Mr. Chen Yo. Under the high-profile introduction of the beautiful host, the spotlight swept over and fell on Chen Yo. The whole audience cheered instantly, but after seeing Chen Yo's appearance clearly, the cheers suddenly became much quieter, and there were even boos. Wow! Too young? Why does he look like a little kid? No, are you sure this little guy, who is not even older than my son, is a 1-star hunter? Could it be a mistake? It's over, it's over. Did I just bet that he would win? With such a small body, let alone 10, I'm afraid not one of them can carry it. It's not open yet. Change it immediately. I bet on the victory of the King of 10. Me too. Let me go, the arena is definitely trying to make money on purpose. This guy is definitely not a real 1-star hunter. The crowd booed. Gon and Killua, who were standing in the audience, looked a little unhappy. These guys really want to kill them all. Killua put his hands in his pockets and glanced around with unhappy eyes. Brother Arnold, come on. Defeat them all. Gon shouted excitedly. Aren't you worried? How could he win against so many people? Zoisai, the boy with thick eyebrows, was a little worried. Don't worry, Brother Anyo has never lost before, and he has beaten anyone who is more powerful than this. By the way, Killua, it's time for us to place our bets. Gon was smiling. Yes, help us place a bet. Killua almost forgot and quickly took out the black card Chen Yo just gave him. Wing looked strange after seeing the black card. Miss Nako's beautiful eyes widened and she asked how much she wanted to bet. Place your bets. But after swiping the card, Miss Nako was dumbfounded. 20 billion. I am sorry, according to our rules here, the maximum bet cannot exceed 1 billion, then may I ask? Just 1 billion, Brother Chen Nuo will win. Killua said nonchalantly. Okay, guessed. Miss Nako was shocked, but also pleasantly surprised. This was definitely the largest bet he had ever made. According to the rules of the arena, she would definitely get a profit. Hold on. Suddenly Wing stopped her. Ah? Mr. Wing, please tell me. Please place a bet for me, too. Ah? Teacher Wing, didn't you say you shouldn't place bets? Gambling is bad, why? Zoisai is confused by the thick eyebrows. Sometimes betting is bad, but sometimes it's good. Zoisai, everything has many sides, please bet me 1,000,000,000 for Mr. Chen Nuo to win 17. Wing smiled and handed a gold card to Miss Nako. Okay, I'll go right away. This Miss Nako feels like her heart is about to explode. Just by placing these 2 bets today, she can make millions. Really? They are all gods. Chapter 72. On the stage. Ka ka ka. The leader of the wrestlers grinned and twisted his neck, making a cracking sound of bones. His knuckles were thick, and his muscles looked extremely powerful. Each of the other 9 players seemed to have extraordinary reach, slowly surrounding Chen Yo. The arena suddenly became quiet. Everyone held their breath and concentrated. Wing also pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and said calmly, Zoisai, concentrate your energy in your eyes and watch this game carefully. Yes. Master. Young Shota with thick eyebrows quickly gathered his anger in his eyes. I'm very curious about how you will deal with these miscellaneous fish. Let me take a closer look at what school you belong to. Wing murmured in his heart. Of course he knows. Relying on his perception of Chen Yo, even 100 players, let alone 10, below the 200th floor would not pose any threat to him. He's just curious. Chen Yo's style of play, if you can see through some of the opponent's skills, it will be a worthwhile trip. Gon and Killua were also staring closely at the field. Hey! Kid, your Hunter star rating is not fake, is it? I advise you to surrender now, lest you get hurt later. Yes, is it possible that you would think that we are the opponents of the 10 of us? Don't worry, I will blow your head right away, why? The 10 people surrounding Chen Yo laughed strangely. With the referee's order, 10 people attacked Chen Yo in unison, some with fists, some with legs, and some even had hidden weapons. All of a sudden, it seemed that all the roads Chen Yo had to avoid were blocked. Chen Yo stood there with his hands in his pockets, sensing his surroundings. A dull voice sounded. The entire arena seemed to be paused. The 10-man king maintained an offensive posture, but they stood still, and then, fell down uniformly. Everyone in the audience suddenly became dumbfounded, especially those cheering for the 10-man king. Their eyes widened with disbelief written all over their faces. Can the results be announced? Chen Yo tilted his head and looked at the stunned referee. Ah? Okay. In this match, the winner star Hunter Chen. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. In an instant, all the petrified spectators were lifted out of magic, and the audience burst into applause like waves. What just happened? So amazing! Instant kill. It's actually an instant kill. Did this guy kill 10 in an instant? Incredible! This is the strength of Star Hunter, it is simply incredible. Oh my god! So handsome! Chen Yo slowly walked down from the ring amid the enthusiastic cheers of countless spectators, showing a bored expression. According to the rules of the game, he was directly promoted to the 200th floor after this victory. And he also received a bonus of 200 million, which is also good news. Awesome! It's amazing! Killua, Brother Nyo is so amazing! How did you do it just now? There were only 6 attacks, but the remaining 4 people also fell. Gon's face flushed with excitement. 6 times? Isn't it only 3 times? The sound of the attack just now was 3 times overlapping. Zoisai with thick eyebrows said in astonishment. It's 10 times. Brother Chen Nuo's attack was too fast. The 10 sounds overlapped together, so it sounded like there was only 1 time, but he could deal with attacks from 10 directions at the same time. and also made precise counterattacks. This speed can only be described as terrifying. Killua was extremely emotional. As a genius of the assassination family, he was naturally extremely talented in speed. But even he himself, even with Nian's blessing, may not be able to achieve this level. To be precise, there were 6 active attacks and 4 passive attacks. The attacks of the wrestler, the short-haired man, the mohawk, and the razor hand hit Mr. Chen Nuo's hand. This is a very superb technique. As if he had predicted the opponent's attack in advance, and stopped halfway. He is indeed a one-star hunter. Wing also had a look of surprise on his face at this time, and couldn't help but sigh. However, this set may not be effective for your own Shinjinryu boxing, because the Shinjinryu boxing style focuses on irregular and unstructured methods. Some follow the true form of the original heart, and some are similar to the Tai Chi style of the Dragon Kingdom. Reaching the state of selflessness, the speed of punching will exceed the speed of brain thinking, leaving no trace. As expected of a star-rated hunter, there is indeed something unique about it. Gon, Killua, you two will be next. I will wait for you on the 200th floor, so work hard. Chen Yo and Gon said hello, and then yawned and left. Brother Arnold, don't worry. I will never let you down. Killua, let's see who can reach the 200th floor faster. Gon suggested. Okay, and we can only defeat our opponent with one move. How about if we use one more move, we will lose. Killua said. Good. Gon was excited. The conversation between the two of them made Zoisai on the side look a little dumbfounded. He looked at Wing and whispered, Master, didn't you say that I am a genius that only exists among 100,000 people? This is also what Wing often uses to encourage Zoisai. But now Zoisai has some self-doubt because she was shocked. At least when participating in these competitions in the arena, Zoisai also showed outstanding strength. He also defeated his opponents with one blow. However, after reaching the 100th floor, Zoisai struggled very hard. He even wanted to advance in the previous competitions. He activated his telekinesis, but was stopped by Master Wing. Zoisai. You are a genius that only exists in 100,000 people, but they are geniuses that only occur in 1 million people. You don't have to be discouraged. Wing comforted. What about that Brother Chen Nuo? His age doesn't seem to be much older than us. This Mr. Chen Nuo, I'm afraid, is a super genius who can rank among the previous kings in the history of mankind, a real evildoer. Wing sighed and sighed. Zoisai. The days that followed were quite pleasant. As a one-star hunter arena, they naturally did not dare to neglect him, and after reaching the 200th floor, Chen Nuo's treatment was raised to the highest level. Killua and Gon also climbed to the 200th floor 2 days later. Wow! This is the suite on the 200th floor. It's bigger than ours on the 100th floor. You can even swim in the bathtub. Gon was very excited. Of course, the Sky Arena makes countless amounts of money in a year, so this little money is nothing to them. Gon said calmly. The three of them enjoyed delicious food and beautiful views in this VIP suite. Looking down from here, you can see the entire city, which has a unique flavor. Dong dong dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Gon opened the door and found Zoisai, the young lady with thick eyebrows, standing outside. He looked nervous at the moment and bowed directly to the three of them. Mr. Chen Nuo, I am Zoisai. I am here to invite you to watch the battle as instructed by Master. Watching the battle. Chen Nuo looked at Xiao Zhengtai with some surprise. Gon and Killua were also a little surprised. Is it Wing? What's wrong? Chen Nuo asked curiously. Master said that he will fight a very powerful opponent today. Originally, he planned to fight Mr. Chen Nuo in 3 days, but the schedule had to be changed. Master has been to see your previous fight, so this time he invites you go watch him fight. Zoisai said. Oh, this wing is quite fair. Who is fighting him this time? Chen Yo said. I heard that he is a very powerful opponent. He has won 10 consecutive victories and is qualified to challenge the poster. This time it is the opponent's initiative to challenge, so the master hopes that you will go and watch the battle. By the way, what is his nickname? Magician, that's it, I'm going back, drive. Chen Yo. Zoasai bowed and left. Magician? I've never heard of him. Gon scratched his head and thought for a moment. Could it be him? Killua's expression changed slightly, and a figure appeared in his mind. Magician Hisoka. But this was too much of a coincidence. The guy disappeared without a trace after getting the hunter license. An external duplication is also very common, after all, it is not unique. He's already here. Chen Yo suddenly raised his head and looked towards the far end of the corridor. Gon and Killua were stunned because they didn't notice anyone coming from a distance. Footsteps suddenly sounded in the quiet corridor. The person walking slowly from the shadows is Hisoka. Magician Hisoka. At this time, he was licking his lower lip with interest and looking at Chen Yo and the others. The look in his eyes almost made him excited. Because Hisoka was surprised to find that both Gon and Killua had learned how to use chi. The fruits are already ripening. And the fruit he cares about most, the Chen Yo in front of him, surprisingly has an exaggerated and rich chi. This guy even released Yuan. Even though he used very clever means to hide it, he still caught clues. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful time, 3 ripe fruits, simply the most wonderful thing. As soon as they met, Hisoka made a trembling voice with excitement, which gave people goosebumps. You followed us. Killua had a cold face. Following? That's not the case. I just checked the tickets I bought after leaving the association, and I can guess that you will definitely come here. But what I didn't expect is that the speed of your growth is a bit unexpected. It is simply wonderful. Little brother Chen Yo, you know, you are definitely the most talented human being I have ever seen. I can't wait to taste you. Hisoka made a motion of licking her lips. Is this what you came here to say? Chen Yo gave him a displeased look. He is not interested in this so-called Suoda, and is even a little disgusted with it. The so-called Suoda protects Gon in the original work, and that has nothing to do with him. No, 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 according to the rules of the arena, as the poster, you can designate a challenge opponent, so, for you, I specially participated in a few extra games, and finally got 10 wins and qualified to challenge the poster, etc. After I became the host, ho ho ho. You can also come and watch today's game, my dear little sweethearts. Hisoka blew a kiss to the 3 of them and turned to leave. This BD. So disgusting. Gon's teeth itched with hatred. Hisoka is targeting us, and even more so Brother Chen Nuo. This guy is very dangerous, even Grandpa has a very high opinion of him. Brother Chen Nuo, if we are not sure, we can choose to leave the arena early. As long as the person is no longer in the arena, he cannot be designated. Killua looked solemn. Because just now on Hisoka's body, he felt a terrifying aura like a wild beast, and the dangerous feeling of that aura even exceeded that of Brother Chen Nuo. Of course, maybe Chen Nuo didn't show his claws to Killua on weekdays. But as a top genius killer, Killua trusts his instincts. He understands that even if he uses telekinesis, the gap between himself and Hisoka is very big. That's not necessary. Since we are invited to see it, let's go and see it. Chen Yo smiled slightly, didn't take it seriously, and walked straight away. Gon and Killua looked at each other and quickly followed. Sky Arena. The super large arena on the 200th floor. At this time, the news of Hisoka challenging the poster has spread all over the world, and almost all screens and S are promoting this game. Hisoka-sama is very powerful. He is the player who has been calling 3.0 the most in recent years and is most likely to become the poster. The dedicated waiter, Ms. Neko, explained as she followed, and also showed Hisoka's past results. 10 wins and 3 losses. Hisoka actually lost 3 times. Killua was stunned. It seems that this guy is not that powerful, and he has met his opponents. Gon breathed a sigh of relief. No, don't get me wrong. The 3 defeats of the magician Hisoka were not caused by anyone, but by his own failure due to his unexplained absence from the game. His record should be 10 wins and 0 losses. Especially in the last few times, I even defeated opponents who had already won 8 victories on the 200th floor. Ms. Neko explained. The gold content of the 8 wins on the 200th floor is absolutely very high. The basic condition for entering the 200th floor is to have telekinesis. In other words, each of these guys has the level of a professional hunter, and is even much stronger than an ordinary hunter. Ah! Hearing the news, Gon was stunned, and Killua's expression became serious. It seemed that Hisoka was completely prepared this time. This guy is really getting serious. The news that Hisoka, the 10-win player, challenged the poster has spread throughout the arena. Both the players and the audience are paying close attention to this game at this moment. And at this time, in that audience, a man exuding a powerful aura looked at the close-up poster of Hisoka smiling on the screen with a ferocious expression. Chapter 73. This BD. He actually got 10 wins in advance. The man with long white hair, a golden cloak, and an extremely handsome appearance was holding the flyer about this competition tightly, his eyes gushing with anger. Huashido Lang. 2 years ago, he suffered a narrow defeat at the hands of Hisoka, with a record of 9 wins and 1 loss. In the past 2 years, he has been practicing hard and has become stronger. He is determined to wash away his shame and enter the arena again, just to regain the dignity he lost in Hisoka. But he never thought that that guy was actually going to challenge the poster and even leave here. This was the scene he least wanted to see. After becoming the poster, the other party can deliberately avoid you, and it will be much more difficult to challenge that BD again. The powerful aura exuded by Huashido Lang silenced the surrounding spectators. Many powerful players couldn't help but leave in fear. Everyone knew that this guy was definitely a very difficult person to mess with. But no matter how bad his mood was, the game still started. Chen Yo and others sat in Area A with a very good viewing angle under the arrangement of the arena. Next to them happened to be little Zoisai with a worried look on his face. On the ring, Wing's eyes fell on the person in front of him after saying hello to Chen Yo. Do you also know little brother Chen Nuo? Hisoka glanced at Wing unexpectedly. So, friends? Wing said calmly. Oh, that's really unfortunate, because I don't really like my fruit being contaminated by other people. Hisoka smiled strangely. The referee on the side was not used to the two of them. After the host gave a passionate pre-game explanation and promotion, he gave an order to announce the start of the game. The whistle has just fallen. The two sides engaged in a close quarters exchange. Boom! Just a very simple fist fight. Hisoka was directly blasted backwards for more than 10 meters, and the ground he stepped on collapsed and opened a depression of 5 to 6 meters. On the other hand, Wing's right fist sleeve exploded and he retreated less than 2 meters. Amazing! Oh my god! This is the strength of the original poster. It's amazing. The power of this punch. This ticket is worth it. Absolutely worth it. There was a wave of excitement in the audience. Zoisai also looked happy and encouraged her Fu. What an amazing 23 strength. It seems Wing Station has the upper hand. Gon and Killua were also surprised. This looks like a weak scholar's wing, but I didn't expect the fist to be so heavy and powerful. Not only them, Zissou in the ring was also slightly moved. He felt that his finger bones were numb, and he was suppressed in a head-on confrontation. Hisoka had just stood still when Wing took advantage of the situation and attacked. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! His fists were astonishing. It seemed like a very ordinary swing, but it could produce terrifying effects. Hisoka was just scratched by the wind of the fist, and a blood streak appeared on Yongran's cheek. There was actually a one-sided situation in the ring. Iron Fist Wing suppressed Hisoka and bombarded him indiscriminately. Hisoka, who used to be invincible in the past, was now in an extremely embarrassed state. He could only throw out a series of card attacks from time to time, but his cards were easily dodged by Wing. A very strong enhancer, but if we continue to fight in this state, I'm afraid Wing won't be able to hold on. Chen Yo spoke calmly. Ah? No way, Brother Arnold, Mr. Wing obviously has the absolute upper hand. Gon was confused. No, look carefully at Hisoka's steps. His steps are very strange. He seems to be very embarrassed, but he can always avoid Wing's attacks by narrow margins. It's more like in the strong wind. Like floating leaves, Wing's telekinesis must be consumed faster than Wing. If it cannot hit the opponent next to cause damage, then Wing will become passive. Killua shook his head. Their comments immediately shocked Zoisai, who was originally a little happy. He is just a young boy, and his actual combat experience is much worse than Killua. Killua, who was born into a family of killers, looks at combat differently from ordinary people. What's more important is killing with one hit, saving energy, etc., rather than the so-called advantage. Really? Whoosh! A card cut through Wing's shirt, leaving a bloody mark on his chest. Hisoka's counterattack actually worked. I am a conjurer, and you are an enhancer. You do have an advantage in a head-to-head confrontation, but only if you can hit me. Hisoka chuckled. Is it? Wing's face was calm, and the next moment he attacked again. Hisoka took advantage of the situation to dodge, but this time. Boom! A solid punch hit Hisoka's chest, an astonishing burst of power, and Hisoka spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The sudden change made the entire audience gasp in surprise. Zoisai was extremely excited. I'm coming. Master's trick is here. So fast. Wing's attack changed just now. It was powerful and heavy before, but just now, it was light and elegant. It's so strange, his palm technique. Killua was surprised. Chen Yo also had a sharp gleam in his eyes. But he soon saw the clue. Wing once again had the absolute upper hand in the ring. This time, he actually hit Hisoka with all his punches, causing the opponent to retreat in panic, and all the dodges he was proud of before were ineffective. It's a branch of Nian. Chen Yo said. Concentrate your thoughts on your eyes, use your gaze to see, and carefully examine Wing's hands and feet. Why? Killua and Gon quickly followed the instructions. The two of them looked at each other for a few seconds and looked surprised. Turned out to be. At the beginning, Wing focused his thoughts on his hands, thus creating the invincible effect of Iron Fist. And now, Wing's thoughts were actually mainly concentrated on his legs, achieving the effect of super speed movement, even surpassing Hisoka in speed, so he could naturally punch to the flesh. What did you see? Zoisai looked confused. His talent and understanding are not comparable to Gon and Killua, but he can vaguely feel the difference between his master Wing. However, Gon and Killua can be regarded as Netero's disciples. They have received Chen Yo's guidance on the development of Netero version of telekinesis skills, so their understanding and awareness of telekinesis will be much higher than ordinary people, and they have a greater chance of discovering the trajectory of telekinesis. However, this advantage may not last until the end of the game. Hisoka should be able to sense it. Chen Yo shook his head. In the arena, Hisoka was already covered in injuries, but when Wing landed his palm, he suddenly raised his bloody hand and punched it hard. Boom! Fists and palms met. This time, it was Wing who was pushed back more than 10 meters. Sure enough, my guess is not bad. If it's just this level, I'm afraid you have to stop there. Hisoka grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wing's hand was also directly injured. His total amount of Nen is actually weaker than Hisoka's, purely due to his exquisite mastery of Nen. Once Hisoka sees through his moves, he will be at a disadvantage. Before Wing could slow down, Hisoka caught up this time and directly chose the front-facing hard steel Wing. The situation was reversed by Wing's blaster. It turned into Wing being blasted by Hisoka. It seems that Wing's telekinesis division of arms and legs cannot adjust instantly. Just 10 seconds. Hisoka launched more than a dozen frontal attacks, suppressing Wing at all times. There were wounds on his body, and his black-rimmed glasses were even broken in half. Master! Zoisai in the audience exclaimed worriedly. Other viewers were extremely eager. Hanashidoru, who was sitting in the crowd, was gnashing his teeth and staring at Hisoka. He also felt that Hisoka seemed to have become stronger. It turns out that you are not the only one who has become stronger. But no matter how strong he is, he will never be a match for this unique trick he specially developed. Hwashi Dolang was full of confidence. Tear. Another hand-to-hand battle. This time Hisoka actually stabbed Wing's right forearm directly. Sharp cards are as sharp as steel. Tisk, tisk, tisk. This kind of switching seems to be a big burden for you. Your Nian is no longer as good as mine. If you continue, there is only a dead end. Do you want to consider surrender? Ha ha ha. Hisoka licked the blood on the cards in his hand, showing an expression of perverted enjoyment. This BD. This is too much. His teeth were itching with anger. Killua also looked extremely grim. Hisoka is like a wounded beast, a lone wolf. The more desperate the situation, the more he can unleash a terrifying counterattack. He will definitely assassinate the person the family least wants to cause trouble for. If the current situation continues, Wing may be the only one who loses. Call. Wing, who could no longer move his right forearm, took a deep breath and pulled out the card that pierced the muscle. He just frowned slightly and the mental power surged in his body to seal the wound. But it is obvious that his combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced after losing his right forearm. But at this time, Wing slowly took off his half-broken glasses, raised his head, and looked past Hisoka, instead falling on the audience. What is this guy looking at? Hisoka was stunned for a moment. And in the stands, Chen Yo clearly saw Wing's gaze and also noticed the shape of his mouth. Wing's voice was low. It was impossible to be heard in this noisy arena. But Chen Yo still read the other party's words based on the shape of his mouth and the terrifyingly large invisible circle. Mr. Chen Yo, this was originally a move I prepared for you, but unfortunately now, I need to let you see it in advance. This is also the most proud move in my life. I hope you can enjoy it. Shinjinryu boxing technique. Wing slowly closed his eyes, his right hand dropped weakly, and his left hand assumed a single sword posture, bending slightly. Ah! What are you doing? Have you given up? I actually closed my eyes. It seems that Hisoka must win this time. Wow, I'm losing blood. I can't beat the original poster with all my strength. Something's wrong. Is this some secret move? The poster is already dying, but Hisoka is still full of energy. There is no suspense in this game. The audience was excited and booed. Unexpectedly, the host who was favored was about to step down. Take a good look at Wing's moves. Maybe you can learn something from them. Chen Yo turned his back to Gon and Killua, and his voice was calm. Gon and others, who were full of doubts, immediately widened their eyes, condensed their heads, and stared at Wing closely. Even Zoisai, who was anxious and uneasy beside them, couldn't help but calm down. In the fighting arena. Hisoka frowned slightly, he didn't quite understand what Wing was doing. But I can feel that the other party's telepathy is definitely not as strong as my own, but it seems like I have suddenly changed into a different person, as if I am the one who is in trouble. This feeling. It was like Hunter, who was carrying a gun, suddenly saw the wolf being targeted smiling humanly at him. This is an inexplicably hairy feeling. Hisoka didn't hesitate, he didn't have a habit of hesitating. Swish swish swish. A series of cards were shot out by him, cutting the air like a blade. But the next moment, Wing, who closed his eyes tightly, seemed to have countless eyes, dodging all the cards, and counterattacked through the gaps in the cards, and bullied himself in front of him. Right punch. Here we go again. Hisoka was startled for a moment, but immediately made a head-on attack. Click. Boom. There was a sound of the bones in his hand breaking instantly, and Hisoka groaned and was blown away like a sandbag. This scene shocked all the spectators 743 present. Wing, which was absolutely against the wind, made a comeback again? Why did this guy suddenly turn into Iron Fist? Hisoka, who was flying upside down, was shocked. In his pupils, he could clearly see Wing approaching again. What a fast speed! This is speed mode, you can fight head-on. Click. Hisoka's other arm was broken instantly, just a simple blow. Not for just 5 seconds. Hisoka disabled both arms on the spot. Damn it! What is going on? This guy's speed and strength are now extremely enhanced. It feels like he is completely crushing himself. It's really incredible. Absolutely no more forced calls. Hisoka couldn't care less about the severe pain in his arms and could only keep the distance between the two sides. But he was surprised to find that Wing was still super fast, even faster than him. Caught up. Wing's eyes did not open, but he made a low voice and clenched his fists. Shinjinryu boxing technique. Myocardial punch. Boom. The fist wind howls. It went straight to Hisoka's heart. Such an astonishing punch could even dent steel. But a strange scene happened. Hisoka's arms, which were completely broken and even had stubble on the bones, healed strangely. Then he crossed in front of him. Moreover, Wing's figure froze inexplicably, as if being pulled by countless threads. Boom! The fists and arms intersected, and Hisoka's intact arms were broken and thrown away by the force of the blow. Behind Wing, cards appeared and stuck into his back. His figure stopped in place, and his eyes finally opened, revealing a bitter smile and unwillingness. After standing unsteadily for a few seconds, Wing collapsed. Master! Zoisai let out a heartbreaking cry of pain in the stands. There was dead silence in the stands. A few seconds later, there was a roar like a tide, and countless people cheered for Hisoka enthusiastically. Hisoka, who had broken both arms, slowly walked over and raised his arm with his feet, and then repaired the arm with a twist in front of everyone. This strange scene made the hairs stand up on the spines of everyone present. Monster! An absolute monster! All the wounds on Hisoka's body disappeared under his magical touch, and no wounds could be seen except for the damaged clothes. This guy! How could this be possible? The head of the smug Hwashi Dolang in the stands was blank, and his face was full of horror. Gon, Killua, Zoisai, and others also turned pale with fear. Chen Yo was still extremely calm, and his deep eyes seemed to see through all the tricks. Hisoka, who had won the victory in the arena, raised an evil smile and looked straight in the direction of Chen Yo with her narrow eyes. Made a hooking motion. As if to say, "Next. You are the one." Chapter 74. Lounge on the 200th floor. Hisoka was lying on the chair with a smile on his face. His arms were weak and his forearms were abnormally broken and twisted. It seems that my previous impression of you was not wrong. You are really an idiot. Do you like to break your hands so much? The girl in the red high ponytail and short skirt frowned. She said this on her lips, but she was not slow on her hands. All I saw was that she took out a strange gold needle tool, pulled out gold needles with threads from it, and then quickly imprisoned Hisoka's arms. Haha, just say so. Hisoka smiled slightly. Forget it, I can make a lot of money anyway and take away your anger. The red-haired girl ordered. The energy in Hisoka's arms suddenly disappeared, and the rolled flesh, and bone residue seemed to become clearer. The red-haired girl glanced at the wound and frowned slightly. The guy who could inflict such a wound on Hisoka. This level of punching power is quite amazing. But she didn't care about this. Hisoka was from the brigade, so he couldn't die here. Losing both arms would deprive the brigade of an important member. Psychic suturing. A layer of strange telepathy emerged on the red-haired girl, her eyes became extremely focused, and her hands moved at a dazzling pace. Countless gold needles and silk threads were quickly inserted and sewed around Hisoka's left arm. Just a few dozen seconds later, the left arm is sutured to the end, then the right arm, and the same process is done. The entire treatment process takes no more than 3 minutes. The left arm is 70 million, and the right arm is 120 million. The red-haired girl reached out her hand and asked for money without any politeness. Is it much more expensive than before? Hisoka smiled. The wound this time is different. The opponent's telepathy can achieve a residual effect. I will clean up the residual telepathy for you a little more. You can deal with the remaining wounds yourself. Haha, I will remit the money into your account. Are there any remaining wounds? Just use flexible love and frivolous illusions. You can see how I use it. This is also very useful information. Hisoka said with a smile, took out 2 pieces of tissue to increase his telekinesis and covered his arms. The arm that originally had some bruises and scars suddenly became normal, with no wounds visible, and the touch was no different from the skin. This scene made the red-haired girl slightly stunned. She said she was not interested in this, but she still watched the whole process of Hisoka. You should have watched the whole game today. Hisoka smiled as she moved her intact hands. That person's boxing technique is very special. In the end, he injects telepathy into the heart and controls the direction of telepathy through the heart. But this approach is not much different from seeking death. Even the strongest person who continues to use this style of play will soon be unable to bear the heart failure, and his injuries will be much more serious than yours. The red-haired girl crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes solemn. Naturally, she had witnessed the previous games, and Wing's performance did not escape her eyes. Chen Yo and Illumi boxing technique. This is the first time I have come into contact with this unique boxing technique. However, humans should not be able to continue using it for too long. The burden on the heart is really great. Hisoka smiled. During this period of time, he has been reflecting on it, and finally understood the core of Wing Chun's Ryu fist technique. Gather all the thought power in the heart, and then choose to infuse the thought power into a certain part instantly based on the most direct reflection of the brain. This can explain why Wing's total thought power is lower than his own, but he can explode with a completely crushing effect. Once activated, Chen Yo and Illumi boxing and myocardial right fist are equivalent to entering an unparalleled state. Even Wing can currently support no more than 10 seconds of events. But the key to the real victory is the flexible love you hide on the ground. The final pull makes the opponent's decisive blow miss, and the non-injurious effect caused by your thin illusion makes the opponent heal. This kind of subtle psychological control is your real winning point. The red-haired girl glanced at Hisoka slightly. As expected of you, you discovered this easily. I thought it was well hidden. Haha, are you leaving now? Hisoka smiled. Your wound has not fully healed yet, and you cannot use telekinesis for a short period of time. The location of this gathering has been changed. It is in Yokizan City. This is our biggest operation recently. The red-haired girl took her backpack and turned around to leave. Will the leader come? Probably. If you skip this mission, the leader will deal with you personally. The red-haired girl closed the door and left. Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at her leaving figure, smiling to himself, that's really scary. I originally planned to have dinner together, but unfortunately, it seems that it won't be good in a short time. I'm going to find trouble with my little brother, but before that, I can taste the taste of the leader. It's also a wonderful thing in life. Sky Arena. Medical room. Master, he. Zoisai looked at Wing, who had fainted with great concern. Your master's life is not in danger, but the Shinjin-ryu boxing technique, you should try not to use it if you can. A faint golden light flashed in Chen Nuo's eyes. Ah? Why? Mr. Chen Nuo. Zoisai looked confused. Cough cough cough. At this time, Wing, who was wrapped in bandages and hooked up to an intravenous drip, woke up, with a bitter smile on his face. Have you discovered it? Sure enough. Zoisai, there is a reason why I didn't teach you the Shinjin-ryu fist technique. You will understand it later. Yes. Master. You're awake. That's great. Seeing Wing regain consciousness, Zoisai was so excited that snot bubbles almost came out of her nose. You guys go out for a while, I want to talk to Mr. Chen Nuo alone. Wing suddenly looked apologetically at Gon, Killua, and Zoisai. We'll be relieved if you wake up. Killua, let's go out. Gon said with a smile, and Zoisai followed behind him and left. If you had held on for one more blow in that battle, you would have won. Chen Yo said calmly. One blow. Wing smiled bitterly, thinking of Hisoka's weird defense. He was clearly hit by his own heart flow but had no wounds. It's a disguise, a telepathic disguise. His arms have been completely broken, and he used telepathic threads to stop your movements. But if you weren't surprised by the disguise at the time, you should still be able to hit the decisive blow. Chen Yo said. Well. Wing was stunned. He suddenly realized something. Camouflage. That harmless effect is disguise. I see. Everything has been figured out, the flow of the heart is still strong, but his heart is not strong enough. This scene. I didn't lose unfairly. It turns out. I have never been your opponent, Mr. Chen Nuo, you showed me what real genius is. Zoisai has a very good talent. He is the best I have found in these years. Miyozi, but Zoisai is not suitable to inherit the Shinjin-ryu boxing technique. I am the acting master of Shinjin-ryu. Please accept this thing. It is a copy of Chen Yo and Illumi boxing technique and some of my personal experiences. I do not force you to inherit this boxing technique, but I understand that it can only be done by you. Only the heart flow can truly flourish, or, you can find a suitable person to succeed him for me. Wing coughed weakly and handed an old booklet and a newer one to Chen Yo. Are you sure? You don't worry about me taking it out and spreading it around. Chen Yo gave him a strange look. If you are willing, I can't ask for it. Not everyone can understand the inner flow, but, you can definitely do it, Mr. Chen Yo. Wing smiled palely. Okay, I will accept it temporarily. If I meet the right person, I will pass on your heart source to him. You can recover well. Chen Yo accepted it without mercy. When he left the ward and closed the door, he stopped and turned around and said, as for Hisoka, I will handle it for you. Watching Chen Yo leave, the smile on Wing's face relaxed and he murmured softly. Master. I have made a very important decision, but I believe that if you were here, you would definitely support me. Chen Yo directly put the transcript and experience of Chen Yo and Illumi boxing in the system space, and will study it himself when he has time. Afternoon. Miss Nako came directly to the door. It was said that someone applied to challenge the three of them. Wow! This is the first opponent we have encountered. I don't know if he is strong or not. Gon was very excited. Everyone had triumphed all the way before, and when they met so many masters here, they naturally felt high-spirited to fight. Nako Gon took out the application list. It was a trio of disabled people. Brother Wheelchair, Brother Top, Brother Hand. At this time, in a room on the 200th floor. Do you think the three newcomers will choose to agree? Brother Xiao said a little worried. Hehe, we are the fastest to challenge them. If they don't agree, we have to use other methods. As long as you accumulate 10 wins, you can become the host of the building. This is an honor that must not be missed. Brother Top made a loud sound and said loudly. Don't worry, according to my understanding, the little guy known as the one-star hunter is arrogant and arrogant. Judging from his performance at the bottom, he has never refused a challenge. As long as we win 3 people, we will almost win. To put it another way, if he refuses, he will definitely regret it very much. Real Velt, the wheelchair-bound man in a wheelchair, smiled grimly. His legs were interrupted during the 200-level challenge. He was equally arrogant at the time, but now he had to live a life of a dog and a fly. He specifically picks out those newcomers to win, and even resorts to any means to get the other party to agree to his request. Once you agree to someone's challenge, you cannot agree to someone else's challenge at the same time. Dong dong dong. While the 3 of them were chatting, the waiter walked in. Sir Real Velt, your challenge has been established. Please prepare to appear. If you are absent, you will be deemed to have automatically given up the game. Wow! That's great, Goddess of Luck is really blessing us. I won 3 games easily. But that one-star hunter guy should be in some trouble. Are you sure? Brother Gyro and Brother Hand couldn't help but look at Real Velt. Haha, he's just a teenage brat. I've watched his games and he's very fast, that's all. His speed is useless in front of me. Real Velt, the wheelchair man, sneered. Soon. Sky Arena. Chen Nuo's team ushered in its first 200-floor game. Gon vs Gyro Brother Giddo. Killua vs Hand Brother Sadaso. Chen Yo vs Wheelchair Brother Real Velt. The auditorium was packed with people. Compared with those below 200 floors, the people who can sit here and watch are the real top rich and wealthy. The price of a ticket here is 10 times or even 100 times that of the lower floors. In the fighting arena. Hehe, you are really unlucky to face me. Giddo, the top brother, was shrouded in a cloak and gave a weird laugh. As soon as he came up, he used his own unique skill, scattering solitary music and elegy. That is, many tops are dancing in the air, attacking Gon from all directions. But what is surprising is that Gon resisted these attacks head-on, using only the simplest practice. This game is not very interesting, it is equivalent to a one-sided battle. Gon, who has experienced Chen Nuo's guidance, is stronger and more sophisticated in the development of Nian than he originally was. Brother Top's top was even stopped in his hand by his quick eyes and quick hands. The only thing that surprised Chen Yo was. In the end, Gon knocked away a punch from the opponent, and was able to use his weapon color. The light black armed color covers the fists. Forcibly, the tops were blown away in all directions, and then they hit Brother Top hard, sending him flying hundreds of meters like a top, and the whole thing was embedded in the wall in the distance. Such an astonishing attack shocked the entire audience. Even Huashi Dolang in the crowd couldn't help but his eyelids twitched. What amazing strength! Such a small kid is born with great strength? And what is that black film? It obviously disappeared after the attack? Is it a special kind of Qian Zhao's energy? There are countless question marks in Huashi Dolang's head. But this does not prevent Gon from becoming a dazzling dark horse on the field. It attracted countless people to cheer and shout excitedly. After all, the opponent he defeated had already won 9 games. Next up is Killua. With his hands in his pockets, his performance was very ordinary, and he was playing against Brother Xiao. But the two of them just stood still on the field. Beads of sweat appeared on Brother Xiao's face, and his expression was like an ice cream that was about to soften. He was sweating with fear. Will die. will definitely die. This thought was now lingering in his mind. The other party just stood here, and as a strong man's intuition, he sensed the terrifying murderous intention. After the two sides faced off for a few seconds, Brother Xiao seemed to be fished out of a bucket. His pale face was soaked with sweat, and he immediately announced his defeat. This even caused an uproar in the audience, and many spectators even clamored for refunds and black matches. However, the organizers' answer was extremely tough, saying that there was no Hessa and that it was entirely Brother Xiao's voluntary surrender. The defeat of the two kidnapping trio suddenly put great pressure on the wheelchair-bound brother Realvelt as the boss, not to mention that he had to face the rumored one-star hunter. In the arena. Are you nervous? You. Chen Yo looked calmly in front of him, but felt a little disappointed in his heart. It seems that there are not many truly powerful people in the hunter world. The only ones who can really compete with him head-on are the Ant King, 12 branches, 3 guards, and brigade tigers. The one in front of me can only be regarded as a little karami at best. TCH. Nervous? Haha, it doesn't exist. To deal with a brat like you. Realvelt is a bit strong, but he is smiling evilly, but he is standing here for the last 10 wins. But Chen Yo interrupted him. He held up a finger. Realvelt. If you can block one blow, I lose. Chen Yo said calmly. Chapter 75. Ha? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. What's the funniest joke I've ever heard? Don't young people today even draft drafts when they brag? Defeat me with one blow? It's simply. Realvelt, the wheelchair man, couldn't help but laugh wildly. But his laughter stopped abruptly. Chen Yo had disappeared from his field of vision, and when he saw it clearly again, he had appeared in front of him. How come? So fast? Damn it! Realvelt, the wheelchair man, had countless thoughts in his mind, but the only thing reflected in his pupils was the fist that was rapidly growing in size. A solid punch hit him in the face. The person in the wheelchair, the whole thing flew away like a top. Looking outside, the wheelchair man screamed and was stuck to the ceiling, and was completely embedded in it. The whole place was eerily quiet. A full 2 seconds passed before roaring cheers broke out. Wow! That's amazing! That's awesome! How did you do it just now? It's seconds. Realvelt is seconds. This is the strength of a one-star hunter. So handsome! Countless spectators cheered and shouted excitedly, and some rich women and beautiful women even looked in the direction of Chen Yo with fiery eyes, as if they wanted to throw themselves into his arms right away. Brother Top and Brother Hand in the audience were both dumbfounded. A match without any suspense. And high up in the auditorium, Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly and looked down. Now he is the owner of the building. The speed Chen Yo showed just now is really amazing. But it doesn't work against myself. Winner. Chen Yo. The referee announced the result of the game. The Chen Yo trio won directly. The ones who were defeated were the veteran trio of disabled people, who were unrivaled in the limelight and extremely popular. Bang bang bang! Just when Chen Yo returned to his seat and was about to leave with Gon Killua, the sound of applause suddenly came from behind. It's amazing! I'm afraid even an ordinary one-star hunter wouldn't have such exaggerated speed. I'm Huashi Dolang, with 9 wins and 1 loss. I just watched your game. It was really eye-opening. Coming from behind was the handsome man Huashi Dolang. He was looking up and down at Chen Yo with great interest. Don't get me wrong, I have no ill intentions towards you, I'm just very curious about such a young one-star hunter. When I saw him today, he certainly lived up to his reputation. Well, back to the topic, I, Huashi Dolang, hope to have a discussion with you. If I have time, can you decide? Huashi Dolang said with a smile. Before, he came to Hisoka because of hatred for Zixu, but now the challenge with Chen Yo is to see Xin Xingxi. Chen Yo's fighting style is very similar to Hisoka's. They are both agile types and can kill with one hit, so it is best to use Chen Yo as your own whetstone. As for the disabled trio, although those guys also got 9 wins, they were just soft-footed shrimps and not worth talking about at all. Oh, then let's do it tomorrow. I'm also very interested in you, Shidolang. Chen Yo glanced at him and raised his eyes slightly. Then it's agreed, see you tomorrow. Hua Shidorang showed a warm smile. With his beautiful long hair and handsome face, he is indeed an unattainable handsome man. Just now, he even attracted many female audience members to shout excitedly. His popularity in the audience is also extremely high. After chatting for a while, Hua Shidolang said goodbye, but Killua showed a trace of worry as he watched his leaving figure. Brother Chen Nuo, this person, is very strong. He just appeared behind me but I didn't notice it. Killua frowned. As a genius of the assassination family, he is absolutely acute in hearing and perception. But if Hua Shidolang hadn't applauded just now, he wouldn't have noticed the other party's arrival at all. It can only explain one thing, the other party's ability to restrain chi is different from ordinary people's. I believe Brother Arnold. Gon is full of unreasonable trust. Chen Yo smiled and didn't care. After returning to their residence, Gon and Killua were busy with other things, while Chen Yo lay in the bathtub and casually read the copy Wing gave him. Zinyu and Liu boxing techniques and experiences. By the way, circulate your own chi according to the above statement. Unknowingly, it seemed that I had forgotten the time. The next day, the battle between Hua Shidolang and one-star hunter Chen Yo became a hot topic. As a top player with 9 wins and 1 loss, coupled with his aloof appearance that resembles that of an elf, Hua Shidolang has many fans in the arena. There are also many people who like Chen Yo. His appearance is also very outstanding, but he is a little immature, but with the blessing of a star of Hunter's Light, he has become a more popular voice on the court for 10 seconds. People. It seems that everyone likes you very much. In the fighting arena, Hua Shidolang smiled. Each other. Chen Yo put his hands in his pockets and said casually. It's not that he thinks this move is cool, it's a bit of a trick to insert his pocket like this, but the problem is that Chen Yo really doesn't have much interest in Hua Shidolang at the moment, at least until the opponent doesn't come up with the bottom move, he is just too lazy to move it. Maybe, every owner of the shiny fruit will get the side effect of laziness. Don't even let go of your hand, D. You'll be at a disadvantage later. Hua Shidolang's smile faded a little. Chen Yo didn't answer, just looked at him calmly. The host saw that the atmosphere in the audience was almost heightened, and gave an order to announce the start of the kill competition. The words fell. Hua Shidolang took the lead. With the speed of a swift shadow, he suddenly arrived in front of Chen Yo and swept out with a beautiful whip kick. Chen Yo, who was standing there, just raised his right hand to make a horizontal motion. In front of him, Hua Shidolang showed a look of success in his eyes. Imitated. A dull leg wind hit the back of my head. In the astonished eyes of Gon, Killua, and others, another Hua Shidolang appeared behind Chen Yo, with the same sharp whip legs. It can be said that it was an unnoticed sneak attack. 2 dull sounds. Instead of Chen Yo being knocked away as Hanashidoru expected, this guy actually blocked 2 of his own attacks with his left and right arms one after the other. Simple, straightforward, without any fancy moves. It seemed very slow, but it was still just in time before Hua Shidolang's whip leg. At this time, in the ward, the bandaged wing had already sat up straight, and he asked Zoisai next to him to also stare at the screen. The master and the apprentice even condensed their chi in the binocular area, one of the high-level uses of telekinesis, condensation. Zoisai, watch Mr. Chen Yo's battle carefully and don't miss any details. Wing ordered, his own eyes fixed on the screen. It's this feeling again. Just now when Chen Yo dealt with Hua Shidolang, his arms were almost launched when the opponent was already halfway through the attack. To this extent, Huashi Dolang's attack was irreversible, and Chen Yo's hands seemed to know where the opponent was going to hit, accurately predicting in advance, and then resisting, easily defending against the opponent's inevitable attack. In the fighting arena. Hey! As expected of a one-star hunter, you can actually block my attack, but I don't know how many times you can block it. Huashi Dolang was startled for a moment, but then his confident smile still appeared. His clone has disappeared, and the main body attacks Chen Yo directly again. To the surprise of all viewers, there is obviously only one person, Huashi Dolang, but a ghost appears every time he attacks. This ghosting is very weird. It's not the same movements as Huashi Doru, but different movements, as if it's another self. This resulted in Chen Yo directly having to face two of him at the same time. The two Huashi Dolang attacked Chen Yo like a storm in completely different ways. Dull explosions like firecrackers came one after another. Everyone in the audience was stunned. How awesome! This is Huashi Dolang. People. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that this time the one-star hunter will lose to Huashi Dolang. After winning this victory, he has the qualifications to challenge the original poster. How could Chen Yo lose? Maybe he was just holding back his big move. Come on! Huashi Dolang! Come on! Brother Chen Nuo! Many spectators were shouting and cheering, and the scene was boiling. Brother Arnold! Killua, the shadows of these Shidoluo look like yours. Gon in the stands was nervous. It's different. Hanashi Doru's is a real clone. Mine is just an afterimage caused by moving fast and slow. His strength is far superior to mine. I'm afraid this guy really has what it takes to defeat Hisoka. Capital, Brother Chen Nuo is in danger this time. Killua frowned and looked solemn. If it were a one-on-one challenge, he knew that he would definitely not be a match for Huashi Dolang. This guy, with this move alone, would be enough to rank among the top powerhouses. I don't know how Brother Chen Nuo is going to deal with it. In the fighting arena. Tear. During the violent storm of attack, Huashi Dolang's hand, which was like a tiger's claw, actually tore Chen Nuo's shoulder into pieces, and a trace of blood spattered. This scene suddenly made both Gon and Killua exclaim. This is the first time Chen Nuo has been injured. Hey! It seems, you are starting to lose your defense. Throwing away the blood-stained rag in his hand, Huashi Dolang showed an excited smile. This is the first time in 2 years that he has encountered such a difficult opponent. In the past 2 years for revenge, he worked hard to polish himself, and even challenged various masters in the black market, thus creating this so-called clone. To a certain extent, he could be regarded as the founder of a sect. If he was given another few decades, he could make this clone even more powerful and become a true master. But even now, there are only a few people in the entire arena who can compete with him. Naturally, this does not include the so-called Chen Yo young player. Chen Yo tilted his head and glanced at his shoulder, which had a few bloodstains on it. Huashi Dolang looked calm, as if he was not the one who was injured, but the other party. It's a very good clone ability. It's really unique in the development of Nian. Thank you for giving me a lot of inspiration. If you only have this, our game will be almost over. Chen Yo spoke calmly, and the wound on his shoulder glowed with a faint golden light, and then slowly healed, as if he had never been injured. This is his specially developed light therapy ability. Not only can it affect others, but it can also affect yourself, quickly healing yourself while consuming your mind power. Not even Admiral Kizaru has this kind of effect. There is no way, there is no telekinesis in the pirate world. Here, the calendar has many uses. Are you bluffing? Unfortunately, I am no longer who I used to be. This approach is of no use to me. I will only. Huashi Dolang sneered. A few years ago, he might have been impatient, but after more than 2 years of hard work, his determination has become firmer. But before he finished speaking, Chen Yo's attack had already arrived. A light golden beam passed through almost close to his face. Boom! The wall of the arena behind him exploded into a depression 1 meter wide and half a meter deep. Cold sweat broke out on Huashi Dolang's forehead. This guy is actually a transmuter. He instantly realized that Chen Yo was not the enhancer he thought, but actually a transmuter, which was quite troublesome. But don't underestimate people too much. Huashi Dolang roared angrily, and instantly understood that the other party was not joking. He must have some special trick to beat the enemy. Once the opponent is released, it is very likely that he will lose. So at this moment, he no longer has anything to hide. He originally planned to sharpen his sword with Chen Yo, and then get 10 wins to challenge Hisoka. But now I have to come up with my own trick in advance. Tiger Bite Fist. Tiger bites the real punch. The fist is like a tiger's claw, roaring with the wind, and every move carries amazing power. Huashi Dolang once again launched a violent and intensive attack on Chen Yo. The two Huashi Dolang, one behind the other, completely suppressed Chen Yo's bombardment. Once those fists fall on the ground, the hard stone ground will explode, splashing piles of stone powder. What an amazingly powerful tiger fist! Oops! If this continues like this, little brother Star Hunter may not be able to hold on. Huashi Dolang's mighty and powerful pen. Kill Star Hunter! Countless people in the audience cheered and shouted. The fighting spirit in Huashi Dolang's heart grew stronger and stronger. It had been a long time since he had fought so heartily. At this time, Chen Yo was like a bamboo in a storm, gradually bending under pressure. Once he misses a move, countless tiger punches will follow, and the outcome will be decided in an instant. Found it! Here! Bang! Huashi Dolang suddenly roared excitedly, and the diary tiger fist hit Chen Yo's chest. The next moment, dozens and hundreds of fist shadows covered Chen Yo at the moment he paused. Bang 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 bang! Blood splattered. Like a heavy rain hitting a banana leaf. Chen Yo's shirt was instantly blown open, and his body was covered with all kinds of dented and twisted fist marks and scratches. Tiger bites the real punch. A powerful ancient boxing technique. Huashi Dolang's attack stopped, but at this moment Chen Yo in front of him had become bloody, and his whole upper body was covered with wounds. Brother Arnold! Brother Chen Nuo! Gon and Killua in the stands were extremely worried and couldn't help but exclaimed. Chen Yo actually lost to Huashi Dolang. Hisoka, who was in the stands high up, frowned and his eyes became extremely dangerous. Lost? The seed he was optimistic about actually lost, but even he might not be able to withstand this weird attack, let alone Chen Yo. Very disappointed, but not too disappointed. In the fighting arena, the two Huashi Dolang gasped violently, their faces showing the joy of victory. Little guy, you are still too young after all. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. Really? Could it be you who is young? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind. The smile on Huashi Dolang's face froze for an instant. He turned around slowly, and the smile disappeared, replaced by indescribable shock, and even fear. An intact Chen Yo stood behind him. And in front of me. Isn't there another Chen Yo who was hammered to pieces? Chapter 76. How is this possible? Huashi Dolang's eyes widened and he looked at the two Chen Yo in front and behind him in disbelief. The hammered Chen Yo in front of him gradually turned into golden light spots and disappeared. The clone of light and thought. This is Chen Yo's observation of how Huashi Dolang's clone uses it. To be precise, he completely covers the opponent's body with the hidden circle. He clearly perceives the way this clone uses his telekinesis, and then displays it in his own way. The shining fruit actually has a certain ability to shape clones. For example, the Amankanjayun sword used by Kizaru himself uses the shining fruit to imitate the physical effect. Now, Chen Yo just combined the shining fruit simulation and the conjurer of telekinesis to create a clone that looked just like the real one. In fact, it cannot be said that it is a fake clone, because as long as Chen Yo is willing, his light thought clone can also have a certain combat power of its own. Chen Yo behind him raised his fist. Boom! Huashi Dolang tried to resist, but he still underestimated the strength of Chen Yo's attack. The whole person hit the ground like a sandbag, and the ground cracked with spider web-like lines. Huashi Doluo fainted on the spot. There was a brief silence on the field. The next moment, boiling cheers resounded. Amazing! As expected of Lord Star Hunter. Huashi Dolang actually lost. But how come that guy can also use his clone ability? It's incredible. Could it be that you learned it secretly on the spot? So handsome! Little brother! The referee quickly announced the winner, Chen Yo. Huashi Dolang regretted defeat. High above the audience stage, the smile on Hisoka's face suddenly froze, and he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked down. Unexpectedly, Huashi Doluo actually developed such a combat skill. But he always scorned Huashi Dolang, and telepathy clones seemed to be rare in the eyes of ordinary people, but they were not uncommon in front of those top masters. There are even guys who can create many clones at once, each with the ability to act independently. Hanashi Doru is an enhancer, and his telekinesis clone is a conjurer, spanning 2 systems. This means that his telekinesis conversion rate is extremely low, which is equivalent to losing a lot for no reason. This is like the winner of the Mathematical Olympiad participating in an English competition. The Mathematical Olympiad will not give any bonus to English. It is not a wise move to lose your home game and go to an away game. But what really surprised Hisoka was Chen Yo's learning speed. Before this, he believed that Chen Yo had absolutely no ability to use telekinesis. But now, tisk, 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 it is indeed the most wonderful fruit, this talent, this talent. It must be extremely delicious. Hisoka narrowed her eyes and almost fainted with excitement. Auditorium. Brother Arnold. Brother Arnold wins. Gon cheered excitedly. Yes, I won. Boss Chen Yo, did he learn telekinesis so quickly? Sure enough, he is the real genius. Killua looked at Chen Yo with eyes filled with fanatical admiration. Chen Yo's voice suddenly reached its peak. Countless spectators were chanting Chen Yo's name, and everyone remembered this youngest star hunter. And this leads to a bad effect. After defeating Dolang Huashi, who had 9 wins and 1 loss, no other player tried to challenge Chen Yo in the entire 200th floor. The other posters, including Hisoka, were all invisible and did not show up at all. 7 days in a row. The Chen Yo trio's record has not improved at all, and they can't find an opponent at all. Each fighter has a 90-day cooling-off period after participating in a match. Unless he or she wants to, the opponent can choose not to fight. In order to avoid Chen Yo, a super dark horse, some guys even competed on that day to obtain a 90-day exemption. However, according to the 3 people's plan, the training goal was achieved. Chen Yo gained the Shinjin-Ryu boxing technique and the light thought clone here, and Gon and Killua also gained accumulated progress in actual combat. As an additional reward, the 3 of them also received a bonus of 600 million. Before leaving the arena, Chen Yo said goodbye to Wing and Zoisai. But just when he left the Sky Arena, he encountered Nicolo who was coming towards him. Compared to a week ago, Nicolo now looked injured and embarrassed, but his eyes were brighter and his attitude towards Chen Yo was even more respectful. In his own words, it was his original promise to hunt down some Warcraft ingredients. Chen Yo gave orders to Gon and Killua, and went to the local Hunter Association branch with Nico-Lu alone. Take the monsters hunted by Kulu and put them in the branch warehouse. Chen Yo glanced over and saw 3D class and 1C class monsters. Really? The most efficient way is to find people to hunt for things like food ingredients. Yes, the meat is very fresh and meets my requirements. These Juki ape, shadow spider, and wind demon wolf are D-class monsters. This purple sea beast is a C-class monster. I will give you 170 million based on the market price. There is still money owed. 830 million. Chen Yo clicked his tongue in admiration, and started harvesting without any politeness. He cut off the best parts of these ingredients and threw them into the system warehouse. This scene made Nicolo even more shocked. This Mr. Chen Yo actually has storage space Nen? Conjurer? Still? Soon. The essence of the ingredients was taken away by Chen Yo, and the remaining ones were of little value. Even if they were eaten, they would not be able to obtain attribute points. Grown-ups. Just when Chen Yo was about to leave, Nicolo suddenly roared loudly. Chen Yo looked at him with a strange expression, indicating that he should speak directly. But he never thought of using Ku Lu and fell to his knees directly, grabbing the ground with his head. Dong 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 dong. The first few kowtows made Chen Yo a little confused. Sir. Please allow me to follow you. No matter what you ask me to do, I will be willing to do it. As long as you let me follow you. Nicolo said with excitement. These days, he has been suffering in his heart, betraying his master and choosing someone else. This is a great shame in the entire hunter world, and he will be nailed to the pillar of shame and whipped to death. But every time he closed his eyes, Chen Yo's dragon-breaking dance still lingered in Nicolo's mind. That attack is as powerful as a nightmare. That was the path he had always dreamed of pursuing. At that moment, Nicolo felt an unprecedented impulse in his heart, and he seemed to have found the light in his life. Oh? I'm not interested in accepting disciples. Chen Yo unexpectedly looked at Nicolo, whose forehead was bleeding, and said calmly. Nicolo is one of the most powerful hunters in the hunter world, and he is also extremely talented in developing his own mind beasts. But as a time traveler, Chen Yo had no idea of carrying a tow bottle. Gone is already troublesome enough, and it won't be that easy if another one comes along. Sir. As long as you let me follow you, even if I don't become a disciple, I will be willing to do so. Nicolo gritted his teeth and said. He understood that this was Chen Yo's talent that he looked down upon. Take Kulu. Suddenly. A low roar full of majesty suddenly sounded. Two figures pushed open the warehouse door and stood at the door. Nicolo's expression suddenly became extremely exciting, but soon he lowered his head and clenched his fists like a ferocious wolf. The people who came were Mo Lao and his best friend Chiu Tuo, who were carrying a huge pipe. Alas! Nicolo. I'm sorry, I can't watch you go astray without pulling you back. Chiu Tuo sighed and looked at his now best friend. Mo Lao, a muscular man with short white hair, small black sunglasses, a shirt and trousers, glanced at his former disciple. Stand up, what do you look like now? Nicolo, even if you want to leave me, I will not stop you. You are my disciple, not my servant. You have the freedom to choose. Mo Lao's voice was deep and powerful. Nicolo's shoulders shook violently, and 2 lines of hot tears rolled down his eyes, but his feet remained rooted to the spot as if they had taken root. I'm sorry. Master. It's my fault for taking Kulu. If you have any punishment, feel free to come to me, but I can't go back, I have to follow Master Chen Yo. This BD boy. Mo Lao glared at him and walked in slowly, looking directly at Chen Yo. Are you the one-star hunter Chen Yo that Netero said was recently promoted? Netero thinks highly of you. I am Mo Lao, and the one-star hunter is slightly better than you. Sun Point becomes star hunter. Hello, Chen Yo. Chen Yo watched calmly. Go outside, boy, let's have a fight and let me see how my apprentice's vision is. Mo Lao carried his pipe, smiled, turned around and walked out. Chen Yo. It was still such an eventful time. He looked at Nicolo speechlessly, and the latter showed a look of fear and uneasiness. Association Branch Training Ground. The secret battle between Mo Lao and Chen Yo. Firstly, it was Mo Lao's test of Chen Yo, to see the strength of the person Nicolo wanted to follow, and then to find out for himself, let's see if he is as powerful as the old man Trona. As a star hunter, Mo Lao naturally has the qualifications to use the top training ground, and only Chen Yo and the four of him are present in the entire wide field. Boy, Netero thinks very highly of you. If it's true as Netero said, then it's his blessing to be able to follow you. You go first. Please give me flowers. Mo Lao grinned and placed the huge pipe in his hand on the floor with a thud, making the ground tremble slightly. I haven't promised him yet, so you don't have to make arrangements for me so early, right? But are you sure you want me to make the first move? Chen Yo curled his lips. Nicolo. Shoto. Hey. That kid Nicolo is a pretty good genius, of course I want you to make the move first. Mo Lao didn't finish his words. Chen Yo's light speed kick has already landed. Nicolo and Zaihu Toji saw a flash of golden light. Amidst the deafening roar, Mo Lao was blown away like a cannonball. His steel pipe was inserted heavily into the ground, and the masonry along the way exploded wildly, plowing out a ravine nearly 50 meters deep before he could stop. Hi guy, what a terrifying strength! Xiu Tuo gasped. Even though he had seen Chen Yo's battle before, seeing it again was still inexplicably scary. He himself is also a speed and agility type, but Chen Yo's attack. Too domineering. The ultimate performance of speed and power. Niku opened his mouth wide and showed an O expression. He finally understood that when Chen Yo dealt with him, he didn't even use his true skills at all. Cough 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 cough, he is really a brat who doesn't understand and respects the old and loves the young. He attacked me without even finishing my words. Almost lost. Mo Lao was still frightened when the tiger's mouth burst open with a trace of blood, and a shoe print appeared on his pipe. This is a steel pipe. 00. If the kick just hit his own body, the result would be self-evident. Whether it's speed or strength. This Chen Yo is absolutely no different from what Netero said. He is a truly monstrous genius who has never been forgotten. If Chen Yo had been born 100 years earlier, Netero might not have had anything to do with him. If he was kicked from the front by this guy again, Mo Lao felt that his pipe would definitely fall apart. So he can't hold anything back now. If you lose miserably in front of your two apprentices, it will definitely be the most embarrassing thing in life. All I saw was that Mo Lao took a long drag on his pipe, and white smoke suddenly spewed out of his mouth. Almost the entire arena was filled with white smoke in a short time. Be careful. Sir, once you get caught in Master's smoke, you will be entangled. Nicolo, who was watching the battle, shouted a reminder. Xiu Tuo. Brother, you are a typical person who eats everything. You are indeed very fast, I have to take it seriously. Mo Lao's voice came from the smoke. Whoosh! Another light speed kick exploded from Chen Yo's toes. The golden light directly penetrated the smoke and hit Mo Lao in the chest. However, Mo Lao quickly dissipated and turned into smoke. Instead, the wall behind was kicked and exploded. Hey! Chen Yo was a little surprised. Because in his hidden circle, these clones are also real. Or, when Mo Lao created the smoke clones, he also covered them with a layer of qi, which was similar to Zhou's effect, causing the smoke clones to emit the same aura as his, and Jinping mistook the fake ones for the real ones. It's useless. I've seen through your attack. There will be a very short charge at the moment of the kick, and it is this charge that prevents you from actually hitting me. In the smoke, Mo Lao burst into hearty laughter. Chen Yo was a little surprised. As expected of Ocean Hunter, a star-studded existence. B. Even the shining fruit has a short forward swing when releasing the beam, which is the process of accumulating light energy. In fact, it can be understood that after the shining fruit, Chen Yo's body has turned into countless light particles. If you want to release the light particle beam, you need to condense these particles, which requires a certain amount of activation time. This time will be determined by the degree of development of the shining fruit by Chen Yo. The higher the degree of development, the shorter the charging time. In the end, it can be completely instantaneous. Oh, I was discovered by you, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can dodge my attack. Chen Yo smiled lightly. Really? But it's not your turn to attack now, it's my turn. In the smoke, Mo Lao became excited. I saw him rushing out with a huge pipe on his shoulders, and the powerful and heavy pipe hit Chen Yo directly. And at some point, tiny strands of white smoke flowed silently from the ground and wrapped around Chen Yo's feet. The smoke instantly turned into chains, directly fixing Chen Yo in place. The pipe made a dull whistling sound squeezing the air, and Mo Lao roared in the excitement of winning, and slammed down 3. Chapter 77. Boom! The huge pipe hit Chen Yo hard on the head. His neck seemed to be broken and showed a strange twist, and the whole person was knocked to the ground. Nicolu! Shoto! The two of them were dumbfounded. Master Mo Lao wins. And it's so thorough, using smoke to trap the opponent and win with one blow? But when Mo Lao saw Chen Yo fall to the ground, his expression changed slightly, because he was keenly aware of the different feeling coming from the other end of the pipe. Swish swish swish! Rays of golden light as thick as a finger penetrated from behind. Mo Lao twisted his body almost by mistake and avoided these attacks, but his arm was wiped with a black blood mark. He quickly pulled away and saw Chen Yo standing on the other side of the smoke with a smile. And Chen Yo, whom he just defeated. It's actually a telekinesis clone. When did this kid use his clone? I didn't even notice it. Mo Lao was horrified. As a one-star ocean hunter, what he is best at is clones, including the one he used to dodge Chen Yo's attacks before. But this time, he was treated the same way as the other person? Ah! He actually avoided it. He is worthy of being a one-star ocean hunter. Chen Yo sighed with some surprise. Mo Lao also had lingering fears. If he hadn't been keenly aware of the tactile problem of the pipe, he might have died just now. It seems like I won't be able to win against this guy if I don't show some ability to keep things under control. Mo Lao retreated into the smoke, only to see him take a deep breath suddenly, and his chest swelled violently. Call! One by one, white humanoid smoke soldiers jumped out of the pipe. Purple smoke mobile soldier. Mo Lao's secret trick is to control these smoke puppets easily. A large number of dolls came out of the smoke. In a blink. There were more than 200, or to be exact, 216 purple smoke mobile soldiers surrounding Chen Yo. It's great to be able to force me to this point. Little guy, you are very talented and can even be called a monster, but unfortunately, you don't have enough combat experience. If you could have stopped me just now, if you release the purple smoke mobile troops, you might still have a chance of winning, but now, you can only regret it. Mo Lao smiled and walked slowly out of the smoke. Each of these purple smoke mobile soldiers also transformed into his appearance. Look around. It was as if more than 200 Mo Lao were surrounding Chen Yo, and the sense of oppression was suffocating. Nicolu and Xiaojuo, who were fighting outside, clicked their tongues repeatedly. They had almost forgotten how long it had been since their master Mo Lao showed his true strength, but just a few minutes into the battle with Chen Yo, he had already used the most powerful moves. In fact, Mo Lao himself knew it. It's not that he doesn't want to hide his moves, but Chen Yo's attacks are too fast and too powerful. Once hit by the opponent, the battle can almost be declared over directly. For the sake of safety, and for the sake of his own face as a senior, Mo Lao had no choice but to directly choose to activate his ultimate move. 216, including you, the total is 217. Chen Yo glanced around, and there was no trace of nervousness on his face. Just when Na Kulu was worried, he suddenly saw Chen Yo coming out of his body. Wrong. To be precise. It's 3. 3 identical Chen Yo appeared in the shape of a Hyuxia glyph to protect the main body Chen Yo in the middle, facing dozens or even hundreds of purple smoke mobile soldiers. I didn't expect that this star hunter could actually create multiple clones. However, the number of master's clones completely suppressed him, and the 3 clones were just a helpless struggle. Shudo murmured. Nicolo clenched his fists, stared at the training ground, and pursed his lips. Although he didn't want to listen to Xiu Tuo, he had to admit a fact. That is, Mo Laohu's clone did completely suppress Chen Yo. I'm afraid that is a big boss that I want to follow. I'm in danger. But Mo Laohu, who was standing in front of Chen Yo, felt on pins and needles at the moment, feeling like he was riding a tiger with a hard time getting off. This K. Standing in the smoke, his heart suddenly sank. After using Ning, I was surprised to find that the 4 Chen Yo in front of me were completely the same, with no difference at all. But what really shocked him was this. Every Chen Yo contains a mind-blowing sense of oppression. This is the aura that automatically escapes when the power of thought reaches a certain limit. If an ordinary person's telekinesis intensity is 1, and his purple smoke mobile soldier is 50, then, the 4 Chen Yo in front of him give Mo Lao the feeling of almost over 500. Even higher. Are you kidding me? How much total telepathy does this kid have in his body? How is it possible to separate 3 monsters with such strong telepathy? Use the first tactic. Mo Lao gave the order. Hundreds of purple smoke mobile soldiers quickly launched an attack, and their movements were completely orderly, just like a special force trained for many days, directly blocking all Chen Yo's escape routes. Let's go. Chen Yo gave instructions softly. This feeling of controlling the clone with the power of mind is very strange, just like pulling a puppet with silk threads. But these dolls are like another body, extremely real. Or different from the clone in the hunter world, Chen Yo's clone was infused with a certain amount of sparkling fruit energy. Some light particles equivalent to one's own are within these clones. Coupled with his extremely abnormal mental attributes, it is simply too easy to control these clones. The 3 clones were blocking 3 sides of Chen Yo. Their punches and kicks were dazzlingly fast, and even the palms and legs of the clones could attack at the speed of light. Those purple smoke mobile soldiers will dissipate instantly as long as they are penetrated by the golden light. As for the frontal hard steel, their fists are not as powerful as Chen Yo's clone. Looking away at this time, the 4 Chen Yo are like rocks in the white ocean, no matter how the waves beat, they still remain motionless. Instead, the number of these purple smoke mobile soldiers dropped rapidly under the attack of Chen Yo's clone. It feels like the regular army can easily crush the barbarians with local guns. No, isn't it? Xiu Tuo and Nico Lu who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. Because the situation on the battlefield seemed to be one-sided, the number of Master Mo Laohu's purple smoke mobile soldiers was declining rapidly, but none of Chen Yo's 3 clones died, and at most they were slightly injured. The number of purple smoke mobile soldiers quickly dropped to less than 50. This moment, all the purple smoke mobile soldiers seemed to have completely changed. They were even able to use local team tactics and became extremely flexible and changeable. Mo Laohu stood in the smoke and smiled strangely. The limit of the number of mobile soldiers he can control is 216, but 50 mobile soldiers is when he is at his strongest. The cooperation of these purple smoke mobile soldiers has undergone earth-shaking changes. Suddenly, Chen Yo's 3 clones began to get injured. Oh? A lot more flexible? It seems you are better at controlling a small number of clones. Chen Yo was slightly surprised. The cooperation of those purple smoke mobile soldiers is very interesting. They will choose 2 or 3 as bait to attack one of Chen Yo's clones, deliberately attracting firepower. Then close to 20 besieged a clone. Even Chen Nuo's clone also has attack methods such as light speed kicks and palm light beams, but it can't stand up to the ants and kill the elephant. Under Mo Laohu's constant division and control, the three clones became somewhat endangered. Unfortunately, there is no Qianji control technique, but the number of clones that I can accurately control with my mental attributes is at least more than 500. Chen Yo murmured in his heart. His eyes raised slightly. Moment. One of the three clones sent out a light speed kick, and then rushed towards the center of Mo Laohu's smoke. Hey, it's useless. You can't find my true body. This kind of charge is just an insignificant consumption, and I have already fallen into a disadvantage. Dozens of Mo Laohu laughed heartily. It seems that the little guy in front of him can no longer hold himself back and is ready to fight back. But it's a pity. There was smoke and he couldn't get in front of him with just a mere clone. The practice of beheading generals and lifting flags was a joke in front of him, Mo Laohu. It's time for this little guy to respect his seniors. Stop him. Mo Laohu smiled, waved his hand and directly ordered 10 purple smoke mobile soldiers to surround him. In addition, once you step into the smoke area, some smoke ribbons and cages will appear. The clone's feet were directly tied up. The moment Chen Nuo's clone was restrained, more than a dozen purple smoke mobile soldiers inserted smoke weapons into it. Solve. 2 left. A victorious smile appeared on Mo Laohu's lips. But the next second, his smile disappeared, replaced by deep shock and disbelief. Some subtle golden light overflowed from the wound of the strangled clone. Oops! Realizing something in an instant, Mo Laohu quickly stepped back. The next moment, the dazzling light almost made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes, and the scorching heat swept through most of the training ground. The dozen purple smoke mobile soldiers at the center of the explosion instantly turned into smoke and dissipated. Mo Laohu in the smoke was thrown flying. And before he could take a breath, the other 2 broken Chen Nuo clones have already rushed up with expressionless faces. This kid! What kind of clone did he make? Mo Laohu was startled, and he quickly inhaled and blew out the smoke to block it. And more Xian mobile soldiers had to come and stop them. Because the attack of Chen Nuo's clone was not directed at all, this guy just chased the thickest place in the smoke season and bombarded it indiscriminately. Rumble. The second Chen Nuo clone explodes. At some point, dozens of purple smoke mobile soldiers turned into smoke and dissipated on the spot. Other mobile soldiers near the center of the blast also looked scarred. This guy's clone can actually explode. Explosive flow clone. The head held by Xiu is as big as 2. Nicolo was also dumbfounded. The clone can explode. This is the first time he has seen it. And it's so powerful. How to let others play? If you don't solve Chen Nuo's clone, it will continue to consume the opponent. Once solved, it will be boom. Genius. Chef Chen Nuo is definitely a genius. Nicolo's eyes lit up as he looked at it. The explosion of the second clone caused a large number of mobile soldiers to be pushed away, and one of the figures let out a low hum, which was not loud, but was instantly discovered by Chen Nuo. Got you. Chen Nuo, who was standing in the field, locked onto the Mo Laohu. The last clone rushed straight up. This little brat! How sharp is his perception? He actually found me. But don't underestimate me. Little guy. Mo Laohu, whose shirt was charred and broken, roared and advanced instead of retreating. He took a deep breath and exhaled the few remaining mobile soldiers he had. He actually came directly in the direction of Chen Nuo. The clone Chen Nuo, whose arm had been broken off, rushed forward with an expressionless expression. Boom! Another amazing explosion from Bakukong. A fiery and penetrating beam blooms. The numerous purple smoke mobile soldiers in front of Mo Laohu disappeared instantly. He roared like a beast and forcefully passed through the light curtain. The whole body was burnt black. Boy! Mo, who was stunned by the explosion, was full of temper. He raised his fist that smelled of barbecue and hit Chen Yo. I surrender. Chen Yo, who was standing there, suddenly raised his head and said with a smile, my clones have been exhausted and I am no match for you. The blackened fist stopped in front of Chen Yo. It feels terrible right now. It was like participating in a slapping contest and being slapped hard in the face by the other party. Just when he was about to fight back, the other party gave in. This girl is so helpless. Mo was about to cry, but there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes when he looked at Chen Yo. This kid. I'm afraid the upper limit is definitely more than that. But voluntarily admit defeat? Why is that? It seemed that he was taking care of his image in front of Nicolo and Xiaochuo. If the opponent had another clone, he might not have a chance to rush in front of Chen Yo. 2.7 This guy is very strong, but at most he is only slightly better than me. But from now on, he will definitely be a super genius with unlimited potential. Mr. Netero's vision will still be as vicious as ever. His disciple Nicolo followed him, which was not considered an insult to himself. After thinking about this clearly, Mo felt much better. His charred hand that exuded the smell of barbecue hit Chen Yo hard on the shoulder. He laughed heartily as if he had returned from coal mining in Africa. Not bad, not bad. You can push me to this level, and you will definitely do it in the future. He is a genius. Nicolo, Mr. Chen Yo is enough to be your master. Come and become your master. Nicolo was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that his master, Mo, would take the initiative not to hold him accountable for his betrayal from the master. And even Mo himself didn't know. Chen Yo's limit of clones is definitely not 4, but hundreds. But he was not willing to spend too much effort on dealing with Mo. Defeating Mo would not be of much benefit to him. On the contrary, if you make friends, it will bring you a lot of convenience in the association in the future. I didn't agree to be Nakuru's master. Chen Yo shook his head and said. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that? You haven't passed Master Chen Yo's assessment yet. You can only be regarded as a registered disciple now. If one day Master Chen Yo is dissatisfied with you, get out of here. Take Kulu, hurry up, click here to kowtow to Master Chen Yo. Mo hooked one hand around Chen Yo's neck and laughed heartily. Chen Yo looked helplessly at Nicolo, who was kowtowing in front of him. 13. Since they are all working in the association, let's give Mo some face and just treat Kulu as an errand boy. Chapter 78. Hunter Association Chapter. VIP Box, after a banquet. Brother Chen Nuo, from now on, NAQLU will be left to you. If one day you are in a bad mood and feel that this guy is difficult to handle, you can kick him away at any time. NAQLU, from now on you will be Xiao Chen Nuo. I'm my registered disciple, you little BD, don't let me down. Mo, who smelled of alcohol, said loudly. Master. Nakuru burst into tears. He didn't expect that Mo didn't hold him accountable for leaving the school, and even went out of his way to intercede for him and let Chen Yo accept him temporarily. Nicolo, your master is still Mo, but you can practice with me. As for what you can learn, it depends on your own ability. Chen Yo sighed softly and finally agreed. Why don't you thank me, little Master Chen Yo? He will also be your master of Kulu from now on. Mo turned away and squeezed his tears while no one was paying attention. Master. Nicolo has officially performed the apprenticeship ceremony. Mo could finally let go. After telling Nicolo some things, he and Xiaochuo left directly. Nicolo. Do it well. Xiaochuo reluctantly said goodbye and followed Mo away. Uncle. Second uncle. If you have anything to do in the future, just send me your little brother. I will definitely do my best to handle it. Nicolo wiped his nose and tears, smiled through his tears, and said respectfully to Gon and Killua. I became a great uncle. Gon was a bit dumbfounded, he was just an 11 or 12-year-old kid now. And Nicolo's strength is definitely not weak, even now he can easily beat Gon and Killua. But where are the seniority of the two younger brothers? Killua. Okay, let's take a trip back to Whale Island. Before we go back, we need to go to the shipyard to buy a few large fishing boats. Do you have any more suitable recommendations? Chen Yo smiled. Nicolo looks like a ferocious guy, but in fact he is a very soft-hearted guy with a strong sense of justice. Obtaining the hunter license can be regarded as fulfilling the original wish of myself and Gon to leave Whale Island. It is also time to go back to visit Aunt Mito and those friendly neighbors. 23. This is what is called returning home in fine clothes. Shipyard? Absolutely no problem. I know many old acquaintances of the masters. They can build the best quality ships, but the price? Nicolo said excitedly. Mo is a one-star marine hunter and knows many people in the shipbuilding industry. Don't worry about the price, just take us to see it. Chen Yo said lightly. Gon was a little confused at that time because he didn't understand why Chen Yo wanted to buy a boat. Half a day later. In front of the super-large port of Rotterdam. Sir. These are the 10 fishing boats and 1 cruise ship you want. You are Lord Mo's friend, so I give you the best price. The original price is 12.1 billion, and the total price is 9.8 billion after discount. The boss of the shipyard cautiously introduced him from the side, with a flattering smile on his face. A one-star hunter can definitely be regarded as a top-notch combat power in any country. Not to mention, he was equivalent to making friends with Mo Lao and Chen Yo at the same time. Wow! So awesome! These ships look so awesome! Gon couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly. Chen Yo purchased these very large fishing boats and a luxury cruise ship, which almost took over the shipyard's business for several years at once. Yes, will these ships deliver goods to your doorstep? Chen Yo asked. Of course, we will arrange for the most experienced sailors to transport them to the place you designate. As a super customer of our company, we will deliver them to you for free. If you are interested in these sailors, you only need an additional 50 million. Buy them all. The shipyard owner smiled and rubbed his hands against the fat man. Then send it over first, take Kulu, and let's go together. Chen Yo nodded. A group of people got on the boat and set off directly towards Whale Island after preparing fuel. On the way, Chen Yo took the opportunity to cook the demon species he had hunted before, and the delicacies prepared by his top-notch cooking skills immediately feasted everyone's appetite. Chen Yo also earned a wave of attribute points. Strength plus 28. Agility plus 22. Plus 13. Food points plus 190. Measurement attributes have also reached a whole new level. 155. Agility 202. Spirit 268. Food points, 190. Very good growth. Half a month later, the fleet finally arrived at Whale Island. At this time, Whale Island. Compared with half a year ago, there has not been much change. All residents are still simple and live a life of working from sunrise to sunset. Look! What is that? A fleet is coming. It's not the day for Hunter's audition yet, so how can there be a fleet coming? Wow! What a beautiful ship! That's a cruise ship. It must be owned by a wealthy person, right? The busy residents stopped what they were doing and looked at the slowly approaching fleet in shock. Who are you? This is Whale Island. After seeing the fleet docking, some fishermen standing on the shore instantly became alert, holding harpoons and staring at the towering huge fishing boat. Such a huge fishing boat has never been seen on Whale Island. Uncle Lem. I'm gone. A head popped up from the fishing boat docked, and it turned out to be an excited Gon. Gone. The fisherman named Lime was stunned for a moment, and soon everyone had expressions of surprise on their faces. Uncle Lime. Are you all okay? How is Aunt Mito doing lately? Chen Yo also appeared, as well as Killua and Kulu. Ah! It's Chen Yo and Gon. Wow! They're back! Just come back, just come back! Hurry up and inform Mito that her 2 children are back. You little BD, you've grown a lot taller. Do you have a girlfriend now? My BZ misses you very much every day. I don't have it. The residents of the nearby Whale Island gathered around, and they were very happy to see their old friend return. These boats are given to the island by us. From now on, Uncle Lem, you don't have to take small boats to fish. These boats can even withstand typhoons. We are going to find Aunt Mito first. Nicolu, you stay here. Get familiar with the ship and ask the captain if you don't understand anything. Chen Yo gave instructions and left with Gon and Killua in the eyes of the residents of Whale Island with astonishment, envy, and praise. He originally purchased these ships for Whale Island. With these large fishing boats, the ants on the island no longer have to worry about the dangers of their husbands going fishing. In the past years, there would be some safety accidents on Whale Island, but now the fish harvest will inevitably increase significantly. Familiar lush meadows and woods. Blue sea, blue sky, and green grass. At the end of the familiar trail, a 3-story red brick house stood quietly, and the familiar beautiful woman next to it was drying sheets. Bright sunshine and white sheets blowing in the wind. Reflecting the woman's smooth face, in the distance is the sparkling blue sea, with sand gulls gathering in the sky. Aunt Mito. We are back. I got my hunter license. Aunt Mito. Gon shouted excitedly and threw himself into Aunt Mito's arms. Chen Yo and Killua stood beside them with smiles. Gon. After letting go of Gon in her arms, Aunt Mito looked at Chen Yo and then at Killua with her beautiful eyes. She stepped forward and hugged Chen Yo. It must have been very hard on you during this time, Xian Yo. Aunt Mito hugged Chen Yo tightly. She naturally understood that even on Whale Island, Chen Yo was taking care of Xiaolan as an elder brother. Come in quickly. Grandma has been thinking about you. You should have told me in advance before coming. I am not prepared yet. You must be Killua, right? I mentioned you in the letter I sent back from Gon. Welcome to come. Whale Island. Letting go of Chen Yo, Mito held his hand and greeted Killua. In the red brick house, Grandma, whom she hadn't seen for half a year, looked still healthy. Familiar house, familiar wooden table, and familiar window sill. Everything is so familiar. It seems that the past 6 months since I went out was just a short dream. After waking up from the dream, I am still here with Aunt Mito. For Chen Yo, Mito is like his relative in another world. Perhaps only here will he forget his mentality as a time traveler, as if he has truly integrated into the world and family of Daxia and Russia. The arrival of Chen Yo and others made Aunt Mito specially prepare a sumptuous meal. Now Chen Yo, who has a master chef's cooking skills, was helping, and the food he cooked was even more satisfying. News of the fishing fleet also came quickly. The ownership of the Chen Yo fleet was given to Mito, including the crew members, who were also bought directly. So far, Whale Island has its own large fishing fleet. But suddenly sitting on tens of billions of assets, this Aunt Mito still couldn't digest it for a while. But she didn't seem to be interested in money. Instead, she left everything to Nicolu and rented it to the residents of Whale Island in turn at very low prices. Instead, villagers came to visit Chen Yo and Gon one after another, and some even wanted to betroth their daughters to the 3 of them. This moment made Aunt Mito blush a little. It must be said that Chen Yo and the others are still young and have not yet reached the stage of marriage, but they could not resist the enthusiasm of many villagers, who said they could make a reservation. There are also some little girls in the village who secretly express their love for Chen Yo and the others. As a result, Chen Yo and the others had to flee in embarrassment. They were so enthusiastic, these little girls. Or half a year of experience has made Chen Yo, Gon, and Killua more masculine. In addition, their good looks make them naturally popular. And now that he has obtained the hunter license, he has even purchased tens of billions of fleets, and has become a genius and hot topic among countless villagers. Green grassy cliff top. The bright moon hangs high, and the moonlight is like water. Chen Yo, Gon, and Killua lay beside the campfire and stared at the sky in a daze. Brother Anyo, we shouldn't buy these fishing boats. Now there are more than a dozen uncles and aunts coming to our door every day to talk to us. It's so painful. Gon scratched his head and said helplessly. Don't you want to find a girlfriend? Gon, the little flower next door likes you. Chen Yo said with a smile. Girlfriend? It sounds like a very troublesome thing, Xiahua, she and I are good friends. What's the difference between a girlfriend? Gon asked curiously. I heard that girlfriends can do shameful things. Killua put his hands in his pockets with an expression of I understand very well. Chen Yo almost couldn't hold it in any longer. Two little brats are here. Talking about women, ha 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 ha. What's the shameful thing? Zioki. Chen Yo pretended to be serious. 783. Well, shy things are just some shameful things anyway. We will understand after the adults talk about it. I'm not interested anyway. Killua blushed as if he had been exposed. He has a lot of love experience, let alone love, he has never even held hands with a woman except his mother. Maybe we can ask Nikolu, he is older than us and should understand this shameful thing. Gon said seriously. The three of them were chatting on the top of the cliff. Life seems to be trouble-free. If it can continue like this, it will be a kind of happiness. A week later. The reputations of Chen Yo, Gon, and Killua are well known on the island. Everyone knows that Mito has trained two geniuses. Becoming a professional hunter is as enviable and shocking as Chen Yo's previous life in which he was admitted to Tsinghua University. For a while, many little fans were following behind the three of them. Their parents were also happy to see this scene, hoping that if any of the three of them would like their daughter, they would be the same. What a blessing! This directly resulted in Chen Yo and the three of them having to stay at home these days and not dare to go out. I have decided, Aunt Mito, I will go to various places to find Dad. Gon suddenly spoke. Aunt Mito, who was cleaning, stopped what she was doing and glanced in the direction of Chen Yo and Killua. It will take about a month. We will be away for a while after 1 month, but don't worry Aunt Mito, I will try my best to take care of Gon. Chen Yo comforted. I will follow Brother Chen Nuo, and I will go wherever he goes. Killua put his hands in his pockets and shrugged. Seeing the three people who were ready, Mito also understood. Professional hunter will not stay on Whale Island. And they are still so young. Since they can't stop it, they can only follow their ideas. Mito was silent for a while, and then went to the room. A while. She came out of the room with a black cube in her hand. This is what Jin left here. He asked me to give it to you after you become a hunter. In addition, Xianyo, Killua, I will tell you some things about Jin. 0. There was a sense of sadness in Mito's beautiful eyes. Chen Yo and the others looked at the black cube in surprise, and were quickly attracted by Kate's story. But Chen Yo's eyes were flashing with wisps of gold. His attention fell more on the black cube, and he was quite surprised at this time. After turning on the hidden circle, he clearly felt the strange telepathy attached to the cube. What a wonderful combination of telekinesis! And almost forming a perfect cycle? Incredible! Telekinesis can be used in such a way. Chen Yo was surprised. Chapter 79. Mito told the three people some things about her and Jin, including that Jin left Whale Island at the age of 12 and so on. As the only thing left by his father, the black hexahedron was protected by Gon like a treasure. In the attic room of Gon and Chen Nuo, Killua was gritting his teeth and breaking the black cube hard, but he was indifferent even if the veins on his forehead bulged. Dad said you have to become a hunter before you can open it, I know. He was talking about the hunter license? But, there is no place to insert a card on it. Gon looked at the perfectly fitting hexahedron in confusion. It's mindfulness. It can only be opened with the power of mindfulness. As a time traveler, Chen Yo naturally knew about this thing. He just held it in his hand and his mind surged slightly. Click! The black hexahedron suddenly fell apart and turned into a pile of black iron blocks of the same length. Some patterns similar to circuits were engraved on these long iron blocks. Is it a special telekinesis structure? It's equivalent to using telepathy as a key? With the blessing of pure telekinesis, it's almost not inferior to Mr. Netero, but this thing is still from decades ago, Jin, it's really exciting. Chen Yo glanced at the iron pieces scattered on the floor, and handed the small box that was opened to Gon. There is also a box. You can insert cards here. It worked. It's a ring and a tape. Gon was excited. But it's better if we don't wear it. This ring also has lines like iron blocks. Killua suggested taking a look. Chen Yo was a little surprised. He seemed to be thinking about something when he looked at these strange lines. Soon, Gon and Killua put the tape in, and a very familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from the tape recorder. Astonishingly, it's Jin Fujili. Gon's dad's voice. It conveyed Jin's apology to Gon, his outlook for him, etc., but there was not much information about Gon's mother. And just when Gon was about to stop the tape, he strangely found that it couldn't be stopped at all, and the thing even started to rewind and clear the sound on its own. Brother Chen Nuo, help me. This thing can't stop at all. It can't be smashed either. Killua smashed the recorder against the wall, but it was not damaged at all. Even the pause and stop keys cannot be pressed. Chen Nuo stepped forward and reached out to press the pause button. The recorder made a violent buzzing sound, as if something could not be stopped. The internal gears even began to crack and collapse under the two forces. Click, 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 click. Wisps of black smoke emerged. The recorder was forcibly stopped, and the internal rotating axis was completely twisted and shattered. But the only thing I can be thankful for is the only remaining half of Jin's audio tape was retained by Chen Nuo. His golden thoughts and golden residual thoughts cancelled each other out, causing a destruction effect, which also caused slight scratches on Chen Nuo's fingertips. Brother Arnold! Are you okay? Gon and Killua immediately exclaimed. It's okay, just a little injury. It's a pity that I didn't keep all of this tape for you. I think less than 1/5 of it was kept. This is the only thing your father left for you. Keep it well. 1. Chen Nuo smiled slightly and handed the tape to Gon. But he was even more curious about Gon's father, Jin. 10 years apart, the thoughts left behind by the other party are still so solid and powerful. Jin should have reached a whole new level now. At this time, a place hundreds of millions of miles away from Whale Island. Dark continent. It was desolate, and the dark wind was roaring. Above the head of a super-large salamander monster, a muscular man wearing a short coarse cloth coat was sitting cross-legged. He suddenly opened his eyes, flashed with surprise, and murmured to himself, "Strange, my desire to stay in my hometown seems to have been partially destroyed by something. If Aunt Mito were here, she would definitely be able to recognize the person in front of her. Gold Fujili. The existence that can now stand among the top experts in the entire human world is definitely enough to rank in the top 5. Whale Island. Gon Loft. Killua went out to buy a game console, because he found that in addition to the audio tape, the small box contained a memory card for the JS game console and a strange ring. Chen Yo naturally knows all developments. This is a game produced by Jin Fujinai and the others. Soon you will be able to enter that strange world and experience the hunter game. So Chen Yo didn't bother Killua when he was looking for information about the game. As a time traveler, he knows that the future is his biggest advantage, so generally speaking, Chen Yo will try to maintain a normal historical line to ensure that he always occupies the largest profit picture. The next few days are spent enjoying family time together on Whale Island. But in the end, Mito also knew that these children belonged to the outside world after all, so she specially prepared snacks and dry food for Chen Yo and the others on the road. As for Nicolu, Chen Yo stayed on Whale Island as the acting captain of the fishing boat and was responsible for protecting the safety of Mito and the island residents. In return, the remaining debts he owed were offset. In addition, Chen Yo also took some time to teach how to use Kulu armed color Haki. However, it is a pity that Nicolu's understanding in this area seems not to be as good as Gon's, and he cannot cultivate the weapon color in a short period of time. But Chen Yo's actions made Nicolo burst into tears of gratitude. Especially after witnessing the scene of Chen Yo using his armor to resist bullets, he shed tears of excitement, saying that he would repay Master Chen Yo's kindness even if he was shattered to pieces. I'm leaving Whale Island again. I hope Aunt Mito and everyone are doing well. Looking at the farewell residents behind him, Gon felt a little sad. Yes, they will be fine. Chen Yo smiled slightly and walked toward the people behind him. Under the watch of Mito, Nicolu, and others, the boat carrying Chen Yo and the others slowly left the Whale Island. Half a month later, the ship finally docked in Yokizan City. This is an extremely prosperous city, with row upon row of buildings and dazzling high-rise buildings. It's like two different worlds compared to Whale Island. It was Gon's first time to visit such a prosperous city, and he was very excited along the way. Finally, Killua suggested to look for the memory card information first, and then they entered an internet cafe. I didn't expect that there are internet cafes in this world. Chen Yo looked at the surrounding environment with some curiosity. It was naturally much different from the internet cafe in his previous life, but it did look like an internet cafe. After inserting the memory card, some information related to Greed Island popped up on the display, as well as a picture of a bartender. The other party said that he would need to pay 20 million ring nini before he would tell him about the game. Chen Yo paid the money directly, and then a ray of light swallowed the three people into the monitor. You can actually do it. Mind power is really a surprisingly good thing. This place is not a brain-computer virtual world, but a real world. The moment he stepped into the bar, Chen Yo clearly sensed his surroundings. The so-called memory card is more like a special portal. Can teleport targets with telekinesis to designated locations. The mosaic-level character model before was now standing in front of Chen Yo lifelike. Through the perception of the hidden circle, Chen Yo could detect the other person's heartbeat and blood flow. They are real people. Number B/. A bold idea emerged in Chen Yo's mind. If his memory serves him well. In this game developed by Jin Fujinai, there are a large number of various Warcraft. If the game world were real, this means that Chen Yo will grab an astonishing number of attribute points in that world. A super treasure. For others it is just an unexpected place, but for Chen Yo, it is an absolute treasure. Soon, Chen Yo and the others got the information they wanted. This Greed Island game was originally released in a limited edition of 100 sets, and the price of each set was 3 billion ringgit. But now it has doubled several times. According to the information provided by the bartender, 7 sets will be auctioned in the large-scale auction in Yokizan City soon, but the lowest price will exceed 8.9 billion. It's still within Chen Yo's funding range. However, the three of them together seem to have no intention of using this money. According to Chen Yo, yes. Yokizan City is a super metropolis where rich people are everywhere and making money is very easy. And after a few months, he also missed Kurapika a little. He didn't know how this guy was doing now. Grey Street. After some inquiring, Chen Yo and others went directly into a remote alley. "Brother Arnold, is there really the news we want here?" Gon frowned slightly. The eyes of these people along the street were extremely evil, like hungry beasts that would swallow the three of them if they showed even the slightest flaw. Killua looked expressionless and indifferent. Of course, this is the largest concentration of rats in Yokizan City. All black market information can be obtained here. As long as you have enough money, you can even find out the color of the mayor's underwear. Chen Yo smiled. The three of them walked into a dilapidated house. Inside is a charming and vulgar woman with full lip and nose nails, large tattoos on her body, and pink nails. "Hey, it's rare to see a handsome guy coming here in this sewer-like place. If you went the wrong way, it's not too late to go back now. After all, rats are not restless at night." The woman raised her eyes, looked at Chen Yo and the others with some surprise, and blew out a smoke ring. "You should have seen a handsome boy with short blonde hair. He is about the same age as us. Where has he gone?" Chen Yo stepped forward and asked directly. If the historical trajectory has not changed much, Kurapika should have come to see this woman. She is the biggest rat's nest in Grey Street. Yet, what a pity, we don't have the habit of selling customer information." The woman sneered, and several men with unkind expressions suddenly gathered around the door, each of them emitting powerful waves of telekinesis. Whoosh! A ray of golden light burst out from Chen Yo's fingertips, directly piercing the invisible mind beast next to the woman, and punching a hole in the tattered bookcase behind. He applied for a job as a bodyguard for the Wright Nisla family. "This is the address of the Wright family, as well as our letter of recommendation." The seductive woman trembled and handed over several envelope-like things. Although her mind beast is not very powerful, it cannot be underestimated. But just now, it was destroyed by the opponent's blow. If the blow just now had missed by a few centimeters, I'm afraid the hole wouldn't have been in the bookcase, but in his head. So, what nonsense information confidentiality principles are not worth mentioning in the face of losing one's life? Female. The person was very straightforward and came up with all the information Chen Yo wanted, even including the secretly photographed photos of Kurapika. It seems that Kurapika has indeed been here before. Chen Yo was quite satisfied with her actions and left naturally after getting what she wanted. The few men guarding the door were still waiting for the big sister's signal. They thought they would take action because of the large number of people, but they didn't want to be scolded by the big sister and flattered her ugly face. The god of plague left. "Boss, there are so many of us, why are we still afraid of just 3 brats?" "Yes, that is to say, the kid at the head is more powerful, but the other 2 seem to have no experience in tying the chicken. If word gets out about the exposure of customer information, our business will probably plummet in the future. How about we go after them again?" A few Mesa boys came up with suggestions. "Shut up! A bunch of idiots!" The woman with the studded lips sat on the ground as if she had been drained of all her strength, and could only look at these young men with a look of hatred. "You guys stay here, I'm going out for a trip. If anyone else comes and asks for the information about that guy just now, they won't be able to give it to me even if they die, you know? Everything else can run normally." 21. Leaving these words behind, Li Liaozhao, the lip-snatching girl, packed her things in panic and chose to escape from Yokizan City through the back door. She seemed to have faintly smelled the uneasy atmosphere in the air. "I'm afraid it won't be long before a catastrophe breaks out in the Father steam market. Even rats may not be immune." Right manor. It is the most luxurious manor in the entire Yokizan City. As a super family that has risen rapidly in recent years, perhaps because it has risen too fast and it is difficult to wash away the temperament of the nouveau riche, the Wright Manor is also an important building block. As luxurious as it is. Similarly, the Wright family has been involved in the underworld for many years and has offended countless forces, but they have not kept a secret when it comes to bodyguard expenses. The commission given is almost the highest in the entire Yokizan city, which has also led to those powerful people who have a good reputation to be the first to consider joining the right group and becoming the other party's bodyguards. There are many people who come here to apply for jobs every day, and the vast majority of them can't even get through the door. But the letter of recommendation from the woman with the grey street nose pin is very useful. Because the bodyguards she recommended had the lowest threshold of being able to use Nian. FFLA 0138012223KF0601900070. After taking out the letter of recommendation from the nose stud girl, Chen Nuo and the other three entered the right manner unimpeded and received a rather formal reception. Wow! It's such a big manor. It should cost a lot of money, right? Gon was amazed. If you include the decoration and land, the price should exceed 50 billion. Killua just glanced at it and said expressionlessly. Ah? So many? Too rich, right? People here. Gon was stunned. He originally thought that he and Chen Yo would be considered very wealthy now that they had 10 billion renunciation, but obviously, in a place like Yokizan City, he could only be considered a small rich man at most. It's easy to make money from rich people, but the other party obviously doesn't trust us that much. Chen Yo suddenly smiled and stopped. 0. Chapter 80. In front of you. Dozens of hounds have surrounded the three of them, the most astonishing among them is a bully dog. Each of these hounds looks extremely ferocious, and they are grinning at the three of them. I didn't expect this kind of treatment from the beginning. Do you want to eat dog meat hot pot tonight? Gon, Killua. Chen Yo said with a faint smile. Wow! That's great! I wonder what dog hot pot tastes like. Killua, let's see who can kill more dogs. Gon was excited. Okay. Killua readily agreed. Before these dogs could take the initiative to attack, Gon and Killua had already pounced on them viciously. Now the two of them have experienced this period of training, and their combat power has grown significantly, especially Gon, who can now be regarded as a real warrior. Soon, the screams of wolves and dogs came from the manor. Dozens of dogs were all brought down by Gon and Killua. At this time, inside the manor, the expressions of the people standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows changed slightly. These guys actually killed all my dogs. Skavala, a man with dark skin, a black mole between his eyebrows and short wavy hair, was shocked. Didn't you say that you are also a control type? I didn't expect to control these losers. Fei Ji, a hot beauty beside her, rolled her eyes at her. The assessor Shikuvala, who was previously hidden in the team, was easily captured by her with a kiss. He licked his shoes at his feet like a dog and was easily defeated by her. But his strength was naturally considered good, otherwise he would not have been the one to assess them in the first place. People. But now it seems that his performance seems to be weak. They are very strong. Much stronger than us, especially one of those three people. His heartbeat did not change at all. There is only one possibility. He did not notice these things, or, he doesn't care at all, his strength is far greater than ours. The fat bald rabbit-toothed dwarf said, and her voice turned out to be an extremely beautiful female voice. It is unimaginable that such a beautiful voice could come from an ugly person. Melody. He is also the bodyguard hired by the right family this time. He has the special ability to hear the beating of a person's heart. He can even tell details such as whether the other person is lying by distinguishing the changes in the rhythm of the other person's heartbeat. So much better than us? Hehe, you are exaggerating. We are not some three-legged 833 cats on the roadside. Basho, a bearded man with a double chin, a tall build and a mighty and resolute face, smiled strangely. But the handsome young man with short blonde hair standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window suddenly lit up. Is it them? Karapika, who do you know? Fei Ji said with some doubts, this Kurapika is one of the few people who can resist the effect of her love slave, so she is a little impressed. They are my friends, and that one was my former boss. Kurapika's face did not show joy, but more worry. The reason why he hid the news and came here was so as not to implicate others in finding information about the Spider Brigade, but he never thought, fate seemed to be playing a trick on him. The Chen Yo people who originally wanted to avoid it, at least don't involve them in their lives even if they die. Or they are here to find themselves? But this shouldn't be possible, right? Grey Street will not sell its information to others. Kurapika has a complicated heart. Oh? Are they your friends? If they are here to apply for a job, but they have some skills, you can consider accepting them. If they are here to cause trouble, Kurapika, for your sake, let them leave. I can do anything. That didn't happen. The leader of the security group sitting at the head, short black-haired Dazuo Nei, intentionally or unintentionally crumpled a thin steel pipe in his hand into a ball while speaking. Let's go and have a look. This Kurapika's former boss, is really exciting. Who is the guy who can make Kurapika surrender willingly? The beautiful woman Feiji laughed playfully. A group of people walked out of the hall and arrived on the lawn of the manor. At this time, Gon and Killua were busy handling the dog meat. After these days of being influenced by Chen Yo's delicious food, they have grown into a qualified assistant chef, handling ingredients, and so on. Kurapika. So you are really here? That woman didn't lie to us. Gon's hands were full of blood and he was very excited. Long time no see, Kurapika. You have become much stronger. Killua also showed a long-lost smile. The two of them also brought the processed ingredients over and gave them to Chen Yo, who slowly installed them into his own system space. This scene. The expressions of everyone who had prepared some words changed slightly. Force. The little guy in front of me can definitely use telekinesis, and he also has telekinesis space, otherwise how could he store dog meat? Kurapika. Chen Yo greeted with a smile. Everyone. Boss, Gon, Killua. Kurapika's eyes were a little red, and he naturally understood from the conversations between several people that they came here specifically to find him. Yes, we have improved a lot compared to the last time we met, but don't forget, we are a team, and your business is naturally our business, so there is no need to hide it from us in the future. Chen Yo smiled and patted his shoulder. Boss Chen Yo. Kurapika's eyes filled with tears. After his people were exterminated, he lived alone in the world. And now, here at Chen Yo, I feel the warmth of family. Kurapika, please introduce us to these friends of yours. The security team member Dazuo Nei stepped forward and said in a rather cold and arrogant tone. This is my former boss, Chen Yo, a one-star hunter, and Gon and Killua, all professional hunters. Kurapika introduced the three of them and also introduced his current colleagues. After hearing the introduction, everyone present felt awe-inspiring. Especially Chen Yo's star hunter's name is really too bluffing. At least so far, I haven't heard of any star hunter becoming a bodyguard for a rich man. Star hunter, to some extent, is already a kind of reputation influence. This feeling is like a PhD from Tsinghua University competing for a position with an ordinary undergraduate student. It is almost clear at a glance which one is stronger. But with the age of the three people here, even people with rich social experience are a little unsure at this moment. On the other hand, the beautiful woman Feiji frequently looked at Chen Yo, as if she was looking forward to having him under her skirt. If you can make a star hunter your love slave, it will be a great satisfaction to your senses and psychology, and even if word spreads about it in the future, it will make you famous. At this time, Feiji already had an uncontrollable urge to go up and kiss Chen Yo forcefully. Her ability was activated through kissing, completely restraining the opposite S**X. Oh, welcome! It's an honor for us to invite some of you to the right family. I wonder what your salary requirements are. As the leader of the group, Tatsuo Ni showed a magnanimous expression. Even though he really wanted to kick Chen Yo out, the one-star hunter's qualifications were so intimidating that he might even hand over his position as team leader to someone else. But of course he can't directly veto the other party in full view of the public. Plus he's Kurapika's friend. This will inevitably make him appear too petty, and I'm afraid he won't be able to lead the team in the future. So the best result now is to let a few people join the team, and then it is not up to you to decide. After thinking about this clearly, the smile on Yin Zuopo's face became more relaxed and casual. Kurapika was relieved by Tatsuo Ni's tolerance, but she was still a little uneasy in her heart, hoping that her affairs would not involve Chen Yo and others. 30 billion nuns. Chen Yo said lightly. Puff. Basho, who was drinking coffee, spat it out suddenly and looked at Chen Yo and the others with wide eyes and some disbelief. Cool, CDDD, Rapika was also confused. Tatsuo Ni opened his mouth, but some of them still didn't react. 30 billion nuns? Why don't you go and grab this? This price can already buy a super luxury manor in Yokizan City. Isn't it a joke? You must know that the salary you, a senior security team leader, receives is only 300 million yuan, and it is calculated based on the year. Kurapika and others have tens of millions of nuns. This kid in front of me asks for 30 billion ring nuns? No matter how rich Mr. Right is, he would never consider spending it like this. Are they here to be bodyguards? No, 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 these guys are definitely here to rob. Robbery can't be that fast. How much, did you just say? Tatsuo Ni came closer. Several people present, such as Melody and Feiji, could not help but stare at Chen Yo and others with awe. For 30 billion Ni, we will be responsible for protecting the safety of the target during the auction and for a certain period of time after. Chen Yo stretched out 3 fingers. Hee hee, ha 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 boy, do you know what you are talking about? 30 billion ring nuns, can you count how much money there is? Kurapika, it seems that the people you associate with are all arrogant people. Arrogant people can't tell how much they weigh. Tatsuo Ni couldn't help laughing wildly, his expression slightly ferocious. Regiment, leader, he should be really strong. I suggest, we should follow the advice of Mr. Chen Nuo, 300 if it's 100 million, maybe the boss will consider it. The bald Tuya girl Melody spoke, with beads of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Because she didn't notice the change in the heartbeats of Chen Nuo and the others from beginning to end, they were surprisingly calm. This undoubtedly proves one thing. All 3 of them believe that Chen Nuo's conditions are very reasonable and they have absolute confidence. If you can offer a sky-high price of 30 billion, and you are not timid at all, then there is only one possibility, and that is that the other party has the strength to meet the price. Compared with his salary of more than 30 million nuns, the other party's strength must be very terrifying. Oh? Haha, is that right? It's worth 30 billion ringgits. I've been a bodyguard all my life, and I've seen many professional hunters, but a mere star hunter is worth 30 billion. This is too exaggerated. Bar. It's not surprising if you want me to inform the boss, so you should go ahead and do it first. Tatsuo Ni sneered and waved the small steel pipe that had just been crumpled into a ball and shot it towards Chen Yo. Snapped. Gon stood in front of Chen Yo and directly reached out to grab the steel ball. The slightly blackened hands were covered in armament colors, and they made a steel-like sound when they collided. This scene made Tatsuo, even Kurapika, and all the bodyguards present stunned. Where are you looking? Suddenly, Killua's voice sounded. Tatsuo Ni's expression changed wildly and he retreated violently. But a ferocious streak still appeared on his chest. If he had retreated just 1 second later, his heart would have been ripped open by now. That's a pity. This. Tatsuo Ni was also seriously injured at this time, and blood was flowing out. If he continued like this, he might die from excessive blood loss. Captain! Call the doctor right away to stop the bleeding. It's amazing, these guys. The bodyguards present all became anxious. As the leader of the regiment, Dazuo Ni is naturally very powerful, at least in the eyes of these bodyguards, he is considered to be the king of soldiers. But just now, Chen Yo didn't take any action, he just faced his two younger brothers and couldn't even hold on for a few seconds. The gap is really too big. There is no need for a doctor. Mr. Tatsuo's reaction is still very fast. If he can avoid Killua's attack, leave the wounds to me. My telekinesis can heal them. Chen Yo smiled slightly and raised his hand. The warm golden telekinesis turned into a beam of light and shone on Dazuo's chest. Immediately, his injured area was being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. After just a few dozen seconds, the wound was intact as before. If it weren't for the torn clothes and the blood stains on them, no one would have been able to tell that Killua had almost had his heart ripped out by Dazuo just now. The scene where Chen Yo took action completely shocked the bodyguards present. It's amazing. It's a healing telepathy. People with this kind of telepathy are so rare. Melody couldn't help but marvel. Wow, I didn't expect that handsome little brother Chen Yo is actually a doctor, that's really awesome. Fei Ji's pretty face flushed with excitement. The strong man Basho couldn't help but marvel. Healing telekinesis is very rare, and there are indeed others, but they are definitely not as exaggerated as Chen Yo's healing speed. If placed on the battlefield, it would be incredible. This kind of healing ability, especially for the bodyguard who licks blood with his knife head, is simply equivalent to an extra life. Dazuo Nei is indeed arrogant, but no one will have trouble with his own life. It is definitely unwise to offend a super doctor, especially a rare miracle doctor like Chen Yo. So, after being cured, Dazuo's attitude turned completely 180 degrees. I was reckless just now. Mr. Chen Yo, I'm here to apologize to you. You let me see what it is to have someone outside the world. I will report it to my boss right away. Please. Wait a minute. Serve tea to Mr. Chen Yo and his friends. I will never forgive anyone who neglects me. There was a look of great awe and even a bit of fawning on Dazuo Nei's face. Any fool would understand that these three people in front of him are definitely super big shots that Dazuo cannot afford to offend, not even Lord Right. As for the price of 30 billion ring Ni, it has nothing to do with Dazuo Ni, but he must convey his message in place, and he must try his best to facilitate this transaction. Only in this way is it possible to obtain the favor of Mr. Chen Yo. In the future, if I have any casualties, I might still be able to get this favor. For the sake of his own life, Dazuo Nei also risked his life.